Chapter 161 Eagle Peak Cliff, third update. The thousand-handed centipede flew very fast, and no demons dared to attack it on the way. When the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue finally approached their destination, Yingfeng Mountain. From a distance, Su Jie put away the thousand-handed centipede and took Ning Xinyue on foot to approach Yingfeng Mountain. This is an extremely steep mountain. The mountain is not very high, but there are no trees or vegetation growing on it. It is more like a 1,000-meter-high stone sword standing here. The steep mountain seems to have no place to stay, and it is cut with knives and axes. The sharp edges are terrifying. On the backside of the mountain, there is a steep cliff. Waterfalls pour down from the cliff and merge into a deep pool below. There are many delicate lotus flowers in the deep pool. This is the Biha Pool. At the foot of Yingfeng Mountain, Ning Xinyue changed her appearance again and followed Su Jie here. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue are not the only ones here. There are disciples who have been active here for a long time. I saw dozens of disciples staying around the mountain peak. They were controlling various kinds of goo insects one by one, letting the goo insects climb or fly up the steep mountain walls, chiseling away at the solid rock like woodpeckers, digging inside. Plant purple gold ore. This is a material called Zishuan cold iron Oregon. During the growth process, some goo insects need to swallow certain minerals to improve their body defense. Zishuan cold iron ore is an excellent mineral. This kind of ore only produced inside the cliff of Yingfeng Mountain, but this process is not completely safe. There are indigenous people in Yingfeng Mountain. On the top of the mountain peaks, there are a large number of feathered eagles living here. This kind of spiritual beast is not as ferocious as the demons, but sometimes if the movement is too loud and angers them, they will still be attacked. Because of the danger and the high value of Zishuanlang Iron Mine, in addition to the arrival of outer disciples, it also attracts many inner disciples. Among the dozens of disciples present, Su Jie glanced at and saw the presence of 7 or 8 inner disciples. When Su Jie saw these disciples also discovered Su Jie and Ning Xinyue. New inner disciple? That guy's name is Su Jie. He has a record of defeating 2 inner disciples 1-on-2. Be careful, don't provoke the other party. A group of disciples whispered, and Su Jie walked to the foot of the mountain. The outer disciples lowered their eyebrows to show respect, while the inner disciples also looked fearful. After all, just 2 months ago, word spread about Su Jie's 1-on-2 performance. Not only did everyone know about it, at least most of the disciples had heard of it. Fellow Taoist Su, are you also here to mine Zishuanlang iron ore? An unknown inner disciple came over first and inquired about Su Jie's purpose. Otherwise, what else can I do here? This place is so boring. I can't come here to see the scenery. Su Jie shrugged. Of course his purpose was to find the exotic treasure, but it was naturally impossible to tell outsiders this kind of thing. Haha, that's it. My name is Chu Ziming. This is probably my first time for fellow Taoist Su. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Chu Ziming cupped his hands, expressing his kindness. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Chu. Su Jie also bowed his hands and led Ning Xinyue to the foot of the mountain, looking up at the mountain wall as steep as a sword. After thinking for a moment, Su Jie released the white bone heavenly evil sword from the sword gourd. This move made many inner disciples look strange. They obviously recognized the origin of the sword-raising gourd. Chao Yuan's treasure was now in Su Jie's hands, and he had obviously snatched it from him. The white bone Tiansha sword was extremely sharp. Under Su Jie's control, it plunged into the rock like cutting tofu, and large chunks of rock kept falling. A piece of Zishuan cold iron ore fell, and Su Jie waved his sleeves to catch the palm-sized piece of ore. The surface of the ore shines with spiritual patterns, its texture is solid, and it exudes a strong cold air. Su Jie patted the sword-raising gourd, and more flying swords came out and began to rapidly destroy the mountain rock, digging out the Zishuan cold iron Oregon whoosh. At this moment, a shadow fell rapidly from high altitude and enveloped Su Jie. This is a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, beautiful long tail feathers in gold, blue, and red colors, huge black claws, and a sharp beak. This is the feathered sky eagle, a spiritual beast at the level of the Yunling realm. During the fall, the 3 color tail feathers of the feathered sky eagle lit up with a halo of spiritual power. The red tail feathers dropped large red flames, the blue tail feathers set off a storm, and the golden tail feathers struck down golden thunder. All these attacks were aimed at Su Jie. If it were an ordinary outer disciple, he would probably be killed on the spot. However, Su Jie just retreated slightly and stepped on the 7-star gang steps to avoid these attacks. The surrounding ground was ravaged, and large craters were created by bombings. Fires ignited land vegetation, and storms uprooted ancient trees. Seeing that there was no hit, the feathered sky eagle refused to give up and cried out again. Its beautiful 3-color tail feathers shone brightly, its beak opened, and it turned into a 3-color giant net and crashed down. Su Jie summoned the white bone heavenly evil sword and quickly tore the giant net apart. The split giant net fell around and sank several meters deep into the ground, melting the rocks and trees. Flat-haired beast, no matter what, you are still going strong. Su Jie's eyes widened, and 72 flying swords moved together, instantly surrounding the feathered sky eagle. Whoosh whoosh, the flying swords flew across one after another, cutting off large tracts of fallen feathers, and even the beautiful 3-color tail feathers were cut off. The feathered sky eagle let out a mournful cry and almost turned into a naked chicken. It fled back to the top of the mountain in misery. Su Jie did not kill him because, judging from his size, it was just a minor eaglet. The feathered sky eagles are very united. If a disciple really kills a member of their tribe, these feathered skyhawks will chase them madly and fight to the death. The surrounding disciples secretly smacked their tongues, seeing 72 flying swords. Just this middle-grade sword-raising gourd, many inner disciples felt their scalps numb and had lingering fears. He was indeed a ruthless person. Ning Xinyue looked at the scattered beautiful bird feathers, collected them happily, and said to Su Jie, "It will definitely look good when you go back and make a fan." Fellow Taoist Su, you are making too much noise. Zishuanlang iron ore is also in Fei Yu Tianying's recipe. They will attract our enemies who snatch their food on the spot and attract their attacks. So we have to be sneaky when doing this. Keep the noise as small as possible and don't disturb them. At this time, Chu Ziming looked over and reminded Su Jie. Understood, I will take the first step, fellow Taoist Chu. Su Jie said something, picked up Ning Xinyue, who was still picking up feathers, and quickly ran into the forest. Not long after Su Jie left, shadows appeared in the sky. Adult feathered eagles with wingspans of 3 to 4 feet flew down towards the ground. The feathered eagle at the head is the little guy whose feathers were shaved off by Su Jie just now. He brought his parents back to take revenge. Fortunately, Su Jie slipped away quickly and got into the woods. These feathered eagles circled in the sky for a while, and finally they could only leave in frustration. End of chapter. Chapter 162 Lotus, 4th update. After the feathered eagles left, Su Jie ran out again with Ning Xinyue. At this time, the nearby ground was in a very messy state. Those feathered eagles that could not find anyone vented their anger randomly, bombarding the location where Su Jie was just now to vent their hatred. This time Su Jie learned the lesson and dug carefully until it got dark and harvested more than a dozen pieces of Zishuanlang iron ore. This situation lasted for several days, until a few days later, late at night, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue were sneaking forward under the night. Ning Xinyue held the Tianqi Bagua disc in her hand, and under Su Jie's heartbroken gaze, she kept putting pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones into it for deduction. The Tianqi Bagua plate lit up in different colors, and finally guided the two of them to a certain direction, and then there was no change. In front of Su Jie and Ning Xinyue, there was a deep and quiet pool. This is the Blue Lotus Pool. There is a cold air coming out of the pool water, and there are large water lilies growing on the edge. The water in the deep pool was so cold that when he got closer, Su Jie's brows were covered with a layer of light frost. On the contrary, Ning Xinyue had a special physique. She had no feeling for this kind of cold air and did not leave any trace at all. Are you sure this is here? You've been positioning yourself for so long in the past few days, so you won't get it wrong again. Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue. As expected, the rare treasure should be under the Biha pond. Sure, here it is. Ning Xinyue nodded affirmatively, guaranteeing that there would be no mistake. I'll go down and explore the way first. Rubbing his frozen hands, Su Jie said calmly and was about to jump into the Baihitan. No, let me go first. I'm not afraid of cold due to my good constitution. It would be bad if something happens to you. Ning Xinyue grabbed Su Jie with a stern expression on her face, as if she was sacrificing her life for righteousness. I'm stronger in force, so I'll do it. I have many treasures, and I am sure I will find the rare treasure first. The two of them exchanged words with each other. In the end, Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue's bulging face and said, "Let's go down together." Then let's go down together. Ning Xinyue nodded, and then heard a splash. Su Jie had fallen into the water. We agreed to be together, but you still ran away. Without thinking too much, Ning Xinyue plunged into the green lotus pool and swam quickly towards the bottom of the deep pool. The water in the pool is bone-chilling, with a chill that penetrates into people's bones. Su Jie's hands and feet were numb from the cold, so he had to summon the thousand-handed centipede and let him take him to swim under the deep pool. The thousand-hand centipede has a strong physique, high strength and speed, and high resistance to cold. It can swim much faster than Su Jie. Riding on the Shaoqian brand submersible, Su Jie quickly sank to the bottom of the deep pool. This time, the place is more than 300 meters above the ground. There are underground rivers all around that lead to unknown places, and they are like bottomless devil's caves. The people who look at it are frightened. Ning Xinyue swam down immediately. The Tianqi Bagua disc in her hand no longer flickered, only dense purple clouds. Where is the location? Su Jie used his spiritual power to spread his voice in the water and asked for the specific direction. Ning Xinyue shook her head and continued the conversation in the same way. I don't know. The Tianqi Bagua Pan can only be located around here. Maybe it's under an underground river. Let's go look for it separately. Su Jie nodded and pointed in the direction, indicating where he should go. Then he held the thousand-armed centipede and swam into this underground river. But Ning Xinyue smiled at this moment, like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. She carefully observed it, and after confirming that Su Jie had really left, she quickly swam towards the underground river in the northeast. Go. Ha, what a fool. Just believe what I say. The exotic treasure belongs to me. Ning Xinyue was extremely excited, thinking that she was about to get the exotic treasure, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. This temperature is so abnormal. Ning Xinyue suddenly felt that the temperature of the nearby river water had dropped again. In the river water, there were strands of silver-white halo emerging, like hidden ice crystals or condensed frosty air. Could this be the Qinglu Diling River? Ning Xinyue seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. The Qinglu Diling River is a river where some underground spiritual veins gather. There is rich spiritual energy under the earth's veins. The spiritual energy will not only create spiritual material minds, but also sometimes create the existence of spiritual rivers. It is said that the Qinglu Diling River has a 10,000 cold energy. It is born from the heavenly veins and originates from the earth spirit. It is extremely rare and can speed up the practice of all in cold attribute skills. I didn't expect it to be here. That's right. No wonder there are rare treasures here. The environment here is really suitable. Ning Xinyue thought of this and suddenly understood that this rare treasure might have been produced under such a special environment. The confirmation of Qinglu Diling he further strengthened Ning Xinyue's belief that she was heading in the right direction. As a result, Ning Xinyue kept throwing spiritual stones into Tianqi's Bagua disc to lock the position. In the deep and dark underground river, Ning Xinyue swam for another 10 minutes and finally felt a majestic spiritual energy. In an instant, Ning Xinyue squinted her eyes and felt that her vision suddenly became brighter. In the dark river ahead, there is like an eternal pearl, nourishing and shining on all things in the world, emitting a light thousands of times more dazzling than a gem. Okay, so beautiful. Ning Xinyue opened her mouth wide and saw in the quiet and dark river a green swaying lotus quietly swaying as the river washed. Its stem is straight, slender and transparent, and the 18-petal lotus is in bud. It seems to be pregnant with some kind of wonder of heaven and earth. The light shines on the entire underground river, like a god showing its magnificence to the world. Around the lotus, many wonderful spiritual plants and elixirs grow under its influence. There are lush vegetation, vines, and many colorful flowers. They were all born here because they were nourished by the exotic lotus. When Ning Xinyue came closer, she suddenly felt a mysterious atmosphere permeating the sky and the earth, as if all the air was condensing, and even the waves of water were somewhat suppressed. This is not pure aura, but more like a special change in space, as if entering it, the whole body and mind are washed. My body. Ning Xinyue felt subtle changes in her body, as if her flesh and blood were being purified. She was obviously still hundreds of meters away from the alien treasure lotus, but the vast and terrifying power not only nourished all living things, but also further purified her physique. It is indeed a rare treasure. As expected of an innate spiritual creature. Two voices sounded one after another. The first one was from Ning Xinyue, and the second one came from behind her. Ning Xinyue's face froze, and she turned her head in shock and saw Su Jie appearing behind her, looking at her with a smile but not a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 163 The Birth of a Strange Treasure. Why are you here? Ning Xinyue looked in disbelief. She didn't expect that Su Jie would come here and act like a ghost. I've known for a long time that you, this girl, are dishonest and want to take me away to get the rare treasure alone. I've been wary of this for a long time. Su Jie smiled brightly and looked eagerly at the exotic lotus in front of him. From such a distance, Su Jie could clearly feel the throbbing power. It was as vast as the ocean, as majestic as the sky, and it was inexplicably shocking. I discovered this first, and the rare treasure belongs to me. When Ning Xinyue saw that the plan was exposed, she immediately became anxious and speeded up to strike first. Exotic treasures can only be owned by the strong. Su Jie grabbed Ning Xinyue's left leg, threw it behind him, and flew up. Yeah, I'll fight with you. Ning Xinyue was furious. Seeing that the exotic treasure was about to be snatched away by Su Jie, she couldn't accept this reality at all. She immediately took out the diamond and hit Su Jie on the back of the head, trying to knock Su Jie out and take away the exotic treasure. Baby, please turn around. Su Jie patted the sword gourd on his waist. His speed did not slow down, and flying swords flew out from the mouth of the gourd like silver dragons out of the abyss, blocking Ning Xinyue's way. The power of the sword-raising gourd is now astonishing. After dozens of flying swords were added to it, with the white bone Tianxia sword as the core, when it collided with the Vajra in turn flew out. Ning Xinyue was also forced to continue back away. Dragon bone silkworm rope, tie up that bastard for me. When Ning Xinyue's plan failed, she took out another treasure from her pocket. It was a golden rope with spiritual power, and she quickly tied it towards Su Jie. Su Jie, who had been on guard for a long time, used his hands to activate the secret technique of Xianing. For an instant, Su Jie's body blurred for a moment, and then three Su Jies swayed forward at the same time. Use the tricks I taught you to deal with me, despicable. Ning Xinyue was stunned at first and a little angry. She obviously taught this trick to Su Jie. Looking at the three Su Jies without blinking, Ning Xian wanted to distinguish their true bodies. Because she also practiced this technique, it was not difficult to distinguish them, but the problem was that the time left for Ning Xinyue was too short, and she had just found out her true identity. Su Jie had already swam in front of the exotic treasure lotus and reached out to pull it up. However, when his hand was about to touch the lotus, Su Jie suddenly stopped. A great panic swept through his body and mind, so much that his internal organs were about to burst out of his throat. Oh no, this rare treasure belongs to an owner. Someone cultivated it here. Su Jie was shocked. When his palm was shaken open, he also discovered that under the lotus, a formation covered by mud and unknown in depth and width was erupting with divine brilliance. It seemed that Su Jie's arrival had alarmed the formation, and the huge formation collapsed in an instant. The exotic treasure lotus flower was originally in bud, but at this time it suddenly absorbed all the essence of the formation, and its petals opened one by one. The lotus flower bloomed. Boom, as the earth shook and the mountains shook, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue were blown away by a raging shock wave. A divine beam of light penetrated the thick soil and inserted straight into the clouds and sky. Most of the realm of Ghost Ridge Palace was illuminated by this sky-reaching light pillar, and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations swept in all directions like a tide. In the sky, clouds are rendered into purple clouds. On the ground, countless flowers bloomed and iron trees bloomed. A deep and terrifying energy is erupting from the lotus. Even if it is thousands of miles away, one can still feel the vast power of this divine and holy spirit. The lotus takes the initiative to pull out its roots and place them in the river. The Qinglu Diling River's water flowed strangely backwards, and countless frosty air rushed towards the lotus. This lotus is absorbing the spiritual energy of the entire Qinglu Earth Spirit River to accelerate its maturity. Hurry up, a strange treasure is born. Ning Xinyue was also shocked. She saw the situation of the exotic treasure lotus and the dispersing formation below, and knew that this was a sign of the birth of an innate spiritual being. This lotus was definitely not mature before. I don't know who put it into the spiritual river of Qinglu land, and absorbed the nutrients of this spiritual river to grow. It seems that the owner who placed the exotic treasure here wanted to let the exotic treasure lotus mature slowly and then take it away without anyone noticing. The arrival of her and Su Jie undoubtedly broke the silence, forcing the exotic treasure lotus to accelerate its maturity. and at the same time caused a huge commotion. Wait! Su Jie saw the exotic treasure lotus rising in the water. After breaking away from the mud and no longer entangled by the roots of the exotic treasure lotus, Su Jie noticed how extraordinary the mud was. In the mud, little bits of colorful colors are revealed. If Su Jie is correct, this should be the legendary 5 elements spiritual land. At that moment, Su Jie quickly grabbed a bunch of 5 elements spiritual soil and put it into a storage bag. Even though his internal organs were bleeding from the burst of energy from the lotus, Su Jie did not hesitate. When Su Jie took away all the 5 elements spiritual soil, the exotic treasure lotus absorbed the energy of the Qinglu Earth spiritual river, and the burst of power became more powerful. Su Jie followed Ning Xinyue and quickly headed upstream of the river, and the first time the exotic treasure was born, it was the disciples near Yingfeng Mountain who felt this vast energy. One by one, the disciples woke up from their sleep and stared blankly at the beam of light reaching into the sky. The clouds for dozens of miles around were dyed into purple clouds. The purple clouds are vast and boundless, which is a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. Xu Ziming's eyes were straightened. When he saw this pillar of light reaching the sky, he felt that his soul and body were trembling with excitement. Such a rare treasure, if he could get it. He was not the only one who thought this way. Many disciples had this thought, but after looking at each other, all these disciples' expressions turned gloomy. Because of the appearance of the exotic treasure, they are definitely not the only ones who were tempted. This is something that even the elders of the secret realm and even the sect leader cannot restrain themselves from wanting to snatch it with the strength of these disciples, let alone getting their hands on the rare treasures. Even if they take one more look, they will be smashed to pieces by the strong men who really want such treasures. This is not something they can hope for. Just as these disciples thought when the beam of light from the birth of the strange treasure rose into the sky, the elders far away at the mountain gate of Guiling Palace suddenly stood up. I don't know how many elders looked at the light pillar with deep gazes, and their calm moods began to waver, and greed gradually emerged in their eyes. In a more distant realm, far outside the Ghost Ridge Palace, some sects also felt strong energy fluctuations coming from afar, which was a sign of the birth of the legendary treasure. Suddenly, countless practitioners pushed open the door of the retreat room, came out with their swords, and rushed to the direction of Guiling Palace, hoping to get a piece of the pie. End of chapter. Chapter 164 Capture. First update: when Su Jie and Ning Xinyue swam out from the bottom of the Blue Lotus Pond, the environment here had completely changed. The small pool was artificially enlarged by the large shock waves and turned into a large lake with a radius of several hundred meters. In the center of the lake was the exotic treasure lotus. My rare treasure. Ning Xinyue was heartbroken. When she saw the lotus floating in the lake, she burst into tears. It was heartbreaking. Leave here first, don't let anyone suspect us. Su Jie was in the same mood as Ning Xinyue. She was about to get the rare treasure, but now she could only watch it fly away. Her heart inevitably ached, but in the end, reason prevailed. So Su Jie took Ning Xinyue and left the lake first. It was only half a minute before the strange treasure was born. Very smoothly, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue blended in with Xu Ziming and other disciples, pretending to have just woken up. On Yingfeng Mountain, each feathered eagle soared into the sky, flapped its wings, and flew quickly towards the side. It spread its wings several feet wide and wanted to swoop over and devour the lotus. However, they were still tens of meters away from the lotus. These feathered eagles were blown away by the terrifying impact halo and surrounded the lotus unwillingly, but soon, these feathered eagles encountered bad luck. Above the sky, a cloud of insects was seen floating from the horizon. Several feathered eagles had no time to react before they were wrapped in the cloud of insects, and their bodies were riddled with bites from poisonous insects. Numerous feathered eagles roared furiously, their 3-colored tail feathers howling like storms, golden lightning and blazing flames all over the sky, roaring towards the insect cloud. Among the insect clouds, an elder of the Ghost Ridge Palace in red robes stood indifferently. A pair of emotionless eyes swept across, and his right arm turned into a ferocious insect mouthpart, swallowing up the incoming flames and lightning, and returning a mouthful. He bit 2 feathered eagles and swallowed them alive in his belly. Get out of here, you bunch of evil beasts! The elder snorted coldly, and a long bone-whipped tail grew from the tailbone. The tail kept splitting and interlacing, whipping through the void, piercing into the body of a feathered sky eagle, directly draining its blood. It turned into a mummy and fell to the ground like rain. The feathered eagles were a little panicked, and at this moment, more and more insect clouds flew in from the distance. More than a dozen elders of Guiling Palace arrived at Yingfeng Mountain, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations rumbled around. Ga. Quack! Quack quack, each feathered sky eagle flapped its wings in fear and flew high. These arrogant spiritual beasts finally gave up and had to stay away from their home in Ingfeng Mountain and flee far away. There are so many secret realm elders that one meeting can wipe out their entire clan. Many elders sat on the tops of ancient branches and gazed at the exotic lotus flowers in the green lotus pond. My master is here. Su Jie raised his head and saw the figure of Qiu Laodao among the many elders. The other party stood at the front of a group of elders, his cold eyes sweeping across the whole place, making people's hair stand on end. Elder Tang is here too. Ning Xinyue also saw Tang Peiqing, a very senior elder of Ghost Ridge Palace who was also alerted by the strange treasure and appeared here. Tell me exactly what happened here. At this moment, Qiu Laodao waved Su Jie over. Master. Su Jie did not dare to neglect, and quickly stood up and went over, saying, Master, I came here to collect ore. Just tonight, a pillar of light suddenly erupted from the Biha pond. The powerful shock wave woke us up. Come and take a look. To this scene. What Su Jie told was the truth, that is, he and Ning Xinyue were taken out. It is rare for you to see the birth of a rare treasure. Qiu Laodao nodded slightly, and then looked at the lotus rare treasure again. At this time, some elders couldn't help but take action, trying to catch the exotic treasure lotus, but just like those feathered eagles just now, they were blocked as soon as they got close. With the exotic treasure lotus as the center, a colorful spiritual ring is formed here. The powerful spiritual energy is like a volcano erupting, sublimating into a light pillar thousands of meters high, blocking the approach of all external forces. This exotic treasure lotus is still absorbing the spiritual power from the water, and it should take another hour to mature. Someone has set up a formation here. Before it matures, the aura of the exotic treasure's spiritual power will resist our contact. Tang Peiqing saw the remnants of the formation under the lotus. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen many things. He could see the reason at a glance. It's only 2 hours, we can wait slowly. An elder said that the appearance of a rare treasure can greatly increase the foundation of Ghost Ridge Palace, and it appears on his own territory. He must get it no matter what. I'm afraid this is a disaster rather than a blessing. There was not much joy on Tang Peiqing's face. Something like a rare treasure might not be a good thing for the Ghost Ridge Palace now hidden in the mountains. Once the news gets out, there will be a steady stream of forces attracted by the exotic treasure, and the Ghost Ridge Palace may not be able to sustain it by then. Work together, force a breakthrough and collect the exotic treasure first, don't delay it any longer. Tang Peiqing made up his mind and loudly ordered other elders. If we do it now, the exotic treasure will not mature and its power will be reduced. Some elders still want to wait. If we wait any longer, this thing may not be ours. We must first get the exotic treasure and break through its protection. As he spoke, Tang Peiqing stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Sect Master, he is still in retreat. Now he listens to me here. The dozen elders were silent for a few seconds, and finally chose to step forward with Tang Peiqing. Boom, divine light erupted in each elder's body, and each other's spiritual power interacted with each other, forming a huge palm, and grabbed the exotic treasure lotus. The pillar of light shook the sky, and the strong roar was like thunder from the sky. The brilliant light of the sun made it almost difficult to open your eyes. Su Jie's eyes were filled with tears. He felt like his body was being thrown back and forth uncontrollably in the strong wind and waves. Ancient trees were uprooted and blown into the sky like straw. Hurry, retreat quickly. Some of the disciples present were so shocked that their internal organs were damaged, and blood continued to flow from their mouths and noses. They hurriedly fled here to avoid being affected by the attacks of the elders. Let's go. Su Jie winked at Ning Xinyue, saying it was no longer suitable to stay here. When the elders joined forces to attack, the exotic treasure lotus also broke out. Its blooming petals are trembling slightly, blooming with bright brilliance. Each ray of brilliance is like an unparalleled swordlight, cutting the nearby earth into pieces. Tang Peiqing and other elders changed their expressions slightly. The exotic treasure lotus in front of them was more powerful than they imagined. It was probably among the top among the exotic treasures. When they thought of this, the eyes of many elders became even fiercer, and they once again used their strength together, vowing to take it down. End of chapter. Chapter 165 Attack on the Mountain Gate. Second update. The waves caused by the collision between the two sides swept across all directions like a tsunami. It was like friction and heat. Under the violent collision and friction, a raging sea of fire suddenly broke out, just like a flash flood erupting and a sea of fire rolling forward. An outer disciple escaped a little too slowly and was swallowed up by the sea of fire. He screamed that his flesh and bones melted, and he died in the hands of his own people. Su Jie ran ahead, and when he looked back, he saw the sea of fire and heat coming towards his face, making his hair curl and brown. This is the power of the secret realm. Just the aftermath of the attack can kill and engulf every disciple. Go back to the mountain gate quickly. One of Chu Ziming's right feet was burned, and the skin on it was completely burned away, exposing the exposed and burnt muscles. However, he did not dare to stop at all, so he could only endure the pain and continue running. Ning Xinyue may not be able to fight, but she is still very good at running. She can fly at the Qishangang step and is not far behind Su Jie. The disciples tried their best to eat, and the fear of being burned alive made everyone tremble with fear. Facing the hasty escape of the disciples, none of the many elders took a second glance and concentrated on breaking the protection of the exotic treasure lotus. This time, the elders began to use methods to bring out their own goo insects, take out various magic weapons, and use various attack methods. The roaring sound was like a dense cluster of heavy artillery bombing, and the shock waves continued to sweep across. The place where the exotic treasure lotus was originally located, the lake was artificially enlarged again, and most of the water inside was evaporated during the attack. The sunlight from the sky shone down and reacted with the water mist, forming rainbows hanging in the sky. The protection of the exotic treasure lotus gradually became weak, and the beautiful spiritual light above became increasingly dim. 2 more waves of attacks will break it immediately. Tang Peiqing's eyes became even more intense when he saw that the attack was effective. The elders spared no effort, and just when they were about to forcibly open the protection of the exotic treasure lotus, an accident happened at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bells that came from nowhere spread in all directions, like a surging tide, and the entire Ghost Ridge Palace area was covered by the sound of bells. On the way to escape, Su Jie felt his body and soul trembling slightly, and the sound of the bell directly broke into his soul. Under the sound of the bell, even the disciples and elders in the retreat room will be reminded by the sound of the bell. The soul-crushing bell has been rung. The expressions on the elders' faces were tense, and their eyes were looking to the northwest. Run fast, it's coming suddenly. Su Jie's expression suddenly changed and he said loudly to Ning Xinyue. What kind of bell is this? Ning Xinyue asked in confusion. She had just entered Guiling Palace. This was the first time she heard such bells and she was confused about its meaning. Although Su Jie heard it for the first time, he had lived in Guiling Palace for 1 more year than Ning Xinyue and knew the meaning of the bell. At the outermost pass of our sect's territory, there are 3 elders stationed there, and there is a high-grade magic weapon, the soul-suppressing bell, which is not only the eye of the mountain protecting formation, but also reminds the sect that there is an invasion of foreign enemies. The hour will not strike, Su Jie said without thinking. Just hearing the bell of the soul-crushing bell, Su Jie understood why it was ringing. It's not just Guiling Palace that is attracted by the exotic treasures. Sects from the outside world must not be able to withstand the temptation and visit the gate of Guiling Palace, and those who dare to attack Ghost Ridge Palace so blatantly will definitely face strong enemies in the secret realm. At that moment, Su Jie did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated towards the mountain gate of Guiling Palace, lest he become cannon fodder affected by the attack on the battlefield. Ning Xinyue followed Su Jie. As she ran, she turned back to look at the exotic treasure lotus with reluctance. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. She was very close to owning this exotic treasure. Don't look at it, we can no longer get involved in this thing. Su Jie knocked on Ning Xinyue's head and asked her to concentrate on running away. Who is so despicable that he actually set up a formation under the exotic treasure? Otherwise, the exotic treasure would belong to me. You think too much. Even if there is no formation, the exotic treasure should still be mine. Su Jie pouted. Ning Xinyue was still dreaming at this time. The two ran more than 10 kilometers, and Su Jie suddenly felt his body tremble, and there were huge fluctuations in the sky like the vast sea. There seemed to be thunder exploding in the sky. Su Jie couldn't help but look up and saw a Dharma boat flying through the clouds and mist across the void. The tsunami-like holy light made the air tremble and slowly descended from the clouds. On top of the Dharma boat, a strong man wearing a blue robe, with an aura as majestic as a mountain, and a divine light in his eyes stood on the deck. This is the arrival of the elders from Guanqiao Pavilion, the largest sect in Qingzhou. At the same time, there were flying rainbows piercing the clouds and sky in the sky, and there were strong men who combined their bodies with their swords and flew with their swords, turning into sword rainbows and flying towards them. There is the goddess Tianjia flying through the sky, her dress fluttering. A strong man riding a phoenix-blooded spiritual beast flew into the sky. The arrival of powerful men from the secret realm made the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace look solemn. Su Jie took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, if he had stayed at the scene, he would have been beaten to death by these strong men even if he had not been killed by the attacks of the elders. After all, these righteous sects from the outside world are disgusted with demon cultivator disciples and would not mind killing a little demon cub casually. In terms of numbers, the elders of Guiling Palace are at a disadvantage. The number of these righteous sects is several times that of Guiling Palace, and they are all powerful in the secret realm. Tang Peiqing raised his head and faced the many Zhengdao sects who were eyeing him. His eyes were dark and his voice was as silent as a deep pool. Your Excellencies, you have come uninvited. We do not welcome you as guests in our Guiling Palace. Please leave as soon as possible. Humph. On top of the Dharma boat, a man with an imposing manner like a mountain peak stood on the bow of the boat, with his hands behind his back, a sharp cold light, and the pressure of a superior person, and his imposing manner was overwhelming. You, a group of demon cultivators who are just surviving, dare to speak nonsense here. Even if your Guiling Palace is destroyed, it will only be a matter of raising your hands. The sound was like the sound of thunder, and the clouds in the sky were shaken away, which put a lot of pressure on the elders of the Ghost Ridge Palace. The Supreme Elder of Guanchao Pavilion, Zhuang Liangru. Tang Peiqing's face was gloomy as he recognized this person's identity. The other party is the Supreme Elder of Guanchao Pavilion. His status is higher than that of ordinary elders, and his strength is also higher than that of elders. He is at Taoist realm cultivation level, which is higher than that of secret treasure realm. Ha 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 ha, in the Ghost Ridge Palace, you can only expect exotic treasures? It's you who should leave here, otherwise I won't mind coming to slay demons first. In the sky, a hearty voice came, and an old man with white eyebrows and 9 heavenly swords stood in the air. Anyone who looked into the old man's eyes, even an elder from the secret realm, seemed to hear the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Every time his eyes flashed, it was like a sword light amplifying his body, making people tremble both physically and mentally. This is also a famous strongman in Qingzhou, the 9-dragon sword Lu Kafa, the top strongman in the secret realm. We came here without any intention of murder. Everyone in Ghost Ridge Palace, please retreat and hand over the rare treasures. We can live in peace and harmony. A voice as sweet as big beads falling on a jade plate sounded. A veiled woman with a graceful figure, skin like jade, and a mysterious aura spoke slowly. This is Si Xining, the master of the temple from Miaoying Temple. As the head of the sect, he came here in person, and behind him stood several powerful female cultivators in the same dress. End of chapter. Chapter 166 Confrontation, third update. It's too much to deceive others. This place is the boundary of my Guiling Palace, and all the rare treasures belong to our sect. Tang Peiqing was furious, and his spiritual power exploded like a sea tide. Si Xining and Lu Kafa looked intently at the same time. During the tit-for-tat confrontation, their spiritual power and aura collided with each other, overwhelming Tang Peiqing, causing blood to bleed from the corner of Tang Peiqing's mouth. The many bully the few. Xiao Laodao's eyes were like venomous snakes, cold and slippery. Thousands of venomous snakes emerged from the sleeves of his left hand, biting towards the nearest CX Sining. Si Xining frowned slightly, holding Tianxian in her mouth, her red lips slightly opened. The magic method, kill. As soon as the words fell, the divine beauty in the eyes of the poisonous snakes dimmed, and they were directly deprived of their lives. Xiao Laodao's eyes did not change. He also opened his mouth, and his tongue turned into a forked snake letter. Si Xining's jade-like skin had pustules bulging out, and tiny poisonous snakes were crawling under the skin. Wonderful method, forbidden birth. Si Xining's face turned cold, a dazzling aurora flashed across the sky, and a rainbow bridge appeared above Xiao Laodao's head. On the rainbow bridge were painted immortals and gods with kind faces, sitting cross-legged, and a mysterious murmuring sound penetrated both ears. Xiao Laodao's fierce face gradually became calmer, and his knees gradually bent down, as if he wanted to kneel down to the immortal painting on the sacred bridge to atone for his sins. But before his knees could bend, Xiao Laodao suddenly regained his consciousness and stood up straight. If you want me to kneel down, you are not qualified yet. Xiao Laodao's eyes were violent and fierce, like a bloodthirsty beast. As he spoke, his skin gradually became rough, like a snake preparing to change its skin a tear, the scalp split open, Qiu Laodao twisted his body and jumped upwards. His skin and flesh turned into a snake and peeled off. His true body emerged from the crack in his scalp and turned into a big snake several feet long, with a black and white body except for the head and face. This snake is completely consistent with other snakes. Even on the head, it has Qiu Laodao's facial features. It's like Qiu Laodao's face on the snake's head. It looks very weird and scary. Whoops, the big snake came out with great momentum, riding the wind towards Si Xining and killing him. Behind Si Xining, several female monks from Miaoyinguan could not bear it anymore. They took out flutes, pipa, guzheng and other magical instruments, and played mysterious divine sounds. The divine sound transformed into a spiritual beast, immortal weapons, and magical formations, and transformed into a variety of mysterious offensives. The attack made the void tremble, and the big snake's skin and flesh were ripped apart, and its flesh, and bones were turned into mud. Wonderful sound, fairy sound. Si Xining pinched the seal with both hands, and the clouds in the sky turned into an immortal statue hundreds of meters high. She shot it with a palm in the air, driving Qiu Laodao from the sky into dust. A huge deep pit in the shape of a handprint appeared on the ground, with muscles and bones in the middle. The entire upper body of the broken snake was smashed to pieces. How can you kill me? All snakes will change. Only half of the body of the big snake was left. Its tail was wriggling with flesh and blood, and it had a face like Qiu Laodao. Its eyes were sinister and frightening. When it spoke, its mouth kept breaking open. A new big snake came out of it, and even flew up from the ground. The snake body ran over it. Every spiritual beast, immortal weapon and magic circle was broken through and crushed. Even though he himself was beaten with scars, Qiu Laodao remained unmoved. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed a female monk of Miaoyinguan from the secret realm. It can be clearly seen that there is a figure struggling to form the outline of arms and legs in the belly of the big snake, and her screams can be vaguely heard, but soon, the struggle slowed down visibly to the naked eye, as if the human body was being dissolved bit by bit. Demon Cultivator. How brave, you really don't take us seriously. Kill this devil. A group of monks who were sure of victory were stunned. They didn't expect Qiu Laodao to be so cruel and powerful until someone was eaten. This move completely angered them, and countless divine lights burst out to kill Qiu Laodao. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the righteous path, the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace could not restrain themselves and fought against each other with dozens of righteous path monks. Earth Evil Dragon Mantis. An elder from Ghost Ridge Palace summoned his natal goo insect, a small mountain-like goo insect mantis, which turned out to be a top-grade 4th refined goo insect. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen first-level and second-level medium-level goo insects were summoned. There were hundreds of low-grade goo insects crawling out of the insect bag. 9 Nether Blood Sacrifice. Several elders worked together to summon a large formation, and the sky was split into bloodstains, as if a huge eye had opened in the sky. Aha! The bloodstains shone for a moment, as if the eye of the sky blinked, and the torrent of light shone through the world. A righteous monk did not notice, and his body was illuminated by the dim light. In an instant, his flesh and bones were illuminated clearly, and his soul fell silent in an instant. Although his body was still intact, his soul was annihilated into ashes. Tang Peiqing's face was ferocious, and he exhaled suddenly, and countless invisible goo insects floated out. A righteous cultivator suddenly howled miserably. Goo worms emerged from his mouth, nose, ears and eyes, and the entire inside of his body was eaten away. Tang Peiqing took out the insect bag inflicted, and countless strange goo insects flew out. These carefully cultivated goo insects have different powers, and most of them contain deadly toxins. Many righteous monks suddenly turned blue and green, spitting out black blood, and were poisoned inexplicably. This kind of chaotic battlefield is very suitable for Tang Peiqing's performance. Even the secret realm is not immune to his poison. Several monks fell straight from the air and were killed by the poison. The rest of the people were also quite poisoned, looking at them with resentful looks, wishing they could kill Tang Peiqing and then be quick. More elders summoned large swarms of goo insects, or turned themselves into human insects, holding magic weapons to attack head-on. On the opposite side, the major righteous monks were not to be outdone, and they were constantly bombarded with flying swords, magic weapons, killing moves. Etc. Lu Kafai used 9 middle-grade flying swords with unparalleled sword energy to cut the native goo worm of an elder from Ghost Ridge Palace into pieces. After that, they pursued him even more relentlessly. The flying sword flew out like a meteor across the sky, killing the elder of Guiling Palace with one strike. Heavenly Sword Sungfa. Lu Kufwa closed his sword with his body, and the 9 middle-grade flying swords galloped like lightning, leaving behind daunting black sword marks in the void. During the roar, the flying sword passed by the wind. An elder from Guiling Palace had to avoid its sharp edge and used Ingfeng Mountain to avoid the power of the flying sword. The sound of collapse of the towering Ingfeng Mountain was endless. Swords fell and rocks were broken, cliffs collapsed, and stone debris flew everywhere. An elder of Guiling Palace was unable to dodge, and the sky was stained with blood. 9 flying swords were struck into the interior of Ingfeng Mountain, and his whole body was torn apart. The flying sword is indeed the most powerful magic weapon, not to mention there are 9 of them. With their superb sword control skills, the faces of all the demon cultivators they killed all looked gloomy and frightened. Demon cultivator, give back the life of our sect elder. Si Shining complained to Tianxian, and the wonderful sound was endless, which gave all the demon cultivators a splitting headache, and large amounts of blood spilled from their mouths and noses. Some people's heads exploded, and yellow and white things exploded all over the floor above the 9 heavens. The vast Dharma boat erupted with bursts of heavenly power, and pillars of blazing fire bombarded down, as if multiple volcanoes were erupting at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 167, Insect Valley Riot, 4th update. In a life and death fight, the confrontation quickly became intense. Some monks were blasted to pieces by magical weapons, and some monks were trampled into mud by giant insects. Both sides were stunned, but after all, the numerical disadvantage is too great, and Guiling Palace is at a disadvantage. The strong men of the righteous sect here are several times that of the elders of Guiling Palace, and the strength of the two sides is completely unequal. If Tang Peiqing's poisoning had not greatly weakened the combat effectiveness of the righteous monks, the battle would have been lost long ago. How dare you, the righteous hypocrites, deceive me, Guiling Palace? It was at this moment that an angry sound erupted from the distance. At the mountain gate of Ghost Ridge Palace, billowing wolf smoke and blood roared into the sky, holding up half of the sky. A man in black robe walked out of the retreat and looked at Ingfeng Mountain in the distance. This was Zhang Junwei, the leader of Guiling Palace. Boom! Zhang Junwei flew into the sky and appeared at the scene. The powerful and unparalleled spiritual power burst out, like the sky overturning the sea, and the divine radiance of landslides shining in all directions. The vast and boundless spiritual power made the world seem to be boiling, and the faces of many righteous monks were solemn. As the sect leader of Guiling Palace, Zhang Junwei's strength is undoubted, and his Taoist level cultivation dominates the entire audience. Zhuang Liangru's eyes flashed, and his body was like a rainbow. He rushed to Zhang Junwei and sneered, "It's because of you that I haven't taken any action. I was hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Now I can't help it anymore. Let me do it. Calling you a sect leader is a bit unfair." Seeking death. Zhang Junwei looked at him coldly. His body suddenly broke apart and turned into tiny insects. Zhuang Liangru suddenly fell into the swarm of insects and disappeared. However, at the core of the insect swarm, infinite divine brilliance erupted layer by layer, as if a great sun was rising, igniting each gu insect. Zhuang Liangru was fighting against the swarm of insects, competing with Zhang Junwei. The swarm of insects turned into Zhang Junwei's human face. He took the initiative to take Zhuang Liangru to a high altitude above the clouds, and then each gu insect vibrated its wings and emitted a vast magic sound. Old Tang, take the order of 10,000 insects and call the Insect Valley to let them know the consequences of trespassing in our Guiling Palace. They really think that our Guiling Palace is weak and cannot be bullied. At the same time as Zhang Junwei's voice came out, a black jade token flew out and fell into Tang Peiqing's hand. Tang Peiqing's eyes were cold, like a life-threatening ghost from the underworld. So far, many elders of Guiling Palace have died. Even the clay figures have some anger, let alone a demon-cultivating sect like Guiling Palace. A bunch of righteous bastards, please stay with me. Tang Peiqing cut his palm and blood dripped onto the token. A pair of cold insect eyes appeared on the token, blinking like a living creature. It seemed to connect a certain area, and a special magnetic field was transmitted. In the distant Bug Valley, each gu insect seems to have sensed something and screamed crazily. Dark fire ghost snake, dragon evil sky sunflower insect, lightning giant bee, orangutan blood poison frog, blade-legged demon spider, oracle bone demon, and I don't know how many gu worms were rising up, including low-grade gu worms, low-grade gu worms, middle-grade gu worms, and even high-grade gu worms that were hundreds of meters long. After a few seconds of restlessness, all the gu insects, regardless of size, strength, or weakness, rolled towards Ingfeng Mountain. The strong men of the righteous sect looked over there, and cold sweat instantly fell from their faces. Su Jia, who was escaping, heard strange sounds, and there was a continuous rustling sound. After taking a closer look, one by one the goo insects turned into an endless sea of insects, heading toward Ingfeng Mountain like a rolling tsunami. Everything they passed along the way turned into white land without any grass. The sky also turned gray-white, like an endless fog, or like falling clouds. The largest number of human-faced moths in the insect valley covered the sky, and billions of insects were about to engulf all living creatures. Are you kidding? This is too much. Ning Xinyue hugged Su Jie's arm tightly. Her body got goosebumps. She was about to be frightened to death by the horrific scene in front of her. This is Ghost Ridge Palace's strongest trump card. Su Jie also took a deep breath, his heart beating loudly as he looked at the shocking scene in front of him. When it comes to which dangerous place in the Ghost Ridge Palace is the scariest, no one has ever put Insect Valley in it, because Insect Valley is a place of opportunity for many disciples. Disciples catch goo insects here and become stronger and improve. This is a blessed place for Ghost Ridge Palace, but in fact, when it comes to the strength of dangerous areas, Worm Valley is truly the strongest in the realm of Ghost Ridge Palace. But now that hundreds of millions of goo worms are out, this is where the real outbreak occurs in the Worm Valley. Guiling Palace, you are really seeking your own death. Above the clouds, Zhuang Liangru's angry voice could be heard. Apparently, he did not expect that Guiling Palace had such a trump card. You are the ones who go too far. Zhang Junwei's voice was cold. The demon cultivator was not a good person to eye in the Insect Valley. Those high-grade flying goo insects were the fastest and rushed to Ingfeng Mountain at extremely fast speeds. A flying mosquito the size of a fist, with a golden body, penetrated multiple protective magic weapons and talismans like lightning, and pierced the heart of more than one righteous monk. This is a top-grade 6th-level goo insect, and it instantly kills a righteous monk as soon as it appears. Roar, a 100-meter-long centipede passed through the air, its bloody mouth opened wide, and turned into the eye of the storm. Several righteous monks were directly swallowed into its belly. More goo insects appeared on the scene, and an elder from Ghost Ridge Palace suddenly screamed. His body melted like a candle, being sprayed with venom by a huge flying insect. His body was melted miserably, and then the juice was sucked up by the flying insect. Everyone, use the 100 poisons in goo refining manual and the body insect concentration method with all your strength. Elders who do not practice this method should avoid it quickly. Tang Peiqing's mouth twitched. The goo insects that came from the Bug Valley were wild after all. They only relied on a special magnetic field and pheromones to summon the sea of insects. They couldn't tell who was the enemy and who was one of their own. However, practicing the 100 poisons goo refining manual has this advantage. It can deceive many goo insects and make them think you are one of their own, thereby reducing the risk of being attacked. More and more poisonous insects appear in Ingfeng Mountain. Finally, the human-faced moth arrives, which blocks out the sun. Even the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace turn black. This kind of big-headed moth is not very smart and bites everyone in sight. Sure enough, a large number of human-faced moths began to show their power, biting all living creatures present, including goo insects and monks. The main reason is that the righteous monks suffered severely. Their spiritual bodies were particularly sweet in the eyes of the human-faced moths, which chased and gnawed them madly, wrapping each monk into an insect ball hundreds of meters thick. Even if the human-faced moths are not of the upper-class level, there are simply too many of them. No matter how these monks kill them, they are just a drop in the ocean for the human-faced moths. Normally, the human-faced moth is just unwilling to leave its territory. If it really moves, even the secret realm and high-grade goo insects dare not confront it head-on. No one can fight a war of attrition with billions of human-faced moths. Xiao Laodao expressionlessly picked off a human-faced moth that was biting his eyelid. Looking at the dense moths covering the battlefield, he couldn't help but look at Tang Peiqing. What are you doing with these moths? This is beyond my control. Tang Peiqing looked at the moth that was rushing towards him. Even poison could not kill it, so he quickly turned around and ran away. Just when the battlefield was in chaos due to the arrival of the human-faced moth, the exotic treasure lotus suddenly shook, the divine light was restrained, the sky-reaching light pillar disappeared, and a strange fragrance floated in all directions. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked at it at the same time, and the exotic treasure lotus finally matured. It's mine. Zhuang Liangru jumped up and appeared in front of the exotic treasure lotus, grabbing the lotus with his big hand. This is the treasure of my Ghost Ridge Palace. A bug suddenly exploded and transformed into Zhang Junwei's body, and his big hand grasped the exotic treasure lotus. Two Taoist realm experts competed with each other, mobilizing each other's spiritual power to force the other side back. Click, a clear voice sounded from the exotic treasure lotus, and Zhuang Liangru and Zhang Junwei lowered their eyebrows. I saw the lotus trembling and shaking, the buds split open, and the lotus seeds turned into divine light and flew out, falling in all directions. The strange treasure has a spirit and wants to find its own way out. Su Jia, who was on his way, saw a meteor shower falling from the sky, and one of the meteors landed in the woods ahead. Immediately afterwards, the majestic spiritual energy spread, causing everything within thousands of meters to revive. In an instant, Su Jia, Ning Xinyue, Chu Ziming and other disciples were all stunned. They looked at each other and then ran forward in unison. It's a bit stuck and the update is late. End of chapter. Chapter 168 Internal Strife. First update, the strong spiritual vitality exploded, and the nearby vegetation began to grow wildly. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, the change in the eyes of the disciples made them see greed and desire. Su Jie could not run more than 200 meters when he saw a crystal clear lotus seed embedded in the mud. The strong spiritual energy fluctuations gradually subsided, but it was still clear at a glance that this was not a mortal thing. This aura is the same as the exotic treasure lotus. When Su Jie saw the shape of the lotus seeds and felt the faint aura within them, his heart instantly went into shock. Unexpectedly, Luin Huaming was in another village. He originally thought that the exotic treasure lotus had no chance of being with him, but the lotus seeds flew by coincidentally, and the opportunity came to his face. While Su Jie was thinking, someone couldn't help but take action. Chu Ziming made a few leaps and jumped in front of Lianzi, about to snatch it away. This is mine. Get out of my way. Friend Chu, please don't make the mistake. While a group of demon cultivators roared angrily, various attacks were launched instantly. Everyone wanted to get this lotus seed. The disciples did not trust each other enough, and the relationship was not deep. Now in the face of huge interests, the relationship that could still be maintained broke down in an instant. Chu Ziming had a cultivation level of the 8th level of the Yunling realm, but he had just taken the lead in snatching it and aroused the anger of the crowd, and was beaten by the disciples in a panic to avoid him. Puff, Chu Ziming's shoulder was pierced by a flying sword. Looking at the subsequent attacks, he felt his scalp numb. While dodging, Chu Ziming saw Su Jie standing aside, and he couldn't help but have an idea, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, if we kill each other here, don't we give others a chance to reap the benefits? You know, there is a ruthless person in our team. Do you have the confidence to deal with him alone?" When Chu Ziming spoke, his eyes drifted towards Su Jie, trying to divert everyone's attention to Su Jie. One by one, the disciples came to their senses and saw Su Jie standing in front of the abyss. They didn't know who Chu Ziming was referring to. Su Jie's 1-on-2 record is undoubtedly the most exaggerated among these people. Fellow Daoist Su, I'm sorry. If you leave now, we won't embarrass you. Chu Ziming bowed to Su Jie apologetically, with a very hidden look of contentment in his eyes. By setting up Su Jie as a target, he avoided being besieged. Fellow Daoist Su, you are already so strong. It's better not to participate in the fight for this lotus seed. Give everyone a chance. We can't let him go. What if he comes back and kills us? Why are you talking nonsense to him? Let him disappear first. A group of disciples spoke out one after another. It wasn't that they couldn't see Chu Ziming's plan, but that it was Chu Ziming's conspiracy. Everyone understands that when clams fight, the fisherman benefits. There were more than 20 disciples present, including inner and outer sections. If Su Jie had been here all the time, it would be difficult for them to have a chance to grab the lotus seeds. Seek death. Facing the rejection of all the disciples, Su Jie's voice was cold and he patted the sword gourd on his waist. Baby, please turn around. A white light brush came out, and a total of 72 flying swords were hovering in the sky. Then, with the white bone Tiansha sword as the core, they flew towards Chu Ziming at supersonic speed. Damn! Chu Ziming's face suddenly changed, and he threw out a moonwheel magic weapon with a purple rime and flew towards it. At the same time, he controlled his own goo worm, a middle-grade second-level silver-horned magic bat goo worm, and 7 or 8 low-grade worms. Goo insect, coupled with the cultivation of the 8th level of Yunling realm, his strength is definitely not weak. Boom. The white bone heavenly evil sword swept the moonwheel magical instrument into the light of the silver dragon sword. With the harsh friction and collision, this low-grade magic weapon shattered into pieces. The silver-horned magic bat spread its wings, and blood marks appeared on the wings, turning into blood-colored light blades, exuding a fierce aura, and slashed down crazily. Su Jia blinked his eyes, and 2 purple light rays came out, hitting the silver-horned magic bat instantly, melting 2 transparent blood holes in its chest, which not only caused the bloody light blade to collapse on its own, but also caused the silver-horned magic bat to collapse. The bat fell directly from the sky, shaking at the same time. The white-bone demonic sword flew towards him and beheaded the silver-horned magic bat with one strike. Chu Ziming immediately succumbed to the death of his natal goo insect, vomited blood, suffered backlash, and suffered internal injuries. When he was frightened and wanted to escape, Su Jia flashed a fierce look in his eyes and pointed like a sword. 72 flying swords pierced through him, piercing him into a human hedgehog and nailing him to the ground. Su Jia glanced at Chu Ziming's body and said calmly, "Sometimes if you keep your mouth calm, you might be able to live longer." The venue instantly became quiet. Even Chu Ziming, who had the strongest cultivation level, was no match for Su Jia. He was knocked down in just a few encounters, which greatly suppressed the group of disciples who were ready to make a move. If it were an ordinary monk, he would probably choose to retreat, but this is a group of demonic monks who are more crazy and cruel than ordinary people. Su Jia's powerful combat power made these disciples even more determined. What Chu Ziming said just now, that is, as long as Su Jia is here, no one can get the exotic treasure lotus seeds. If we don't get rid of this person, none of us will have a chance. Let's go together. A group of disciples didn't know who spoke first, but everyone made the same choice. Gu insects were summoned one by one, and magical weapons were waved. The raging murderous intent swept across like a tide, threatening to drown people. Su Jia's expression remained unchanged, and his cold eyes swept over the disciples present. Body insect concentration method. The next moment, Su Jia opened his insect bag and released his swarm of human-faced moths. Body insect concentration method. A group of inner disciples simultaneously released clouds of insects. Tiger-spotted locust swarms, dragon bee swarms, 10,000 poisonous snake swarms, Tianman ant swarms, etc. collided with Su Jia's human-faced moths. It rained ladybugs from the sky, and insects fell down one by one. However, the swarm of human-faced moths summoned by Su Jia were not just ordinary little bugs. Among them were more than 100 low-grade and 3 medium-grade human-faced moths. They are like the captains and generals in the man-faced moth. Not only are they incredibly fast, the acid they spit can corrode a large area of airspace, and they actually suppress the insect swarms of several inner disciples. Before these disciples could be shocked, Su Jia waved his sleeves, and the middle-grade 4th-level thousand-handed centipede appeared shockingly. Bang bang bang, thousand-handed centipedes were coiled around, protecting Su Jia in the middle. Pieces of low-grade magic weapons with green clouds and golden brilliance, including flying swords, dragon scissors, seals, vajra pestles, magic rulers, etc., all fell on the thousand-handed centipede. Some low-grade high-grade magic weapons can break through defenses and blast into flesh and blood, but other low-grade primary and intermediate magic weapons can't even break the insect shell and can't do much harm to the thousand-handed centipede. The expressions of all the disciples were stiff. Seeing this defense, their mouths were opened wide enough to swallow the apple, and their whole bodies became numb. Are you kidding? This is a middle-grade 4th refined goo insect? How did he raise goo? Be careful, this guy is scarier than rumored. The faces of the disciples changed suddenly. After the thousand-handed centipede appeared, their bodies and minds were wrapped in fear. As insect farmers, they are very aware of how powerful this level of goo insect is. The strength of the man in front of them far exceeds that of anyone present. End of chapter. Chapter 169 Total Destruction. Second update. Don't be afraid, he only has one person, we can win. There are also some disciples who are encouraging everyone to prevent everyone from being scared away. Facing Su Jia, they can only have a chance of winning if they work together. Bang! Just as the two sides were at war with each other, a disciple seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly threw out his seal and forced a figure sneaking closer to the exotic treasure lotus seeds to take 2 steps back. This person was none other than Ning Xinyue, and she took advantage of the war to fish in troubled waters. This woman was a gang with him, and they were killed together. A disciple shouted, and all kinds of attacks immediately covered him, trying to kill Ning Xinyue as Su Jia's accomplice. Hey, why are you targeting me? No one would listen to Ning Xinyue's explanation. Faced with the angry glares of all the disciples, she could only run to Su Jia and gritted her silver teeth and said, "Su Jia, I will help you deal with these disciples together." That lotus seed we have 5 or 5. Su Jie looked at the many disciples surrounding him and felt a bit of pressure. There was only 1,000-handed centipede, so it was still very risky to face the siege. It was not that he was worried about the 1,000-handed centipede, but that Su Jie's own body would be at risk. So after thinking for 2 seconds, Su Jie nodded and said, "Okay, let's work together." As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000-handed centipede's ferocious mask cracked open, purple light bloomed, and dozens of purple light rays blasted out. The ground rolled, the high temperature distorted the air, and pieces of charred land exploded. Some disciples were unable to dodge and were evaporated directly by the purple rays. Several more magic weapons came, and the sky was filled with rays of light. Energy was overflowing, and spiritual power was crushing up like a tsunami. Ning Xinyue took off her snow-white diamond bracelet and shouted softly, "Take it from me." The Vajra pack shone with divine brilliance, and each magical weapon swayed as if it was drunk. The suction of the Vajra pack made it difficult to launch an offensive. "Look at my dragon bone silkworm rope." Ning Xinyue threw out another long golden rope. The long rope was like a spiritual snake and wrapped around a disciple. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Su Jie raised his hand and slapped it with his palm with a 5-element demon-suppressing handprint struck down, smashing the defenseless disciple into pieces. His flesh and blood spattered on the treetops and shrubs, painting the green plants with brighter red in the sky. The human-faced moth and the white bone evil sword cooperated with each other to attack the various goo insects of those disciples, killing insect corpses everywhere. The 1,000-handed centipede also left Su Jie's side, charging forward like a running train. The huge bloody mouth opened wide, biting the human body into pieces with one bite. An inner disciple roared angrily and stabbed the 1,000-handed centipede's forehead with a green light spear, a low-grade high-level magic weapon, and the spearhead penetrated into the insect's shell. But the next moment, the 1,000-handed centipede shook its head, and the damaged part turned into a small centipede and fell down and healed quickly. Then, the pale corpse hands pressed up and crushed it into mud. Several disciples saw the opportunity and seized the gap when the 1,000-handed centipede left, trying to break through and kill Su Jie's body. Secret technique, glazed airstrike. Ning Xinyue flicked 10 of her jade fingers in succession, causing dents all over the attacking disciple's body, as if he had been hit by an invisible air cannon, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. He took out another treasure from his storage bag, a small page of jade scripture. Ning Xinyue kept dictating the complicated inscriptions, and the words on the Book of Heaven swam like tadpoles, forming a translucent light shield to protect the two of them. Various attacks and magical weapon bombardments only caused waves of ripples, but still lacked some power to break this protective shield. In the outside world, Ning Xinyue continued to use Vajra to control the magical weapons of her disciples. Coupled with the restraints of the dragon bone celestial silkworm rope, it greatly restricted the output of those disciples and created opportunities for 1,000-hand centipede. 72 flying swords also participated from time to time, cutting off heads one by one. After the human-faced moth swarm eliminated other insect swarms, it became like a black cloud, devouring all the disciples who had lost resistance. "We can't beat it. We can't beat it at all. If we don't leave, we will all die here." Finally, some disciples couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to retreat in fear. "If you want to leave, please stay with me." Su Jie took out the 10,000 souls flag, the color of the sky changed, and a terrifying scene appeared above the dense forest. Tens of thousands of ghosts turned the place into a dead zone, covering the sky and the earth, screaming and attacking each of the surviving disciples. An inner disciple was passed through by a large number of ghosts, and his body twitched violently. His soul was like a candle in the wind, cut to pieces by the impact of the ghosts, and his soul was torn apart. His whole body trembled for a few seconds, and then the disciple stood quietly on the spot, his eyes wide open, but his life had long since dissipated. The great formation of 10,000 Eons, blood and darkness, rises. Su Jie waved the 10,000 souls flag again, and tens of thousands of ghosts merged, turning into a turbulent river of blood. An inner disciple looked horrified as he watched the river of blood rushing towards him. He swung his sword in despair and slashed it down. A stream of corrosive black water spread on the blade in an attempt to block the river of blood, but the blood river only annihilated a small part. The blood river continued to move, like a surging mountain torrent, sucking this disciple into the blood river in the blink of an eye. This disciple seemed to be bitten by 10,000 ghosts. Within 2 seconds of struggling, his body and mind were completely destroyed, leaving only an empty shell of flesh lying on the ground. The presence of blood rivers, sword arrays, insect swarms, and thousand-handed centipedes turned this place into a Shura battlefield. With Ning Xinyue's assistance, these disciples overestimated their abilities and underestimated Su Jie's strength. 10 minutes later, the last disciple died under the giant mouth of the thousand-handed centipede. Su Jie waved the soul-calling flag, and thousands of ghost swallows returned to their nests and disappeared into the soul-calling flag one after another. After such a battle, many ghosts gathered in the soul-calling flag. It's not that a disciple's soul condenses a ghost, but the stronger the disciple, the more ghosts the soul condenses. This effect occurs because the disciple's soul quality is much higher than that of ordinary people. Finally, the fight is over. Ning Xinyue rubbed her cheeks and looked at the battlefield with broken limbs and arms around her, gaining a new understanding of Su Jie's combat effectiveness. This man is a bit too scary. Not only did he kill so many people, but he also took their souls to refine them. Are you scolding me secretly? Su Jie suddenly spoke up and turned to look at Ning Xinyue. Ning Xinyue snorted softly and said, "Who scolded you? You don't have the ability to read minds. How can you still know what others are thinking? I always feel that the way you look at people is not right." Su Jie looked away, then decisively went to get the lotus seed. "Hey, don't take it all to yourself. We agreed on a 50-50 deal." Ning Xinyue became anxious and shouted after Su Jie, "Who gets 5? Su Jie scratched his head, seeming very puzzled, and Ning Xinyue was stunned and couldn't turn her head around for a moment. By the time she came to her senses, Su Jie had already picked up the lotus seeds and put them in the storage bag. End of chapter. Chapter 170 Obtaining Magical Powers. Third update. Ning Xinyue was about to cry because of Su Jie. She glared and shouted angrily, "You bastard, this lotus seed is obviously our trophy together." Su Jie shrugged and said, "It's not that I don't know how to separate them, it's just that I can't separate them, just one piece. This enlightenment lotus seed is not for eating. I know how to use it. 2 people can use it." If Ning Xinyue couldn't beat Su Jie, she would have punched Su Jie. Su Jie was a little curious and asked, "Do you know the origin of this rare treasure?" "I just remembered it when I was flipping through the book." Ning Xinyue pointed to the Jade Heavenly Book and explained, that exotic treasure lotus is called the 9-rank Holy Lotus. The last time it appeared was 800 years ago. This treasure itself has endless magical uses, and when mature, it will reveal the lotus seeds of enlightenment. Practitioners can understand the mysterious path through enlightenment lotus seeds, and even be given special physiques. 9th grade Holy Lotus, enlightenment lotus seed? Su Jie touched his chin, then turned around and went to clean the battlefield. "Hey, do you mean what you say? Clean up the battlefield first. This is not a place to stay for a long time." Su Jie glanced at Ning Xinyue and quickly cleaned the battlefield and eliminated traces. The insect carcasses are good insect food, used to feed the thousand-handed centipede. Regardless of whether the magic weapon is good or bad, you can sell the blood marrow crystals and take them all away, not to mention those storage bags. There are still a lot of good things in them. Ning Xinyue saw Su Jie picking up happily and took several storage bags without politeness. However, after seeing the harvest inside, the girl curled her lips in disgust because the value of the items in these storage bags was too low. The total including the blood marrow crystals was only 1 or 2,000. In order to find the rare treasure, she threw more than this number of spiritual stones into the Tianchi Bagua pan in one day. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue quickly left the place without stopping. More than half an hour later, riding the thousand-handed centipede, Su Jie found a cave and walked in with Ning Xinyue. When the bonfire illuminated the dark cave, Su Jie also took out the enlightenment lotus seeds. The lotus seeds are as big as peanuts, with a pure white surface and countless fine lines on them, vaguely forming the shape of a unicorn. Su Jie stared at the enlightenment lotus seed, looked at Ning Xinyue and said, "How should I use it?" "Just activate it with spiritual power." Su Jie tried to send a burst of spiritual power. The lotus seeds suddenly rose up in the sky, and the divine flowers on them were revealed. Like a bright star. A unicorn phantom emerged from self-enlightenment lotus seeds, forming ripples of vision, and auspiciousness came to the world. Golden lotuses sprouted out of thin air in the surrounding empty caves, surrounding Su Jie and Ning Xinyue. There were pollen floating in the air, and the room was filled with fragrance. Ho-oh, the unicorn phantom opened its mouth and roared, and the whole lotus seed of enlightenment shone brightly, collapsing towards the inside, releasing endless light and heat. As if he was immersed in volcanic lava, Sujie's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were hot, and an extremely strong burning sensation swept through his body. During the hot baking, black impurities seeped out from the pores. Sujie's bones gradually took on the color of jade, and his flesh and blood seemed to have been tempered for thousands of times, exuding a perfect and round atmosphere within the meridians. As the lotus seeds entered his abdomen, the spiritual energy in Sujie's body boiled and raged. The originally white aura gradually turned purple, and its density was several times higher than before. While his physical body was undergoing transformation, Sujie still sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. After the extreme heat passed, a cool air entered Sujie's body, and the mysterious Taoist voice sounded in his mind. This sound is full of mystery, as if an immortal is talking about the 3,000 great Tao, and it seems like the bright Tao patterns are imprinted in the mind. Sujie's insights into spiritual practice and his understanding of Taoism are constantly deepening. Boom, an even more astonishing change occurred within the sea of consciousness. A purple sky unicorn condensed out and made waves here. Purple thunder appeared in the originally dark space of the sea of consciousness, as if the heaven and earth were opening, shining on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Sujie's soul in the sea of consciousness was originally just a ball of light, but after thousands of roaring thunders appeared, Sujie's soul underwent strange changes. As if awakened by thunder, the soul of the ball of light sprouted the outlines of hands and feet, and the facial features gradually appeared, which meant that it transformed from fetal light into a soul. As if things came naturally, Sujie's cultivation level automatically broke through to the 8th level of Yunling realm without any obstacles in between, and this is not over yet. At this time, Sujie has entered a mysterious realm of enlightenment, comprehending the changes in everything in the world. Time passes gradually. I don't know whether 10 days or half a month has passed. The surface of Sujie's body suddenly changed. There were subtle arcs of electricity running on the surface of his body, and crackling sounds continued to sound in the cave opposite Sujie. Ning Xinyue was covered in frost, freezing half of the cave into ice crystals. It interacted with the purple current on Sujie's side, and they were constantly colliding and rubbing against each other, as if they were competing. Another few days passed. On this day, suddenly, Sujie's eyes opened, and several feet of divine light bloomed. Purple thunder was born in the void, just like the power of nature. The roaring sound made animals hundreds of meters around tremble. Sujie felt the majestic power in his body, clenched his fist, and punched in the air. Crack, the void trembled, thunder was revealed, and a large pit 10 meters deep was blasted on the ground. Behind Sujie, a phantom of a purple sky unicorn emerged. His body and spiritual energy were at least 4 or 5 times stronger than before. When all living beings look at me, I feel great and at ease with my supernatural power. Sujie clasped his hands together, and the purple sky thunder spread all over his body, causing thunder to roll in the underground space, and purple thunder exploded into a sea of thunder. A smile appeared from the corner of his mouth, and then continued to expand. Finally, Sujie clenched his fist heavily, feeling the majestic power in his body, and couldn't stop smiling no matter what. It turns out that this is not only a lotus seed for enlightenment, but also a lotus seed for supernatural power. It is indeed a lotus seed produced by an exotic treasure. It is indeed extraordinary. Taking it can breed supernatural powers. Sujie murmured to himself that from now on, he is also a magical person. The so-called magical powers are some kind of special talents, such as electric eels generating electricity, bats hearing sounds and identifying positions, etc. Innate talents can only appear in special physiques and basically cannot be obtained through practice. This special physique is basically extremely powerful and beneficial to practice. For example, Tianyuan world's famous innate Tao body, 5 elements immortal body, Yuanyin mysterious demon body, Yaoyang holy body, and other top 10 physiques in Tianyuan world. It can be said that as long as no accidents occur, each of them can be cultivated before adulthood. The Daotai realm will cause a sensation in all directions once it is born. The magical powers that come with these divine bodies and immortal bodies are basically invincible existences at the same level. They can crush most enemies at the same level and even complete leapfrog challenges across a large realm. Another advantage of magical power is that it does not rely on spiritual power to mobilize, but relies on the power of the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the magical power, because even if Sujie's spiritual power is exhausted in a protracted battle, or even his physical body is destroyed, he can still use his magical power to kill the enemy, as long as his soul is still there. My current body should be called Zixiao Thunder Body. Su Jie's heart was agitated, and obtaining the magical power of Zhixiao Tianlei was like the icing on the cake for Su Jie, and his means of attacking the enemy became more abundant. What Su Jie valued more was the improvement in talent this physique brought to Su Jie. End of chapter. Chapter 171 Xianin Body, 4th update. My soul is almost turning into a soul. Su Jie closed his eyes slightly, and his spirit jumped out from the top of his head. The next moment, the soul of a little person appeared in the void. His hands and feet have basically been formed, only the facial features are still very vague, like a stick figure sketched out, and the facial features have not been fully constructed yet. Call. Su Jie controlled the soul to fly forward. When it moved, the soul's celestial light was shining brightly, and its taurime circulated, like a small sun. Sometimes it was accompanied by thunder rolling and roaring in all directions. Go! Suddenly, Su Jie slapped a palm, and Shinhuan's short arm hit the cave stone wall, creating fist marks like spider web cracks. The gravel rolled down and spread to a distance of 10 feet. Not long ago, Su Jie's spirit could not even destroy a leaf, but now the power of a punch has increased to this level. Although it is still far from being comparable to the physical body, this is a Yin soul, and it is extremely difficult to achieve this. Su Jie felt the changes in his soul carefully, and then calmed down slightly. The power of the soul penetrates like water, and is like a diffuse radar electromagnetic wave. Through the thick cave rocks, without the help of naked eyes or insects, the scene outside the cave enters the sea of consciousness with a 360-degree panoramic view. In addition to simple observation, Su Jie can even vaguely see the internal structure of all things and the rod of spiritual power. This is spiritual consciousness, replacing the physical eyes with the mind's eyes. Although the range and intensity of Su Jie's spiritual consciousness are still very limited, being able to use his spiritual consciousness in the Yunling realm is already an exaggeration. Maybe I can develop Yuanshan in the Yunling realm. Such a crazy idea appeared in Su Jie's mind. Yuanshan may not be able to be cultivated even in the secret realm. Every monk in the secret realm who was able to cultivate Yuanshan is a leader at this level and a master in the secret realm. Su Jie, on the other hand, wants to practice Yuanshan in Yunling realm. If anyone knew about it, his eyes would probably fall off after feeling the wonder of the soul. Su Jie turned his attention to the physical body, and now, the quality and purity of the spiritual energy in Su Jie's body are 4 to 5 times that of ordinary monks at the same level. His background is completely different from other monks. This also means that even if Su Jie does not rely on various means to deal with enemies, he can overwhelm them with his strong physical and spiritual power. In addition, Su Jie felt the purple sky thunder moving in his body, tempering his body every moment, strengthening his body strength little by little. Although nothing can be seen in a short period of time, as time goes by, Su Jie's body may one day be able to withstand magic weapons, or even innate spiritual objects such as exotic treasures. But it's not necessary to start a group fight physically. If you encounter an old bastard, give yourself some trump card and you won't have anywhere to hide. Su Jie is very purposeful in his career plan. As a Gu master, he just wants to release insects to bite people. If this method doesn't work, there are flying swords and ghosts, including the newly obtained magical power Purple Sky Thunder, which can make the opponent scream. Fighting hand-to-hand with the enemy is a reckless act and is highly undesirable. In order to prevent the Oldin from trying to trick him, Su Jie decided to be the Oldin himself. When his spiritual consciousness was established, he would use bugs, magic weapons, flying swords, and thunder to fight against the enemy from a long distance. It's totally possible to stay put. This is just a lotus seed. If we can get the whole exotic lotus flower. Although he was deeply regretful, all in all, Su Jie was very satisfied with the physique of the Zhixiao Thunder body. Just as Su Jie was lamenting his own changes, Ning Xinyue across from him slowly opened her bright eyes. As she woke up, the cold air spread instantly, like the sharp cold wind above the sky. The stones brittled under the extremely low temperature. When the breeze blew, they turned into fine powder, as if they had been weathered for thousands of years. My Xianin body is completed. Ning Xinyue looked at her body, her whole face was radiant, and her joy was beyond words. Xianin body, you said you are Xianin body? Su Jie's pupils trembled and he looked at Ning Xinyue in surprise. Just now, Su Jie said that he envied those in the top 10 with special physiques, but he didn't expect that there would be one in front of him that was very similar to him. Although Xuanin's body is not among the top 10 powerful physiques, it is still among the top 30. It is known as the best among all cold and has been frozen for eternity. If his strength really grows and he accumulates more foundation, he can also compete with the top 10 divine and immortal bodies. Yeah, did I say that? Did you hear it wrong just now? Ning Xinyue later realized that she had been too surprised and ignored Su Jie's presence. Only then did she realize that she had said something she shouldn't have said. With a little panic on her face, Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue, who couldn't tell lies, chuckled, nodded in agreement. I think so. If practitioners of the Xianin body are as bad as you, it would be an insult to the name of the Xianin body. BR, what are you talking about? What's wrong with my strength? I'm not good at it. When Ning Xinyue heard this, she immediately became dissatisfied and stared at Su Jie like an angry kitten. Didn't you say that you are not a Xianin body? Let me tell you a few words. Why are you so excited? Come and read with me. The Xianin body is the worst physique in the world. Su Jie lifted Ning Xinyue's chin and looked at her with a smile on his face. Ning Xinyue is so angry, she opened her lips and was about to bite Su Jie's hand. What's wrong with me, Xianin body? You slander me, but I have to show you the power of Xianin body. When she was angry, extreme frost energy erupted from her body, freezing the air. Su Jie's eyebrows and hair were stained with frost. Jila, the purple sky thunder on Su Jie's body shot out, constantly colliding with the frost, bursting out into bright balls of light in the middle, with a world of ice and snow on one side and rolling thunder on the other. Su Jie retracted his hand and curled his lips. You are a dog. But Ning Xinyue stared at the purple sky thunder on Su Jie's body, and opened her mouth slightly. What kind of physique do you have? Is it inspired by the lotus seeds of enlightenment? I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Su Jie shrugged, continued to look at Ning Xinyue curiously, and asked, I felt that your physique was very special before. It turned out to be a Xianin body, but why did you appear so weak before? Ning Xinyue snorted, and in order not to let Su Jie look down on her, she finally said, My sister and I are twins. My sister also has a special physique. It is rare for two divine bodies to be born from the same mother. The mother cannot provide nutrients during pregnancy, so when she was born, Xuanin's body was incomplete and has never been completely perfected. Su Jie nodded and said, I understand, when you were in your mother's belly, you didn't take away your sister, so your nutrition was taken away by your sister. What you say is so unpleasant. Ning Xinyue pouted unhappily, but the matter was the same as what Su Jie said. Fortunately, the appearance of enlightenment lotuses by chance helped her complete the incomplete repair of Xuanin's body. Thinking of this, a warm smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth, and there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Su Jie. Although this bastard is often annoying, he is still a good person sometimes. If those disciples who were beaten to death and had their souls drained knew that Ning Xinyue thought this way, I'm afraid Jiuquan would have to curse them. Of course, a person without a soul cannot go to Jiuquan. End of chapter. Chapter 172 Planting Living Holy Lotus Seedlings. First update, picking up the broken enlightenment lotus seed from the ground, it had no aura and turned into a mortal thing. Su Jie fiddled with it a few times and found a shriveled, dark, hard object from inside the lotus seed. The lotus seed is actually a complete fruit. If you peel off the outer skin, there are seeds inside. This enlightenment lotus seed is useless. Ning Xinyue didn't understand Su Jie's behavior and started to remind him. That's not necessarily the case. Su Jie took out something from the storage bin. It was a handful of light yellow soil. This soil had a more dazzling color than pure gold. The glow on it was like a surging ocean tide, and the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were linked together in an array. This is the soil that Su Jie dug out from under the 9th grade sacred lotus, a rare treasure. It is called the 5 elements spiritual earth. This kind of soil has incredible opportunities for creation. Not only can it speed up the growth of spiritual plants, it also has strong vitality and aura. Legend has it that a dead person was buried under the 5 elements spiritual soil and miraculously resurrected. Su Jie didn't have much 5 elements spiritual soil in his hand, only a handful the size of a food bowl. However, in Su Jie's opinion, its cherishment level is not much lower than that of enlightenment lotus seeds. This is the 5 elements spiritual soil. It is said that I would rather have the 5 elements in one twisting soil than the treasure house of thousands of weapons. If Su Jie sells this handful of 5 elements spiritual soil, it will definitely fetch a sky-high price. Of course, it is more likely to lead to robbery, and even the elders of the secret realm will not be able to restrain their greed. After all, the value of spiritual soil that can grow rare treasures can be foreseen. You want to plant the 9th grade holy lotus alive, is that possible? Ning Xinyue also became interested and looked at Su Jie's operations with big eyes. Exactly what I mean. Su Jie took out a glass bottle and put the 5 elements spiritual soil inside, then he pinched the 9th grade holy lotus seeds and buried them in the 5 elements spiritual soil. After the seeds were buried, the surface of the 5 elements spiritual soil changed, the 5 element array connected within it operates automatically, with golden light shining, creation reviving, and water surging. The energy of the 5 elements is circulating, nourishing all the living beings nurtured within the seed of the 9th grade holy lotus tree was originally in a shriveled state, but now it has gradually changed slightly. Has it become a little fuller? Ning Xinyue's eyes widened as she looked at the half section of the 9th grade holy lotus seeds exposed outside the 5 elements spiritual soil. They were much fuller than before. Could it be that if Su Jie really succeeded in planting it, wouldn't he be able to harvest an innate spiritual creature in the future? It's not that simple. Su Jie frowned, feeling that there was still a little bit left before the holy lotus seed could truly revive. Suddenly, Su Jie thought of something and took out the bone tree from his storage bag. The shrunken bone tree is only the size of a palm. This relic is also a living thing and can grow freely. Su Jie tried to bury the bone tree in the 5 elements spiritual soil. In an instant, the luster of the 5 elements spiritual earth shone brighter and brighter, and on the white bone tree, the spiritual power erupted like a volcano, and like the sun rising across the sky, releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy. Because the white bone tree has the ability to absorb a large area of sky and earth energy, it can be transformed and purified for cultivation. When Su Jie put the white bone tree into the 5 elements spiritual soil, a wonderful chemical reaction immediately occurred. The aura in the 5 elements spiritual soil is continuously absorbed, transformed and purified by the white bone tree, and turned into drops of crystal clear pure spiritual water. It condenses into water droplets on the branches and leaves of the white bone tree, and then drips down, falling on the holy lotus seeds. Rusty, after a long period of drought, this seed met with sweet rain. After being nourished by pure spiritual water, it immediately transformed. A touch of green emerged from the seed, and then like a small bean sprout, it slowly grew into a delicate white embryo with 2 cotyledon. Boom, outside the cave, the sky suddenly became overcast with clouds. Purple sky thunder, golden divine thunder, and white fairy thunder were flashing, causing strange phenomena in the heaven and earth due to the birth of innate spiritual beings. The 9th grade holy lotus cultivated in the 5 elements spiritual soil also has endless visions. There seems to be the sound of the heavenly sound of the great road, surrounded by the phantoms of unicorns, true spirits, and phoenixes. There are also bursts of sword sounds, the faint ringing of bells, and the sound of thousands of divine soldiers of gold and iron. As soon as these emerald green buds grow, the whole room suddenly enters the early spring. The fragrance is filled and the spiritual liquid flows. When you smell it, you feel energetic, as if you are bathing in a hot spring, feeling indescribably comfortable and relaxed. Really alive? Ning Xinyue's mouth opened wide with a look of disbelief on her face. Su Jie actually did it and brought the 9th grade holy lotus, an innate spiritual species, to life. I'm such a genius. A smile appeared on Su Jie's lips. Looking at the seeds that had sprouted and grown, his heart couldn't help but surge. This is an innate spiritual object. Once you grow it yourself, and you have the 9th grade holy lotus in hand, you can sacrifice it and refine it into a treasure, and you won't be able to kill everyone. He only needs 1 enlightenment seed from the 9th grade holy lotus to gain great supernatural powers. I can't imagine how powerful the 9th grade holy lotus would be if it were complete now. The 9th grade holy lotus is just a newborn, but it has already had extraordinary visions. When you stay next to it, you can feel your body and mind being cleansed. Under the roar of the heavenly sound of the avenue, your understanding of all things has improved. My hard work pays off. God will not treat my efforts unfairly. Although I did not get the adult plant of the 9th grade holy lotus, getting a seedling can make up for my wounded heart. Su Jie smiled very happily. This unexpected harvest made him even more excited than harvesting lotus seeds for enlightenment. Ning Xinyue beside her couldn't help but said, "You are too happy too early." The maturity of this kind of innate spiritual creature is calculated over hundreds or even thousands of years. Maybe when you die of old age, this holy lotus will be not mature yet. Hearing Ning Xinyue's sour tone, Su Jie flicked the girl's smooth forehead. No need to worry, I have the patience to wait. Little girl Pianzi, if you hang out with me from now on, I might be merciful and let you understand the mystery of this rare treasure. Yeah. Ning Xinyue stared at her big watery eyes and said with a look of dissatisfaction, "What? Who cares about hanging out with you? As long as this girl wants to, I can get my hands on things like exotic treasures, okay? As he spoke, he took out the Tianchi Bagua plate and showed off. Did you see it? I have the Tianchi Bagua plate. Since I was able to find the 9th grade Holy Lotus this time, I might find other innate spiritual objects next time. You think the innate spiritual being is just a cabbage? Find it as soon as you find it. Su Jie sneered, not taking it seriously at all. The Tianchi Bagua tray is indeed powerful, but rare treasures are so rare in the world, and even if they are available, they may not always be lucky enough to come across them. I'll prove it to you. Ning Xinyue's cheeks bulged, like a little squirrel, when Su Jie showed off the Holy Lotus seedlings. She said that she absolutely couldn't bear it and wanted to get a good exotic treasure no matter what, which made Su Jie envious and jealous. End of chapter. Chapter 173 Sky Thunder destroys the enemy. Second update. In the deep mountains and dense forests, the tall and tall green trees cover the sky with their dense branches and leaves, making it impossible for sunlight and rain to penetrate. Thick moss covers the rocks and tree trunks, making the entire forest look very dark and humid. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue walked in the forest. After leaving the cave, they chose to return to the mountain gate of Guiling Palace. Because of the use of enlightenment lotus seeds, the two of them have been out for a week, and they don't know what the current situation is in Guiling Palace, especially the fight for exotic treasures. Su Jie stepped on the soft ground, and some dead leaves rustled under his feet. From time to time, some strange-looking mushrooms and plants could be seen, and strange roars could be heard from time to time in the distance. Walking in such a forest is absolutely impossible without a little courage. Suddenly, Su Jie, who was walking, stopped, and his soul became alert. What's wrong? Ning Xinyue turned her head, confused. Su Jie raised his right hand, and a dragonfly landed on his fingertips. Tens of thousands of compound eyes found no trace of the enemy. I have a bad feeling. Su Jie's eyes flashed, and his consciousness spread like water, bringing all the nearby landforms and creatures into his mind. The next moment, Su Jie turned his head and looked towards the 11 o'clock direction, where there were 5 humanoid silhouettes built with spiritual power lurking inside. They were covered with a layer of core raincoats with special patterns on them. The scouting dragonflies flew by nearby, but they found nothing at all, as if they were simply ignored. Specialized for reconnaissance of insect control wild methods. Could these people be? Su Jie thought, then reached out to stop Ning Xinyue, and disappeared with Ning Xinyue. Almost at the same time, streaks of black light suddenly flashed across the area where Su Jie and Ning Xinyue had just been standing. Thousands of tiny black lights blasted dozens of towering trees with holes, and the attack came very suddenly. If you look carefully, you can see that those black lights are just tiny needles, but they fire out the power of a large caliber machine. Ning Xinyue reacted belatedly and looked at the direction in which the black light was coming. There, the 5 people failed to make a sneak attack and walked out on their own initiative, blocking Su Jie and Ning Xinyue. The 5 people were wearing white robes and feather crowns. They were in their early 20s. Their appearance and temperament were obviously different from those of Guiling Palace. They looked like disciples of the righteous sect in the outside world. Who are you? Ning Xinyue's voice was very unhappy, and she naturally didn't feel good about being attacked. Qinghuan Mountain disciple Zhuang Ying was lucky today and found 2 Ghost Ridge Palace demon cultivators. The first person calls himself Zhuang Ying. He walks like a dragon or a tiger, with a long aura and majestic spiritual power. He shows the 7th level of Yunling Realm. The other 4 people are all at the 4th level of Yunling Realm and the 5th level of Yunling Realm. While talking, Zhuang Ying stared at Su Jie, because the outer robe of an inner disciple on Su Jie made him very alert. Qinghuan Mountain. Su Jie had heard of the name of this sect. It was an orthodox sect in Qingzhou, but because it was far away from the Guiling Palace area, he had not had much contact with it. Now that people from Qinghuan Mountain appeared here, Su Jie vaguely understood something. Let's go together. There is no need to talk about morality towards these demon cultivators. Zhuang Ying didn't like nonsense. With a wave of his hand, he took a divine light treasure seal and knocked it down towards Su Jie in midair. The treasure seal is expanded to the size of 5 feet, as heavy as a mountain, crushing the void with a majestic sound. The other 4 people also rushed forward and used various Shenmen techniques to attack. A disciple recited sutras, and the words were like ink and adhered to his body, strengthening his strength and defense as he rushed forward. There was also a flying sword flying by the Imperial Envoy, and the flying sword flashed with cold light and came straight towards Su Jie's neck, facing attacks from all sides. Su Jie's eyes did not make any waves. He just raised his hand calmly and coldly uttered one word: "Thunder is coming." Boom! There are rolling thunders born in the void. The power of the sky is vast, and the deafening thunder explodes along with the lightning. Thunderbolts with unparalleled power struck at the fallen divine light treasure seal, directly knocking the low-grade high-level magic weapon away and even causing a crack. The practitioner, whose whole body was covered with Taoist inscriptions, was struck by the purple sky thunder, and his whole body howled miserably. His flesh and blood were turned into coke under the high temperature, and his internal organs were boiled, and he fell to the ground while running. The flying sword that attacked Su Jie was shattered by the thunder. This low-grade flying sword was too fragile in front of Su Jie's magical purple sky thunder, and could not withstand even a thunderbolt. Su Jie looked around and held his right hand empty. A ball of lightning was born in the void, and like an invisible cage, it enveloped the disciple of the royal flying sword. His entire body was exploded into pieces, and his death was extremely miserable. What kind of trick is this? You are a disciple of the 9th level of Yunling realm. No, the 10th level. Zhuang Ying's eyes trembled because the spiritual power contained in Su Jie's Zixia thunder body was several times that of disciples at the same level, which made him misjudge Su Jie's cultivation strength. This is the great supernatural power, the purple sky thunder. A smile appeared on Su Jie's lips. As soon as he obtained this magical power, someone came to practice with him. After this test, Su Jie became more satisfied with the purple sky thunder magical power. Supernatural power, how is it possible? Zhuang Ying's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was trembling slightly with fear. Those with supernatural powers have extremely special physiques. They are called divine bodies, immortal bodies, and holy bodies. They are out-and-out geniuses in cultivation, and they are hard to find rivals at the same level. Not only does he have supernatural powers, I also have them. Not to be outdone, Ning Xinyue gently blew out a breath. The two retreating 5th-level disciples of Yunling realm suddenly stiffened in their movements, and then their whole bodies were broken inch by inch. There was a cold air at the broken opening, but they were frozen from the inside out. Ice sludge. Zhuang Ying's eyes were dull and he was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that he would kick the iron plate and hit two supernatural beings at the same time. When he came to his senses, he no longer had any intention to fight, but turned around and ran away like a lost dog. Such an enemy is simply not something he can provoke. Have you ever heard of 5 thunders striking your head? Su Jie did not pursue him, but connected his soul to heaven and earth, allowing Zixia divine thunder to pursue him. Boom! The sky seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds, and then the lightning flashed like dragons and snakes, as if God had ordered thunder from the sky to fall on the world, shaking the world and shaking the world. Boom! 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 5 thunderbolts struck down in a row, and all the purple sky thunders that pierced the sky hit the village camp. 5 deep craters were blasted out in the ground. The soil and mud flew up to tens of meters high like waves, and trees were uprooted by the shockwave and fell to the ground like straw. The dust and smoke that rose up could not be dispersed for a long time. Zhuang Ying, who was hit, was covered in green smoke. A breeze blew, and Zhuang Ying's body turned into fly ash and dissipated in the air with the wind. The power of thunder is so terrifying. Unknowingly, Su Jie's strength had grown to the point where even the disciples at the 7th level of Yunling realm were no longer his enemies. End of chapter. Chapter 174. Destroying the mountain and cutting down the temple. Third update. After taking care of the villagers, Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue while collecting the loot. You were so cruel, you actually froze people into ice slag. Ning Xinyue curled her lips and said, who asked them to sneak attack me just now? Speaking of what happened, even the disciples of the outside righteous sect broke into this place. I don't know. Let's go back to the sect and find out more. Su Jie shook his head, packed up some loot, turned around and left quickly with Ning Xinyue. Half a day later, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue encountered another attack. This time I met a disciple of the Zixia sect, who was an old acquaintance of Su Jie. They were led by a disciple with a 6th level of Yunling realm, plus 3 disciples of a 4th or 5th level of Yunling realm. They were weaker than Ning Mao. Su Jie easily electrocuted it into coke and collected a wave of loot. When Su Jie returned to the sect, he discovered that the sect had changed dramatically. I saw that the sect was heavily guarded, with disciples from the law enforcement team stationed and patrolling along the way. There were disciples who were injured and came back to rest, looking depressed. There are law enforcement team disciples who are collecting various magic weapons, elixirs, and talismans. There are disciples who are inlaying various blood marrow crystals and materials on the ground, and are arranging formations. The atmosphere of war is extremely strong. Su Jia. While Su Jia was observing, a shout came from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was Chen Yun, who was also Su Jia's former teammate. "It's you, Chen Yun." Su Jia saw blood oozing from Chen Yun's left leg and asked, "Were they injured by those righteous disciples?" Chen Yun nodded and said, after swallowing the healing pill, "Nothing happened anymore. I fought with the righteous disciples not long ago, and I was lucky to be able to save my life." The matter seemed to be more serious than expected. Su Jia frowned. "I came back from the outside just now and will tell you in detail. The thing is like this: the elders and the righteous sects were both losing when they competed for the rare treasure of the 9th grade Holy Lotus. Later, the lotus seeds of enlightenment revealed by the 9th grade Holy Lotus flew to various places. Those righteous sects were unwilling to fail and mobilized a large number of disciples to join us. On the boundary of Guiling Palace, I want to destroy the mountain and cut down the temple." Destroy mountains and temples? Su Jia was shocked. This was a war to break through the gate of Ghost Ridge Palace and cut off the inheritance. Next to her, Ning Xinyue's eyes were bright, looking like she was watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Although she did not belong to the Ghost Ridge Palace and came in just to look for rare treasures, she always felt particularly shocked when she encountered such a sect being wiped out. "Where are the elders and the others?" Su Jia took a deep breath, managed to calm down and asked. Chen Yun touched the wound on his arm and said, "The elders and others stopped at the border pass to confront the strong men of the secret realm of the Zhengdao sect. They were afraid that we would use the power of Insect Valley again and did not dare to break into our Ghost Ridge at will. The palace and earth realm are just the people who restrain the elders of our sect, and just a few days ago, these righteous sects chose to send elite disciples to invade and enter the hinterland of Ghost Ridge Palace to reconnoiter information and plan map routes. Now the sect is also gathering the strength of its disciples, led by the inner sect disciples, to fight against those righteous sect disciples. This is like the scouts and scouts before the war. They did not find out the situation of Ghost Ridge Palace clearly. After the lessons of the last Insect Valley riot, the elders of the righteous sect did not dare to come in easily. Just as they were talking, a group of officers from the command hall suddenly came over. Apparently they had just received news of Su Jia's return and came here specifically to inform them. "Where is Su Jia?" The person who asked the question was an old man wearing a black robe with gold trim. This was Zhuo Xinping, the master of the Order Hall. He was a cultivator in the secret realm. Su Jia had once met him. "Disciple is here." Su Jia saluted and secretly guessed that it seemed that the sect was short of manpower now, and he had just come back to find him. Inner disciple Su Jia received an order. There is an invasion of the sect from outside, led by disciples from the 5 sects of Guanchao Pavilion, Miaoying Temple, Jinjianmen, Zixia Sect, and Qinghuan Mountain. I order you to set out the next day to eradicate everything you see. Righteous disciples, safeguard the reputation of the sect. Zhuo Xinping handed over a token, which not only had Su Jia's name written on it, but also a line of words on the reverse that ordered 5 outer disciples to be his subordinates. Disciple takes orders. Su Jia looked serious and reached out to take the token. In addition to representing identity, this token is also a magic weapon with a good protection method. When Su Jia received the order, there were many disciples watching around, and they started talking about it. That must be senior brother Su. He has a brilliant record and will definitely kill enemies who will be frightened by it. It would be great if I could join senior brother Su's team. Those righteous sects have many people and are afraid of this battle. These disciples had heard about Su Jia's achievements, and when they saw Su Jia going out to meet the enemy, they couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhuo Xinping patted Su Jia on the shoulder and said, "Remember to bring the body back after killing someone. All disciples below the 6th level of Yunling realm will be rewarded with 200 blood marrow crystals for killing one person. Those who are above the 6th level of Yunling realm will be rewarded with blood for killing one person. 3,000 marrow crystals. Your master Qiu Laodao is already facing off at the front line, and Yuan Xian is also out to fight against the enemy. You are very strong, don't let everyone down. Disciples always keep in mind the kindness of the sect. At this time of crisis, we will go through fire and water for the sect and kill all the invading enemies, even if our body and soul are destroyed." Su Jie had a resolute look on his face, and his words were righteous, but he was also somewhat sincere. If Ghost Ridge Palace is destroyed like this, demon cultivators like Su Jie will become helpless casual cultivators. They will still be the kind of existence that everyone calls for beating. They are like wanted criminals. It is not safe to go anywhere. But as long as Guiling Palace exists, it will be Su Jie's biggest backer. Su Jie is sitting here with his buttocks. Naturally, he wants to protect the interests of Ghost Ridge Palace, unless the Ghost Ridge Palace really can't hold on, and is attacked by the Righteous Way at the Mountain Gate. It will be unable to recover. However, Su Jie can also hide back to the Blue Star World and come out after the incident is over, but he will be forced to live in exile in the future. Very good. You are worthy of being a disciple of Qiu Laodao. Zhou Xinping was very satisfied with Su Jie's words in desperation, and laughed and said, "We at Guiling Palace need your morale now. You should go back and prepare first. Take this opportunity to select a group of disciples and set off tomorrow. Please rest assured, Master Zhou, I will not let the sect down." Su Jie cupped his hands and watched Zhou Xinping leave. Looking at the disciples around him, Su Jie ignored their eager eyes and said, "Chen Yun, do you want to join my team?" After all, Chen Yun is an acquaintance who has worked with him for a long time, and his strength is pretty good. Although he is not as good as the inner disciples, he is easy to use. For other ordinary disciples, Su Jie has no intention of recruiting them. He currently has no shortage of ordinary combat power. "I'm joining." Chen Yun didn't hesitate. She was injured and came back to rest, so it would be better to have Su Jie's team join her. Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue again. The girl hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "It seems very interesting. I haven't seen a sect war yet, so add me." Su Jie showed a satisfied smile and said to the people around him, "The team is complete, I don't need anyone else to join the team, please disperse." With this team configuration, as long as they don't come to the Secret Realm Elders, they will be worthy of meeting any inner disciple. Su Jie, end of chapter. Chapter 175, Expedition, 4th Update. The next day, morning time. At the Mountain Gate of Guiling Palace, Su Jie rode a horn-scaled horse with a sword gourd hanging around his waist, walking on the dark stairs leading out of Guiling Palace. On both sides of the steps, large groups of disciples from Ghost Ridge Palace were watching. Most of these disciples are outer sect disciples whose cultivation is below the 3rd level of the Yunling realm. They are not qualified to participate in the battle with the righteous sect. The cannon fodder must be used in reasonable places. On the left and right sides of Su Jie, Chen Yun and Ning Xinyue were also riding horses. Although Ning Xinyue had just entered the sect for more than 2 months, because she was a genius in cultivation, no one thought much about it. The people who went out to defend against the enemy today besides Su Jie also had several teams, all of which were led by inner disciples and supported by outer disciples. "It's senior brother Su Jie Su. He's from our branch. Senior brother Su's intervention can definitely curb the arrogance of those righteous people. Senior brother Yan is here, and his bloody mace is indestructible. Those righteous disciples will be in trouble. Senior brother Su is stronger. Do you know what the soul-calling banner and the white-bone heavenly evil sword are? They are truly powerful magic weapons. It's obvious that senior sister Su's Mingshui Tian Mui skill is very powerful, right? Senior sister Su is at the 9th level of Yunling realm. You all should stop arguing. If you ask me, senior brother Xiao Fengyuan is the strongest. He is one of the 3 strongest disciples in our sect." These disciples were constantly discussing with each other. Since they were unable to participate in the war, they could only use this kind of comments to participate in the war atmosphere among these disciples. Su Jie is quite popular, but he is not the most popular or famous one. Su Jie looked to the other side. There was a tall man with long hair, dark skin, and more than 20 meters in front of him. His left hand was wrapped around a multi-legged horseland, and his right hand held a black striped spear. The one under his seat was not an ordinary horn-scale horse, but a tame spiritual beast, a 4-eyed phantom fox. While riding, a pair of cold eyes swept around, their eyes as sharp as a falcon's. With a cold light, there is a powerful aura around it, the majestic spiritual power of the turbulent rivers, and the thick and uncast chi and blood that are as hot as smoke, all describing its terrifying strength. This person's name is Xiao Fengyuan. He is at the 10th level of Yunling realm. He is also recognized as one of the top 3 terrifying beings among the many inner disciples. The other 2 people ranked in the top 3, one named Qi Shijian and the other named Luo Jian, are both at the 10th level of Yunling Realm. Of course, these three people are not the only ones who have reached the 10th level of Yunling Realm in the huge Ghost Ridge Palace. The secret realm is not so easy to advance to. Many disciples are stuck on the 10th level of Yunling Realm and cannot break through until their potential is exhausted, but among the many disciples at the 10th level of Yunling Realm, only these three are recognized as the strongest, because in addition to their cultivation, their magical weapons, exercises, talismans, physical constitutions and other backgrounds are equally amazing, and each of them has performed sensational deeds. For example, in Xiaofeng Yuan's battle to become famous. During the mission, he single-handedly killed more than 10 inner disciples of an orthodox sect. He also managed to escape back to Ghost Ridge Palace while being chased by the enemy elders, which was a sensation that year. If sensing Su Jie's gaze, Xiaofeng Yuan suddenly turned his head from the fox's back. "You are Su Jie from the Qiu Laodao branch, right? I heard that you defeated 2 inner disciples 1-on-2. Xiaofeng Yuan's voice was calm and his expression was calm. Compared with his record, 1 versus 2 was nothing. "I've met senior brother Xiao." Su Jie and Xiaofeng looked at each other far away, not knowing what the other person was. "Qiao Yuan is my junior brother." Xiaofeng Yuan looked at the sword gourd on Su Jie's waist and suddenly said this. "Ugh!" Su Jie was stunned. His sword-raising gourd was snatched from the inner disciple Qiao Yuan, so was the other party trying to make a move. Subconsciously, Su Jie looked at the multi-legged horse Lanla wrapped around Xiaofeng Yuan's left hand, which was a top-grade third-grade goo insect. The black striped spear held in his right hand was a mid-grade magic weapon. The robe he was wearing was a mid-grade magic weapon. He sat down. The four-eyed phantom fox is the top spiritual beast of Yunling Realm. His, this strength, as one of the recognized strongest disciples, is not unreasonable. Don't be nervous. Qiao Yuan is not as good as others. There is nothing to say if he loses. I don't have time to stand up for him. A smile appeared on Xiaofeng Yuan's lips, which seemed a bit ugly because he rarely smiled. You have great potential, but don't die outside. If you encounter danger, remember to send out a flare and smoke column. I will come over if I'm nearby. Xiaofeng Yuan nodded to Su Jie, and without waiting for Su Jie's reply, he drove the four-eyed magic fox to speed up, left the steps of the mountain gate, and entered the dense forest with several teammates. Su Jie was a little confused. He was used to the arrogance and domineeringness of the inner disciples of Guiling Palace. Suddenly a normal person appeared. At least he looked normal on the surface. Su Jie was a little uncomfortable with it. Shen Yun rode alongside Su Jie and said, I have heard some news about senior brother Xiao. This senior brother has always been very nice to our Ghost Ridge Palace disciples. Even if the outer disciples go to him, they will be patient. He will help answer questions and resolve any conflicts, so that both parties can make peace. Are you sure you are talking about demon cultivators? Ning Xinyue's reaction was similar to Su Jie's. They both looked dubious. After all, judging from the rumors, Xiaofeng Yuan is more in line with the nature of a righteous disciple. I haven't finished speaking yet. There is a reason for this. This senior brother's life experience is very tragic. His parents were originally a small local wealthy family. Because of some trivial things, they offended the Zhengdao sect Guanchao Pavilion and the whole clan was destroyed in Guanchao Pavilion. At the hands of Chaoga, he was the only one who had a chance to escape. Later, he specially came to Guiling Palace to learn the skills. After becoming famous, he went out to find righteous disciples to hone his skills. Shen Yun told all the news she knew. That's it. Su Jie nodded slightly. This made sense. It sounds a bit unreliable. Ning Xinyue whispered. There is nothing unreliable. In the battle between factions, there are bad people in the righteous sect, and there are also good people in the demonic sect, such as me. Ning Xinyue rolled her eyes and dismissed Su Jie's self-promotion. Let's go, let's speed up too. Su Jie glanced at Ning Xinyue, stopped chatting, and ran into the dense forest and mountains with his horse under his belly. Outside the boundaries of Ghost Ridge Palace, above the clouds in the sky, several large Dharma boats were continuously raining down angry flames from the sky, bombarding the mountain guarding formation of Ghost Ridge Palace. The long-term attack opened a cracked dot on the deck. A special magic weapon, the Xuanyuan Tianjian, was opened, forming a small teleportation array that connected the interior of the Ghost Ridge Palace. Exterminate demons and protect the Tao. Today, follow me to kill all the demon cultivators and eradicate a major scourge in Qingzhou. Groups of righteous disciples wearing different costumes shouted slogans, looked eagerly, and stepped into the teleportation circle with confidence. As precious spiritual stones were consumed one by one, a steady stream of disciples were sent into the inner area of Ghost Ridge Palace, aiming to flatten the demonic sect in Qingzhou, destroy its inheritance, and destroy its sect. End of chapter. Chapter 176 Sect War, First Update, The Wild Way to Control Insects. After leaving the mountain gate of Guiling Palace and entering the dense forest, Su Jie immediately opened his investigative vision, and dragonflies flew in all directions. Reconnaissance is a very important part of war. Whoever knows the enemy's movements first will have the initiative in the war situation. In addition to the wild methods of insect control, Su Jie also continued to spread his spiritual consciousness and conduct double investigations. There are many mountains and dense forests that cover the sky. The sunlight shines on the ground through the branches and leaves, casting mottled light and shadow. You can clearly see the chirping of many insects and birds, covering up the traces of human figures. In a fight like this, the right to take the initiative is very important. I know your position, but you are still at a loss and can only be forced to take a beating. A few hours later, Su Jie walked through mountain peaks, streams, pine forests, and waterfalls when he suddenly stopped. To the southeast, 1,500 meters away, there are 6 enemies, 1 at the 6th level of Yunling Realm, 1 at the 9th level of Yunling Realm, 2 at the 5th level of Yunling Realm, and 2 at the 4th level of Yunling Realm. It is initially estimated that they are disciples of Guanqiao Pavilion. Su Jie turned over and dismounted, and calmly spoke out the enemy's information. After listening to the accurate information reported by Su Jie, Chen Yun immediately took action and released the low-grade goo worms and dark sound bats in her arms into the air. The bats' unique sonic search further determines the location and number of enemies. I will take the lead in ambush, Chen Yun, you will interfere. Su Jie said, releasing the 1,000-handed centipede from his sleeve robe, letting it gather its breath, and then lie down in the opponent's path. Seeing that she had no identity, Ning Xinyue couldn't help but ask, what should I do? You are responsible for checking for leaks and filling in the gaps, and at the same time protecting my body. I don't need you now. Su Jie glanced at Ning Xinyue. This was the reason why Su Jie brought her to her side. You think of me as a human shield. Ning Xinyue puffed up her cheeks, but still took out the jade book and recited Taoist scriptures to protect herself. Time passed quietly, and a few minutes later, when Su Jie used his spiritual consciousness to detect the location again, he directly patted the sword gourd on his waist without hesitation. Baby, please turn around. White-haired sword lights swished out from the gourd's mouth. Boom, 1,000-handed centipede's body suddenly enlarged, its cracked bony cheeks burst into purple rays, and the first wave of dozens of high-temperature rays covered the group of Chaoguan Pavilion disciples. The reaction of these Guanqiao Pavilion disciples was not slow. They were already vigilant and immediately took out protective talismans or used physical means to evade. However, 1,000-hand centipede's high-temperature rays were not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Several disciples of Guanqiao Pavilion were those who were directly melted by the rays, including a disciple at the 6th level of Yunling Realm. Buzz, the dark sound bat opens its mouth and lets out a silent howl. The light resonates with the internal organs and affects the enemy's activities. Immediately afterwards, dozens of flying swords roared over, covering the area with high-intensity firepower, cutting off heads one by one, and in a blink of an eye, only one person was left alive. 9 turns of flying. The last disciple at the 9th level of Yunling Realm was so frightened that he tried to escape. He stepped on the branches and floated, and he jumped 100 meters. Boom, click, suddenly, a purple sky thunder struck the disciple, causing his movements to freeze, and below the dense forest, the 1,000-handed centipede's huge body leaped high, biting half of the disciple's body, and brought him back to the ground. After 2 short screams, nothing happened again under the chewing of the 1,000-handed centipede. It's so awesome. Chen Yun secretly sighed. She originally thought there would be a life and death struggle, but she didn't expect that the battle would be completely one-sided. The disciples of the Guanqiao Pavilion on the opposite side didn't even see the figure of themselves and others ambushing them, and they just suffered under the wave of attacks. This didn't look like a battle, it almost looked like a massacre. Ning Xinyue yawned boredly and curled her lips and said, "It's nothing to do with me. Su Jie, let's clean up the battlefield now and evacuate as soon as possible." Chen Yun reminded that she had participated in this kind of war before, and too much movement could easily attract the righteous disciples. The battlefield needs to be cleaned, but we won't evacuate yet. Su Jie did not go there in person, but asked the thousand-handed centipede to separate out its pale corpse hands and pick up all the corpses and loot. After doing all this, Su Jie took out a bamboo tube from the enemy's storage bag. This should be the smoke for help from the righteous disciples. Su Jie looked at Chen Yun. That's right, don't you think? Chen Yun nodded, then a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. It's too slow to go to those righteous disciples one by one. It's better to let them come to us on their own initiative. Su Jie unscrewed the bamboo tube, and a stream of yellow smoke spurted out, rising straight into the sky. This smoke column could be seen even from a long distance away. Get ready for the next battle. Su Jie led the thousand-handed centipede to ambush again. 10 minutes later. A group of Golden Sword sect, a group of Zixia sect, and a group of Guanchao Pavilion disciples hurriedly approached from all directions, hoping to rescue the friendly forces who released the smoke column. The 3 waves of troops totaled nearly 20 people, a total of 5 inner disciples. This combat power was enough to defeat most of the enemy teams in Ghost Ridge Palace. Unfortunately, the Su Jie they met happened to be not among the majority. We need support ahead, please hurry up. The closest disciples of the Golden Sword sect shouted loudly, but little did they know that they were falling into the hunter's trap. Little by little, the leading inner disciple, Yu Feijian, was about to go to the front to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a barrel-thick thunder struck down. What? The disciple's expression changed, and he used his body to avoid the rainbow. But at this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the sky, and a black cloud floated, covering the sky and the sun, and tens of thousands of human-faced moths. Like a storm coming, dense clouds of insects eat everything in their path. Several disciples of the Golden Sword sect used flying swords to resist only once or twice, but hundreds of low-grade human-faced moths broke through the defense line and lay directly on the human body, enjoying the beautiful flesh and blood. The same was true for the inner disciple of the Golden Sword sect. His body was torn apart by 3 mid-level human-faced moths, and he died on the spot. On the other side, dozens of flying swords surrounded the disciples of Guanchao Pavilion, while the disciples of Zixia sect were enveloped by the Wanyin Blood Ming formation, and screams could be heard endlessly. As human body parts fell to the ground, some were beheaded by flying swords, and some were devoured by ghosts. 10 minutes later, Su Jie once again cleaned up the battlefield and harvested a large amount of loot. On the sword raising gourd, some damaged flying swords were replaced with flying swords from the Golden Sword sect, bringing the number of flying swords Su Jie had to 100, reaching the current limit of the sword raising gourd. After selecting some suitable elixirs and talismans among the trophies, Su Jie gathered the body and left leisurely with Ning Xinyue and Chen Yun, looking for the next place to launch a smoke pillar for help. End of chapter. Chapter 177 Influence, second update. A week later, outside the Ghost Ridge Palace area, a floating Dharma boat flew away among the vast misty clouds. The outer shell of the Dharma boat is shimmering with golden light and colored glaze. The surface of the colored glaze reflects the last rays of the setting sun, reflecting the fairyland-like scenery in the elegant clouds and mists. On the deck of the floating boat, there is a small artificial garden. The waterfall flows down from the rockery, and the water droplets splash, shining with colorful light in the sun. A field of delicate and strange flowers and spiritual plants are blooming all around. The flowers are fragrant and fragrant, small streams are flowing, pavilions are lined up, and the scenery is elegant. It is hard to imagine that there is such a scene on top of the Dharma boat. Such a magic boat is extremely expensive to build. It is basically a small floating ecosystem on which elixirs, magic weapons, and talismans can be quickly produced by relying on powerful formations. In addition, there are complete means of protection and attack, and they can enhance the power of the monk's spells. Even the medium-sized sects in Qingzhou may not be able to afford one with all their strength. And now the 3 floating boats in the sky are all owned by Guanchao Pavilion, which shows that it is wealthy and worthy of being the number 1 sect in Qingzhou. Near the deck garden, a group of extraordinary-looking young people arrived. There were men and women. Their attire and temperament were unlike ordinary people. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were all famous figures among the disciples of various sections. The leaders were 2 young men with outstanding bearing, a man and a woman, and the others were surrounding them like stars surrounding the moon. The group of people came to the edge of the deck and looked at the vast mountains below the boat. Senior brother Du, when did you say we could break into Ghost Ridge Palace? I'm impatient to wait. Emo Shiryao opened her lips lightly, her dark hair dancing in the breeze, her slender body exuding a faint fragrance, wearing a gorgeous brocade dress, her beautiful face, her eyes were crystal clear, like bright stars. Mo Shiryao is a disciple of Miao Yingguan, and all members of this sect are female cultivators. Mo Shiryao was the most outstanding in appearance and talent, so she was taken under Si Xining's care and trained as a successor. The young man who was being questioned by her was wearing a feathered robe, a crown on his head, his face was like a crown of jade, and he had an aura of perfection in body like an old pine tree. This young man is a direct disciple of Zhuang Liangru, named Du Xiaochang. Not only has he reached the 10th level of Yunling realm at a young age, but he also has the special physique of the Yu Yang true body, and his strength is much higher than that of the monks of his generation. The internal map of the Ghost Ridge Palace has not been drawn yet. If we rush in rashly, we are not familiar with the terrain and environment, and it is easy for us to suffer the consequences of the last riot in the Bug Valley. Therefore, the elders discussed that we must make complete preparations first and conquer the Ghost Ridge Palace in one battle. Flat. Du Xiaochang's voice was indifferent, and his eyes were like torches. He had not yet entered the secret realm, but he already had a hint of the majesty of a superior. As he spoke, Du Xiaochang raised an indifferent smile on his lips and said slowly, Guiling Palace is just struggling to its death. Our 5 sects will work together sooner or later to level the mountain gate. I also feel that those who play with bugs are incompetent. If they had not occupied the advantageous location and were familiar with the terrain, they would have been crushed by us long ago. I will enter the Ghost Ridge Palace area the day after tomorrow. Everyone will wait for my good news then. I will not come back until I have killed 10 disciples of the Ghost Ridge Palace. Actually, there are some powerful people in Guiling Palace. I heard from a friend that recently a man named Su Jie appeared in Guiling Palace and killed many of our disciples. A group of junior brothers and sisters who were following behind discussed among themselves, some agreed and some opposed. What a powerful person, he just showed off his evil for a while without me entering the scene. Du Xiaochang's face was arrogant, and he had the air of a hero in the world. I also want to meet those Ghost Ridge Palace disciples, but unfortunately the master won't let me in. Emo Shiryao shook her head, smiling like a flower, which fascinated all the male disciples. While these disciples were chatting happily, there was another scene on the upper level of the Dharma boat. Zhuang Liangru held a stack of lists of dead and missing in his hand, his face was ashen, and he slapped the table with his palm. Being in the Taoist realm, he rarely gets angry, and his tiger eyes are menacing, making people feel frightened. Tell me why the number of disciples killed in battle has increased so much this week. Zhuang Liangru snorted coldly and looked at Yang Su, the person in charge of the disciples' entry operations. Returning to Elder Zhuang, a demon cultivator named Su Jia has recently appeared in Guiling Palace. He specializes in using rescue smoke as bait to ambush and wait for opportunities to sneak attack on my disciples of the righteous sect. In addition, the opponent is very powerful. Many disciples have been tricked and killed. They ambush and kill. Yang Su looked a little pale and asked Zhuang Liangru to explain everything one by one. Because the Zhengdao sect will also capture the disciples of Guiling Palace, it is not difficult to find out the news. Trash, if others do this, won't you fight in the same way? Zhuang Liangru was furious and couldn't listen at all because he, the supreme elder of Guanchao Pavilion, was in the Taoist realm. He was also appointed as the overall person in charge of the attack on Ghost Ridge Palace. However, he did not have the energy to manage the disciples, but was responsible for containing the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace. Then Yang Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "We also tried to use it, but most of the demon cultivators ignored the smoke calling for help, and the ambush had little effect. However, I have ordered my disciples to pay attention to the smoke calling for help. If you see a trap, move away to avoid being tricked again." For demonic cultivators, many demonic cultivators ignore the smoke that they emit to ask for help, and the effect is really limited. Zhuang Liangru stood up suddenly and said in a long voice, "What's the point of continuing like this? Are we still afraid that the devil will not succeed in cultivation?" While talking, Zhuang Liangru stood up and left the room, and at a glance he saw Du Xiaochang and others on the deck. "Xiaochang, come and see me quickly." The sound was like thunder from the sky, spreading throughout the entire Dharma boat. After a while, Du Xiaochang saluted Zhuang Liangru and said, "Master, what do you have to say?" "Go to Ghost Ridge Palace and capture this person for me." Zhuang Liangru pushed the information over and said coldly, "Within 5 days, I want to see the opponent's head in front of me." "Master, leave everything to your disciples." Du Shaochan's eyes lit up. He came here to hone his skills, but he never had a chance to make a move. Now he can finally let go and do his best. "Elder Zhuang, how about I go with my little lady? My strength can also help senior brother Du." At this time, Mo Shuriaoshi Shiran came over, looked at Du Shaochan with a particularly soft look, and asked to go together. "If Master Yu has no objection." Zhuang Liangru nodded with a smile. As someone who had been there, he could see the affection between the two at a glance, which he was happy to see. "I will tell the tutor personally." Mo Shuriao felt happy and planned to convince her master Si Shining no matter how difficult it was. End of chapter. Chapter 178, Human Massacre with Corpse Hands. Third update, Ghost Ridge Palace. The forest was dark at night, with only the faint moonlight penetrating through the dense branches and leaves, illuminating some places. The breeze blows, the leaves rustle, and the sound of footsteps appears. A demon cultivator, whose chest was stained with blood and was already seriously injured, stumbled and fled. "No, I don't want to die here." Yin Wenwen clutched his chest, where there was a blood hole that was transparent from front to back, and a squirming heart could be vaguely seen inside. If she hadn't been at the 7th level of Yunling realm, and had not swallowed a middle-grade elixir while breathing heavily, it would have been impossible for her to reach here with such an injury. Suddenly, Yin Wenwen saw a faint light of fire ahead, like a bonfire burning. "There is someone, a comrade or an enemy." Yin Wenwen was still hesitating when he suddenly heard movement behind him. There was blood on the ground. She ran to the west. "Chase, don't let her escape. She is an inner disciple, and her head is worth 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones." The shouts were getting closer and closer, and Yin Wenwen knew that they were a team from the Zixia sect, led by a strong man at the 9th level of Yunling realm. The team led by Yin Wenwen ran into each other and returned miserably after a fight. She was the only one in the team who managed to escape. "Fight!" Yin Wenwen gritted his teeth and ran towards the fire regardless. Whoops! After walking hundreds of steps, Yin Wenwen panted heavily and finally appeared within the illuminated range of the bonfire. After seeing the 3 figures wearing Ghost Ridge Palace robes in front of the bonfire, she finally let go of her tense heart and held on for her last breath. Run away quickly. There are righteous disciples chasing you." Before she finished speaking, she fell to the ground. "Don't be nervous, let us handle it." A soft female voice came, and immediately after, a pill was stuffed into Yin Wenwen's mouth, and the injury on his chest immediately improved a lot. "Ha, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected harvest at night. Today is my lucky day. Hey, hurry up and kill the enemy. Don't steal my roast chicken." Yin Wenwen heard the voices of a man and a woman again. After she swallowed the elixir, her injuries improved a little. She reluctantly opened her eyes and looked at the 3 of them with the help of the light from the bonfire. A woman with an ugly centipede-shaped scar on her face, a cute and beautiful girl, and when he saw the figure eating chicken drumsticks in front of the bonfire, Yin Wenwen's pupils expanded sharply and he screamed, You are a human being butchered with corpses." It was a figure wearing the robe of an inner disciple, with straight facial features and bright eyes. Under the light of the bonfire, he looked like 2 dancing and burning sparks. Yin Wenwen, who was originally in a daze, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this man. He recognized the man as the famous corpse hand killer Su Jie, because in this week, since Su Jie entered the battlefield, he used the rescue smoke ambush and attacked and killed waves of teams from various sections. Now, when the teams of the righteous sect see the smoke rising from their own people's rescue, what they think of is not rescue, but fleeing far away at the first possible moment. This is Su Jie's famous reputation for killing. In Guiling Palace, with the current tense battle situation, Su Jie's achievements will naturally be used by Guiling Palace to publicize and boost morale. That's why Yin Wenwen was so excited when he saw Su Jie. "Don't call me this nickname, it's too unpleasant." Su Jie chewed the chicken bones into pieces and swallowed them, then slowly stood up from the ground. Whoosh whoosh, almost at the same time, 4 disciples of the Zixia sect came after them. "Ha, let's see where you are going to escape. Oh, there are other demon cultivators here. Buy 1 and get 3 free, which suits me just right." The 9th level Yunling realm disciple of the Zixia sect laughed, but after seeing Su Jie clearly when she looked at her face, the originally complacent smile suddenly froze on her face and became uglier than crying. Human Massacre with Corpse Hands. Su Jie. The 4 disciples of the Zixia sect broke into a cold sweat. They had heard of Su Jie's famous name and had even seen his portrait. Seeing Su Jie here, the four of them instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and then turned around and ran away without thinking. They all told me not to call me this nickname. It's so inconsistent with my image. Su Jie sighed and snapped his fingers. However, it seems that for your hard work in delivering the goods, I will give you a happy reward. As soon as he finished speaking, pale corpse hands swarmed in on the branches of the forest, on the dead leaves on the ground, and on the vines in the cracks of the rocks. They crawled quickly on the ground with their fingers and rushed towards these disciples of the Zixia sect. A disciple was grabbed by several corpse hands, his neck was twisted into a knot, and his body was then torn into pieces. Crunch! 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 More pale corpse hands were running on the ground. Looking around, the surrounding forest seemed to be constructed by corpse hands, blocking all escape routes and making all Zixia sect disciples despair. Fight him! Someone collapsed and launched a desperate charge towards Su Jie. Unfortunately, before he even took 2 steps, the big head on his neck fell to the ground with a plop. The white bone Tianxia sword flashed in the darkness, and hundreds of flying swords formed a dazzling galaxy of flying swords. The sword energy was like the wind, chilling people, and whipping up a whirlpool-shaped wind. As the flying sword passed by the Milky Way, the sword energy swept across all directions. Rocks, trees, flowers, plants, birds, and beasts all trembled and collapsed in front of the power of the sword energy. Su Jie stood quietly on the spot, his eyes calm and deep, admiring the miserable howls and broken limbs in the darkness. In less than 3 minutes, when the swords had returned to the gourd, Su Jie turned around again and walked back towards the bonfire. Behind him, a pair of pale corpse hands climbed up Su Jie's trousers and disappeared into the sleeves of his robe. Guluin. One swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then understood why Su Jie was called a corpse hand massacre. This terrifying and weird posture and the scene of killing the enemy are really impressive. Su Jie returned to the bonfire, opened one of the storage bags, and found a rescue smoke bamboo tube. It's probably useless. Now those righteous disciples don't dare to approach the smoke column asking for help. Ning Xinyue muttered reminders while eating chicken legs. It doesn't matter, maybe there are still people who haven't received the message and are taking the bait. Su Jie unscrewed the bamboo smoke tube asking for help, and the orange-yellow smoke column shone in the night. Because a special mineral powder is added to the smoke, it is like a flare in the dark night, very dazzling and can be spotted even from a long distance away. Thank you, Senior Brother Su, for saving your life. Yin Wenwen struggled to stand up and bowed to Su Jie solemnly to thank him. It's just a little effort. Su Jie waved his hand and continued to enjoy his food. Yin Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly saw Su Jie's hand paused while eating. Hey, someone really came here. These guys haven't learned enough lessons yet. Su Jie looked towards the dark forest. At the 3 o'clock direction, his consciousness felt that 2 humans were approaching quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 179 Yu Yang's True Body, 4th update, something is wrong. Su Jie swept his consciousness and sensed the 2 of them. At the same time, the other party was also approaching quickly, at an alarming speed. Be careful, a master is coming. Chen Yun, take her out of here first. There was a hint of solemnity on Su Jie's face. Just judging from the speed, the enemy this time was extraordinary and not comparable to the previous righteous disciples. I understand. Chen Yun didn't ask any questions and decisively carried Yin Wenwen into the mountains. Ning Xinyue rolled her eyes and thought about running away first. You stay and help me attract firepower. I don't want to fight 2 against 1. Su Jie called out Ning Xinyue at this time. Oof. Ning Xinyue curled her lips and said subconsciously, you want me to be your shield again. As he spoke, the incoming enemy figure quickly approached and appeared in front of Su Jie. The person at the front was wearing a long blue robe, with a face like a crown of jade, a tall and straight figure, and an extraordinary bearing. His body seemed to have quintessence of stars floating around, reflecting the various colors of the night. Next to him is a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, eyebrows, and white teeth, skin as white as snow, carrying a guqin on her back, and there is an indescribable charm in her slight frown. Your name is Su Jie? I finally found you. The man in blue took out a portrait of Su Jie, compared it, and his voice suddenly turned cold. By the order of Master Zhuang Liangru, the person who will take your head is Du Shaoqiang of Guanqiao Pavilion. Emo Shuriao slightly opened her red lips, with a bright and gentle smile on her face, and her words were full of killing intent. Senior Brother Du, don't talk nonsense to them. Just kill such dirty people. While speaking, she floated in the air more than 1 meter above the ground and took off the guqin from her back. The slender jade fingers flutter like butterflies, playing the ethereal and wonderful sound under the moonlight. It turns out that you came here specifically for me. Su Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the appearance of this extraordinary man and woman, knowing that there was no way to be kind tonight. Hey, Su Jie, if you can't beat me, can you run away? Ning Xinyue pulled Su Jie's arm and asked cautiously. Yes, but I don't think it's possible. Su Jie nodded, but his words were heard by the other side. I still want to fight stubbornly and see the gap between us. Du Xiaochang put his hands behind his back and walked towards Su Jie step by step. His face was full of calmness and master's demeanor, and he didn't take Su Jie seriously at all. The mantra, the wonderful sound of 1,000 swords. Mo Shiryao played with 10 fingers, and the sound of swords and trills sounded from the guqin Dai and the void. Translucent long swords appeared one after another. The moonlight falling from the sky gave these long swords a layer of cold light. They turned into magic swords that were as sharp as clay and shot at Su Jie and Ning Xinyue. Ning Xinyue took out the jade heavenly book, and the inscriptions swimming like tadpoles on it acted as a barrier, causing the divine swords to splash ripples on it. Mantra Moon will slash. Mo Shiryao stroked the guqin with both hands, and the sweet and beautiful sound suddenly became urgent. The moonlight in the sky was like water, turning into a silver-white moon will 10 feet in size, rotating and cutting at super high speed. Along the way, the air was cut into a vacuum, and the sharp edge caused a deep ravine to appear on the ground at Jila. The moon wheel and the inscription barrier rubbed and collided with each other. Gradually, the ripples on the barrier continued to spread. The two of them continued to pour spiritual power into the collision and stared at each other. What a fierce woman. Ning Xinyue's face became solemn, and Mo Shiryao's strength could not be overshadowed. Xiao Chen. Su Jie released the 1,000-handed centipede from his sleeve robe. Once it hit the ground, it transformed into a prototype dozens of meters long. The terrifying insect body rumbled forward and flew towards Du Xiaochang. Middle-grade 4th refined goo insect. No wonder it can be cruel for a while. But since you bumped into me tonight, your slaughter will stop here. Du Xiaochang's face changed slightly, but he still maintained his cold demeanor. He stretched out his left hand without haste and said softly, "The vast sun, rise." Thousands of precious lights erupted around him, as if he had turned into the sun. Strong shock waves swept in all directions, and a spiral pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in place. Bang! The next moment, Du Xiaochang stretched out his hands and pressed against the 2 huge fangs of the 1,000-handed centipede. His body became as transparent as jade, and terrifying strength erupted from the 36,000 points all over his body, as if his body was lit up with bright lights. Stars, one is a behemoth nearly 40 meters long, and the other is a human being with a height of less than 2 meters. Logically speaking, there could be no accidents in the collision of strength between the two sides, but Du Xiaochang really withstood the 1,000-handed centipede's brute force impact with his physical body alone. Yu Yang true body. Ning Xinyue screamed in surprise, recognizing Du Xiaochang's special physique. This kind of holy body is said to be capable of fighting Kuanping with both arms after its cultivation is completed, and its defensive power is comparable to that of mountains. It has the reputation of being unpredictable and unparalleled in close combat. You're just a worm, get down here. Du Xiaochang's face was indifferent, his arms were exerting force, and there were strange sounds in his body, as if stars were shaking. His spiritual power surged like huge waves, and his energy and blood rushed into the sky. He actually wanted to overturn the 1,000-handed centipede to the ground. As 1,000-handed centipede's cold insect eyes stared at Du Xiaochang, and the bone mask on its head suddenly cracked into tiny gaps, and the purple fluorescence escaped. Du Xiaochang's expression suddenly changed, and he escaped and retreated quickly. Boom! Rays of purple light penetrated tens of meters underground, turning the ground into a hornet's nest. Looking at Du Xiaochang opposite, there was blood all over his body, and there were shocking wounds on his face, neck, and chest. What I hate most is when someone shows off in front of me. Su Jie patted the 1,000-hand centipede's head. The 1,000-hand centipede was not only good at hand-to-hand combat. Du Xiaochang wiped the blood on his body glowed with precious light, and his wounds were slowly healing. You can actually hurt me, you are very good. Du Shaochang's hair was disheveled at this time, and the crown on his head fell off during the battle. With the blood stains all over his body, he looked somewhat embarrassed, but he was still full of arrogance when he spoke. "You'll be hurt more later." Su Jie patted the sword-raising gourd and waved the 10,000 souls flag. He held Ning Xinyue's will-o-waste and quickly escaped into the dark forest. The guy opposite was obviously a melee monk, and Su Jie didn't want to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Want to escape? Mo Shiryao raised her guqin slightly, and rays of moonlight fell on her body. Her snow-white skin was as crystal clear as jade, and her dress was fluttering, like a moon goddess descending from the moon. Ding ding dong dong. Mo Shiryao stood up her guqin and crossed the strings in Su Jie's direction. The clear and beautiful piano music sounded like big beads and small beads falling on a jade plate, and the moon in the sky seemed to sink. The moonlight turned into a huge luan bird like Frost, whistling and swooping down to catch Su Jie and Ning Xinyue. Du Shaochang, on the other hand, squatted half-crouched and used all his strength to catch up with Su Jie like a cannonball. End of chapter. Chapter 180 Bloody Battle. First update. Ning Xinyue turned her head, and her hands were covered with large amounts of frost. With the push of his hands, a cold current spread out, freezing the vegetation and rocks. The luan bird flying from the sky fell to the ground and turned into a pile of cold ice slag. Du Shaochang, who was chasing after him, was also frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom. The stars erupted like a volcano. Du Shaochang forced himself away from the ice sculpture and focused on Ning Xinyue. Xianin body? Du Shaochang touched the muscles that had cracked due to the low temperature and guessed some information about Ning Xinyue. Before he could think more, in the quiet environment, the whistling sword energy suddenly came from the sky. Hundreds of flying swords, supported by sword-raising gourds, flew through the clouds and sky at supersonic speeds. The sword intent was like a waterfall of frost and flowers, instantly submerging Du Shaochang's position. "Break it for me!" Du Shaochang shouted loudly, slapped his palms and fists, and his body shook the sky. Most of those flying swords could not touch and pierce into his muscles, but one of the white bone swords was extremely sharp, comparable to the ability of a middle-grade flying sword. Even he didn't dare to touch its edge easily. Bang bang bang. Du Shaochang kept punching and his flying swords were broken on the spot after being hit. "It's useless, it's useless, it's useless." Du Shaochang's voice gradually became hoarse, and a bright divine light suddenly erupted all over his body. A strong punch of wind roared, which not only knocked away dozens of flying swords that were approaching, but also staggered the thousand-handed centipede. Then his body was like lightning, and with every step he took, he could create a deep pit with a diameter of several meters on the ground, approaching Su Jie and Ning Xinyue like flying. One force can defeat all laws. Du Shaochang's right fist condensed bright starlight, and it was as if a god within his body suddenly opened his eyes, conveying the terrifying power of the earth-shattering. A star fist that was tens of meters in size crashed down, and the inscription barrier suddenly broke. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue used the mysterious shadow technique at the same time and turned into several clones to escape. Bang! A strong shockwave came from his back, and Su Jie's body shone with thunder, resisting the impact. But a mouthful of blood still spurted out. Ning Xinyue, on the other hand, froze herself up, like a golf ball that was driven deep into the jungle. In the distance, Chen Yun and Yin Wenwen turned their heads in shock and saw the astonishing battle fluctuations erupting in the distance, and the strong wind blew their hair. It is unimaginable that the aftermath of the battle can be felt from such a distance, and how tragic the exchange of fire in the center of the battlefield will be. How can the power of mere outsiders defeat my Yu-Yang true body? I specialize in the method of using force to prove the Tao. Demonic cultivators like you will never understand. Lang Ao's voice came, and Du Shaochang looked at the smoke-filled battlefield. There was an extremely huge pit here. Senior brother Du worked together to kill these two demons. In the distance, Mo Shiryao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Du Shaochang with admiration in her eyes. She had heard before that Du Shaochang kept his mind pure in order to practice and prove Taoism, and never relied on any external objects such as magic weapons and talismans. When fighting, his punch can cause the world to collapse, and few enemies can beat his ordinary punch. You can defeat all means with one force. I want to see if you can really take the beating. Suddenly, in the smoke and dust, Su Jie was suspended in the air, flying higher and higher. Well, I can still fly. Du Shaochang's expression changed slightly. He kicked his foot, and several stones were kicked away. He stepped on a few stones, like weightless leaves. He took advantage of the stones and came up to chase Su Jie. Thunder! A dark cloud floated above Su Jie's head, and rolling thunder struck down one after another. Du Xiaoshang, who was unable to use his strength in midair, was knocked down. Su Jie floated up into the sky little by little. Although the speed was very slow, it undoubtedly had a great advantage over the enemies who could not fly. Senior brother Du, let me help you. Emo Shiryao flicked her hands together, and translucent stairs emerged from the void, forming a ladder leading to Su Jie. Du Xiaochang's eyes lit up, his body was full of vitality and blood, and he exuded an extremely palpitating aura. He stepped on the ladder and quickly approached Su Jie. Su Jie's expression remained unchanged, lightning and thunder thundered above his head, and dark clouds kept raining purple thunder from the sky. In the distance, dozens of purple rays also shot towards it, knocking it out of the air again. The thousand-handed centipede ran over, jumped up high, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Du Xiaochang whole into his abdomen. Senior brother Du. Emo Shiryao was so shocked that her face turned pale, and her whole mind was instantly confused. In the abdomen of the thousand-handed centipede, a ball of precious light penetrated the flesh and shone, and terrifying spiritual power fluctuations like a vast ocean spurted out. The next moment, Du Xiaochang tore open the abdomen of the thousand-handed centipede and escaped from it. His skin was corroded by gastric acid in many places, exposing his white bones. The bones turned pale gold and shone with majestic glory. He was staring at Su Jie with a pair of evil eyes. The flesh is indeed powerful. Su Jie murmured in his heart, the stomach acid of the thousand-hand centipede can digest even steel in an instant, but it cannot kill this man. His physical strength is not abnormal, and he also has the power to subdue dragons and tigers. If you have the ability to come down, floating in the sky is nothing. Du Xiaochang gritted his teeth, his long hair extremely messy. By now, he had felt how difficult Su Jie was. Not only did this person have many tricks, but he was also very stubborn in fighting. You have the ability to come up. Su Jie curled his lips, pinched the seal with his hand, and slapped Du Xiaochang condescendingly of the 5 elements demon-suppressing Mahamudra. Du Xiaochang responded with a punch, directly blowing away the big hand seal. He looked around quickly, thinking about how to defeat Su Jie. However, Su Jie didn't give him this chance and slapped the bug bag on his waist. Tens of thousands of human-faced moths swarmed out, forming a cloud of insects that covered the sky and the sun, covering Du Xiaochang. Du Xiaochang did not dodge, but human-faced moths lay on Du Xiaochang's body one after another, gnawing at the flesh and blood crazily. However, he found that his teeth were broken out, and the acid spit out did not leave any scars. Only low-grade and mid-grade human-faced moths can cause some damage to Du Xiaochang. The spiritual radiance all over his body was superimposed layer by layer, shattering the human-faced moths into insect paste. Du Xiaochang shouted, "You rely on a group of small insects, you think you can do anything to me like this? Don't be funny. Yu Yang's real body, right? I don't believe I can't break your turtle shell." Su Jie's eyes were cold and he waved the 10,000 souls flag. As the night became darker, and more than 10,000 ghosts emerged from the soul-calling flags, covering the sky. Together with tens of thousands of human-faced moths, they covered Du Xiaochang. The ghosts gathered into a river of blood. As soon as they got close to Du Xiaochang, some of them were annihilated by his boiling blood. However, the ghost has no such emotion as fear, and together with the human-faced moth flying into the flame, it continuously attacks Du Xiaochang's body repeatedly. In the distance, the white-bone heavenly evil sword roared towards him with dozens of remaining flying swords, and the thousand-handed centipede's hideous and terrifying body rumbled forward again. End of chapter. Chapter 181 will battle, second update, insect clouds, flying swords, ghosts, corpse hands, and sky thunder launched crazy attacks one after another on the battlefield. Insects gnawed flesh and blood, flying swords whiz by, ghosts form rivers, and corpses cling to them with their hands. Coupled with the thousand-handed centipede's body, it even engaged in bloody hand-to-hand combat with Du Xiaochang. The two sides fought with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The thousand-handed centipede relied on its huge size and super self-healing ability to exchange injuries with Du Xiaochang. Under this constant blow, the bright starlight on Du Xiaochang gradually dimmed. He was dragged into the wheel battle, and was consumed bit by bit. No matter how powerful he was, since he couldn't fly, there was nothing Su Jie could do. On the contrary, Su Jie saw his broken flying sword, his ghost that was shaken away, and the human-faced moth that turned into flesh. Although he was very distressed, this kind of consumption was completely acceptable to him. On another battlefield, Missouri Shiryao's heart suddenly lifted when she saw Du Xiaochang reaching a deadlock and gradually falling into a disadvantage. She never expected that with Du Xiaochang's strength, he would be at a disadvantage in the fight. Seeing that the situation was not favorable for her side, Imo Shiryao had no choice but to use her killing move. Mantra Galaxy Sword. Imo Shiryao forcibly activated the secret technique at a huge cost. A mouthful of blood sprayed on the Guqin, and her face instantly turned pale as paper. I saw the faint sound of the Guqin, which seemed to be connected to a certain star. The void trembled, and the sky was filled with light. There was an aurora dragging a long light tail, and with a vast and terrifying aura, it fell from the 9 heavens. The land within a radius of 10 miles was illuminated by the aurora. Birds and beasts fled in fright, and each of the vigorous ancient trees was bent down, as if it was a natural disaster. The aurora was extremely fast. It was far away in the horizon a second ago, but it rushed closer in the blink of an eye. The powerful spiritual light formed a lightsaber, carrying ultimate beauty and endless murderous intent. Sujia raised his head with a solemn expression, originally planning to call Thousand-Handed Centipede over to assist in defense, but at this moment, a scream came from the dense forest. "Hey, fierce woman, I haven't lost yet." Ning Xinyue pinched the spell with both hands at the same time. On the ground, layers of ice continued to crush upwards, turning into a huge frozen throne. On the throne, the goddess of ice sat in the void, stretching out her jade hand to shake it. Hichu Tianshu Gong. Ning Xinyue used the Hichu Tianshu Gong she had practiced, and she made exactly the same movements as the ice goddess of the throne. Click. The ice goddess's right hand was made of frost and cold, and it continued to expand halfway, turning into a giant hand holding up the sky, grabbing the bright aurora. Boom! In an instant, the world turned upside down, as if the sky was about to be torn apart. Two extreme attacks roared and collided, and terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. In the end, the aurora and the ice goddess dissipated at the same time, and Ning Xinyue's expression also became sluggish, and she suffered a lot of backlash. "Thank you." Su Jie nodded towards Ning Xinyue, and then stepped up his efforts to deal with Du Xiaochang. This time, Du Xiaochang was covered in blood, and his arms were clasped, as if he was carrying a big mountain and smashing it down heavily. Boom! The thousand-handed centipede sank down, the pale corpse hands were broken off, and the body was cut into 2 parts in the middle. But soon, at the fracture site of the thousand-hand centipede, small centipedes emerged from the flesh and blood and stuck to each other. In an instant, they were whole again, but they were much smaller in size. Zitzi, the thousand-handed centipede counterattacked very quickly. It stood upright and bit Du Xiaochang's waist. The ferocious insect body pushed the opponent hard and hit a mountain peak. The earth and rocks rolled down and the earth cracked. Immediately afterwards, the thousand-handed centipede's faceplate burst into purple light. A high temperature ignited the air, melted the rocks, and also hit Du Xiaochang. This time, Du Xiaochang's vitality was severely damaged by the rounds of attrition in fighting. He could no longer dodge and was hit by dozens of high-temperature rays. Blood holes appeared all over Du Xiaochang's body, his left arm was completely melted, his liver was pierced by high-temperature rays, and his intestines were exposed. Roar! Du Xiaochang became more and more crazy, like a trapped animal still fighting, flashing back light, his blood boiling and burning. He squatted on the ground and jumped high. The starry sky filled his body like a mountain torrent. Using blood as a guide, the blood flowing all over his body gathered into blood-colored plate crystals at his feet. He artificially created a ladder to ascend to heaven, and ran towards Su Jie in the sky regardless of himself. Thousands of thunders, seeing that the other party wanted to trade lives with him, Su Jie continued to raise the altitude while releasing the purple sky thunder. Du Xiaochang's skin and flesh were torn apart by the thunder. Below, there were only less than 10,000 human-faced moths, a dozen flying swords, and thousands of ghosts flying over persistently, surrounding Du Xiaochang, who was walking across the sky and launching a frenzied attack. Even if they were blasted by Du Xiaochang's punch and annihilated by his palm, these moths and ghosts did not hesitate at all. The moths rushed forward like moths rushing towards the fire, consuming Du Xiaochang's physical, spiritual, and vitality bit by bit. The thousand-handed centipede also flew into the sky and stopped in front of Du Xiaochang. These layers of attacks are endless, and ordinary people would have been in despair, but Du Xiaochang is a man of great perseverance. "Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me." Du Xiaochang's body was almost drained of essence and blood, and he looked like a rock. His flesh and blood were blurred by thunder and lightning. His heart was pierced by the bone heavenly evil sword, and human-faced moths crawled into his chest along the wounds to gnaw at the fragile body. The internal organs, the ghost tore the soul into pieces. Du Xiaochang relied on his last breath to break through the defense lines of thunder, flying insects, ghosts, flying swords, and thousands-handed centipedes, and finally arrived in front of Su Jie, who was stepping on a group of small centipedes as a foothold. This time, there was barely an inch of good flesh on his body, his spiritual power was dry, and his energy was as thin as a thread. Only a pair of eyes still full of anger stared at Su Jie, and he threw one last punch. This punch was filled with rage. The stars bloomed like a long river, the sky shook, and the clouds dispersed. He delivered a punch that was extremely sublime. Bang, the sky exploded with starlight, and Su Jie's body exploded into pieces. Something's wrong. The touch of the hit was wrong, and Du Xiaochang's eyes widened in the next moment, because Su Jie's body in front of him turned into clouds and disappeared, and at the same time, a chuckle sounded from behind. TSK, TSK, you are indeed the true form of Yu Yang. It is so terrifying. I was almost killed by you. At the familiar voice, Du Xiaochang turned his head in disbelief and saw the back of the thousand-handed centipede. The beetle here shattered and turned into small centipedes as long as chopsticks, spurting out like a fountain. Su Jie's true body slowly emerged from the densely packed small centipedes. It turned out that at some point, Su Jie had quietly lurked inside the thousand-handed centipede's body, and what was left outside was just a shadow fake left over from the mysterious shadow technique. Du Xiaochang, who was seriously injured and his soul was shattered, failed to distinguish the fake body and wasted his last blow. End of chapter. Chapter 182 Death of the Divine Body, third update. You are despicable. Du Xiaochang pointed at Su Jie, his pupils dilated and his lips opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something more, but his body no longer allowed him to do so. Before he could finish a complete sentence, the last vitality of his body dissipated, his energy was cut off, and he fell from the sky to the ground like an eagle with broken wings. How despicable! This should be considered a compliment to a demon cultivator. The corner of Su Jie's mouth curled up, and the swarm of insects held Du Xiaochang's body and flew towards Su Jie. No! Seeing Du Xiaochang's death with her own eyes, Mo Shuriao's clear eyes stared blankly ahead, her whole body motionless, and tears had already blurred her eyes. Give me back senior brother Du. After she came to her senses, Mo Shuriao held the guqin and played it with both hands, emitting mysterious heavenly sounds, transforming into a handful of magical weapons, trying to snatch back Du Xiaochang's body. If you want to get the body back, first try to see if you can get through the insect swarm. Su Jie spoke like a villain. While swallowing pills to restore his dry spiritual power, he mobilized insect swarms to block the Miaoying divine soldier. Buzz, the human-faced moths formed a sparse swarm, the white-bone heavenly evil sword roared, and there were only a few thousand ghosts left, and even the blood river could not be built. Although Du Xiaochang was killed, Su Jie also suffered heavy losses. Now only thousand-handed centipedes still maintained strong combat effectiveness. Mo Shuriao took action decisively, and pieces of phantom sound weapons flew towards her. The white-bone Tianxia sword faced the enemy and flew straight towards Mo Shuriao, while the ghost covered each piece of phantom sound weapon. Zheng. The sound of the piano came in waves, and the sound waves formed a round bell that was clasped above Mo Shuriao's head. The white-bone Tianxia sword flew into the surface of the round clock. Half of the sword tip had pierced through, and the sharp sword energy was revealed, causing a bloodstain to appear in the middle of Mo Shuriao's eyebrows, just shy of piercing her head. It was obvious that her body was severely overdrawn from the fight with Ning Xinyue just now, and her body has not recovered yet. Girl Ning, come on! Su Jie shouted to Ning Xinyue, while he was distracted from dealing with those phantom sound weapons. You know how to call me. Ning Xinyue puffed up her cheeks angrily, but after all, she still took action. With one palm seal, Ning Xinyue used the 5 elements demon-suppressing grand hand seal. A foot-wide handprint shining with the luster of 5 color glass was slapped on the round clock, causing a few more cracks on the surface of the clock body. Clang! 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 Ning Xinyue clapped her palms continuously, and the spiritual power in her body surged. This time she did not use the 5 elements suppressing demon's grand madra, but mobilized the special frost air brought by her Xianyin body to form streams of ice air, flowing in the round bell. Layers upon layers of ice are frozen on the surface, under the low temperature. Even if Mo Shuriao kept fiddling with the strings to add strength to the sonic clock, it was still to no avail. There were more and more cracks on it. At the same time, Su Jie arrived on the thousand-handed centipede, preparing to solve this last trouble. Bang! The thousand-handed centipede's huge body hit the sonic round clock, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. The round clock exploded, and light waves scattered all over the ground. Mo Shuriao, who was biting her cherry lips, knew that the end was over. The 2-on-2 had failed before, but now she was the only one left. How could she save the defeat in 1-on-2? If she had that ability, Du Xiaochang would not have died just now. Whoosh! Mo Shuriao picked up the guqin, and Nyomon's body seemed to turn into sonic rainbow light, flying in the hands of the pale corpses photographed one after another, and escaped. Snap, Sujie turned his head sideways to avoid the flying sonic rainbow light, and countless terrifying corpse hands, human-faced moths, and flying swords followed his thoughts and chased him away. The blow failed, so Imo Shiryao held the guqin and wanted to play another song. Who is so presumptuous here? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. I saw a demon fox stepping on the void and running towards me from the horizon. Sujie, I, Imo Shiryao, will not let you go. Sooner or later, I will use your head to worship senior brother Du. Imo Shiryao finally gave up. On her beautiful face, her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Sujie with great resentment, as if she wanted to remember Sujie's appearance deeply. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly cut the strings, destroying the guqin and stimulating a light wave inside. Her body was also enveloped by the light wave, and then she flew away into the distance and escaped into the dense forest. Who? Sujie breathed a sigh of relief, and after Imo Shiryao left, he slumped down on the back of thousand-handed centipede. Waves of severe pain shot through my mind, as if countless steel needles were stuck in my head. The Zixia thunder relied on the power of the divine soul to blast out so many blasts in succession that Sujie himself was at the end of his strength and on the verge of his physical limit. Coupled with the depleted spiritual power in his body, the sparse insect swarms and flying swords. Imo Shiryao still maintains her fighting power, and it is impossible for Sujie to catch up. When the war was over, Thousand-Handed Centipede took Sujie to the ground and stayed by Sujie's side. Ning Xinyue ran over and saw Thousand-Handed Centipede grinning and staring at her with cold insect eyes. Xiao Chen, I'm here to help him treat him. Ning Xinyue approached cautiously, and finally got Thousand-Handed Centipede's approval. She approached Sujie, took out the jade bottle, and poured out 2 pills. My 2,000-year-old chalcedony pills are medium-grade pills and have very good healing effects. This was the first time for Ning Xinyue to see Sujie so sluggish. The pressure brought by Du Shaoshan was too strong. His divine power was like a vast ocean and his body was ridiculously strong. Although she had awakened Xianin body, her combat experience was too little. If he faced Du Shaoshan, let alone win, he would be considered successful if he could escape. It can't be poison. Sujie sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to restore the disordered inner breath in his body. Humph, forget it if you don't eat. Ning Xinyue raised her little head proudly. Trust me once. Sujie smelled the faint medicinal fragrance of these 2 elixirs, and the damaged meridians in his body were like rain after a long drought, nourishing them and starting to improve. After being convinced, Sujie took the elixir and swallowed it. The effect took effect quickly. The pain in Sujie's brain improved a lot, and the damaged meridians were constantly being repaired. This time, there was movement in the sky again, and a demon fox fell from the sky. Several figures jumped off the demon fox's back, and the first one was Xiao Fengyuan, whom they had met once before, and several of his teammates. It was the corpse hand man to Sujie. Why did it end up like this? This area is going to be bombed to pieces. What kind of enemy is fighting him? Several demon cultivators looked at the dilapidated environment around them. There were large pits every tens of meters on the ground, and the inside was scorched earth with smoke rising from it, as if it had been bombarded by a group of heavy artillery. It was caused by the Zixia sky thunder. Such a tragic environment shocked them. What kind of level of confrontation would it take to destroy the environment to such an extent? End of chapter. Chapter 183 Shock, 4th update. Xiao Feng glanced at Thousand-Handed Centipede from afar, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and then he cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Su, are you okay? It's okay. If you destroy a powerful enemy, it's not in vain. Sujie coughed twice and watched Xiao Fengyuan secretly and vigilantly. If the other party showed any signs of taking advantage of the situation, Sujie would immediately let the Thousand-Handed Centipede take him away. Fortunately, Sujie was overthinking. Xiao Fengyuan seemed to have guessed what Sujie was thinking and took the initiative to take a few steps back and said, Don't get me wrong, I came here to check on the situation. There was too much noise when you were fighting here just now. I heard the noise and rushed come here. It's okay now that it's okay. Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for your concern. Sujie stood up from the ground, patted the Thousand-Handed Centipede, and said with a smile, I have acted too arrogantly recently, and those righteous sects specially send experts to attack and kill me. Fortunately, my goo insects are quite powerful. I didn't let the enemies who were chasing me succeed. I killed one and ran away. The thousand-handed centipede shook its body. Its ferocious appearance made several demon cultivators except Xiao Fengyuan change their expressions. Their movements of hands and feet became extremely gentle, for fear of making a big noise and being swallowed by this giant creature. Xiao Fengyuan had also heard about Su Jie's style and knew that he had killed many people during this period. It was not surprising that the Zhangdao sect sent a special team to target him. I don't know who launched the attack. Thinking of this, Xiao Fengyuan asked directly. Look over there. Su Jie pointed to a corpse covered by a human-faced moth. As the moth flapped its wings and flew away, Du Xiaochang's corpse was also exposed. A man named Du Xiaochang claims to be a disciple of Zhuang Liangru, and a woman named Imo Shiryao. Both of them are first-class fierce. Su Jie touched his head, which was still aching, and said with lingering fear. Du Xiaochang, the true form of Yu Yang, and Imo Shiryao, the voiceless fairy. The moment he saw Du Xiaochang's body, Xiao Fengyuan couldn't help but feel shocked, extremely stunned, and even a little unbelievable. Are these two people famous? Su Jie asked, asking the man-faced moth to bring Du Xiaochang's body over. Both of them are well-known figures among young talents among Qingzhou practitioners, especially Du Xiaochang. His Yu Yang true body is extremely domineering and has unparalleled divine power. He is known as an invincible existence in close combat under the Qingzhou secret realm. Br Xiao Fengyuan was shaken, and when he looked at Su Jie, in addition to shock, there was also a touch of admiration in his eyes. This man is really brave in close combat. Su Jie nodded. Fortunately, he didn't let the opponent get closer, otherwise the outcome would still be decided. To be honest, even if I faced this person, my chances of winning would be 50-50 at best. I didn't expect to be defeated by you, junior brother Su, tonight. Those righteous sects definitely didn't expect that this move would greatly increase the momentum of our Ghost Ridge Palace. After Xiao Feng was shocked, he couldn't help but become excited. For the Ghost Ridge Palace that is currently under siege, the emergence of this news will be a shot in the arm and boost the momentum of the entire sect. When others heard the conversation between Su Jie and Xiao Fengyuan, they realized that the person Su Jie killed was such an important person. Senior brother Xiao, stop boasting. Look at me like this. I was almost beaten to death by him. I was able to kill him because he underestimated me. I was lucky enough to win. There was not much joy on Su Jie's face. After listening to Xiao Fengyuan's words, Su Jie guessed that he was probably on the Zhangdao sect's blacklist, which was not good news for him. But now that the matter has come to this, Su Jie does not regret killing Du Xiaochang. The battle between factions is a matter of life and death. If Du Xiaochang had not been killed before, Su Jie would have died. Su Jie. At this time, Chen Yun, who had left before, also returned here with Yin Wenwen. She was horrified to see the battlefield that sent shivers down her spine. If she had stayed here just now and was accidentally affected by the battle, she would have died without knowing how. This is not a place for discussion, junior brother Su. Seeing that you are seriously injured, you should go back to the mountain gate to recuperate for a while. Xiao Fengyuan took the initiative to speak. There was a lot of noise in the battle before, but no matter whether it was the righteous disciples or the demon cultivators, they saw the noise of the confrontation from a distance and did not dare to come close. Xiao Fengyuan dared to come here because of the boldness of a skilled person, and now Su Jie has killed Du Xiaochang and escaped with Imo Shiryao. God knows whether there will be any revenge activities in the future. In order to prevent other Zhangdao sect disciples from coming, it is better to retreat first. Su Jie unfolded his corpse hands, and pale corpse hands emerged from his trousers. He quickly crawled everywhere to collect broken flying swords, dead insect corpses, etc., and also took Du Xiaochang's storage bag. As expected, there were no magic weapons or talismans in this storage bag. Du Xiaochang had never seen them used before, and he seemed to be afraid that using these things would affect his ability to prove the Tao. However, although there are no magic weapons, there are still a lot of various elixirs and spiritual stones. The value is roughly estimated to be about 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which can be regarded as a great harvest. After recovering the loot, Su Jie took Chen Yun, Yin Wenwen, and Ning Xinyue to sit on the thousand-handed centipede, soared into the air and returned to the mountain gate. Xiao Feng was far away guarding him, riding a four-eyed magic fox to follow him to prevent any accidents from happening to In this way, one after another. It was already dawn when Su Jie returned to the mountain gate of Guiling Palace, and a red sun slowly rose on the horizon. It was impossible to fly around inside the mountain gate, and there were various killing formations here. Su Jie soon landed on the steps in front of the mountain gate. Dozens of law enforcement teams patrolling and stationed here immediately surrounded him. After a while, when Du Xiaochang's body was displayed, most of the Ghost Ridge Palace was alarmed. The disciples came over one by one to look at Yu Yang's true body and praised each other. That person is senior brother Su, who killed Yu Yang's true form. This person was a disciple of Zhuang Liangru, a great master in the Taoist realm. However, he was still bitten to death by a centipede by senior brother Su. How do you raise a middle-grade 4th refined goo worm? My goo worms can't even break through to a lower-grade goo worm. I can't imagine how powerful such a goo worm is. No wonder it can kill Du Xiaochang. Senior brother Su is mighty. Senior brother Su is mighty. Noisy discussions resounded all around, and the disciples looked excited, and finally turned into shouting Su Jie's name in unison. Su Jie, you did a good job this time, a great job. Zhuo Xinping, the leader of the command hall, walked out of the mountain gate in person and greeted Su Jie at the steps with a bright smile on his face. Hall Master Zhuo, fortunately, this mission was successful. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. Su Jie felt Zhuo Xinping's enthusiasm, which he had never felt before, as Zhuo Xinping laughed loudly and said, "Ha, you are still so humble at this time. Don't worry, after I report this achievement to the sect leader, I will definitely reward you greatly. Go down to rest and heal your injuries." Disciple obeys. Su Jie nodded and returned to his mansion. Behind him, the Guiling Palace became lively. Du Xiaochang's body was paraded through the streets. At the same time, Su Jie's name spread to every corner of the Guiling Palace. It was truly unknown to everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 184. The Aftermath, 5th update. The sky is floating on the Dharma boat. The atmosphere in the hall was unusually heavy, like the depression before a violent storm, making people almost breathless. Zhuang Liangru sat on the chair, his face clouded with uncontrollable anger, and there was a hint of sadness deep in his eyes that could not be erased. Next to her, Si Xining, the master of Miaoying Temple, was also sitting here. Even though she was covered with a veil, E.G. could tell that her face looked very ugly. "Yaoer, you disappoint me so much." Si Xining looked at the kneeling disciple in front of her and sighed quietly. "Master, Elder Zhuang, I didn't save senior brother Du, it's all my fault." Mo Shurya's beautiful face had already been covered with tears, and she knelt on the ground and kept sobbing, thinking that Du Xiaochang was not only beaten extremely miserably, but also that his body could not be recovered. "I couldn't help but feel sad and cried even more sadly." Click. Zhuang Liangru sat alone on a chair, with dark red lightning flashing through the void around him, and the sound of rolling thunder filled the room with a sense of solemnity. This is an ability that can only be found in the Daotai realm. The mind is the power of heaven. People's various emotions can cause strange phenomena in the world, which shows how angry he is. "Brother Zhuang, I'm sorry, there is no resurrection after death." Si Xining turned to comfort Zhuang Liangru. She knew that although Zhuang Liangru had more than one disciple, he only had one direct disciple, Du Xiaochang. This person is talented and intelligent, and has a strong spiritual body. He has made a huge name in Qingzhou and is recognized as a Taoist realm reserve. It is said that the other party could have broken through to the secret realm long ago, just to polish the foundation and achieve greater achievements in the future, so he had suppressed his cultivation and failed to achieve any breakthrough, so he had always been regarded as the successor by Zhuang Liangru. Now that he has fallen into the realm of Ghost Ridge Palace like this, at such a young age, he has not been able to realize even 1/10 of his talents, which is really disappointing. Su Jie. Zhuang Liangru's voice seemed to float out of the 9 nether hell. He had personally ordered Du Xiaochang to go to the underworld of Guiling Palace to kill Su Jie, but he didn't expect that this farewell would last forever. What kind of methods does this person use? Yaoer, please tell me in detail. Why did you lose so miserably? Is the enemy really that strong? The atmosphere in the room frightened even Si Xining, a strong man in the secret realm. Worried that Mo Shuryao's anger would be affected, Si Xining took the initiative to ask about the whole story. That Su Jie is also a person with a divine body. He controls a kind of mysterious sky thunder. He also has a sword-raising gourd around his waist, which can breed hundreds of flying swords and tens of thousands of flying insects, including many low-grade and medium-grade goo insects. As well as a ghost flag wrapped in ghosts, His natal gu is a 1,000-handed centipede with a length of more than 10 feet, a middle-grade 4th refined gu. Speaking of the various battles, Mo Shiryao gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "What's more important is that this person's methods are extremely despicable and he has no martial ethics at all." He relied on his flying skills to condescendingly attack and harass Senior Brother Du from the sky, using massive amounts of force to the poisonous insects and ghosts consumed Senior Brother Du's physical and spiritual energy, and in the end Senior Brother Du was consumed to death by the opponent. This child must not be kept. Si Shining couldn't help but be shocked after hearing what her apprentice said. With such a variety of attack methods and powerful gu insects, as well as the flying ability that can only be mastered in the Vault realm without relying on external objects, it is no wonder that Du Xiaochan was defeated at the hands of his opponent. Such a demonic cultivator is so powerful in the Yunling realm. If he breaks through to the secret realm and is given some time to grow, he will probably become a secret realm powerhouse at the level of Qiu Laodao and Tang Peiqing. Besides that Su Jia, there was also a female demon cultivator at the scene. The other party has a Xianin body. I was restrained by the other party, so I couldn't help. Senior Brother Du Mo Shiryao told the story exactly as it was, without hiding anything. It was at this moment that Zhuang Liangru spoke slowly, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his voice was like thunder, which spread across the sky. "Go down and give the order. Whoever kills Su Jia will be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual stones." This voice spread far and wide. In order to avenge Du Xiaoshang, Zhuang Liangru did not hesitate to offer a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones for Su Jia's head. At the same time, the gateway to the outside world from Ghost Ridge Palace, there is a tall tower. More than 20 elders of Ghost Ridge Palace were sitting cross-legged, their breaths flowing among each other, and their terrifying breaths caused ripples in the void and under their futon seats. Below is the formation eye that connects the entire mountain protection. Formation in the Ghost Ridge Palace area, they need to maintain the operation of the mountain protecting formation, and at the same time, they have to deal with the harassment of the secret realms of the righteous sect. For this reason, basically all the elders who can be used are used, and most of them were gathered here to guard against the offensive of the righteous sect. If it weren't for the existence of the mountain protecting formation, and if the opponent was afraid of the power of the Insect Valley riot, Ghost Ridge Palace would not have been able to withstand the joint attack of the 5 righteous sections. A golden messenger crow flew to the window and looked at everyone present with its amber-like eyes. Then it jumped up to Zhang Junwei, the leader of Guiling Palace, picked up the letter tied to its left leg and handed it over. Zhang Junwei looked solemn and picked up the letter solemnly. This kind of golden messenger crow is used to convey messages between elders, which means that the message is very unusual. But now there are only a few elders sitting at the mountain gate in the hinterland of Ghost Ridge Palace, and they will not leave the mountain gate easily. Could it be that the Zhang Dao sect broke through and entered the mountain gate? A bad premonition flashed through his mind. Zhang Junwei tore open the envelope and read it word for word, but as he watched, the heavy expression on Zhang Junwei's face gradually dissipated, and his eyes showed a faint smile, and finally he said hello 3 times in a row. Okay. Mr. Qiu, you really have a good apprentice." One by one, the elders opened their eyes and looked at their sect leader with confusion. Zhang Junwei didn't waste any time and directly drew the words on the letter with spiritual power and presented them in front of everyone. Gradually, each of the elders had different expressions on their faces. Some are envious, some are jealous, some are stroking their beards and smiling, and some are as sinking as water. The former are mostly those who have a good relationship with Qiu Laodao or are neutral, while the latter are mostly those who have a bad relationship with Qiu Laodao. Finally, all eyes fell on Qiu Laodao. "You actually let that Qingyin fairy go. It's really inappropriate. I will teach him a lesson when I get back." Facing the gazes, Qiu Laodao spoke in a neither salty nor bland voice, but the corners of his eyebrows were slightly raised, and it was not difficult to see as JOY.IT was also installed for us. The elders looked at Qiu Laodao speechlessly. "They knew that your branch had a powerful disciple." This tone was not blaming, it was clearly showing off. It's not enough to kill one Yuyan true body. I also want to kill all the proud disciples of the master of Miao Yingguan. What a beautiful thought. However, being able to accomplish this kind of feat also shows that those righteous sects have nothing to fear. So what about Yuyan's real body? Are gu worms still not at him? Qiu Laodao changed the subject and started from the overall situation to boost his momentum. That's right. These righteous sects have gone too far to bully others. This time I will teach them a lesson. Zhang Junwei nodded with satisfaction, then took out something from the storage bag and said, "Old Taoist Qiu, your disciple must be rewarded for doing this. I will give this treasure to your disciple to encourage him to continue to work hard in the future. The sect will not treat any disciple badly." End of chapter. Chapter 185. Friends, first update. 5 days later, early in the morning, near the insect valley, there was a thick mist. Su Jie appeared here. There were net bags on the ground, which were full of fresh human-faced moths that thousand-handed centipede had just caught from the insect valley, and they were all jumping around. Whoops, another whistling sound came from the sky. Thousand-handed centipedes quickly descended from the sky like burning their buttocks. Inside the special net pockets held by Pale Corpse hands, there were another batch of newly captured human-faced moths, wildly baring their teeth and claws, mouthing, "Vomiting acid. Eat." Su Jie patted the shell of the thousand-handed centipede, which had been gnawed by human-faced moths. Feeling distressed, he took out a low-grade goo insect from his insect bag and threw it to the thousand-hand centipede. The thousand-handed centipede immediately opened its mouth, bit the goo insect, and chewed it without waiting for the opponent to struggle, enjoying it beautifully. After eating and wiping it clean, the thousand-handed centipede took off again under Su Jie's instructions, flew into the sky and entered the territory of the human-faced moths, and continued to collect and catch the human-faced moths. Su Jie then began to use the body insect concentration technique to turn these human-faced moths, which were still wild just now, into his own goo insects. Su Jie performed this operation with ease, and soon the man-faced moth recognized Su Jie as the king of insects. After removing the net bag, human-faced moths fluttered their wings and took off, circling intimately around Su Jie. This kind of work has been going on for several days. After returning to the mountain gate from the forest to recuperate, Su Jie came to the bug valley to catch insects. This time, the number of human-faced moths in Su Jie's insect bag had reached over 200,000. The spiritual power of the Zixia Thunder Body was extremely abundant, and the number of human-faced moths controlled by Su Jie also benefited from this, and the number was greatly increased. However, there are only a large number of human-faced moths now, and the low-grade human-faced moths and the middle-grade human-faced moths are basically all dead. When fighting Du Shaochang, these leading brothers were at the forefront, so they suffered the most losses. Therefore, although the number of insect clouds has increased, the combat effectiveness has actually dropped. Su Jie needs to go back to the goo insect breeding base, cultivate them well, and evolve some low-grade human-faced moths and mid-grade human-faced moths to regain strong combat effectiveness. And Su Jie suffered more than that because of that battle. Now, his sword-raising gourd, including the white-bone Tiansha sword, only has a few dozen flying swords left. The number of ghosts in the summoning banner has also increased from before. The number of animals dropped sharply from more than 10,000 to 4,000. It can be said that although Su Jie won the battle with Du Shaochang, the price he paid was extremely heavy, and his net worth shrank significantly. Even if he retrieves 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones from Du Shaochang, Su Jie may still be at a loss in actual terms. After all, these goo insects and ghosts are not easy to replenish here in Tianyuan world, even for things like the flying sword, because Ghost Ridge Palace is now involved in a sect war and the black market has come to a standstill. All kinds of materials have long been sold out. Even if there are still items, the prices have skyrocketed. Su Jie can't even replenish the flying sword. Easy. Su Jie was busy refining insects when there was movement not far away. A beautiful shadow jumped between the ancient trees, and then Ning Xinyue appeared next to Su Jie. "Hey, Su Jie, whenever you want to catch them, some human-faced moths will be enough." Ning Xinyue walked through the insect cloud composed of human-faced moths. After dealing with Su Jie for a long time, her immunity to insects has improved. Su Jie had a calm expression and said, "You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are when you're not a family member. I lost so many people in the last war. If I don't make up for it, my strength will decline. You can give it to me. Your decline in strength has nothing to do with me. If you want to find it, go to Du Shaochang. So why did you come to me?" Su Jie asked the real question. This girl was rarely seen when she had nothing to do. She didn't know what she was busy with. "I want to find you. I have something to do with you." Ning Xinyue suddenly started to hesitate when speaking. "Why, this isn't like your style. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Su Jie glanced at Ning Xinyue and put down the movement of refining the insect in his hand. How is your holy lotus growing? Ning Xinyue hesitated for a moment, then spoke a little nervously. Su Jie was stunned for a moment, looked at Ning Xinyue suspiciously, and said in a deep voice, "What, you still want to take advantage of my holy lotus? I would like to ask you to borrow a few hours. I practice a secret method called the 100 Treasures Divine Light. I can borrow the special aura of various treasures to verify my own path, thereby improving my cultivation and using it in battle. The more powerful the better the treasure is." Ning Xinyue was a little embarrassed. With her pride, this was the first time she asked someone to borrow something. Yes. Su Jie didn't think much and agreed directly. Ning Xinyue originally thought that there would be some entanglement, and even thought that Su Jie would refuse directly, but she did not expect that Su Jie would agree in such a straightforward manner. I said, I can lend it to you, but you have to use it in front of me. Su Jie turned his head and looked at Ning Xinyue. Seeing the confusion in the girl's eyes, he smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? We are friends. How can I help you with this small request?" Br Ning Xinyue looked at Su Jie blankly, as if she was meeting Su Jie for the first time. Friends. Ning Xinyue looked a little happy, but then she thought of something and subconsciously said, "You are so kind to me all of a sudden, you must not have any conspiracy." How can I have any conspiracy? For the sake of my friends, I will give you a 20% discount and charge you 100 medium-grade spiritual stones. Su Jie smiled and completed what he had not finished. In an instant, the expression on Ning Xinyue's face fell. Is this how you treat your friends? Ning Xinyue's bright eyes widened with disbelief. Ning Yatu, you need to understand this. This is a rare treasure. I would be very compassionate if I could lend it to you. If it were an ordinary person, let alone 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, I would give it to 1,000 or 10,000. Without taking a second look, Su Jie said plausibly that he didn't even ask Ning Xinyue to add money. You are a man who wants money. Ning Xinyue's teeth were itching with hatred. This bastard, thanks to her being moved for a moment just now, it turned out that he was completely overestimating him. If you don't want to change, just give me the secret art of the 100 Treasures Divine Light that you know, and I can charge less as appropriate. You can't learn it even if I teach you. You have to be in a specific environment to learn this skill. Then just pay the money honestly. Su Jie flicked the girl's head and said in a funny tone, "You made a lot of money with this price. Who told you not to seize the opportunity in the first place, or to take advantage of me to go out to participate in the sect war and take advantage of me? Kill it and take this sacred lotus as your own. I'm not that bad." Ning Xinyue was stunned at first, her pretty face turned red, and she glared angrily at Su Jie. End of chapter. Chapter 186. Another stroke, second update, so cherish the opportunity. Su Jie took out the 9th grade holy lotus and stretched out his hand towards Ning Xinyue. 50 spiritual stones, okay? Ning Xinyue wanted to bargain, saying the price was too expensive. Exotic treasures are priceless, just say whether you want to borrow them or not. Su Jie's tone was firm. Ning Xinyue was a little rich woman, so Su Jie felt at ease when she killed her. If he missed this time, he would never know when he would be able to take advantage of her next time. 60? 100, up to 75. I won't borrow it again. You are cruel. Seeing that Su Jie's attitude did not change at all, Ning Xinyue had no choice but to take out 100 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones and give them to Su Jie, but was blackmailed by Su Jie again. Su Jie also accepted the spirit stone with satisfaction and handed the 9th grade holy lotus seedling to Ning Xinyue. Earning tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones in a few hours is simply not easy to make. The 9th grade holy lotus was planted in the 5 elements spiritual soil in the glass vase. Compared with when Su Jie first got it, the 9th grade holy lotus grew taller. 2 cotyledons sprouted and a new cotyledon grew. Ning Xinyue's eyes were bright when she saw the 9th grade holy lotus. The heartache of having just paid 100 middle grade spiritual stones was instantly forgotten. She sat happily on the ground and pressed her fingertips on the cotyledons of the 9th grade holy lotus. Hulong. The next moment, the spiritual power in Ning Xinyue's body surged like a tide, and there was a precious light shining on her crystal skin, which was extremely magical. Changes also occurred on the ninth grade Holy Lotus. Treasure light bloomed simultaneously on the cotyledons. The two sides seemed to be engaged in some mysterious causal connection. Gradually, behind Ning Xinyue, a small silhouette of a ninth grade Holy Lotus appeared. In addition to the shadow of the ninth grade Holy Lotus, Su Jie also saw the shadow of several strange treasures, each of which was extraordinary. Suddenly, a strange wave erupted from Ning Xinyue's body. A rainbow bridge spans between Ning Xinyue and the ninth grade Holy Lotus. Waves of powerful mana fluctuations are constantly brewing, and the mysterious aura is rising steadily on Ning Xinyue. As if breaking through some shackles, in an instant, the exquisite and delicate body shines brightly, and the clouds of purple skylight wrap around Ning Xinyue's body, like the most brilliant gem in the world. The beautiful color is unforgettable at a glance. This is a breakthrough. Su Jie sensed Ning Xinyue's change and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's not that she doesn't want Ning Xinyue to break through, but she feels that she still hasn't collected enough spirit stones. If he had known that the ninth grade Holy Lotus would allow her to achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation realm, if she had asked for a higher price, this little girl would probably have agreed. But it was too late to say anything now. Su Jie could only watch as the spiritual power in Ning Xinyue's body continued to surge. After crossing a threshold, powerful spiritual power burst out from the body and entered a new realm. An hour later, Ning Xinyue finished practicing, her big black and bright eyes full of joy. Exotic treasures are powerful. Ning Xinyue happily returned the ninth grade Holy Lotus. Now she doesn't know what state of cultivation she is. Because she is a Xianyin body, her spiritual power is far higher than that of practitioners at the same level. It is completely impossible to estimate it with the spiritual power of ordinary practitioners. Accurate. TSK, I've suffered a big loss. Ning Yatu, if you still need the Holy Lotus, I'll lend it to you again. It'll be cheaper this time. Su Jie sighed, feeling that he had lost 100 million. Ning Xinyue made a face and said proudly, "You still want to blackmail me? Each treasure of the 100 treasures divine light secret technique can only be used once. Don't try to blackmail me again." That's all, 100 spiritual stones are not bad. Su Jie comforted himself in his heart, so he took back the ninth grade Holy Lotus and recalled the 1,000-hand centipede. You don't catch bugs anymore? I'm in a bad mood, and it's almost time for dinner. Let's go back and cook to relieve our mood. Su Jie rides on the 1,000-handed centipede. Ning Xinyue was amused, her branches trembled with laughter, and she felt particularly comfortable when she saw Su Jie deflated. However, Ning Xinyue stopped laughing soon. Hey, Su Jie, wait for me. I want to ride too. Don't you dislike bugs? Just rely on your legs to walk back. Asshole, it's so far away. I don't want to run away. Please stop. In front of the gate of Guiling Palace Mountain, the 1,000-handed centipede fell. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue walked down, and finally Su Jie let Ning Xinyue hitchhike. Senior brother Su. Senior brother Su. Senior brother Su. When the disciples saw Su Jie, they all saluted and greeted him, and many of them had admiration in their eyes. Since he killed Du Shaoshang, Su Jie's status in Guiling Palace has skyrocketed, becoming second only to the elders. Who is that woman? It seems like her name is Xu Qingya or something. I heard she's a genius. I think he's just a coquettish fox, clinging to senior brother Su just because he's pretty. It turns out that senior brother Su likes this kind of childish style, so I will try a different style later. In addition to saying hello, some disciples started gossiping out of curiosity. Some people are talking about who is stronger between Su Jie and Xiaofeng Yuan, and some are talking about when Su Jie will be able to break through to the secret realm. Because Ning Xinyue was following Su Jie, a man and a woman were riding together, so naturally there was gossip about Ning Xinyue. These disciples thought they could hide it from Ning Xinyue, but they didn't know that Ning Xinyue was very powerful, had a sharp ear and eyesight, and could hear all the gossip. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will tear your mouths apart. Ning Xinyue got angry and slapped a few disciples who spoke dirty words. Boom, the pure and powerful spiritual power burst out, knocking several disciples to the ground. He was able to do this just by relying on his spiritual power, and the disciples who were still gossiping all shut up. Several law enforcement team disciples looked over and saw Su Jie standing here. They hesitated, retracted their feet, and did not come to stop him. Now, at the juncture of the sect war, the sect imposes heavy penalties on conflicts between disciples, in order to allow the disciples to reduce internal friction and focus on dealing with foreign enemies. But now that Su Jie was standing next to Ning Xinyue, these law enforcement team disciples lost their temper, fearing to offend Su Jie, a popular man. If you talk nonsense again in the future, it will not be such a simple lesson. Ning Xinyue retracted her palm and pretended to be fierce, scaring several disciples so much that they crawled away. Huh, why are you laughing? Ning Xinyue looked away and saw a smile on Su Jie's lips. Girl Ning, give me a smile, and I will reward you. Su Jie laughed and joked, teasing the little girl. Xia Jizi, what are you talking about? You really think I'm a vixen? What am I trying to do to seduce you? You don't have enough money like me. Ning Xinyue put her hands on her hips, held her chin high, and said with pride on her face, besides, this girl is naturally beautiful. She will definitely become an immortal and an ancestor in the future. How can she look down on a little demon cultivator? Su Jie rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, I can't tell, you are quite narcissistic. If I do what I say, you'll be fine. Yes, I will live for thousands of years, just waiting for this day to see you climb to the top and become an immortal. End of chapter. Chapter 187 Generous Rewards. Third update, Senior Brother Su, Hall Master Zhuo invites you. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue separated. As soon as they returned to their mansion, they saw a disciple coming to deliver a message. Su Jie, who originally planned to have lunch, could only touch his stomach and went to the room on the second floor of the bailiff hall first, where he met Zhuo Xinping. Su Jie, sit down. Zhuo Xinping was sitting at his desk. There was a map of the Ghost Ridge Palace area on the table, and he was writing and drawing on it, as if he was making some plans for the arrangement of the enemy team. Hall Master Zhuo, what do you want from me? Do you want me to go out to defend against the enemy? Su Jie found a chair and sat down. He didn't know what Zhuo Xinping wanted from him, logically speaking, because he was injured in the last fight with Du Shaoshang. Zhuo Xinping personally granted him a week's leave, and it was not time for him to go out again. There is a bad thing and a good thing. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhuo Xinping raised his head, looked at Su Jie and started joking with a smile. Su Jie shrugged and said with a smile, then let me listen to the bad guys first. I like to save my favorite food for last when I eat. The bad news is that you have become a celebrity, not only in our Ghost Ridge Palace, but also in Jiangdao. Zhuo Xinping handed over a piece of paper, and after taking it, Su Jie saw a portrait of his face drawn on it, with a line of words underneath, read notice, the criminal Su Jie is a demon cultivator from Ghost Ridge Palace. He is 8 feet tall, about 20 years old. He is good at controlling insects, expelling souls, and flying swords. He has a medium-grade 4th refined Gu insect. He is cold-blooded, ruthless, cunning. He likes to extract people's souls and feed them on living people. He has committed numerous murders and is the most vicious and dangerous demon cultivator. Currently, Guanchao Pavilion has issued a red notice, asking all righteous people to actively provide clues to help apprehend this demonic cultivator. For this object, those who provide important clues and meritorious service will be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If he is killed or captured and handed over to Guanchao Pavilion, he will be rewarded with 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Su Jie in Wanted is portrayed as extremely bloodthirsty and cruel, and the portrait also has an evil smile. People will immediately associate this person with words such as evil, terror, cruelty, and killing without blinking an eye. As Zhuo Xinping tapped the table with his index finger and chuckled, how about it? What do you think after reading this? This kind of treatment is not something that ordinary demon cultivators can enjoy. Who drew this? It's too evil to paint me, and I'm not as bad as the wanted poster says. Su Jie touched his cheek and complained that these orthodox sects were too ungrateful. Aren't you surprised? Zhuo Xinping was surprised. Su Jie's reaction was a little too calm. When I killed Du Shaoshang, I expected that this day would come. After all, everyone claimed to be a disciple of Zhuang Liangru. Su Jie shrugged. After the joke, his expression was no longer as grand as before. He smiled bitterly and said, it's just that I didn't expect that the other party would issue a red notice and 100,000 spiritual stones. How much they hate me. In the spiritual world, the righteous sect will issue wanted orders for traders, demonic cultivators, casual cultivators, etc., and issue different wanted orders based on different threats. Generally speaking, red level wanted notices correspond to criminals at the level of the secret realm. It is very rare for a person like Su Jie to be listed on the list at the level of spiritual accumulation. To be honest, at this price, even I want to capture it myself in exchange for a reward. 100,000 spirit stones really look down on me. Based on Du Xiaochang's reputation in Qingzhou, 100,000 spirit stones and a red wanted notice are a bit excessive, but still reasonable. Think about it, if you go out with such a face in the future, whoever sees you will have to be in awe. Zhou Xinping comforted Su Jie at this time, but Su Jie always felt that the other person's comfort was a bit strange. Those righteous disciples who have received the stimulation of wanted rewards now see me as a piece of cake. If my identity is exposed, I will be immediately besieged by a large number of righteous disciples. You stay at the mountain gate during this period. Those righteous sects may have sent a special team to kill you, or even sent secret treasure realm elders to sneak in. We will wait until the limelight passes. Su Jie breathed a sigh of relief. It was really stressful for him to go out now with the title of 100,000 spiritual stones. Elder Zhua, I wonder what the good news is. The fundamental reason why you are worried about this kind of thing now is not strong enough, and the good news is related to that. Zhou Xinping said, taking something out of the storage bag.it was an object the size of a fist, with a dark surface, carbonized cracks, and looked like a burnt sweet potato. What is this? Su Jie looked at this object strangely, not understanding what it was. The sect master heard about your deeds and specially rewarded you with the fruit of the celestial Gu treasure tree. Zhou Xinping handed it to Su Jie, his expression becoming solemn. Reward from the sect master. Su Jie was stunned for a moment. Although he still didn't understand what this thing was, he quickly stretched out his hands to take it. This thing is the fruit of a spiritual plant called the Heavenly Gu treasure tree that grows in the core area of the Insect Valley. It only matures every 100 years. It is the favorite thing of countless Gu insects just because after swallowing it, as long as it is taken for the first time, the Gu insect can master an additional new ability after breaking through the spiritual refinement. In other words, one spiritual training can master 2 abilities. Su Jie immediately became excited after Zhou Xinping explained clearly the mechanism of action of this Heavenly Gu treasure tree fruit. There is such a treasure in the world. Su Jie looked at the celestial Gu treasure tree fruit in his hand. He thought it was ordinary at first, but now he felt more familiar with it than when he saw the spirit stone. You must know that Gu insects can only acquire new abilities through spiritual refinement. Even if the Gu insects are promoted from low grade to mid grade, and from mid grade to high grade, they will only strengthen the original abilities, but will not give the Gu insects new abilities. Ability.it can be said that the appearance of this kind of Heavenly Gu treasure tree fruit is no less than allowing the Gu insects to complete a spiritual refining for free. This object is very rare. Every time we collect it, we have to gather the strength of the elders of the sect and work together to break through the blockade and competition of the Gu insects to get it. Generally speaking, only after the disciples break through to the secret realm, it will be given by the sect leader. This time it is the sect master. He heard that you have a middle grade 4th refined Gu insect, so he gave it to you in advance, hoping that you would encourage you to move forward and improve your strength to break through to the secret realm as soon as possible. Zhou Xinping stroked his beard and told what happened with a smile. The great kindness of the sect master will be unforgettable by my disciples. I, Su Jie, will definitely kill more enemies in the future to let those righteous hypocrites know about it. Demons cannot be humiliated, and those who offend my Ghost Ridge Palace will be punished no matter how far away they are. Without saying a word, Su Jie patted his chest to express his determination and risked his life for this reward. Isn't it just a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones? After Thousand Hand Centipede completes the next spiritual training and gains 2 new abilities, it is not certain who will kill whom. That's right. We demon cultivators should have this kind of spirit. If other disciples think like you, then we elders will have peace of mind. Zhou Xinping smiled kindly and looked at Su Jie with softer eyes. As expected of the sect master's favorite seedling, his consciousness is high. End of chapter. Chapter 188 Return to Blue Star, 4th update. After saying goodbye to Zhou Exai and Ping. Su Jie returned to his mansion and released the thousand-handed centipede. The thousand-handed centipede that just came out immediately sensed something, and its insect eyes immediately looked at the celestial goo treasure tree fruit held by Su Jie in his left hand. Zitzi. The next second, thousand-handed centipede stood up excitedly, its corpse hands swaying, tightly holding Su Jie's arm, staring at the fruit of the celestial goo treasure tree with its mouth wide open. Not if it weren't for Su Jie's order, he would have rushed to grab the food. At the same time, it seemed that because of the existence of goo insects, the fruit of this heavenly goo treasure tree had changed. The outer peel peels off automatically, revealing the real core inside. All I saw was a gorgeous brilliance blooming, and the densely packed network of lines on the fruit core was like a twisted insect, vaguely seeming to be crawling. Eat, this is for you. Su Jie let go of his hand, and the fruit of the heavenly goo treasure tree fell into the thousand-handed centipede's open mouth. The thousand-handed centipede swallowed the fruit of the heavenly goo treasure tree in one bite without even chewing it. As the fruit of the heavenly goo treasure tree was swallowed, layers of black gold light shone on the abdomen of the thousand-handed centipede. Its insect shell became more and more shiny, and although its size did not expand, the insect shell had its own worm scriptures spreading out, like an innate ancient scripture, simple, profound, and mysterious. Under its influence, thousand-hand centipede's eyes became more spiritually radiant than before. Xiao Qian, whether I can continue to be popular in the future depends on you. You have to give me a promotion as soon as possible. Su Jie touched the thousand-hand centipede's head with great anticipation and eagerness. Thinking of all these things, Su Jie took out the ancient mirror, opened the portal and stepped in Blue Star Zen country, in the goo insect breeding base under the Fumen breeding ground. With Su Jie's return, the goo insects here sensed the arrival of the thousand-handed centipede, and crawled around in panic, trying to stay away from this dangerous guy. 1, 2. Su Jie counted the inventory inside one by one. With the remittance of Tianyuan hair growth liquid arriving, the scale of breeding in the Monde area has further expanded. The number of low-grade goo bugs here has also been increased as a result. Many goo bugs are not only low-grade, but also many have even been promoted to low-grade first refinement. If Su Jie hadn't strengthened the formations here before and used many more formations, he really couldn't stop these goo insects from destroying and escaping. By then, it would have been big news that shocked the world. Go ahead, these low-grade goo insects are all yours. Hearing this, the thousand-handed centipede, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately spread its legs and pounced on the low-grade goo worms, feasting on them and enjoying the goo worm buffet. The thousand-armed centipede, which is 40 meters in size, is extremely huge, and its appetite and digestion capabilities are even more terrifying. Although the number of goo worms in the underground goo worm breeding base is large, it is not enough for him to eat for a few days. 3 days. Later, the thousand-handed centipede, which has devoured all the poisonous insects, further increased its size to 45 meters in length. It's not much different. I don't know what 2 new abilities will appear by then. Because it was a natal goo insect, Su Jie estimated that the thousand-hand centipede's spiritual training time would be about the same. According to the rate at which low-grade goo worms are produced here, there will be at most 1 month left, and the number of goo worms here will be enough to meet the promotion of the thousand-handed centipede. Su Jie is now extremely looking forward to the arrival of the 5th spiritual training, but feels that time is passing too slowly. But now that I'm back, there's nothing going on at Ghost Ridge Palace for the time being. Su Jie planned to stay at Blue Star for a while to see how the armaments were developing. After leaving the Fumen breeding farm, Su Jie did not return to his private luxury estate in Mandir City. Instead, he came to a training base of Jieka Security. This place was originally the base of the Mandarian United Army. After the collapse of the Mandarian United Army, it was requisitioned by Jieka Security and carried out large-scale expansion. Now this is the largest base of Jieko Security in the Monde area, with 8,000 Jieko Security members stationed there. Before they even got close, the patrol post here noticed the car driven by Su Jie. Sir. After seeing Su Jie, the soldiers who were still staring at him immediately straightened up and saluted. Don't notify the people inside, I want to go in and take a look alone. Su Jie waved his hand, showed them his ID, then changed into a military uniform, entered the military camp alone, and made an unannounced visit to see the results of Jieka's security training. After passing 2 more layers of defense, when Su Jie entered the base, training was in full swing inside. Some soldiers were undergoing physical training. One by one, the soldiers took off their shirts, revealing their strong bodies. They were carrying solid wood in teams of 2. There are soldiers who are fully armed with guns and ammunition, and carrying full ammunition and rations. they are going on an armed cross-country trip. There were soldiers crossing various obstacles, climbing over walls, climbing high nets, crawling through mire and crawling under barbed wire fences. Some are also conducting live ammunition shooting training, and the sound of gunfire is endless. The instructors who trained these JICO security guards were all retired elite soldiers from various countries, and they were attracted by the high salaries, with good welfare benefits. Neither the instructors nor the soldiers complained, and the former were able to get satisfactory money. As for the latter's soldiers, for them, the arrival of Jack's company changed their lives, and they became more hardworking during training. After visiting a circle of training, a soldier finally discovered Su Jie's presence, and there was a sensation in the military camp. In the Mandeb area, Su Jie's reputation far exceeds that of Guiling Palace. There are elders and sect leaders in Guiling Palace. In the Mande area, to put it bluntly, Su Jie is the only king. After receiving the news, Lu Yingying, who was working in Mandar City, also rushed over. Yingying, you have developed the army very well. Su Jie was the first to speak. During his absence, Lu Yingying did not miss the opportunity to develop Jie's security. Lu Yingying shook her head and said, I am only responsible for giving money. The training is managed by the instructors, and even the purchase of arms is the same. Take me to the arsenal to see what you have bought during this time. Seeing that there were soldiers around him, Su Jie asked them to continue training, and he took several officers and Lu Yingying to the arsenal. The heavy doors were opened one after another. The Cold War machines inside were also exposed to Su Jie's view: main battle tanks, armed helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, military trucks, combat engineering vehicles, howitzers, mortars, and self-propelled anti-aircraft guns lay quietly on the high-strength reinforced concrete ground, exuding the energy that only Blue Star humans can. The horror of understanding. In addition to these war vehicles and artillery, there are countless firearms and other small weapons. There are more than 100,000 firearms, especially those cheap and large volume AKs, and rocket launchers, machine guns, landmines, etc. are also everywhere. In the ammunition depot and another part of the warehouse, artillery shells of various calibers were placed vertically, making it almost impossible to see the end at a glance. Modern warfare is all about logistics, and it is natural to prepare a lot of arms and ammunition. Judging from the reserves of this arms warehouse, even if a war involving tens of thousands of people is fought for several years, these arms will be enough to sustain it. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Development status. First update. Su Jie looked at these weapons and equipment. There was nothing much to say about light weapons. Heavy vehicles are basically outdated models, or shrunk monkey versions, but for the Zen Kingdom, they are also first-class advanced equipment. According to the plan, we currently set up the 1st and 2nd JICO Security Brigade respectively. The former is a heavy synthetic brigade with a strength of 6,000 people, and the latter is a mountain brigade with a strength of 9,000 people. The total strength is 15,000 people. Most of them are newly recruited soldiers, and their training time is short. According to the population of our Mande area, if recruitment is still needed, up to 20,000 to 30,000 local young people can be recruited, but then production will be affected. Although Lu Yingying knew nothing about military affairs, she had studied hard during this period and learned a lot about it. The number of people is enough, and the remaining young people can take time to let them participate in militia training. We will be responsible for the meals and ammunition consumption during the training, and provide some subsidies. I think everyone will be very willing. Su Jie was already satisfied with this number. There were frequent wars in the Zen Kingdom, and the people here were naturally strong-willed and had a high sense of identity in joining the army. Coupled with the generous security treatment for entering JICA, it was easy to gather the number of people. Once the news of the recruitment expansion was announced, the population of the Mandeb area is 7 to 8 million, and the 15,000 professional soldiers are not too heavy a military burden, which is almost equivalent to 1 in 50. For example, North Korea has a population of 25 million, an army of 12 to 30 million, hundreds of thousands of reservists, and millions of paramilitary personnel. In comparison, Su Jie is considered restrained. Go to war and resort to violence. There are so many newly recruited soldiers, how is their combat effectiveness? Su Jie continued to ask, which was related to his next action. Lu Yingying was a little embarrassed and could only look at the officers beside her. An officer stood up and explained, Sir Su, the newly recruited soldiers are good at using firearms, and they are not slow to get started, but because most soldiers have not gone to school, their efficiency in learning mechanical vehicles and artillery shooting is low. These require high-quality soldiers. We can only make up for it by increasing live fire training and night shifts to remediate cultural knowledge. It also takes time to get used to it. Therefore, the mountain brigade based on light infantry has basically taken shape. Since the combined brigade has hundreds of tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery, etc., it is expected that it will require a long period of training to maintain sufficient combat effectiveness. Command is also a shortcoming. Our instructors can be responsible for the general direction of command, but the basic level of squad formation, combat command and coordination is relatively limited, and there is a lack of veterans with sufficient experience and responsibility. The officer talked a lot in one breath. These were all the pain points in his opinion. Finally, he said, fortunately, the local mountainous and dense forest environment of Zen is not suitable for armored unit activities. Our training usually focuses on guerrilla warfare and mountainous terrain. War is the main thing. We still lack a lot of experience and skills required for regular warfare, and these take years to learn. Hearing this, Su Jie shook his head with a smile and asked about the blonde foreign officer. What's your name? Very Kin, Russian. The officer puffed up his chest and loudly announced his name. Do you know what enemy we are preparing to face? Su Jie continued to ask. Of course, buying so many arms is not just for viewing. It must be useful. Other warlords around? Valentine thought for a while, and there should be only one answer. Do you think the level of those warlord soldiers is as high as the professional soldiers in your country? If we fight, our level is terrible, and they can't be that level. Su Jie said this. It's not that he ignored human life and planned to drag untrained soldiers to the battlefield to die as cannon fodder. It was actually that the level of the warlord side was worse than that of Jiko's security side. After all, Su Jie invited retired foreign military officers to guide the training, and the equipment was sufficient. Those warlords are not that generous. Many warlords use the money to squander their own expenses. The level of the army is hard to describe. If the two warlords fight, they will compete to see who is worse. Valentine was speechless, because what Su Jie said was really correct. As far as the level of those warlords is concerned, it's not that they look down on each other. It cannot be said that they don't have military literacy. They are still very good at fighting low-intensity wars such as guerrilla warfare. In a high-intensity frontal battlefield, the opponent does not have many such training subjects, and heavy firepower armored units may not be able to perform well. So, we don't need to belittle ourselves. Seeing that Valentine understood what he meant, Su Jie nodded with satisfaction. They were just noobs pecking each other, and Su Jie was planning to help pull the lead, so the chance of winning was pretty good. After visiting the arsenal, it was getting dark. Su Jie and Lu Yingying had a meal with many ordinary soldiers in the army canteen, and then drove back to the private estate in Mandur City. How are the sales of Tianyuan hair growth liquid and how much money is in the account now? On the sofa in the villa, Su Jie asked Lu Yingying about Tianyuan hair growth serum. It has been almost 2 months since he went to Tianyuan World, and even before that, Tianyuan hair growth liquid had been selling like hotcakes in the markets of Blue Star countries, and it must have brought back a large amount of money. Currently, the monthly sales volume of our Tianyuan hair growth serum in China has exceeded 120 million bottles, and the monthly revenue is around 12 billion yuan. The overseas launch is a bit late. The current sales volume in various countries is 70 million bottles per month, and the market price of each bottle of Tianyuan hair growth serum is at $159. Our wholesale cost to dealers will be cheaper, but the selling price will result in fewer buyers. The monthly revenue in this area is about $8 billion. The sales volume of Tianyuan hair growth liquid is still growing slowly every month. As we develop some potential users, the monthly revenue is expected to exceed $12 to $12.5 billion, and the annual revenue can easily exceed $100 billion. When Lu Yingying mentioned the topic of business, she immediately became interested. She was much more enthusiastic than talking about arms. She kept telling Su Jie about the glorious achievements of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Our products are selling so well overseas, the hair treatment drugs and hair transplant markets on the market will be subverted. Su Jie had been mentally prepared for this, and this number was quite different from what he had expected. The global market for hair transplantation, hair loss, wigs, and hair care is worth tens of billions of dollars. Tianyuan hair growth liquid monopolized the old market, opened up new markets with its amazing curative effect, and turns some people with incurable hair loss into its own customers, which is why it has such huge revenue. Yes, compared to medicines that are worrisome and slow to produce results, and hair transplant surgeries that tear down one wall to make up for the other, but cannot guarantee the survival rate of hair follicles, our Tianyuan hair growth serum is simple, fast, and cheap. It has defeated many overseas products, including Europe and the United States. A large number of related companies in the region have gone bankrupt, and the market is basically monopolized by our Tianyuan hair growth serum. Lu Yingying's face was glowing with glory. She controlled such an artifact as Tianyuan hair growth serum to defeat Feng Qiu in business, and controlled the huge capital power of tens of billions of dollars. Lu Yingying was so energetic every day that she couldn't help but feel happy. End of chapter. Chapter 190 Fist is Power, second update. After learning about Tianyuan hair growth serum, Su Jie finally asked the question he was most concerned about now. Investigating the situation of the nearby warlords, have they done anything strange? Lu Yingying took out a piece of information and said, starting a month ago, the three warlords in East Qin State, Guominding, Onyuluan, and Suomintan, have successively expanded their armies to a certain extent, and have external channels to transport large quantities of arms. The quantities are very large. Amazing. Su Jie frowned and looked at the information handed over by Lu Yingying. The information and data of several warlords are recorded in detail above. Among the three warlords, the one with the largest population and the largest territory is undoubtedly the warlord Guomindang. The number of soldiers has reached 18,000, which is more than Jieka security. Comparing the military strength of the three warlords, the total number of soldiers reached an astonishing 35,000. In addition to the number of troops, there are also maps of the opponent's military camps and defensive locations, as well as photos of arms procurement. It is very difficult to truly conceal some large arms such as tanks when transporting them in a place like Zan. It seems that they have made a big decision and spent so much money all at once, so they can't wait to devour our interests. Su Jie tapped his fingers on the table. These warlords were making such big moves. If they were reacting to the military expansion by Jieko security and wanted to engage in an arms race, they might be able to recruit a lot of soldiers, but those heavy equipment and weapons, Su Jie relied on Tianyuan hair growth liquid to make a lot of money to establish his business. The local emperors in these enclosures simply cannot afford to buy so many full-scale armored units. The entire Zen military only has a few hundred armored units. It is impossible for one of their warlords to have such financial resources unless there is external financial support. There are no precious mines such as oil, iron ore, and natural gas nearby. With so much money invested in supporting these warlord forces, it is obvious who the target is. Aster Pharmaceuticals, a multinational pharmaceutical company in the world's top 500 companies, has always been eyeing Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Or, to be more precise, the Avilson family, who control the behind-the-scenes of Aster Pharmaceuticals, is coveting the interests of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Before Tianyuan hair growth liquid was launched, they had the largest drug market share in the field of hair loss. Now, under the impact of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, related products all over the world have been in decline. This famous pharmaceutical company has suffered a lot, and it has set its sights on Tianyuan hair growth liquid, a cash cow. The other party had previously sent mercenaries to attack in an attempt to steal the formula of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. After the failure, it seemed that they planned to use the army to solve the problem. This is also the consistent style of the Anglo-Saxons. Pay close attention to the situation of the three warlords Guominding, and inform them immediately of any movement. At the same time, let Jieka security conduct an attack rehearsal and formulate a war plan. Su Jie is used to taking the initiative. Instead of waiting for others to adjust and attack, it is better to strike first. After all, whether a war breaks out in other people's territory or at home, the losses caused are completely different. The Mondai area has been run by Su Jie for so long, and Su Jie doesn't want to turn it into a pile of ruins. Lu Yingying felt a little worried and said, "Our military strength is at a disadvantage. Wouldn't it be bad to start a war now? These three warlords are bordering the Mandeb region. The entire eastern Qin state has a population of 2 to 3 million. They occupy 2 million, and the Mandeb region has 7 to 8 million. Regardless of military strength or war potential, the three warlords, Guominding, have the upper hand. Don't be afraid. Although we are not ready, the enemy is the same. The final winner will definitely be us." Su Jie held Lu Yingying in his arms and said with a smile, "As for the number of people, We can improve our individual combat effectiveness and make up for the gap in numbers. Lu Yingying felt Su Jie's strange big hands. Her pretty face was stained with a touch of red. She forced herself to suppress her chaotic emotions and asked in confusion, "Soldier training needs to be gradual. Can this be improved significantly in a short period of time? Of course we can't rely on ordinary methods, but we are not going to take the ordinary path. You will know when the time comes. What I am worried about now is actually not these warlords. What I am worried about is the intervention of the United States." Su Jie spoke calmly and said the name of the current #1 overlord on Earth. Lu Yingying became a little unconfident and said suspiciously, "The United States should not end up personally. It is still a country after all, and we have no conflict of interest with him. Don't overestimate the moral integrity of the United States. The interests of Tianyuan hair growth liquid are so great now. The annual net profit is tens of billions of dollars, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the United States' annual military expenditure. There is no guarantee that the other party will not be tempted." Su Jie had a look of disdain on his face. It was well known that the American people were bad assholes. They had inherited the fine traditions of the British Empire. Wherever there was war, the other side was indispensable. Look at the wars in the Middle East. Oil can bring benefits, so the Middle East cannot escape the presence of the United States. JECA company also has big interests here, so it will naturally attract jackals, especially this time. Aster Pharmaceuticals, which is hostile to JECA security, is a real American company. With the public relations capabilities of those lobbying groups, it is hard to say whether they will interfere. Unless there is a big country as a shield, it is not easy to maintain stability. Su Jie can actually transport all his property back to China, but Su Jie prefers to be free rather than being restricted everywhere. Many things can only be used on their own territory. Otherwise it would be difficult for Su Jie to open the underground goo breeding base at Fumen Breeding Farm even when the benefits are getting bigger and bigger in the future. If you don't know how to share the benefits, you won't be able to function in any country. Therefore, Su Jie believes more in his own power. Boxing is power. Any support may collapse. It is better to rely on oneself. It will be a little harder and lead a more comfortable life. Then shall we still go to war? Lu Yingying was a little numb by Su Jie's words. Thinking of the possibility of conflict with the United States, the largest military power in Blue Star, how could she not be nervous? You must fight, and you must hit with one punch to avoid hundreds of punches. Don't be hesitant just because you are worried about U.S. interference. Facing ferocious beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards, cutting and feeding them will only make them more and more greedy. They must pick up sticks, knives, and guns to stop them from grinning. Su Jie's expression was cold and not weak at all. If he failed, the worst he could do was hide back in Tianyuan world for a while and then come back again later. Su Jie had the confidence. Lu Yingying looked at Su Jie's resolute face with admiration in her eyes, and couldn't help but hug Su Jie's neck, feeling the gradually rising body temperature of the delicate body in his arms and the rosy and pretty cheeks. Su Jie immediately understood Lu Yingying's thoughts, picked her up with a smile, and strode toward the bedroom. End of chapter. Chapter 191 Divine Sound Transmission, Third Update, China, Mohua Company's #1 pig breeding base. Su Jie appeared here for inspection, accompanied by Liang Lianjuan and several Mohua Company leaders. After staying in the Zen Kingdom for a few days, Su Jie returned to the Hua Kingdom because his 10,000 soul banners ghosts were severely depleted and it was time to replenish them. Not bad, it seems that you have developed the company very well. Su Jie inspected the area and said with emotion, compared to the last time Su Jie came here, the number of pigs raised here is obviously more. If you just sense it, you can find the soul-calling flags stored in the slaughterhouse, which contain a large number of ghosts. It feels good to be rich. You don't have to do anything to get a steady stream of ghosts, the professional manager of Mohua Company explained, thanks to the financial support from Tianyuan Daily and Tianyuan Home Furnishing, otherwise we would not be able to develop so fast. Liang Lianjuan smiled bitterly. The funds provided by Tianyuan Home Furnishing are limited, and most of them rely on Tianyuan Daily. In the past, Tianyuan Home Furnishing supported the development of the Changhua Mande area and the acquisition of Mohua Company, and has always acted as a money bag. But after Tianyuan Hair Growth Liquid came out, the chief financial officer was transferred to Tianyuan Daily Necessities Company, and Tianyuan Home Furnishing could only be the second child. Although they are still selling high-end furniture every month, Compared with the profit of hair growth serum, it is completely worth mentioning. The market size of the two parties is hugely different. Sujie continued to ask, tell me about the current situation of Muwa Company. Nowadays, the company's pig breeding is in full swing, and with the merger of the equipment, workshops, and skilled workers of the original Econ Company, the number of pigs has exceeded 9 million, but many of them are still piglets, and it will take time to grow up. In addition, according to your plan, Mr. Su, more factories are being built one after another, and workers have been recruited and trained. By purchasing piglets from other companies and breeding piglets from our own sows, we hope to have them by the end of this year. The number of pigs has exceeded 30 million. Because of the unskilled workers, the high cost of outsourcing piglets, and the recent downturn in the pig cycle, the more pigs we raise now, the more profits we will lose. When the person in charge said this, he carefully looked at Sujie's face. When most bosses hear that the company is losing profits, they will not look good on professional managers like them. It doesn't matter, continue to expand production, I can still afford to lose this little money. Sujie waved his hand. Now he is rich and wealthy, with the support of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. The slight loss of profits is completely worth mentioning. What Sujie cares about is the number of ghosts. As long as this is enough, everything else will be easy. As he spoke, Sujie looked at the altar statues placed in the breeding and slaughterhouse. By the way, these statues have been here for 2 or 3 months. Let's take them down. I've replaced them with a new batch of statues so that the effect of exorcising evil spirits and calming souls can be maintained. Sujie opened his mouth and gave instructions. This sentence made everyone present stunned. They didn't understand what was wrong with this. How could the idols be replaced every few months? But looking at Sujie's face, they didn't dare to ask any more questions, so they could only nod in agreement. Anyway, the boss is rich and willful, so just follow his wishes. Under Sujie's order, in the next few days, workers moved the altar statues in the slaughterhouse and replaced them with new ones. The employees in the slaughterhouse didn't understand what it meant. Why should the statue be replaced if it was so good? However, as Muwa Company once again announced a salary increase to reward them for their outstanding performance in raising pigs, no one talked about it anymore. Everyone cheered happily and expressed their gratitude to the new boss for his generosity, and similar things happened not only in this breeding farm, but also in every breeding farm owned by Muwa, Linping City. The basement of Villa No. 1 in Jingjiang. Sujie sat cross-legged on the futon, surrounded by purple sky, thunder flashing, white cranes flying, and visions coming one after another. Call, above his head, Sujie's soul left his body. The little figure is made of a halo of clouds, with its whole body glowing with rays of light, and its arms and legs complete. On the face, the facial features that were previously blurry are now shaped like a mouth. Xiao Chen. Sujie's consciousness swept over, and the soul's mouth moved slightly, but no sound seemed to come out. However, Thousand-Handed Centipede, who was sleeping in Sujie's sleeves, heard this and immediately crawled out of his sleeves. Zizitzi, looking at the body sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, Thousand-Handed Centipede couldn't understand because he did hear Sujie calling him just now. Finally, Thousand-Handed Centipede raised its head and looked at Sujie's soul body. The small soul body made it very curious. It felt the master's soul aura on it, but it looked different from the master. What's the matter with having only one mouth? Sujie smiled slightly, and the power of his consciousness spread like water, and the surrounding scenes were transmitted to his soul in a 3-dimensional form one by one. Anchan, I want to eat sweet and sour fish tonight. Sujie used his spiritual consciousness to transmit the message. A chef who was taking a nap in the villa suddenly woke up and subconsciously looked around, but he didn't see any figure. Why do I dream about being at work? It's not even lunchtime. Aunt Chen grunted and lay down again to continue her lunch break. It's done. Seeing this reaction, Sujie knew that his spiritual consciousness transmission was successful. Now his soul is becoming more and more perfect, and he has mastered the soul's voice transmission. Once all the 5 senses are condensed, that will be the day when the soul becomes a soul. Sujie feels that he can complete it before being promoted to the secret realm. After experimenting with his newly acquired abilities, Sujie looked at the statues of gods placed in the corner of the basement and blew out a breath. Whoosh whoosh, the idols were shattered one after another, and the soul-calling flags inside were also revealed. On the flags, strange and terrifying figures with twisted and terrifying figures floated out of the flags, dyeing the basement dark black, filled with a suffocating cold atmosphere, and could vaguely hear waves of vicious wails. The whole scene was strange and terrifying. As if transformed into a ghost, there are too many ghosts, which means that the ghosts have no entity, otherwise the basement would not be enough to contain them, but no matter how crowded it was, none of these ghosts came close to Su Jie's soul. Su Jie's soul evolved towards the primordial spirit, and already had a hint of the power of the primordial spirit. In addition, the soul's own purple sky thunder body protection made these ghosts instinctively stay away from Su Jie. Take it! Su Jie gathered all the ghosts and merged them into the 10,000 souls flag. The number of ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner continued to increase, rising from several thousand, and finally returned to 10,000. This number of ghosts can use the 10,000 in Blood Ming formation to restore the power of this killing weapon. After completing this, Su Jie returned to his body, put the 10,000 soul flags into his storage bag, and his main purpose of returning to China was completed. End of chapter. Chapter 192, Coercion and Inducement. Fourth update, Mr. Su, there is a visitor outside the door who claims to be from Aster Pharmaceuticals. After returning to the villa from the basement, the housekeeper hurried over to report. Just 2 days after I came back, I was found. The information is pretty powerful. Go ask them to come up and take them to the living room. Su Jie's consciousness swept away and he gave instructions to the housekeeper. Soon, Su Jie saw two figures. A blond man with blue eyes, about 50 or 60 years old, wearing a straight suit, with thick hair and wise and shrewd eyes. Behind him was a beautiful female secretary, carrying a briefcase, very capable. Mr. Su, I am Poirot Bunsen, the president of Aster Pharmaceuticals. Baluo smiled first and said hello in Chinese. Although he was quite sincere, Su Jie almost didn't understand the accent. The other party came to visit him in person as the CEO of Fortune 500, which showed his sincerity. Please sit down and talk in English. Su Jie roughly guessed the purpose of the other party's visit. As the president of Aster Pharmaceuticals and the helmsman of a Fortune 500 company, it was impossible for him to come here and chat with him. In English? That's great, Lisa, it seems you have no use for it. Poirot chuckled, pointed to the female secretary beside him and introduced, "This is my secretary Lisa." "Mr. Su, nice to meet you." Lisa smiled sweetly and bent down to say hello to Su Jie. When bending over, the low V of the front collar and a touch of snow-white plumpness naturally fell into Su Jie's sight, which was extremely tempting. This is a blonde beauty with impeccable figure and appearance, a standard sweetheart beauty in the eyes of Americans. In terms of the aesthetics of yellow people, the facial features are three-dimensional and exquisite, and the skin pores are not as large as those of European and American people. They are also first-class beauties. Lisa, don't you admire a self-made business wizard like Mr. Su? If you have time, you can ask him for more advice on how to do business. Poirot's attitude seemed very enthusiastic, and he was not in a hurry to explain his purpose, more like a pimp, because in the information he collected during his investigation, one of Su Jie's attributes was labeled as being lecherous and having a tendency to dominate. This was entirely inferred from Luang Ying. Su Jie smiled faintly and used a beauty trick. "Mr. Poirot, if you have anything to say, you might as well say it directly. My time is quite precious." Su Jie checked the time on his phone and continued, "I'm going to take a nap later. If you don't talk about business, I won't accompany you." It seems that taking a nap is much more valuable than the opportunity to communicate with the CEO of a multinational pharmaceutical company. The smile on Poirot's face remained unchanged, but the affection in his eyes dissipated a lot. "Mr. Su, I am here today on behalf of Aster Pharmaceuticals. You should know why. Tianyuan hair growth liquid is not a market that you can capture alone. Not even our Aster Pharmaceuticals can capture it. You have to share the benefits with other companies. People. In this world, win-win cooperation is the way to go. In your Chinese words, if you are too unique, how can you put it?" Poirot looked at Lisa, the female secretary next to him. "The trees are beautiful in the forest, but the wind will destroy them." Lisa said these 8 words in standard Chinese. "I can't tell, your Chinese is quite good, but your Chinese teacher has never taught you. There is also a saying, it's not like a dragon can't cross a river." Su Jie glanced at the two of them and said with a tone of indifference in his voice, "These days, the brave will be starved to death, and the timid will be starved to death. Tianyuan hair growth serum is such a monopoly product, and everyone wants me to give up the profits as soon as they touch it, thinking too much." The smile on Poirot's face faded a little, and his tone took on a hint of threat. you don't consider the consequences of monopoly products. Tianyuan hair growth liquid has caused the bankruptcy of many companies around the world, and how many people have lost their jobs? Do you consider the impact? Su Jie sneered and said with disdain, "Cars will eliminate horse-drawn carriages, and machines will eliminate handicrafts. This is the development of the times and necessary sacrifices." Maybe that's true, but it's based on strength. You have to know that our European and American countries have labor unions and industry associations. If you do this, I can't imagine what will happen. Poirot leaned forward and said calmly, "Join us, we can help you deal with the troublemakers, and through our distribution network in various places, we can help you distribute your products to every customer, while further promoting profits. Don't you want Tianyuan Daily products to be launched? Most of Tianyuan hair growth serum's revenue comes from overseas. If you want to maximize market value gains, you have to list it in the United States. This requires collective strength, underwriters for listing, private equity financing, IPO, etc. We can help you complete planning and management, and finally list in the United States and create a wealth myth with a market value of trillions. By that time, you can own a company that ranks among the top 10 in the world, and you can even become the richest man in the world, be respected and worshipped by thousands of people, and enjoy countless flowers and applause. Aren't these still worthy of your temptation? If Poirot is worthy of being the president, he will probably give his employees a lot of credit. This statement is enough to make people's blood boil, and they can't help but imagine that kind of scene. You think about it, what loss does this have to you? Although you share the profits, the cake is made bigger by everyone together, and your worth also increases. This is the benefit of win-win cooperation. Poirot continued to speak. In his opinion, young people like Su Jie yearn for fame and fortune. The temptation of being in the spotlight and becoming the focus of the world was not something Su Jie could resist. Have you finished? Then my response is very simple, I refuse. Su Jie listened to Poirot finish painting the pie with a playful smile on his lips. He has no interest in going public and becoming the world's richest man. When he becomes the world's richest man, everything he does will be under the spotlight. What should he do with so many secrets? Su Jie is interested in becoming an immortal and living forever. No matter how much money he has, can he still take it to the underworld to spend it after he dies? Besides, even if Su Jie really wanted to go public, he couldn't do it. Those new interest groups who have invested in the company will definitely want to know the real secret of Tianyuan hair growth serum. When the time comes for the IPO, how will you introduce the core technology of the product to shareholders, the ghost hair from Tianyuan world? See the dimensionality reduction attack on the mysterious side. The expression on Poirot's face became stiff. There are actually people in this world who are not interested in becoming the richest man in the world. Lisa beside her also had her beautiful eyes widened, with a look of disbelief on her face. After a long time, Poirot leaned forward and leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs and raised 3 index fingers. Mr. Su, I have said all I have to say. I finally gave you 3 options. The first is to sell the formula of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. The second is to let Aster Pharmaceuticals invest in Tianyuan Daily, and the third is, Poirot's attitude was extremely tough and he stared at Su Jie for several seconds. Third, we were defeated by Aster Pharmaceuticals. I like difficult work. Su Jie smiled faintly. Even if he tried to scare him with this aura, it wouldn't even be as good as a ghost. Poirot frowned, stood up from the sofa, and said, "Soon you will regret what you said today. After seeing the power of our company, we won't have such favorable conditions for negotiations." After that, Poirot took Lisa out of the drawing room. Wait, are you from the Avilson family? Su Jie suddenly shouted. I am a professional manager who was invited to serve Aster Pharmaceuticals. Of course, you can confuse me with them if you want. After all, my interests and theirs are currently the same. After Poirot said this, he turned around and left with Lisa. Poirot's back disappeared. Su Jie smiled softly and glanced at a small beetle lying on the fingertips of his left hand. Well, forget it, I'll spare your life. This is just a small person who was pushed to the stage and has nothing to do with the overall situation. It would be bad if he scares other key people. As Poirot was leaving, he felt an inexplicable chill running down his spine. He didn't know that he had just walked past the gate of hell. End of chapter. Chapter 193 Business War Offensive. First update, Mr. Jose. After leaving Villa No. 1 in Jingjiang, Poirot made a phone call in the car. "How's the negotiation going?" On the other end of the phone was the contemporary head of the Avilson family, Jose Avilson, who was also the real controller of Aster Pharmaceuticals. "Sorry, I didn't talk about it." Poirot briefly described the negotiation process. The other party was the major shareholder of Aster Pharmaceuticals. He was just a part-time worker. The nominal president could not decide anything. "I understand, let's act according to the plan and give him a little pain first." Jose Avilson spoke calmly and hung up the phone after speaking. Poirot looked back at the villa, shook his head and said, "Really, we are going to be in trouble again." As Poirot returned in defeat, Aster Pharmaceuticals' counterattack came quickly. The United States was the first to start the commotion. A man who was unemployed after his company went bankrupt because of the launch of Tianyuan hair growth liquid formed a mighty parade organized by labor unions and industry associations, carrying various banners and slogans such as "Get out of Tianyuan hair growth serum," "Give me my job," "Made in China is eroding our country," etc. They demonstrated in busy streets of this turmoil started in the United States, and with the help of caring people, it quickly spread to all parts of Europe and the United States. Doctors, wig practitioners, pharmaceutical company employees, etc. who used to do hair transplantation protested that the emergence of Tianyuan hair growth liquid had made their lives without a solution. If we say that these protests are still minor, they are not hurtful, but only caused some public opinion disturbances. The next piece of news plunged Tianyuan hair growth liquid into a whirlpool of public opinion. On March 15, International Consumer Rights Day, Noonan Pharmaceutical and Food Testing Laboratory, a world-renowned company that has undertaken testing and verification of national-level projects, suddenly issued a sensational announcement. After a series of complex tests, we found a variety of harmful substances in Tianyuan hair growth liquid, which may cause skin diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and respiratory diseases. As soon as this news was released, it was immediately pursued by major news media. The New York Times, a mysterious medicinal product from an ancient Eastern country, a poison packaged as a hair treatment, but actually extremely harmful. The Guardian, shocking shampoo is endangering hundreds of millions of consumers around the world. Daily Mail, why is Tianyuan hair growth liquid so popular today with its amazing efficacy? It turns out that there is such a hidden secret behind the scenes. One after another, the world's leading news media carried out enthusiastic publicity. In the next few days, more and more evaluation agencies participated and released test reports on Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Today, one company said it was suspected that heavy metals were found in excess of the standard, and tomorrow that company said it was likely to cause cancer, and later it advised consumers to choose carefully. CNN TV, a famous news and current affairs program. The host David took the microphone, smiled and said to the camera, "Hello, my friends, welcome to David. I am your old friend who dares to tell the truth the most, King David Br. The topic we are going to talk about today is great. I believe many viewers have used Tianyuan hair growth serum, but have you ever thought that this product will harm our human body? In order to seek the most authentic data, we invited a heavyweight guest, Terry Haddish, a famous scholar in the medical field and winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. An old man with gold-rimmed glasses and a kind face appeared in front of the camera. "Mr. Terry, what do you think of Tianyuan hair growth serum? A product that ignores people's health for the sake of making money." When such a product appears on the market, government departments around the world should be ashamed. Terry pushed up his glasses and made a conclusion. "Wow, what a sharp statement. Mr. Terry, have you done detailed test data?" "Of course, this is the information I tested. The various hazards seriously exceed the standards. I am willing to take responsibility for every word I say." Facing the camera, this leading figure in the medical field shouted directly, "In order to protect the health of the general public, Tianyuan Daily, please immediately come up with a detailed formula and conduct more stringent testing. If it can be proven that Tianyuan hair growth liquid is harmless, I will willing to apologize in person." After being fanned by major news media, the public opinion about Tianyuan hair growth liquid being harmful to the body has reached a climax. Netizens who bought and used it couldn't help it anymore and criticized it on social platforms such as Tyke, "The Tianyuan hair growth serum in my hand no longer smells good. I want to refund it. Siete, I just said that I have had a rash on my skin recently, and I can't believe that this product can appear on the shelves openly. Huagua's products have always been of low quality. I have long advised you not to buy them. I regret it now. I just bought a bottle of Tianyuan hair growth serum yesterday. This bullshit company, the Chinese people are all a bunch of liars. This is a monopoly product, and it also discriminates against us foreign users in terms of price. It only sells it in China for $20, but in our country it sells for $159. He should have been punished long ago. This Chinese company must pay the due price and compensate us for our losses. I don't know what happened, but I've been using Tianyuan hair growth serum for 2 months and I haven't had any discomfort. That's it. Could it be that the test was wrong? I really can't live without Tianyuan hair growth serum now. I believe there is nothing wrong with Tianyuan hair growth serum. Fake news in our country is no longer a day or two. Only fools believe what they say. They are just a bunch of anti-intellectual idiots. I work in a pharmaceutical company. Although there is a substance in Tianyuan hair growth liquid that cannot be detected, it is absolutely not harmful to the human body. The Nobel Prize winners have come out in person to stand up, but you are still fooling yourself and others. These negative comments flooded social media platforms, and there was a lot of curses, and some comments that seemed to speak for Tianyuan hair growth serum soberly would soon disappear under the special care of these social platforms, and even their accounts would be banned. As the turmoil intensified, even the U.S. Department of Commerce finally came forward, and a spokesperson publicly stated, "After our investigation and evidence collection, Tianyuan hair growth liquid may indeed cause consumers to get sick. Considering the national health of our country, major supermarkets are now ordered to temporarily remove this product from their shelves." In addition, the person responsible for Tianyuan Daily will come to my country within half a month to attend the hearing of the Commerce Commission and accept questions and provide self-certification on issues such as user health, product hazards, price discrimination, and monopoly. Once the safety inquiry fails, we will fine the company involved, and the expected fine is more than $3 billion. Almost immediately, the United States just issued a notice, and Oman quickly followed up, issuing a sky-high fine of €3.468 billion and removing Tianyuan hair growth serum from the shelves. After the official demise, Tianyuan hair growth liquid was once sought after by thousands of people, but now there are constant doubts, sales plummeted, and it lost its vast market. End of chapter. Chapter 194. The oldest commercial activity. Second update. Zen Kingdom, Monday. Chengda in the headquarters building of Jieka Company, Su Jie returned from China and was convening Chen Yaoguang and Lu Yingying for a meeting when he received a call from Poirot, the president of Aster Pharmaceuticals. I don't know how Su Jie's phone number was leaked. We really cannot underestimate the intelligence capabilities of these pharmaceutical companies. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have seen our sincerity. On the phone, Poirot's voice sounded a little high, giving people a sense of confidence. Aster Pharmaceuticals is indeed a Fortune 500 company in the world. The lobbying group is so capable that even the U.S. government departments are mobilized. It can be such a powerful influence in the political and business circles and spend a lot of money to get in. Su Jie was sitting on the sofa, and the computer screen in front of him was showing news of a speech by the U.S. Department of Commerce, announcing sanctions on Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Poirot's voice on the other end of the phone was hearty and he said, "This is the effect of sharing interests. Only then can we rely on their power in the political, business and media circles, and you have seen the effect. I guess you are very worried now, Mr. Su. Well, how do you feel about not being able to sell a large amount of Tianyuan hair growth serum? Then you must be overthinking. I still eat well and sleep well. Even if sales drop now, it will not prevent me from making a lot of money every day. The Chinese market alone is enough for me to eat. Mr. Su, this is just the beginning. Our power in Europe and the United States is beyond your imagination. Although you have money, you don't know how to share benefits. Even the Chinese market will not be able to be saved by then. It's not too late to regret now. Cherish the opportunity we give you." I still have the same 2 words, refuse. Su Jie spoke without hesitation and continued, "Besides, don't call me if you have nothing to do in the future. I'm very busy." Mr. Su, aren't you afraid that we will launch comprehensive sanctions? Don't say that your overseas market will not be guaranteed. All Tianyuan hair growth liquid will be prohibited from entering the customs, and you will have to accept fines from our country. Poirot on the other end of the phone was a little angry. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Jie to be so stubborn. Tianyuan hair growth serum has fallen into this situation and is about to be kicked out of the European and American markets, but it still refuses to let go. This is a vast market worth hundreds of billions of dollars. There are people who can tolerate such loss of profits and are unwilling to lower their heads. This is something that Poirot, who puts profits first, cannot understand. Is this the free trade that the United States flaunts? Okay, I welcome you to continue targeting it. Su Jie hung up the phone and stopped paying attention to Poirot's nagging. Mr. Su, has Aster Pharmaceuticals admitted that they did it? Lu Yingying and Chen Yaoguan were both worried about this situation. Who else can there be besides them? Their influence is beyond imagination. Su Jie nodded. Aster Pharmaceuticals, a Fortune 500 company, really should not be underestimated. In this situation, Mr. Su, if we go to participate in the inquiry and prove that our products are fine, will they be effective and put Tianyuan hair growth serum on the shelves again in Europe and the United States? Chen Yaoguan pointed to the news on the computer screen. Sanctions imposed by the United States usually target technology companies, and it is really rare to target shampoos. If you go, you may not be able to come back. Besides, even if you think you are innocent, as long as others want to throw dirty water on you, any explanation will be useless. Su Jie shook his head. Su Jie did not have the slightest trust in the American government. The other party followed the gangster logic of wanting to take possession of good things when others saw them. This had not changed for many years. The so-called free trade means that if it is beneficial to oneself, it is free. If it is not beneficial to oneself, then sanctions and blockades will be imposed. Then if there's a fine? We have no assets in their territory, so we can still freeze our assets in China. Su Jie didn't care about this at all. Other technology companies are afraid of sanctions because they need the support of the other party's industrial chain, such as mobile phones. There will be restrictions on the supply of chips, and sometimes you have to pay fines, but Tianyuan hair growth liquid does not require a single penny of supply from the United States. He can fine the other party as much as he likes, and if he can receive a dime, he wins. This is where Su Jie's confidence lies, Lu Yingying explained from the side. Because we are a seller's market, foreign suppliers require full payment before shipping, so there is no problem with the balance, and the other party can't deduct it even if they want to. Now I am worried that Tianyuan hair growth serum has been removed from the shelves in Europe and the United States. If this continues, our largest source of revenue will be cut off, and we must do something. Su Jie groped his chin. Although Tianyuan hair growth liquid can also operate in the Chinese market, with an annual revenue of 100 billion yuan, but compared to the global revenue of hundreds of billions of dollars, the gap is a bit big. Su Jie thought for a while and asked, what is the current reaction of people in Europe and the United States? I asked someone to investigate. Because our Tianyuan hair growth serum was removed from the shelves in large quantities, many consumers who used it could not find substitutes, and their originally thick hair began to lose hair again. As a result, a bottle of Tianyuan hair growth serum is hard to find in Europe and the United States, and the price continues to rise. On the black market, it is even sold for $300, $500, or even $1,000 per bottle. Lu Yingying said with great pity. If Aster Pharmaceuticals hadn't interfered with it, and the U.S. Department of Commerce couldn't afford it and started imposing trade sanctions, Tianyuan hair growth liquid would definitely be a huge hit now that it's on the market. It seems that there are still many sober people. As long as users have actually used our Tianyuan hair growth serum, they will know that there is nothing wrong with our product. Su Jie nodded. This was pretty much what he expected. After major supermarkets removed Tianyuan hair growth serum from their shelves, people's demand for Tianyuan hair growth serum has not disappeared. Anyone who has used Tianyuan hair growth serum and gives up on this product will have their hair protest. But now we can't buy the goods. Even if they are willing to support us, there is nothing we can do. Chen Yaoguan was also sighing, seeing that he couldn't earn all these wasted money. It shouldn't be too heartbreaking. Not necessarily. While Su Jie was thinking, he suddenly thought of a plan. Is there any way? Lu Yingying said anxiously. She knew that Su Jie had many ideas. Su Jie nodded and told his thoughts. Since ancient times, for any business that is huge profits, the more it is banned, the more people are willing to take risks. In ancient times, salt and iron were monopolized, so private salt smuggling was very popular. The United States issued prohibition orders in the last century, which also this led to the rise of gangs that made and sold liquor. Our Tianyuan hair growth serum has become a necessity for patients that is difficult to live without. Since the government prohibits us from entering, we will sell it ourselves without even paying the tax. Could it be? Lu Yingying seemed to understand something, her mouth opened wide. Su Jie snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Yes, I am going to start one of the oldest commercial activities in mankind, the smuggling trade. Yingying, go buy a ticket to Mexico, remember to disguise your identity, don't let those who stare at us people discovered it." End of chapter. Chapter 195 Group, third update, 2 days later. On a plane flying to Mexico. Su Jie is holding a book and studying Mo Mandarin. Is there any use in cramming now? Lu Yingying and Su Jie sat side by side and were a little curious when they saw this. Her English is very good, but she has no knowledge of the native Mexican language. It's not difficult. Once I learn how to do it, I can take you on local tours and communicate without any barriers. Su Jie said this, turning the pages very quickly. His soul was so strong that he could learn almost all the basic language in one glance. It was just a matter of proficiency and accent. You don't seem to be nervous at all. It's the country of Mexico, so forget about traveling or anything like that. Lu Yingying shook her head repeatedly. She had done a lot of homework before going to Mo country and knew what a chaotic and dangerous country it was, and this is not like the Mande area. Without a large number of JICO security guards, people will always feel worried. We are here to do business, and it is too late for others to welcome us. Su Jie didn't even raise his head. If he really encountered an unreasonable business partner, Su Jie could easily get rid of the danger even without any Jieko on his side. It's just that Lu Yingying didn't know it. The greatest protection came from around him. Mo country, there are 120 million people in the land of more than 1.96 million square kilometers, although it is so close to the United States, the most powerful and wealthy country in the world, with a 3,000-kilometer border. The people living here are extremely poor. Speaking of Mexico, the impression this country gives people is that of chaos and violence. In this country, the most famous thing is the prevalence of opium. For decades, the opium trade has become an important pillar of the Mexican economy, with more than 500 cities across the country involved in opium smuggling. The main reason for this is that the United States, the world's largest opium consumer, is located next to it. Currently, more than 60% of the opium produced globally is sold to the United States, and American drug users account for nearly 10% of the U.S. population. The thousands of kilometers of border between Mexico and the United States undoubtedly make this the best place for opium production and distribution. The opium trade between the United States and Mexico, worth $30 to $40 billion every year, has created a prosperous opium industry in Mexico and countless drug lords. Even if one drug lord is killed, driven by huge profits, more drug lords will emerge and enter the industry. Telo City, a city close to the U.S.-Mexico border, is also an important center for drug dealing and criminal activities. At the airport, Su Jie took Lu Yingying out. I originally planned to hail a taxi and go to the hotel, but I didn't expect that as I drove on, the place I went to became increasingly remote. When the car stopped on a deserted road, Su Jie felt the simplicity of the local folk customs. The taxi driver quickly got out of the car and whistled hard. Outside the taxi, several local residents moved upon hearing the sound and warmly welcomed the arrival of Su Jie and his entourage. They pressed black pistols against Su Jie's forehead. "Take out all the money you have. Hurry up, yellow-skinned monkey, you don't understand what I'm saying. There are women, you can have a good time." These gangsters talked dirty words and enjoyed it all very wildly. Lu Yingying pursed her lips in the back seat, forcing herself to remain calm. "Oh, I feel your enthusiasm, so as a return gift, I will send you on a trip to the underworld." Su Jie responded in Mexican accent with a strange accent. When he stretched out his hand, the gun in a gangster's hand disappeared and appeared in Su Jie's hand. Su Jie took the pistol and pointed it at the gangster's head. With a smile on his lips, bang, there was a gunshot, and the body fell heavily to the ground, with blood pouring out of a bullet hole in the middle of the eyebrow. As soon as the gangsters reacted and were about to pull the trigger, several gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Bang! 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 3 bodies fell to the ground in a row. Finally, Su Jie looked at the driver who was leading the way and pointed his pistol at him. "Are you going to take me to the hotel, or are you going to sleep here like them?" The driver was frightened and nodded quickly. "I'll take you to the hotel." The car continued to start, and Su Jia sat back in the back seat and continued reading as if nothing was wrong. "Su Jia, you are so skilled." Lu Yingying was surprised. She also asked why Su Jia didn't bring a few JECA security guards with him. It turned out that this was the problem. "Don't you usually feel it in bed?" Su Jia raised his eyebrows, making Lu Yingying's pretty face slightly tipsy. "This place is too dangerous. We should bring more people here." Lu Yingying held Su Jia's arm, and those MO people looked at her and other foreigners with dangerous looks. If Su Jia hadn't been by her side, she wouldn't have come to this place even to death. "It's okay, I'll be fine." He comforted Lu Yingying and told her not to worry. Chatting along the way, the car soon arrived at a hotel in the city center. Su Jia took Lu Yingying out of the car and entered the hotel. Behind him, the taxi stepped on the accelerator and sped away from Su Jia, a dangerous person. "Wait until I inform the boss to kill our brother. If you want, let it go. You just wait to be beheaded." The expression on the driver's face was no longer the flattering one, but one of hatred. Just as he was talking, the driver suddenly felt some pain in his neck. He stretched out his hand and hit a strange insect to death. Where did the worm come from? Before the driver finished speaking, his body became paralyzed, unable to speak, and his body twitched violently. The accelerator was stepped on uncontrollably, and it crashed straight into a thick concrete wall. In the hotel room, Lu Yingying took out the information. These were some intelligence collected in Mexico with the help of JECA Company, including some of the largest drug lord organizations in Mexico. Tulu City is the base camp of one of the Tijuana drug lords, which ranks among the top 3 groups among the many opium trafficking and buying groups in Mexico. Their main job is to grow and sell opium. They also run some human smuggling businesses, helping people from various countries to cross the border wall, enter the United States, breathe the free and sweet air, and realize the American dream. This man's name is Juarez Guzman Lora. He is the leader of the Tijuana drug cartel and the most wanted criminal in the world. Lu Yingying pointed to a man with a bald head and a very fierce face in the photo. "I liked him better, so I decided it was him." Su Jia nodded with satisfaction. This person was relatively powerful and a good partner. In order to complete the smuggling of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, we had to rely on local forces, and we could not do it on our own. These arrogant and cruel drug trafficking groups are Su Jia's designated partners. Others are afraid of cooperating with these guys. Su Jia is a demon cultivator, and these opium sellers are just cute little ones in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 196 Business Partners. 4th update. In Tulu City, there is an extremely luxurious large manor. There are 5 posts and 10 sentries around the manor, and they are all guarded by gang members with guns. Just because this is the residence of Juarez Guzman, the leader of the Tijuana drug cartel, he has done the most protection here to prevent the police from arresting him. Late at night, Juarez came back angrily from outside. Today, another batch of goods was intercepted by the U.S. police at the border. At the same time, a hidden cargo route was discovered, causing him a lot of losses. "Fake, those stupid boys don't know how to save me some trouble." Cursing, Juarez walked into the bedroom. He planned to go to bed and rest, but when he lowered his head, he saw an envelope placed on the pillow on the bed. "What? Come quickly, there are enemies." With a shocked expression on his face, Juarez immediately called for someone and at the same time took out a pistol from his arms. As a notorious wanted criminal, there are not many people who want his life. Who knows if there is any danger lurking in the room? It was only after a group of gangsters rushed into the room and turned the 3 floors inside and outside the room upside down, that there was no danger, before Juarez dared to come in. "Boss, what's going on?" The cartel, the number 2 man in Tijuana and responsible for making suggestions, hurried over and asked about the situation. Juarez looked unhappy and shook his head. "I don't know, this envelope just appeared on my pillow." The cartel angrily scolded the younger brothers around him. "How do you protect yourself? You don't even know if someone enters your eldest brother's room. What's the use of you? What if a bomb is planted?" The younger brothers were so scolded that they could only promise in shame, "We really didn't find any movement. This kind of thing will definitely not happen next time." "Do you still want a next time?" "Forget it, let's open this letter and read it first." Juarez interrupted. Taking the letter and tearing it open. Hello, Mr. Juarez, we are business partners from the Zen country and plan to visit at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That was the only line written on the envelope, and nothing else. Juarez and Cartel looked at each other for a long time. Do you know anyone there? No, not one. Then what's going on with this business partner? The two of them talked, and in the end it was Cartel who reacted first and slapped his thigh. I know who sent this letter. Who? Juarez asked hurriedly. The other party could stuff the envelope into the bedroom without anyone noticing. He was definitely very capable. The other party must be a colleague from the Golden Triangle. Carter expressed his suspicions. In Blue Star, there are two most famous opium production and manufacturing areas. One is the Golden Triangle and the other is the Silver Triangle. The Silver Triangle is located in the Andes and Amazon regions where Mexico, Secret Country, and Colombia meet. The Golden Triangle is also located at the junction of the three kingdoms, and the Zen Kingdom is one of its birthplaces. There is a strong atmosphere for opium production there, and the local warlords support opium cultivation. Hey, it turns out that's the case. No wonder they say they are business partners. They are colleagues. It dawned on Juarez that it made sense. But why are they looking for us? We haven't dealt with them in the past, right? Isn't their market mainly in East Asia? Wanting to understand the origin of the letter, more doubts came to mind. Juarez didn't understand what the other party could do with him. Although he has never dealt with them, he also knows that the drug lords there are very powerful and domineering. If the main business of drug lords in Mexico is to arm themselves for drug trafficking, the main business of the drug lords in the Golden Triangle is to engage in drug trafficking by warlords for military expenses. The two sides also have different business philosophies. The side of the Golden Triangle is more of an armed separatist regime, a militarized organization, and has a strong military background. Although the drug lords in Mexico will also compete with the government, they have no ambition to separate themselves and stand on their own. They are considered a higher-level gang organization because of their different business philosophies and the fact that the two sides are too far apart. They have always been in harmony with each other in the past. One focuses on the East Asian market and the other focuses on the American market. Both parties are in harmony with each other. I don't know, but I heard that the Golden Triangle has been a little lonely recently. Aren't they mainly selling flour and other traditional opium? In addition to marijuana, we also sell more new synthetic opium. Maybe they want to cooperate with us to enter the American market with their flour. Cartel frowned. As the strategist of the Tijuana drug cartel, he tried to think about the other party's purpose. It would be great if we could expand our business and win-win cooperation. Juarez's face was filled with joy. By cooperating with the Golden Triangle, he might be able to continue to grow his opium business and create greater glory. The two of them were discussing like this, looking forward to their cooperation tomorrow. The next day, the sun rises in the east and the morning fog disperses. Outside the manor, a taxi slowly drove over. If the driver hadn't had a gun pointed at the back of his head, he wouldn't have dared to approach this place. Who among the people in Tulu City didn't know that this was the manor of a drug cartel? At the gate of the manor, the gangsters who had been notified long ago were waiting in full formation, but when I saw it was a taxi coming, I was somewhat surprised. How much? Su Jia looked at the driver with a smile. No, I don't want the money. The driver trembled, thinking that Su Jia was also a drug dealer, so how dare he take his money? I don't take the Overlord car, so there's no need to look for me. Su Jia shook his head, dropped a few bills, and got out of the car. Lu Yingying also walked down with her briefcase and followed Su Jia step by step. As soon as they got out of the car, a pair of fierce eyes swept over them. Those drug dealers with tattoos on their bodies and flesh all over their faces were all dangerous elements, with guns clearly visible in their hands. Ordinary people would really be frightened if they were stared at by these drug dealers, but who was Su Jia? This pressure is just a breeze to him. Lu Yingying also kept her face calm, constantly thinking about the image of Jieka's security army in her mind, muttering secretly in her heart, "It's nothing special, we have an army, it's these gangsters who should be afraid of us." Just by emboldening herself like this, Lu Yingying didn't show any timidity. "Take me to see your boss, we agreed yesterday." Su Jia walked up to the younger brothers, waved his hand, and spoke in fluent Mo Mandarin, as if he was giving orders to his younger brothers. After several days of practice in his Mexican dialect, some of his accent problems were solved. "Please follow me." This Mexican drug dealer was a strong man with a height of 2 meters, but he did not dare to do anything unusual in front of Su Jie. Everyone has been strictly warned that this time the foreign warlords are coming, and they do not want to cause trouble for the organization. Su Jie and Lu Yingying entered the manor. A few minutes later, in a living room, Su Jie met Juarez, the leader of the Tijuana organization, and Cartel, the second in command. The moment they saw Su Jie, Juarez and Cartel looked at each other, and their hearts dropped. The yellow man, I guessed it correctly, was indeed looking for him to cooperate in the opium business. End of chapter. Chapter 197. 70% is ours. First update, Mr. Juarez. Su Jie swept his eyes across the field, looked at Juarez, stretched out his hand and said, I am Su Jie of Jico Company. Hello, we have always heard about your name Golden Triangle. Are you now doing things as a group? Juarez warmly extended his hand and they shook it. Mr. Juarez of the Golden Triangle, you must have misunderstood. I am not looking for you to talk about business. Su Jie shook his head. When he heard the word Golden Triangle, he knew that the other party had misunderstood something. Juarez was stunned and subconsciously turned to look at Cartel next to him. Mr. Su, my name is Cartel. Aren't you a local warlord in the Zen Kingdom? What are you talking about if you don't talk about flour? Cartel kept looking at Su Jie. He couldn't see anything in this man, but he felt that he was very dangerous. He felt that he was several times more dangerous than the younger brother who killed the most people in the gang. You are right to say that we are warlords, but the business is not cooperative flour. Su Jie snapped his fingers and Lu Yingying opened her briefcase. The gangsters near the room put their hands into their arms and looked at Lu Yingying warily. Their worries were unnecessary. Lu Yingying took out a bottle of overseas version of Tian Yuan hair growth serum from her briefcase. You must have heard of this Tian Yuan hair growth serum, and we want to cooperate with you on this product. Su Jie looked at Juarez's hair. He was still bald in the wanted photo, but now he has thick hair growing on his head. Maybe he used Tian Yuan hair growth serum. Tian Yuan hair growth serum. Both Juarez and Cartel recognized Tian Yuan hair growth serum. This product is very popular in the United States, but it has not yet been launched in Mexico. They have all heard of the name, and even if they have not used it personally, they must have seen the advertisement. Is this what you produced? Juarez looked at Su Jie with a strange look. He didn't expect that Su Jie would come up with such a product to discuss cooperation with him. Yes, the United States has banned this product from being sold on the shelves, and the price of Tian Yuan hair growth liquid has reached hundreds of dollars per bottle. As long as you can bring Tian Yuan hair growth liquid to the United States through the border, you can make high profits, every year at least tens of billions of dollars in revenue. Su Jie chuckled lightly, placed the Tian Yuan hair growth serum on the table, and looked at the two people opposite him with bright eyes. Both Juarez and Cartel were agitated and their breathing was a little short. They have also heard about the recent uproar regarding the ban on Tian Yuan hair growth liquid, and there is no problem for them in smuggling Tian Yuan hair growth liquid into the United States. They dared to smuggle even opium, let alone a hair growth product. Mr. Su doesn't know what form of cooperation he wants? Carter immediately asked. He had heard that Tian Yuan hair growth liquid sells more than 20 million bottles every month in the United States. If this could be swallowed all, it would be such a huge fortune. It would be even more exaggerated than the huge profits they made from selling opium. In particular, the smuggling of Tian Yuan hair growth liquid is very light, and there is no need to risk your life with the American police. In the case of opium, people and wealth can be lost accidentally. We ship the products to Mexico, and you find someone to receive them and smuggle them into the United States. There are a large number of out-of-stock sellers rushing to buy them. In terms of price, we are 70/70ths. Su Jie made his own request. Too little, 70% is not enough for our cost. Juarez immediately couldn't sit still and was very dissatisfied with this assignment. 70% is ours. Su Jie glanced sideways at Juarez and asked, what are you thinking about? If you don't have your own supply, why don't you just sell air? I still want to get 70%. In addition, your opium business here should be suspended for now. From now on, just focus on selling my Tian Yuan hair growth serum. You can make a lot of money just by relying on this product. Su Jie continued to make more demands, hoping that they would not be distracted by selling opium, which would affect his smuggling business. After all, tens of millions of bottles are sold every month. If we don't go all out for smuggling, we simply can't satisfy the huge consumer market in the United States. What? This is impossible. The opium business is our core, and we cannot give up on this. And in terms of distribution, we want to get 80% of the profits. Just send the goods up, and we can handle other subsequent matters. We don't need you. Don't worry, 20% of the profit is enough for you. Juarez was very dissatisfied and looked at Su Jie with anger and greed in his eyes. Boss, the meeting will collapse if you do this. Cartel couldn't help but whisper advice in Juarez's ear. He was afraid that such greedy behavior would scare people away and waste such a profitable business. The smuggling process is the most dangerous. We have borne all the risks, and we deserve the maximum benefits. Juarez didn't care at all, he had been dazzled by the huge benefits. Oh, it seems there's nothing to talk about. Su Jie shrugged and said with a smile, you are not the only drug lord in Mexico. We have many partners. This is my territory, not some golden triangle. You have to listen to me here. If you don't agree, you may not be able to walk out of this room today. Juarez winked, and the gangsters nearby took out their guns from their arms. You don't understand any rules. You drug lords are too rough in what you do. Su Jie shook his head, the smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes were cold. I don't like being threatened the most. I don't care about the threats from Aster Pharmaceuticals. You guys in the gutter also dare to explode in front of me. Thorn, really? I don't know whether to live or die. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a whistling sound came. Almost at the same time, several gangsters nearby who took out guns had blood holes in their heads that penetrated from front to back. Thump, corpses fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the ground red. There are snipers. The younger brother who was still alive screamed in fear. The scene in front of them was clearly a sniper shooting in the dark. This was the first thing they thought of. If you dare to cheat, catch them. Juarez was suddenly shocked and ordered someone to come over. He ran up and down and hid in the next room, fearing that he would be shot by a sniper. Lu Yingying leaned next to Su Jie, looking at the gang members rushing towards each other with fierce looks, her bright eyes almost crying. I originally planned to do business with Ichichi, but I had to make it so bloody. Su Jie sighed helplessly, and his consciousness swept over him like water, constructing a three-dimensional scene in his mind. The next moment, Su Jie's soul power condensed into a bundle, turning into an invisible but real soul arrow that shot out quickly. A puff 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 puff, soul arrow shot through the heads of each gang member, taking away their lives. End of chapter. Chapter 198 easily crushed. Second update. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and the blood flowing out gave off a strong smell of blood. In preparation for Su Jie's arrival today, Juarez specially strengthened the defense of the manor, just in case, now that a conflict occurs, these defense forces naturally swarm forward in an attempt to eliminate the danger for the boss. Little did they know, what they faced was not ordinary people, but the only transcendent person in Blue Star. Su Jie will not show any mercy to these gangsters. The arrows condensed by the power of the soul are shot out continuously, and their power is equivalent to rifle bullets. Such power is naturally not suitable for dealing with practitioners in the Tianyuan world. Practitioners with spiritual power can see the power of the soul, and the power is indeed too weak, but for Blue Star, this is a surefire, invisible killing move. More and more gang members fell to the ground in a daze, losing their lives without even seeing Su Jie's face. Bazooka! Throw the grenade in. Go and find the sniper. When these gang members saw so many people dead, those who were still alive became frightened. They were not some brave soldiers who were not afraid of death. At this moment, they were all hiding behind the wall, shouting various words, but no one dared to rush forward. But they don't know that just because bullets can't turn, it doesn't mean that soul arrows can't turn. A gang member was squatting under the windowsill, holding an AK with both hands and shooting towards the house. Only half of his arms were sticking out, and the rest of his body was huddled behind the wall. He was just sweeping randomly, without any accuracy at all. He was quite like a black uncle. The essence of marksmanship. Whoosh, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, and the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the gangster's forehead. The slowly falling corpse's eyes widened, as if he didn't understand why he was shot after hiding behind the wall. Mere walls can't block the scanning of divine consciousness at all, And one shot with the divine soul arrow can easily kill someone. Sujia's current soul is not yet a primordial spirit, but has just evolved in the direction of a primordial spirit. Currently, it only has this kind of power, but it is more than enough to deal with a group of gangsters. Some drug lords just picked up the rocket launcher, and then they were shot through the eyes with soul arrows. Some drug lords brought heavy machine guns, but before they even pulled the trigger, there was a big hole in the back of their heads. Some drug lords tried to use their mobile phones to call for reinforcements, but when the call failed, their heads exploded first. In the end, hundreds of drug lords hiding everywhere were all killed by soul arrows without exception. Those drug lords who finally saw something bad and tried to escape did not escape the poisonous hands, and were shot through the head by the soul arrow halfway. In the end, there were only 4 living people left in the entire manor. Sujia, Luiying, Juarez, Carter. It's over. At this moment, Juarez, who fled to the next room, could no longer hear the voices of the boys outside, and the entire manor was silent. This drug lord, who had been imprisoned several times and escaped successfully, often killing others, felt the breath of death so close to him, and his face turned extremely pale. He couldn't understand why Sujia had such a strong armed force in his own territory, and the killing efficiency was so terrifying and efficient. Carter swallowed, his body shaking slightly with panic. Mr. Juarez, it seems your little brother can't save you. Sujia was still sitting comfortably on the chair, looking at Juarez, who retreated to hide behind the sofa in the next room, with a gentle smile on his face, and said lightly, "Are you ready? Your little brother is very lonely down there. Don't keep them waiting. I admit defeat. I agree with the cooperation method you mentioned before. I am willing to follow your requirements." Juarez yelled wildly. If he had known that Sujia had such a strong armed force, he would not have dared to object so much. It's too late. Sujia walked up to Juarez step by step, took out a pistol in his hand, and aimed it at Juarez. Ignoring the other party's desperate plea for mercy, he emptied the magazine in one breath, and all the bullets hit Juarez. So there were only 3 people left in the manor. When Sujia looked at Cartel, he had already fallen to the ground, begging for mercy. "Mr. Su, please forgive me. I have no intention of going against you." Juarez was the one who made his own decisions just now. The cartel is going to be scared to death. In the final analysis, they are just gangsters. They don't have much determination. Sujia touched his chin and chuckled. "Are you capable of managing the Tijuana drug cartel? I don't mind spending an extra magazine on people who are worthless. Yes, I can integrate the power of Tijuana to serve you." Cartel said loudly. He knew that this was his only hope of survival, that is, to serve the murderous star in front of him. "Very good, then go ahead and do it. I'll give you 3 days, if you can't do it." The pistol in his hand turned in a circle, and the black muzzle of the gun was pressed against Cartel's forehead. Sujia smiled and said, "Our snipers will keep an eye on you all the time. If you try to escape or make any unusual move, your head will be destroyed. It will explode like a watermelon, do you understand?" "I understand, I'm going now, I'm going to accept Tijuana now." Cartel was agitated, thinking of the bizarre headshots of the gang members outside. He didn't know how many snipers were aiming at this place in the darkness. Even the cruelty of the drug lords made him feel intimidated, and how could he dare to resist? Watching the cartel leave, Sujia said to Luiying, "Ying, let's go too, this place doesn't smell very good." "Ah. Oh. Luiying suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly followed Sujia out of the manor. Before walking 200 meters, a fire suddenly ignited in the manor behind him. The fire was very small at first, but slowly more and more igniting materials were ignited. Finally, the entire manor was enveloped in fire, and all the evidence inside was wiped out along with the fire. Clean. Why are you looking at me?" As they were walking, Sujia suddenly turned his head. Luiying beside him hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "We killed so many people this time, the cartel won't take revenge, and if the Mexican government pursues it, they are just some drug lords. When they die, they will just clean up the scourge. The government here knows that it is too late to be happy. As for the cartels, it doesn't matter if they want to resist. It would be nice if one more person in charge comes to power. There is a magazine on the left and right. That's good. I was really scared to death just now. I don't even know when you brought the people to MO country. It makes me worried. This. It's a secret. Anyway, you know it. It's safe to be with me. Su Jie smiled and did not explain further. Lu Yingying didn't ask any more questions. She just felt that Su Jie was even more mysterious. There must be many secrets about this man that she didn't know. End of chapter. Chapter 199 Smuggling, third update. The cartel is indeed very skillful. After Juarez's sudden death, he quickly eliminated a group of Juarez's followers, and then promoted his own people, adding that he was originally the second in command of the Tijuana drug cartel. Therefore, in just 3 days, he integrated all the factions and the entire drug trafficking group was under his control. Many gang members are not touched by this. Drug lords themselves are short-lived ghosts. It is normal for high-level factions to fight each other for profit. People only need to follow the final winner.as for what happened in Hacienda Juarez. No one knows. The gangsters below all believed that the cartel had rebelled, killed Juarez, and gained control of Tijuana. They did not know that there were others standing behind them. Originally, this was not a big deal, it was just a change of boss. They were just growing opium and selling opium normally, but then, an order came from the top, which confused many gangsters below. What? You want us to stop what we are doing and sell this stuff instead? In a poor community in Tulu City, Chio Russell looked at a dozen large boxes with a speechless expression, all of which contained bottles of Tianyuan hair growth serum. Yes, this is an order from the new boss. You smuggle it into the United States and sell it. Part of the selling price is your reward. The person in charge of the delivery was also a member of Tijuana. He was actually confused about this order, but he was asked to convey it this way. Can this thing be sold? I remember this is just shampoo. Chio Russell's face was full of sorrow. Because he had no hair loss, he had only heard of the reputation of this Tianyuan hair growth liquid and had not really understood it in depth. Who knows? Anyway, the boss asked for this. You have to go out for an event tomorrow, so let's test the water first. To be honest, none of us have any idea. Okay, I'll try it. Don't blame me if it doesn't sell. Chio Russell was helpless. He didn't know if the old and new cartel above had their heads wet. They were selling shampoo instead of making huge profits from good opium. They were still considered drug lords, but as a lower-level younger brother, Chio Russell could only obey the orders given by his superiors no matter how dissatisfied he was. In this kind of drug cartel, the fate of a disobedient younger brother would be extremely miserable. The next day, Chio Russell was fully prepared and found a truck driver he was familiar with to load the boxes of Tianyuan hair growth serum into the trunk. So much luck this time? The driver shivered and felt his scalp numb as he looked at a dozen large boxes mixed in with the fruit and vegetable boxes. If he is caught, he, the driver, will go to jail. Drive your car with peace of mind, and don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Chio Russell glared at the other party and sat in the passenger seat. The driver looked away worriedly. If he didn't have a family to support and the cruelty of these drug lords, he wouldn't be willing to take on such a private job. The truck quickly started moving towards the US-Mexico border. The driver kept stepping on the accelerator, hoping to transport things to the destination as quickly as possible without causing any accidents along the way. But as it happens, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. On a road, a military police inspection station appeared in front of them. Each military policeman was armed with live ammunition and leading a police dog to inspect passing vehicles. Drug trafficking is rampant in Mexico, and if the police here make the slightest mistake, they will just draw their guns and shoot indiscriminately. Because we were on an uphill slope, it was too late for the driver to see the inspection station. If he turned around at this time, he would only be overtaken and shot at indiscriminately. It's over. The driver looked at Chio Russell next to him with a resentful look. Generally speaking, for such a large amount of opium transportation, special armed forces must be dispatched to escort it, and the elite cavalry in the group will go into battle with guns. The police firepower was not wasted at all. Why is he so unlucky today? If the opium in the container is discovered, even if he escapes punishment by the police, the drug lord will not let him go as the driver. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. When the truck arrived at the inspection site, several military police officers immediately searched the vehicle with police dogs. Chio Russell's eyes were calm. It was not opium that he was transporting this time. He had nothing to be afraid of. However, the driver of the car was too nervous and was noticed by the police. They conducted a more stringent inspection of the truck, but in the end no trace was found, and the police dogs did not detect the suspicious smell of opium. In fact, these police officers had already discovered Tianyuan hair growth liquid, but Tianyuan hair growth liquid was not a dangerous substance and would not be taken seriously by the police at all, so they were able to pass smoothly. Finally, after more than an hour of searching, the truck was allowed to pass. The driver shouted that he was lucky, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. "I'm scared to death. Drive quickly." Keo Russell sneered, very disdainful of the driver's courage. After driving for more than half an hour, the truck arrived at a small town near the border and finally stopped in the yard of a private house. Keo Russell jumped out of the truck and called a few accomplices in the private house to get the Tianyuan hair growth liquid down. After sending away the driver, the group immediately transported everything to the house. After lifting a carpet, they revealed a disguised underground tunnel underneath. This tunnel passes under the US-Mexico border and leads directly into the United States. There are also lights, oxygen bottles, storage warehouses, etc. in the tunnel, which is very hidden and safe. A few people found a small cart and carried all the Tianyuan hair growth liquid on it, traveling through the underground tunnels and arriving in the United States. A few hours later, Phoenix, Arizona, United States, Keo Russell wore a windbreaker and walked in the largest city in Arizona. Following the instructions in the manual issued by his superiors, he focused on a polite, young, and bald white-collar worker and approached him step by step. "Hey, man, want some goods?" Keo Russell patted the other party's shoulder and lowered his voice. The white-collar worker was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Keo Russell's outfit and thought that he was trying to sell opium to him. He shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not an addict. What I sell is shampoo, Tianyuan hair growth serum." Keo Russell opened his windbreaker. There was a small pocket sewn into the inner layer, which contained bottles of Tianyuan hair growth serum. "Tianyuan hair growth serum?" The white-collar worker's tone suddenly became excited, his eyes lit up, and he subconsciously touched his head. He used to use Tianyuan hair growth serum before, but later it was removed from the market and the stock was out of stock. His thick and elegant hair fell out root by root. The girlfriend he just talked to disliked him and broke up with her. He didn't know how long this made him distressed. He kept thinking about it. Get your hair back, end of chapter. Chapter 200. The face was swollen. Fourth update. After seeing Tianyuan hair growth serum, the white-collar worker immediately became excited and said quickly, "How much does your Tianyuan shampoo cost? Are you sure it's true?" $500, absolutely authentic. If you smell the smell, it will be exactly the same as the original. There is a special substance in it. Other counterfeit products cannot imitate this smell. Seeing something interesting, Keo Russell took the initiative to open a bottle and let the other person smell it. "I was given 3 bottles, no, 5 bottles." After confirming the genuine product, the white-collar worker didn't even mention the price and agreed directly on the spot, even though it was 3 times the price in the past. Troubled by the removal of Tianyuan hair growth liquid from the market in the United States, the supply of Tianyuan hair growth liquid is now in short supply, and the price is rising. If you want to buy it for $500, there is no place to go, because only white-collar workers will buy 5 bottles at once, just for fear of being out of stock in the future. Can't buy it anymore. Seeing him selling so easily, Keo Russell himself found it hard to believe. This seems to be easier than selling opium, and they don't even tell the price. After the 2 parties reached a deal, Keo Russell accepted the money and handed the other party 5 bottles of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. For the first time, he felt that the money was too easy to make. Is the market really that big for this thing? Keo Russell did not believe in evil and went to find someone else. Whenever he sees someone with short hair, regardless of gender, Keo Russell will talk to them and sell them. The transaction results shocked his eyes. The order completion rate was as high as 70%. The remaining 30% was not because he didn't want to buy it, but because he was short of money. So he even wanted to leave his phone number and said that he would come to him to buy it when he collected enough money. When the day's sales were over and he returned to his base, Keo Russell took stock and found that he had sold a total of 126 bottles of Tianyuan hair growth serum today, earning $63,000. After seeing this number, his eyes straightened. His income is linked to sales, and the 3% commission is his salary. He earns nearly $2,000 in one day. In 1 month, wouldn't he be able to earn $50,000 or $60,000? In the United States, The annual income of the average middle class is about 70,000 to 160,000 to 160,000, but if he can still sell it at this price and quantity in the future, he can earn 6 to 7 million US dollars a year, which is definitely a wealthy class. Thinking of this, Kyle Russell's eyes turned red and his breathing was extremely heavy. Although he also sold opium in the past, most of the profits were taken by the bosses. His life was a little better than ordinary people, but he had to keep his head in his belt. But now, selling some shampoo can make such huge profits. He instantly felt his head was hot and his heart was pounding. This is much faster than selling opium, and there is no risk of opium trafficking. It is easy to make a fortune. No wonder the cartel boss wants us to sell this, it's a cash cow. Chio Russell was still complaining about the cartel's behavior, but now it seems that selling this Tianyuan hair growth serum is no different from robbing money. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Chio Russell immediately took inventory of the inventory, and then called the organization in Mexico to reserve the next batch of Tianyuan hair growth serum in advance. Sell, I will sell him out. Chio Russell danced samba excitedly in the room. After seeing the hope of becoming a wealthy family, his unwillingness to be lowly was suddenly ignited, and he was full of passion for starting a business. In the next few days, Chio Russell continued to wander the streets selling Tianyuan hair growth serum. A large amount of money is sold every day, and it is hard to count the money. In just 3 days, he sold out all the shipped inventory, and returned to Mexico through the underground tunnel with a few partners. After handing over the sales money, he received commissions and a new batch of Tianyuan hair growth serum. The commission greatly stimulated these people, and they devoted themselves to smuggling even more passionately. Similar behavior spread throughout the Tijuana group, with batches of Tianyuan hair growth liquid transported to the United States through underground tunnels. It was then distributed to the market through Mazai one by one. Finally, because the quantity was too large, a next-level sales network was formed. The Horseboys acted as dealers, selling Tianyuan hair growth liquid to locals at a cheaper price and letting them be responsible for the sales. Tianyuan hair growth serum once sold $20 to $30 million a month in the United States, which proves how deeply rooted its powerful curative effect is in the hearts of the people. Only people who have lost their hair will understand how precious this thing is. Therefore, facing the Tianyuan hair growth serum that has re-entered the market for promotion, it will be difficult for consumers to refuse this product unless they are really cash-strapped. Under such circumstances, the originally deserted market was once again disturbed. In a short period of time, after the United States banned Tianyuan hair restoration from being sold on the shelves, Tianyuan hair restoration was reborn in an alternative way and appeared in people's homes, helping them restore the youthfulness of their hair. On social networks, while people are still debating whether Tianyuan hair growth serum is really harmful to health, a new batch of comments are flooding in. The newly bought Tianyuan hair growth serum is as easy to use as ever. Those who are worried about their health are already bald, but I have already regained my youthful hair. People scold me all day long. Don't buy it if you can. Fake, where did you buy Tianyuan hair growth serum? I want to buy it too, give me away. If you have severe hair loss, don't wear a hat when you go out on the street and someone will find you soon. You can add me and I can deliver the goods by express delivery. Go to a shopping mall with a lot of traffic, where there are many salespeople. You are desperate, these products have been removed from the shelves, and the country has warned that they may be harmful to the body. You actually support Chinese manufacturing. You are a group of traitors and have disgraced our United States. The idiots from the Ministry of Commerce are ashamed of themselves. I have long wanted to scold them. They should take the hair growth serum off the shelves and make the price of a bottle of hair growth serum double for me now. They should all die. Shit, you bunch of stupid pigs. If Tianyuan hair growth liquid is harmful to the body, it is clearly an interest group attacking Tianyuan hair growth liquid, trying to snatch away other people's good things, and deliberately creating fake news. If it is really harmful to the body, why haven't I had any problems after using it for so long? I'm not afraid of the miraculous Chinese traditional medicine. I will keep using it. If you don't use it, then don't meddle in other people's business. There are a lot of discussions on the internet. These controversies have made more people aware that there are smuggled Tianyuan hair growth serum on the market, further pushing up the sales of Tianyuan hair growth serum. Batch after batch of Tianyuan hair growth liquid appeared on the market through underground channels. The large quantities of Tianyuan hair growth liquid caused the price to drop, but it was still as high as $300 a bottle, and there was still an endless stream of people buying it. Faced with the impact of Tianyuan hair growth liquid on the market, many people are now anxious. Major supermarkets and the tax bureau were the first to jump into action. The former made a lot of money by purchasing and selling Tianyuan hair growth liquid, but now that Tianyuan hair growth liquid has been removed from the shelves, they can only watch helplessly as smugglers make their share of the money, and are heartbroken. The tax bureau was even furious. In the past, when Tianyuan hair growth liquid was in hot demand, the monthly taxes paid were in the hundreds of millions, but now that smugglers are smuggling in, the tax bureau can't collect even a cent of tax. It is said that the tax bureau is so angry that he can't even eat. They were not the only ones who were equally angry. The hearing requested by the U.S. Department of Commerce was ignored by Tianyuan Daily. Instead, Tianyuan hair growth liquid was continuously sold in the country through smuggling, which almost made their faces swollen. In addition, netizens on social platforms showed off the Tianyuan hair growth serum they obtained from the black market, which was like a slap in the face of the Ministry of Commerce. Countless people moved to small benches to watch Ingzhang's joke. End of chapter. Chapter 201 CIA, First Update, America. In a certain government conference room, the place was filled with smoke. A group of people were smoking cigars with ugly expressions on their faces. The contemporary head of the Avilson family, Jose Avilson, sat on a chair with a cold face and spoke slowly. Everyone, it seems that our plan to force the other party to submit has failed. Opposite Jose Avilson, a tax bureau official in charge of this matter had a dark face and was very unhappy. Mr. Jose, originally we could collect tax as well, but because we cooperated with your actions, we have now suffered huge losses from the national treasury. This makes things difficult for everyone. That's right, my chain of supermarkets has suffered serious losses. It used to earn over $100 million in commissions from Tianyuan hair growth liquid each month. Now all the money has been smuggled on the black market. Who will compensate for our losses? The chairman of another large supermarket was also banging the table, regretting this move of stealing the chicken but losing the rice. If I had known earlier, I would not have cooperated with Aster Pharmaceuticals, and I would have lost so much profit in vain. The conference room is full of powerful people. A well-known multinational pharmaceutical company like Aster Pharmaceuticals, a Fortune 500 company, always likes to deal with powerful people. This time, facing the rampant smuggling of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, their blockade policy undoubtedly failed, so they gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Faced with the accusations from everyone, Jose Avilson bowed and said, "I didn't expect this, and it caused everyone a loss. However, it is not that we have no chance to make amends. Since smuggling is rampant, we will crack down on those smugglers." The smuggled Tianyuan hair growth liquid comes from Mexico. We first ask Mexico to block the transportation channels and send a special team to crack down on the criminal groups that smuggle such items. Therefore, we need the strength of relevant personnel. As long as smuggling is suppressed, Tianyuan Daily will have to accept our request. While speaking, Jose Avilson looked at a middle-aged man with a cold face at the scene. "Your Excellency Judith, we at Aster Pharmaceuticals are willing to donate $50 million in cash to your department as funds for overseas activities. I think it will not be a problem to crack down on those criminal groups with our methods." The man named Judith was none other than a senior executive of the CIA. This time, Jose Avilson specially invited him to the scene. "After this is done, our CIA wants 30% of the net proceeds from Tianyuan hair growth liquid." Judith spoke the request in a calm tone. As soon as these words came out, countless people's eyelids jumped and they cursed in their hearts. Jose Avilson frowned and thought for a long time. Considering that he had to rely on the power of the CIA, he had no choice but to nod. "I can agree to this request." There was a smile on Judean's cold face. Although the CIA is the most important foreign intelligence department of the United States, it is responsible for collecting intelligence on foreign governments, companies, terrorist organizations, individuals, politics, culture, and technology. It also has strong operational power to bribe, assassinate, and cultivate enemy anti-government forces. Offering arms deals and more. It can be said that the CIA has always worn many hats, but in order to complete so many tasks, their CIA also lacks funds. In order to make money, in addition to government funding, the CIA is very subjective and proactive. Among other things, the CIA is behind many drug lords. In addition to cracking down on smuggling in the Mexican country, we also need the power of the CIA to help us deal with the Jekka Company in the Zen Kingdom. That is the headquarters of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Only by removing it can we truly obtain Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Profit. Jose Avilson continued to make demands. He also knew that Geco Company had recently expanded its military strength, which made him feel uneasy. If it weren't for the fact that the warlords supported by the local area were not ready for a long time, he would have been unable to resist giving the order to take action. He's just a local warlord, we can help you. Judith agreed without hesitation. As long as the other party was given the title of a terrorist, he was worried that he would not be able to control the other party. The right of interpretation rested with the CIA. It's not like the CIA has never done this kind of thing in the past. As long as the funds are in place, they can even subvert the country. A mere small warlord is nothing. With Judean's assurance, Jose Avilson obviously relaxed a lot. Although a large portion of the benefits are promised, gaining the friendship of the CIA is beneficial to Aster Pharmaceuticals as a whole. With the CIA's huge influence overseas, Aster Pharmaceuticals can go deeper and further. Everyone, victory is in sight. For just one company, the final winner will definitely be us. Jose Avilson stood up and bowed again. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. With the addition of the CIA, everyone already saw hope of victory. Shortly after the meeting, the U.S. Commerce Office held another press conference. Facing a well-known reporter, the spokesperson said angrily, "Recently, our company has discovered large-scale smuggling at the U.S.-Mexico border. Criminals have brought Tianyuan hair growth liquid into the country, which our ministry has expressly prohibited from selling. There must be Tianyuan Daily's promotion behind this, which circulates the products through illegal channels and delivers them to criminals. In order to infringe on the people. We urge Mexico to immediately initiate a corresponding ban to prevent Tianyuan hair growth liquid from passing through customs and becoming a weapon for criminals to earn black money. Here, our commercial office officially issues an ultimatum. Tianyuan Daily has endangered the national security of the United States. This smuggling must be stopped immediately and a fine of $3.698 billion must be paid, otherwise we will initiate comprehensive sanctions." The reporters in the audience smelled the big news and raised their microphones to ask, "Excuse me, this means that Tianyuan Daily is involved in smuggling. Do you have any evidence?" Of course there is evidence, but it is not convenient to display it for the time being. When we catch all the culprits, they will be punished by law. A spokesman for the Commerce Department said harshly that Tianyuan Daily would pay the price. I would like to ask, what kind of national security does Tianyuan Daily use violate our national security? Is there any detailed medical identification and data to support the harm to the body? Another reporter stood up and sounded excited. It involves state secrets. It is not convenient for us to answer. Next. The spokesman's face turned dark again and he quickly found a news reporter of his own. If Tianyuan Daily behaves like this, should we consider freezing the other party's funds directly? CNN reporters gave the spokesperson advice on the spot, ignoring the disdainful looks from colleagues around him. We will consider this. The spokesperson said dryly that if Tianyuan Rayong had stored money abroad, they would have frozen its funds long ago to let them know what the world police are, but it is a pity that they did not have this opportunity. Seeing the eager eyes below, I felt that this press conference was a bit besieged. The spokesperson did not dare to let them continue asking questions, so he hurriedly ended the press conference and left in a somewhat embarrassed manner. End of chapter. Chapter 202. You are not qualified to take care of me. Second update. The speech from the United States traveled across the ocean. In today's highly developed world of global information technology, it is no surprise that it quickly became a hot search topic. In the face of the accusations and fines from the United States, Tianyuan Daily also issued an announcement. We have no knowledge of the smuggling mentioned by the United States. We are only responsible for the sales of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. As for where the buyer will transport it after it is sold, that is their own business. In addition, we kindly remind you that smuggling is serious in the United States. You should start from yourself. Is there anything you have done wrong? Otherwise, why are there no smuggling in other countries? As for fines, we are a Chinese company, and you, the United States, have no right to impose them on me. As soon as this tough announcement came out, it immediately caused an uproar in China, and Chinese netizens were excited. Prince Biscuit, Tianyuan Rayong is awesome. This is the first time I see such a strong Chinese company. I support him on this point. Human beings don't deserve Luo Ji. The old American gangster is so logical that he can't produce any evidence when he says it's harmful to health, lay Buddhist Mao Lian. It turns out that there is still a smuggling route. I can only say that Tianyuan Daily has done a great job. Drunk, Tenjiula, this announcement from Tianyuan Daily is so arrogant. It seems to be saying, I just like the way you look at me and you can't get rid of me. Napoleon loves noodles. You American people are rushing to buy Tianyuan hair serum. This shows that the product is really good. How about just opening up the market? This way, you can at least earn some taxes. Smiling Fish NNN, the one upstairs, you think I am shameless in the United States. As soon as the front foot was blocked and taken off the shelves, the back foot was suddenly released due to smuggling. When the time comes, how will Omeng see herself, how will Demao see herself, and how will the younger brothers see themselves? Xingshan fugitive patient, support the United States in severely punishing Tianyuan Daily. This kind of black-hearted enterprise should be banned as soon as possible. Everyone must support the judgment of the U.S. Department of Commerce. This is the light of freedom and democracy and cannot be wrong. Momo's cat, the public servant upstairs, likes you to go over and wash the dishes so much. A convulsed chemistry class representative, the so-called free trade is just a joke. The United States itself does not abide by the rules of the game. It imposes sanctions when it sees business competition. It is the best in the world with double standards. Discussions are going on online, and most Chinese people support Tianyuan hair growth serum. There are more than 80 million users of Tianyuan hair growth serum in China. There are many fans of this product, and America is the one who is criticizing it. Everyone is very excited and looks at the excitement in America. However, these disturbing remarks cannot stop the United States from taking action. The United States has been scolded a lot and has long been accustomed to it. Under pressure from the United States, especially the increase in tariffs on Mexican goods, Mexico was forced to announce a ban on Tianyuan hair growth serum in less than 3 days. At the same time, at the U.S.-Mexico border, U.S. police have also stepped up searches and inspections for smuggling and made every effort to crack down on smuggling. 10 days later. Mo country, Tulu City. In the villa, Su Jie was sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper. The newspaper contains an excerpt of a speech by the President of Mexico, and the topic is about banning the circulation and entry of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Mr. Su, an underground tunnel was discovered the day before yesterday. The U.S. police blew up the tunnel and seized a batch of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, and arrested many of our people. In addition, Mexico has also implemented ban regulations. Now it is very difficult for us to bring Tianyuan hair growth liquid into customs from the sea. Several ships carrying Tianyuan hair growth liquid have been seized and confiscated. Beside the sofa, Cartel bent over and carefully reported the recent news about the Tijuana group. This news is very unfavorable for Tijuana now, because the opium business has been cancelled, and the group relies entirely on Tianyuan hair growth liquid to make profits. This blockade does not matter in the short term, but it will become troublesome over time. Su Jie put down the newspaper and said, 2 things. Go to Puta Logistics number 8 warehouse. There is a batch of hair growth puree of Tianyuan hair growth liquid there. You can use some small factories to can it according to the requirements. Here in Mexico, you spend some money on the customs, we make so much, give them enough to stop their mouths. Su Jie had already made preparations for the current predicament. A batch of hair growth puree was transported in storage bags in advance, and was produced and sold directly in Mexico. Anyway, this thing does not require high production technology and conditions. As long as the hair growth puree is in place, other materials can be used at any small store. The factory can do it, and you don't have to worry too much about Mexico's blockade. Mexico has a relatively chaotic system. Extortion for bribes is common. Although prohibitions are mentioned, under the financial offensive, the actual strength of enforcement is questionable. Through these 2 preparations, most of the blockade can be eliminated. Mr. Su, did you expect this? Cartel was a little shocked. Su Jie's words were obviously well prepared. Su Jie smiled, took out another map, and said calmly, the Americans want to take away my property, so I won't sit still and wait for death. Take this map. Everything marked is the newly opened U.S.-Mexico border. The underground tunnels are enough for you to use for smuggling to deal with the attacks of the U.S. police. Are all of these? Cartel couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw dozens of underground tunnels marked on the map. How is this done? The Tijuana Group has worked hard for more than 10 years and has only opened 7 or 8 underground cargo passages. Every time one is discovered, it will suffer heavy losses because the underground tunnel is constructed underground. It is very difficult to dig, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it may collapse if not careful. Underground tunnels have always been one of the most important assets of drug lords in Mexico. Whoever controls more underground tunnels controls a greater share of the opium market. Just keep all of these and don't let me find out that you are using them to transport opium, otherwise. Su Jie's voice was cold. Underground tunnels were easy for Su Jie. The 1,000-armed centipede, which was tens of meters long, was more powerful than any shield machine. With just one digger, an underground tunnel several meters wide can be easily dug. It is impossible for the US police to intercept smuggling. Absolutely not. Now we make more money selling Tianyuan hair growth liquid than opium. No one will sacrifice one thing for the least. Carter's face was pale. He knew how ruthless Su Jie was. During this period, he had been working diligently, just for fear of having his head blown off while walking on the road, because he was too scared. Sometimes he felt like he had a psychological shadow. He always felt that there were several pairs of eyes staring at him in the darkness, no matter what he did. In fact, Cartel felt that nothing was wrong, but what was staring at him was not the so-called sniper, but the insects controlled by the wild insect control method, with Su Jie's current spiritual power. Most of Tulu City is under his surveillance. He is observing every move of the Tijuana Group, and he cannot hide any little moves made by the cartel. End of chapter. Chapter 203. Our country, Mexico, has its own national conditions here. Third update. As the United States began imposing sanctions, the smuggling industry was immediately hit hard, especially in Mexico. Due to the pressure exerted by the United States, it has demonstrated unprecedented investigation and punishment actions. The United States also sent a special investigation team to Mexico to assist in detecting the smuggling case of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. The main reason is that the behavior of Tianyuan hair growth liquid is too outrageous and the U.S. Department of Commerce cannot tolerate it. If we don't target it, others will think that the United States is a paper tiger and no one will dare to challenge its hegemony. In an office building in the capital of Mexico, Michelle Cantu, the head of the smuggling project from the United States, was sitting in an office chair and looking through stacks of documents. Michelle Cantu's background is not simple. He is only 45 years old, but he has become the most famous police elite in the United States in recent years. He has solved many major cases and has an extremely dazzling resume this time. Because the Tianyuan hair growth liquid incident had caused great embarrassment to America, he was specially sent here to assist in the investigation. It is difficult to obtain approval for this kind of cross-border case handling, and even Interpol does not have such power, but it was the United States that made the request, and Mexico is right next to the United States. It has been accustomed to getting and asking for things for so many years, and it really doesn't have much confidence to refuse. So Michelle Cantu led the team over. Near Michelle Cantu, there are dozens of special elites from the United States. Some are from the Department of Commerce, some from the Police Department, and some from the Border Management Office. They are all elite soldiers drawn from various departments. Niddle, we hope that your Mexican officials can cooperate with our actions. Combating smuggling will be beneficial to both countries. At this time, in front of Michelle Cantu was a Mexican with slightly curly hair. He is the person in charge officially sent by the Mexican government to deal with Michelle Cantu, named Nider La Simpta. Don't worry, I have received the authorization from Mr. President and will absolutely cooperate with your actions. If you have any questions, please just come to me. Niddle patted his chest and made a loud reassurance, speaking very cooperatively. Boss, we received a report from an informant, from the Mexican customs. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly ran over and reported in a low voice. What? Come with me immediately. Michelle Cantu's face darkened. He immediately stood up, picked up his gun, and drove quickly toward the port with a team of men. Night, Michelle Cantu organized a group of elite soldiers and lurked secretly in the port of Samani, Mexico, and witnessed a scene that made him furious. After a cargo ship arrived at the shore, the crew was organizing the unloading. At the unloading site, some guys who were obviously gangsters were arrogantly directing the scene, and there were many port officials smiling. And accompanying them, the two groups of people call each other brothers and sisters, and they are very enthusiastic. Boss, we have notified the local police and they will send people over to assist us. One of the men came closer and spoke in a low voice. Very well, pay attention to each other's movements, us. While Michel Canto was talking, he saw a sudden chaos in the unloading area. After the leader of the gangster team answered the phone, he immediately asked everyone to get in the car and run away. The news has leaked. Don't wait for the police to support us. Let's do it ourselves. Michel Canto quickly realized that something was wrong. Seeing the gangsters escaping, he couldn't bear it anymore and led his team to attack quickly. The arrest process was easier than expected. It seemed that they were not prepared for their arrival. Some gang members were caught before they could even get into the car, while crew members and dock officials who assisted at the scene were also arrested. Once the unloaded boxes were opened, they were all filled with bottles of Tianyuan hair growth serum, and the quantity was astonishing. Without the permission of these officials, it would be difficult for such a large quantity of goods to be smuggled in bit by bit through small boats. After all, this is not opium. The quantity is small and there is no ballast. A small boat can easily dock and unload the goods. Seeing these stolen goods, Michel Canto became even more angry. So when Niddle arrived, several of the leading officials at the port here were already blocked in the office by Michel Canto. "Mr. Michel, what are you doing?" Nettle was shocked and rushed forward to stop him. Michel Canto snorted coldly and said, "Ask these officials, they are involved with gangs and collude to smuggle Tianyuan hair growth liquid. They must have received black money from those gangs." Nettle's face twitched. He quickly figured out what was going on and could only smile bitterly. Why doesn't he know how bad these officials are? Corruption among officials in Mexico is nothing new. "Mr. Michel, please calm down first. We can talk about this slowly." "How can I be so calm? Do you know that as soon as we applied for support from the local police station, the gangsters on the other side heard the news and ran away? Is this a police station or a den of thieves?" Michel Canto slapped the table, showing how angry he was. Nettle was speechless. "You must know that due to the local chaos and poverty in Mexico, the police's salary is not high, and they have to face the threats of various gangs. Not to mention that some places turn a blind eye to gangs. However, there are even organized special forces who join the drug lords. This is the situation in Mexico. It is very common for the police to collude with the gangs. Hey, you Americans, get out of my office right away. This is not your country. You have no jurisdiction over us." At this time, several port officials who were blocked in the office cursed at Michel Canto, and at the same time called the police who maintained security in the port area to confront Michel Canto's men. This arrogant and domineering attitude made Michel Canto even more furious. "Mr. Michel, please lead some troops to retreat." Nettle was also persuading, trying his best to stop the conflict from breaking out. "You will regret it." Michel Canto's face was ashen, because he really had no power, and this was the country of Mexico, so he could only lead the team to leave. Bitterly walking on the road outside the port, Michel Canto still refused to give up and said, "Niddle, you should rectify your own bureaucracy. How corrupt is it? Those officials must be punished. Only by taking it down can the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys be achieved." "Mr. Michel, this is impossible. Mexico has its own national conditions, so just leave these things alone." Nettle refused without thinking. For someone who can work in a place as rich and lucrative as the port, he would know from his backside that he has a big backing, and he might have some big backers. Who would dare to mess around easily? In this current situation, Michel Canto has nothing to do with this as a sovereign country, and no matter how much it tries to sway the United States, it is not something that a small project manager like him can influence. 2 more chapters have been reviewed. End of chapter. Chapter 204 People's War, 4th update. Faced with such national conditions in Mexico, Niddle could only happily withdraw his team back, but what he didn't expect was 3 days later, he received new news. Not only were the port officials not dealt with, even the gangsters they caught were let go by the police, and all the confiscated Tianyuan hair growth liquid disappeared. The gangsters escaped from prison? There was a fire in the police warehouse, and the confiscated Tianyuan hair growth liquid was burned? Are you trying to fool me into thinking that I am a 3-year-old child? In the office building in Mexico City, Michel Canto almost laughed out loud when he looked at the explanations given by the police. "Niddle, do your country's officials have a bottom line?" Niddle was extremely embarrassed. He could not tell Michel Canto directly that the bottom line for our officials was that there was no lower limit. As long as they could make money, they would do anything you dare to think of. Forget it, there's no point arguing with you about this. I've received news here that there is a production line for Tianyuan hair growth liquid in the Kimikan slum. I hope you can send the police to destroy it with us. Michelle Kanta took out another stack of information and said in a serious tone. Go to Kimikan. It might be dangerous, so why don't you go in? Nettle hesitated, with a look of reluctance. I know that the security in the slums in Mexico is not good, so I applied for the support of your police. We are ready. Michelle Kanta couldn't help but said that he was ready. Well, okay, I'll contact the police. Nettle thought about it and realized that it was really not good to keep refusing, otherwise the top officials in the United States would send another letter to their president. Mexico City is the capital of Mexico, a large city with a population of more than 20 million. It is hard to imagine that a megacity like Mexico City still has slums. Kimikan is the largest slum in Mexico City, with a staggering number of 1.5 million poor people gathered here. When Michelle Kanta led the team and entered the place with a large number of police, everyone could not help but frown. In the slums, wooden and iron shacks can be seen everywhere. People who came to Mexico City from other places to look for opportunities and jobs, but because of the poor economy, they could only live here, gradually forming this huge and chaotic slum. There are also slums in the United States, but most of them were formed after the decline of industrial cities. They are still masonry and concrete houses, which are completely different from those in Mexico. As they went deeper, Michelle Kanta gradually felt that something was wrong. The poor people here looked at them and looked very unfriendly, but soon, Michelle Kanta no longer cared about this. He came to the heart of Kimikan and found a dense collection of small workshops with thousands of workers. Everywhere you can see batches of hair serum raw materials being transported for simple production and manufacturing. For example, in the production of the simplest packaging bottles, many small clay workshops are busy. Piles of PET raw materials are purchased and then formed by injection molding machines to complete the simplest packaging bottles. According to the words on the package, it is the batch of Tianyuan hair growth serum that has flowed into the United States. Seeing these production workshops, Michelle Kanta immediately fired his gun into the sky and yelled, "Everyone squats down with their hands on their heads while the police handle the case." However, the expected situation did not happen. Instead of holding their heads with their hands honestly, these workers at work had dangerous looks in their eyes. These police are going to destroy our factory. If the factory disappears, everyone will have nothing to eat. Kill them, beat them to death, beat them to death. After a brief silence, each worker took out a long or short rifle from the room and fired from the door cracks and window sills, with a look on their faces as if they were defending their homeland. For these poor people who have only one life left, processing and producing Tianyuan hair growth liquid is a hard-to-find job, and the pay is very generous, enough for them to support their family. Now there are people who want to destroy this kind of life, and even the police cannot give in. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the slum. Mexico is awash with guns, and there are many firearms circulating among the people. These factories themselves had a lot of preparations. At this time, they distributed it to the workers and armed them into militiamen, and they opened fire without mercy. What's even more terrifying is that as the fighting started here, most of the slums were alerted, and poor people rushed over with guns to join the fight. Some of them are family members of workers, and some rely on factories to make a living. Most of them are because the Tianyuan Hair Growth Solution Factory appeared, revitalizing the slum economy and allowing the poor here to take the initiative to help fight against the enemy. Bang! A Mexican policeman fell heavily to the ground and was shot through the heart. A gun barrel protruded from the hidden crack in the wall, pointed at several people and pulled the trigger, and several more figures fell down. An American special agent was leaning on the corner, exchanging fire with the front. Suddenly, the door next to him was quietly pushed open, and several poor people brandished machetes, shouting random curses in their mouths, and chopped off their heads and faces, leaving their bodies bloody and bloody. Someone drove a truck, aimed at Michelle Kanta's team, and rammed it, knocking several people away on the spot. A large group of poor people jumped out of the back car, and without saying a word, they shot and slashed with their guns. Someone poured gasoline on the car of Michelle Kanta and others, and the fire ignited it, burning the car to vent their anger. Some people had no weapons, so they picked up rocks, beer bottles, slippers, etc., and threw them at them. All kinds of garbage were flying everywhere in the sky. The people here in Mexico are extremely tough and cruel. In just a few minutes, Michelle Kanta and others were plunged into the vast sea of people's war, with black guns attacking them from all sides. With the advantages of numbers and geographical advantages, Michelle Kanta and his group were beaten back and forth. The Mexican police officers were the first to collapse, running away faster than rabbits one by one, wishing their parents had given them more legs. Retreat, retreat quickly. Michel Cantu was also a little panicked. He had never experienced such a scene, and facing these rioting people, he just felt like he had stung a hornet's nest. I just said don't come in, you just don't believe in evil. Nettle looked so sad that his intestines turned green with regret. He didn't expect the matter to be so serious. He had only heard that public security in the slums was not good. This was not only bad security, it was like being on a battlefield. Stop talking nonsense and run away. Michel Cantu's marksmanship and skill are very good, and the team he brought is indeed elite. Although he was beaten in a very embarrassed state, with his excellent quality, he finally managed to grab some cars and rushed out in a panic. However, when they came out and counted their numbers, only 1/3 of the people who entered the slums came out alive, and more than 2/3 stayed in there forever. End of chapter. Chapter 205 Heavy Losses. First update, escaped. Nettle sat down on the ground with the joy of surviving the disaster. With blood and sweat on his body, the thrilling feeling of those bullets whizzing past his scalp just now made him still frightened. Old Bill, David, Serena, they didn't come out. Michel Cantu's eyes were full of self-blame and regret. Those were elites from various departments in the United States, and now they were all buried in the Chimican slum, and even the bodies could not be taken out. Such tragic casualties were something Michel Cantu had never seen before. You just ran away, bastard. We helped you destroy the smuggling factory, and you just betrayed us like this? At this time, other special agents saw the deaths and injuries of their companions and couldn't help but yell at the police officers who escaped first. Obviously, you are the ones who insist on going into the slums to provoke and demolish other people's factories, causing the death of many of our companions. You are the real cancer. The Mexican police are also full of resentment. Normally they would not enter the slums, but today they lost so many people for these Americans, they had nowhere to vent their anger. What are you talking about? If you police had done something, the slums wouldn't be so chaotic and everyone in the mob would have a gun. Haha, how good is the United States? Shootings happen every day. Aren't those chaotic slums in Detroit also famous around the world? The two sides became more and more angry and quarreled, and finally rolled up their sleeves and started fighting with each other, and the fight was fierce. That's enough, stop it. Michel Cantu shouted angrily and stopped both parties in the conflict. Let's go. After finally separating the people, Michel Cantu returned with his own men. In Mexico, they are always outsiders, and they will only suffer the consequences of conflicts with the local police. Mr. Michel, I'm sorry. Nettle looked at Michel Cantu, who looked gloomy, and didn't know what to say. It's my fault. I underestimated the risks in the slums. The water here is too deep. Michel Cantu sighed, feeling more and more that there was a long way to go before the mission could be successful. US-Mexico border. A team of anti-smuggling police officers were driving to a wilderness on the border, with more than a dozen police cars driving on the road. Because of a phone call report, smuggling activities occurred nearby, and smugglers of Tianyuan hair growth liquid were smuggling goods in large quantities here. Patrolman Charles drove on the rugged road as usual and smiled at his co-pilot companion. Get ready soon, our team will be opening soon. I hope we can seize more trophies this time. The superiors are very concerned about it now. The co-pilot was a newcomer named Lana Peters, who had just been admitted to the Border Patrol. Because of his good looks, he has many suitors, such as Charles. I know that if something goes wrong I will shoot immediately. Lana nodded, keeping her hand on the holster on her waist, and the nervousness on her face was visible to the naked eye. Don't be so nervous. What we are going to arrest this time is just the smugglers of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, not drug dealers or illegal immigrants. They also know that the crime they committed is not serious and they dare not resist with guns. Charles has been in the industry for many years and is already an experienced veteran. At this time, he comforted the newcomer and took the opportunity to gain goodwill. Hey, Charles, the target area is ahead, but it's a bit close to the Mexican border. That's the disputed boundary between the two countries. We seem to have crossed the border a bit. A colleague's voice came over the intercom. It doesn't matter. Let's go back as soon as possible. We will come back after arresting the people. Charles didn't take it seriously. They were the world's police. What's wrong with catching a criminal in a disputed area? Just like the American soldiers who used the name of counterterrorism to interfere in other countries' internal affairs not once or twice, even if he does cross the border, he will be punished under federal law and Mexico will have no control over him. The convoy continued forward, entering endless deserts, canyons, and cacti-covered hills. We will go to the scene soon. We just need to complete the arrest. Those smugglers have made a lot of money now. There is a lot of money to be made from them. As long as we boom, before Charles could finish speaking, a police car at the head exploded, as if it was blown away by something. What's going on? What happened? Charles became furious and yelled into the walkie-talkie. What responded to him was an RPG fired from a short distance, hitting a police car again and blowing it into a twisted piece of scrap metal. On a hillside, dozens of people were lurking here, holding various weapons in their hands, firing wildly at the police car team, and the sound of gunfire was like fried beans. The enemy is attacking, we are attacked by armed elements. The direction, requesting support. Charles braked, quickly got out of the car with a long gun, and used the police car as a cover to shoot at the enemy. Lana's hand holding the gun trembled slightly, and she got out of the car with the large troops. Because of her nervousness and fear, the bullets she fired floated into the sky. Suddenly, the gunfire from the opposite side fell silent, and the firing seemed to have stopped. Run away! While muttering in his mouth, Charles said to Lana next to him, "It seems that they were scared away. Those guys dared to resist. I can't let them go no matter what I say this time." In order to show his heroism, Charles stood up carefully and prepared to go to investigate the situation. Lana didn't speak, but her pupils shrank violently and she looked to the right side of the motorcade, her teeth trembling, and she held Charles's arm tightly. Following Lana's gaze, a scene appeared that made Charles's eyes widen. A six-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle slowly drove up the slope, its black 30mm cannon aimed at the police team. "Shit," Charles yelled and cursed, and the next moment, his whole body exploded into several sections, and blood splashed all over the head and face of Lana next to him. As the cannons opened fire, the incredibly powerful cannons swept across the battlefield. The so-called bunker police cars were like paper in front of the 30mm cannons, and human body parts were flying everywhere. The patrol's counterattack was particularly weak because the equipment they carried could not break the armor of the infantry fighting vehicles. In just 1 minute, the cannon turned the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. After pouring out a burst of firepower, the infantry fighting vehicle slowly backed up and retracted into an underground tunnel. The entire smuggling team also quickly disappeared without a trace. When the supporting police arrived, the scene was full of broken limbs and broken arms. Only Lana, a lucky girl with a broken arm, was still alive. Those people are not human beings. They are equipped with infantry fighting vehicles and are not ordinary smugglers. Lana's narration made all the patrol officers take a breath, and their scalps felt numb when they looked at the deep underground tunnel, those who dared to drive infantry fighting vehicles to confront the patrolmen. This was the first time I had encountered these patrolmen for so many years in the industry, and I just felt particularly crazy. Chasing, we must bring the brutal smugglers to justice. The on-site patrol officers were extremely angry. While applying for military support from above, they also sent people into the underground tunnel to try to chase down the fleeing enemies below. However, a few patrol officers who entered the underground tunnel had just walked in when they saw a broadsword mine placed on the ground with a picture that read, "This is facing the enemy," and the infrared enemy sensing triggering device was working. Shit, a group of patrolmen tried to run away in panic, but by then it was too late. The activated broadsword mine exploded instantly, and hundreds of steel balls covered 60% of the fan directly in front. Several patrol policemen who entered the underground tunnel were directly shot into a hornet's nest. Some steel balls even shot out of the hole, hitting the unlucky guy who was watching outside. The steel ball had a range of tens of meters. As a specialized anti-infantry mine, it was extremely powerful. The steel ball was embedded in the flesh and blood, constantly rolling and tearing the muscles, causing extreme damage and pain. The scene was filled with wailing sounds for a while. The other patrol officers were shocked. A cold air rushed from the soles of their feet to Tianlinggai. Their minds were filled with confusion and fear. Why, these guys who smuggled Tianyuan hair growth liquid are so cruel, even more ruthless than the drug lords they encountered in the past. They dispatched infantry fighting vehicles, broadsword mines, and rocket launchers. Are they fighting a war on terrorism? End of chapter. Chapter 206, Deployment, Second Update, Marching, the office building of the United States Special Envoys Corps. A gloomy atmosphere lingered, like a gloomy rainy day, and the entire team exuded a negative and depressing atmosphere. Since the failure of the operation in the slums a week ago, the American Special Investigation Team has suffered heavy losses. Although the United States subsequently added more manpower, faced with the difficult investigation situation, arrogant and domineering smugglers, colluded bureaucrats, and many lower-class poor people were also attracted by huge profits. All kinds of deeds tell them that they are the vulnerable group here in Mexico. Michel Canta sat on the sofa, the ashtray in front of him filled with cigarette butts. In just 1 week, he seemed to have aged 10 years, and even gray hair appeared on his head. In the past week, there have been many premeditated attacks on patrol officers at the border. The smugglers have changed their usual style, using a large number of powerful weapons, and using underground tunnels to appear and disappear, killing and wounding a large number of people. Our border patrol is now full of complaints. Even if we receive news of smuggling, we dare not go out to encircle and suppress it. Instead, we need the support of the military and the National Guard. Michel Canta looked at the latest information sent to him, and his head was filled with confusion. I originally thought it was a smuggling case, but who would have thought that those guys were even crazier and scarier than drug lords, as if they were deliberately targeting the United States. This kind of madness is really outrageous. Thinking about his recent experiences, he has never encountered a good thing since he came to Imo country. All I encounter in here is bad news, one after another, which can drive people crazy. Boss, someone is looking for you. At this time, a subordinate hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. Who? Michel Canta looked up. CIA. The subordinate who reported it looked a little strange. Well, let him in. What did Michel Canta think of? Before setting off, his old superior once vaguely mentioned that this smuggling case involved high-level officials, so he must be cautious. Soon, a white man walked into the room. Dicah Douglas, the CIA-appointed Mexican affairs specialist, is responsible for this Tianyuan smuggling case. Dicah stretched out his hand. The smile on his face was a little false. Hello, I'm Michel. I heard that you have suffered a lot of casualties recently. Let us, the CIA, take over this case. You guys can help us, and we will settle everything. With an unquestionable tone, Dicah wanted to take over the command directly. Michel Canta frowned and looked at the other party. The other party's tone made him very unhappy. Whatever you want to do, that group of smugglers is difficult to deal with. I understand that Tijuana is one of the largest gang organizations in Mexico. It was formerly engaged in the opium business and its headquarters was in Telex City. Before its expansion, there were more than 6,000 members in total. Now it is obtained through smuggling Tianyuan hair growth liquid with huge profits. They continue to recruit soldiers, attract poor people to join the organization, and find instructors for militarized management and training. In addition, they have too deep collusion with the local bureaucrats in Mexico. It is normal that you can't do anything with them. Dicah threw out a stack of information, which was all about the Tijuana organization. It was clear that the cartel had killed Juarez to take over. Tijuana is just a chess piece on the surface. Tianyuan hair growth solution comes from a local warlord in Zen. We at the CIA suspect that the two parties have colluded with each other for the purpose of disrupting our country's market and making huge profits. And if we want to target such an organization, we will use it on the surface. The attack is difficult, and the local military and police are also unreliable, so we can only choose the beheading tactic in the Tijuana organization. We have contacted the top management of the internal affairs. Once the cartel is solved, our people will be able to quickly seize power and control this large criminal group. By then, the intermediary channel for smuggling Tianyuan hair growth solution will be cut off. Only by solving the source of the Zen kingdom can the matter be completely settled. But if you want to do this, your strength is still far behind. Looking at the confident expression on Dicah's face, and thinking of the CIA's rumors of bribery, assassination, supporting anti-government forces, etc., it was the first time Michel Canta was dealing with the other party, but he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the rumors were not groundless. If everything goes as the CIA wants, the matter may be completely solved. I wish you success. I will let my team cooperate with you. Michel Canta did not try to seize power, but actively cooperated rather than fighting with each other. he wanted to seek justice for his dead subordinates. Wise choice, wait until the cartel is solved, and we can hand it over to your custody after we capture it. Daika had a confident smile on his face, as if the operation had been successful before it even started. After all, they were the famous CIA, and they had dealt with terrorist organizations, enemy regimes, armed separatist forces, etc. in the past. The drug lords really didn't take it seriously. 2 days later, Tulu City. On the flat floor of a high-rise building, Su Jie was meditating, wisps of divine brilliance spread all over the body, and the soul jumped out from the top of the head. On the blurry face, in addition to the mouth, the nose also gradually took shape. Call, the soul took a gentle breath, and the white bone branches and leaves planted on the 5 elements spiritual soil continued to unfold. The tree's spiritual energy surged crazily and was absorbed into the body in large quantities. The spiritual energy itself had been purified by the white bone tree, but after Su Jie's soul nose was formed, the human body had an additional purification filter to compress and purify the spiritual energy again. This also means that with the same amount of spiritual power, Su Jie can achieve the same effect by consuming less, which in turn increases the spiritual power reserve, slowly opening his eyes. The 9th grade holy lotus on the 5 elements spiritual earth now has 3 cotyledons. The holy lotus has grown a few more centimeters, and is now about 10 centimeters tall. The stems are delicate and green, and the cotyledons are as white as jade, with patterns of heaven and earth flowing automatically on them. Take out a few pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones, bury them in the 5 elements spiritual soil, and fertilize the 9th grade holy lotus. Susu, the cotyledon leaves of the 9th grade holy lotus swayed, and the stars in colorful clouds rose up all over the sky, as if they were jumping for joy. The spiritual power in Su Jie's body also moved a little faster. When this exotic treasure is placed next to you, there will always be the roar of the heavenly sound of the Great Avenue, accompanied by the auspicious energy of thousands of purple clouds. Even if it is only used as a cultivation accelerator, the exotic treasure is very precious, and it gradually reveals its extraordinary qualities. Su Jie stretched out his hand to touch the delicate cotyledons, and the invisible sword energy spontaneously defended against the enemy, trying to resist the approach of any foreign object. Zhang! 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 The sword screamed and trilled, and the low-grade elementary flying sword used to loosen the soil was broken on the spot. It was in its nascent form. The 9th grade holy lotus has such power. Su Jie didn't dare to touch it anyway, and the 1,000-handed centipede climbed onto Su Jie's arm to help him resist the attack of the sword energy. Su Jie imprinted his breath on the 9th grade holy lotus, slowly refining it. It is very difficult for such a rare treasure, an innate spiritual object, to be sacrificed and used for one's own use. Su Jie hopes to start refining it from an early age to reduce the difficulty of using it in the future. Grow up quickly. After observing the 9th grade holy lotus for a while, Su Jie heard footsteps coming from behind. He stood up and put away the cultivation objects, and finally put away the blocking formation diagram. End of chapter. Chapter 207, Certificate of Surrender, 3rd update. Su Jie, the cartel is coming. A pair of lotus-rooted arms stretched out from behind and held Su Jie's waist. Well, I'll go talk to him. After patting Lu Yingying's buttocks, Su Jie stood up and came to the living room. Mr. Su. Carter is standing here, he was called by Su Jie. Su Jie walked to the balcony step by step. From here, he had a panoramic view of the entire Telek city. Mr. Su, our actions this week have achieved great results. The cartel sounded excited. After training, his drug dealers used underground tunnels to defeat the border patrol's arrogance. His drug lords alone cannot do this because their training is relatively poor. Many of them are elite soldiers from Jiko Security who control various heavy firepowers. Cartel, are you loyal to me? Facing the cartel's excitement, Su Jie suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Cartel was stunned, and quickly knelt down and prostrated in the tunnel. Mr. Su, I am loyal to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in the position I am today. Very well, I need you to do one thing to prove this loyalty. Su Jie wrote an address with pen and paper and said calmly, kill all the people in this place. In our country, this is called a petition. With your loyalty, I will not be disappointed. Be our 3rd community Fairwind building? Cartel looked up, not understanding what was so special about this position. A group of CIA Special Service teams and a team of American Special Forces are here. They plan to launch a beheading operation to kill the leaders of Tijuana and eradicate the smuggling chain. Look how nice I am to you, and I also informed you of the danger in advance. What you need to do now is to prey on these people, understand? CIA, we are going to kill the CIA. The cartel's pupils contracted violently. This was the CIA, the world's most famous military intelligence organization, with the global hegemon behind it. If their people were touched, it would be hard to imagine what kind of revenge there would be. If you are afraid, you can just wait for them to pick off your head. I won't force you. Su Jie exerted psychological pressure in his words to strengthen the other parties while a ruthless look flashed across Cartel's face. He was a drug lord and had a ruthless heart. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Su, I understand what to do. Since those CIA dare to come here, I will never do it. I will let them leave. This is my territory in Mexico, and I will let them understand the consequences of intruding on my territory. I'm waiting for your good news. In addition, the team is now impure. Clean up a group of people. Su Jie waved his hand and threw out a piece of paper. Cartel subconsciously took it and saw the names written on the paper. Several of the names on it were his confidants. He suddenly broke into a cold sweat and his eyes flashed fiercely. Mr. Su, I will hang all the traitors. Go deal with it. Yes. After the cartel left, Su Jie chuckled, it's getting more and more interesting. The reputation of the CIA is known to everyone around the world, and they have been involved in subverting the regimes of many enemy countries. This time, they actually went out for Tianyuan hair growth liquid. I don't know what benefits Aster Pharmaceuticals promised, but before Carter got into the car after walking out of the flat floor, there were two loud sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. When he turned around, he saw two human bodies falling from the tall building next door. Bodyguards went up to check and found that they were members of the gang. Monitoring and surveillance equipment was also found on the bodies. It was Mr. Su who helped me clean up the trouble. Carter raised his head and vaguely saw Mr. Su's aloof figure on the balcony. He immediately understood what was going on and his face became a little gloomier. It seems that they are indeed CIA personnel, and they have actually begun to monitor their activities. Drive back, inform the brothers and the gang, take the guys with you, and let's go on a killing spree. Lung Bingbing issued the order, and Cartel's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Fairwind building in the 3rd community, this place is located in the central area of the city. It is one of the first batch of old houses built. However, due to urban reconstruction, it has been in disrepair for a long time. It has been ordered to complete the relocation and is ready to be demolished and sold to new buildings. Daika was in a private house at this time, writing and drawing on the map. He was surrounded by elites from the CIA Field Service Department, from Group A of the Special Action Division. There were 12 members, all of whom were on active duty or in the military. Retired personnel with extensive battlefield experience. Unlike the Internal Service, which specializes in intelligence collection and political work, the Field Service Department is the sharp knife of the CIA, mainly engaged in assassinations, sabotage, raids, ambushes, etc., and occasionally trains foreign rebel forces and leads them in combat. In addition to members of the Field Department, the Delta Special Forces team was also deployed here to cooperate with this operation. The team has a total of 25 people, all of whom are elites of the American Army. The cartel is cautious by nature. He lives in as many as 12 places. The place where he rests every night is decided temporarily. If we want to attack, we must first determine his foothold. Michel Cantu was sitting on the sofa. For this operation, Michel Cantu also brought his subordinates to Tulu City. At this time, another black man with a strong temperament and a strong body slowly said, "We are only responsible for annihilating the target. You need to determine the target's location. His name is Joaquin James and he is the captain of Delta Force. Don't worry, we have found spies in Tijuana. They will provide us with intelligence. It is not difficult to determine the location of the cartel." Daika pointed his finger on the map, pointed to a residence, and chuckled. He must have never imagined that even one of his loyal bodyguards is also someone we bribed. What are you going to do? The old rule is to use helicopter landings to carry out assaults, with the support of fixed-wing platforms, drones, and satellites, to carry out attacks from midnight to early morning, and use the cover of night. We have good night vision equipment to achieve the one-way transparency of the battlefield is very beneficial for arrests. Joaquin James slammed his fist on the map and spoke in a decisive tone. No problem. I'll contact the Mexican officials and ask the top management to delegate our actions so that planes can come in across the border. Michel Canta said that this kind of armed raid needs to be communicated with Mexican officials, otherwise it will be difficult to mobilize helicopters. Actually, there is a more convenient way. Use a Predator drone to send a few missiles to this cartel's residence, and everything will be solved. Joaquin James has some regrets. Such precision-guided decapitation is easier and simpler. We need live victims. The Tijuana criminal group has been provoking us through smuggling. We must capture the live victims and bring them back to the country for trial, so that we can have a sufficient deterrent effect. DECA directly vetoed it. This was not the main reason. They needed to seize the cartel and subjugate the entire Tijuana Group organization. They also demonstrated against Su Jie, the local warlord of Zen State who was behind the Jico Company and Tianyuan Daily Use and other companies that support Tijuana. It would be best if we could force the other party to directly hand over Tianyuan hair growth serum, but if that didn't work, we could also show the other party the unparalleled strength of the United States. It would be a fool's errand to rely on a criminal group to fight the United States. End of chapter. Chapter 208 Brutal, 4th update, Boss, something seems wrong. While Daika and others were discussing, a voice suddenly came from the intercom, and the person responsible for the lookout sent an early warning. Daika quickly stood up, opened the window of the room and looked out, just in time to see several drones hovering in the sky. Telescope. Daika's expression changed slightly. It was still afternoon, and several drones were flying over. Something must have gone wrong. The moment he picked up the telescope, Daika saw a scene that made his eyelids jump. On the street, members of the Tijuana group walked through the streets and alleys, surrounding the building in the third community from all directions. Fake, our whereabouts have been leaked, organize the team to retreat immediately. Daika cursed, wondering what went wrong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The first Tijuana members to arrive in the third community had already exchanged fire with the peripheral CIA security team. The intensive gunfire alerted nearby residents. They were accustomed to the chaotic environment in Mexico and were very skilled in escaping. The members of Tijuana did not care about these civilians. With their large number of manpower, they quickly broke through the blockade and reached the building. Assault team, deploy a 2-layer fire resistance line. The sniper team will choose the opportunity to attack the enemy machine gunners first. The emergency support team will provide support at any time to ensure logistics, ammunition, and casualty treatment. In addition, pick me up from the American Special Operations Command and report the situation here. Request air support and arrange our retreat. Joaquin is worthy of being an elite member of the Delta Force. He is not afraid of emergencies and issues combat orders in an orderly manner. With a gloomy face, Daika picked up his cell phone and made a call to report the situation to the CIA headquarters. Michel Cantu also dialed the number of senior Mexican officials and hung up after a minute. The police and military in Mexico will come to support us, but it will take time. It doesn't matter, they can't get in. Joaquin looked at the battle that broke out below and was very confident in his troops. The Tijuana members who had the advantage in numbers were immediately in trouble after entering the community building. The small and complex indoor environment hindered them at every turn. They were the only ones who were brave and fierce. They were no match for the elite special forces. Dozens of people died behind the corridor. The others were a little timid and did not dare to step forward. These gang members can beat the police, but they are not even soldiers. When they encounter a truly well-trained special forces, their true colors are easily exposed. At the same time, outside the third community building, the cartel who was directing the operation had an ugly face. Tell the Zetas troops to attack. The cartel gave the order in a cold voice, and a group of Tijuana members with obviously different temperaments appeared on the battlefield. They wore a full set of high-end equipment and were well-trained in their actions. There are only about 30 of them. They were formerly soldiers of Mexico's Air Mobile Special Forces. They later defected to Tijuana for money and became one of its most elite attack forces. The Zetas members quickly entered the building through the gap and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the Delta Force inside the building, which caused a lot of casualties to the Delta Force. However, during the exchange of fire between the two sides, the fighting here also attracted other forces. There were sounds of helicopters circling in the sky and police sirens blaring on the ground. An armed helicopter flew in at a low altitude, preparing to carry out fire suppression. This was a Mexican military aircraft called by the CIA to help. Not far away, there were two more planes flying in, heading straight for the roof of the community building. Depending on the situation, they were going to land on the roof of the community building and take everyone in the building up. Cartel, how long do you plan to make trouble? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Cartel. Why are you here, Mr. Su? Carter looked back and was immediately shocked. You turned the annihilation battle into a critical battle. Will it take you an hour or 2 hours to resolve the battle? By then, the CIA people will have already run away. Su Jie's tone was indifferent, making the cartel very embarrassed. Mr. Su, those elite special forces in the building are really difficult to deal with. Our manpower is going all out, but the casualties are a bit heavy. Who asked you to play shooting with the special forces? Why didn't you transfer the armored units I asked you to train? Face this kind of enemy, cover it with heavy firepower without distinction, and let all your people withdraw first. Continue to delay go down and the domestic air support from the United States will arrive. Su Jie waved his hand and looked at the gunships in the sky that were strafing and suppressing them. At this time, the support force of GECO security arrived here. Bang! 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 Several GECO security guards picked up the shoulder-resistant anti-aircraft missiles and launched them with a brief aim accompanied by the dull sound of firing. The missile climbed rapidly. Even if the armed helicopter used jamming bombs, it was useless. Previously, in order to suppress it, it flew too low and was hit by 2 missiles in succession. It fell from the sky with black smoke. More GECO security guards drove over in more than a dozen armored vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled howitzers, all of which were brought directly to Mexico in storage bags. On a hidden windowsill of the community building, Sniper Jamie and Observer Harlan Ben are performing sniper missions here. 19th. There was another gunshot, easily taking away a life. There was no emotion in Jamie's eyes after the murder. He had no pressure to shoot these messy drug dealers. Except for the Zetas sniper team that had just been sniped to give him some stimulation, ordinary gang members were just playthings under his sniper rifle. That's all. These gangsters think that having more people is more useful. If they kill a few other people, they will be afraid to retreat. Harlan Ben smiled contemptuously, patted his old friend on the shoulder again, and said, "There is a target at the corner of the street at 11 o'clock. 20th, the scope locked on another gang member who showed up on the street corner. Jamie was about to pull the trigger when he saw the gang member flying back like a frightened rabbit. Then the ground shook slightly, and a huge figure emerged from the turn-off-the-street corner. Hemispherical turret, 125mm smoothbore cannon, dark green paint, pieces of explosive reactive armor attached to the car body weighing dozens of tons. The turret was rotating at this time, and the muzzle flashed. Boom! In front of my eyes, bricks and stones were splashing, and gunpowder smoke filled the air. Jamie suddenly felt a little warm in his lower body. Looking sideways, he saw that the observer, Harlan, had been crushed to death by several pieces of collapsed concrete. The reason why he felt hot in his lower body was because his legs were completely broken. Why didn't the intelligence say that the enemy had tanks? Jamie curled up in pain, and with his gradually dilated pupils, he saw more than a dozen armored units driving onto the street, with their black muzzles aimed at this direction. Boom, 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 boom. A 155mm self-propelled howitzer can demolish a large reinforced concrete building with one shell. Flesh and blood are scattered everywhere along with the flying concrete. The infantry fighting vehicle's 30mm machine cannon fired continuously, digging large holes in the wall. If the human body was behind the wall, it would be directly broken into 2 sections. Tanks rolled through the streets and came under bombardment, and vehicle-mounted machine guns continued to suppress them. Wherever there was fire in the community building, a few shells immediately hit it, and the whole world became quiet in an instant. Su Jie watched the scene from a distance, with a bloodthirsty smile on his lips, and chuckled. What age are you still playing against? No matter how strong your flesh and blood body is, no matter how elite your special forces are, facing heavy firepower and bombardment, there is only one way to die, except of course those who are cultivating immortals. As the shelling continued, the entire community building was crumbling, and there were even more casualties inside. There will be big news on the news tomorrow. 40 or 50 elite troops died here. Only 19 people died in the famous Black Hawk Down. I don't know what charges will be laid this time. Bir Sujia thought of the interesting scene, and his smile grew brighter. End of chapter. Chapter 209. The entire army was wiped out. First update, in the third community building, inside the devastated house, Jacquin fell to the ground in a bloody state, and his body had lost its temperature. Daika was pierced through the thigh by a steel bar, and his face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. On the opposite side, Michelle was still holding a submachine gun, staying with the last remaining survivors. Some of them were CIA agents, and some were elite soldiers of the Delta Force, but now they were all as embarrassed as refugees. Everyone, I underestimated the ferocity of the enemy. Daika took out the painkillers from his pocket, swallowed it, and gave himself a shot in the thigh. How come the enemy has so many armored units? Michelle's voice was dull, and he glanced at the tanks and self-propelled howitzers below that were shelling continuously. The vibrations were like a heavy hammer hitting the heart, making people upset. Ahem, I'm afraid it has something to do with the local warlord of Zen. Our intelligence shows that the other party only dispatched infantry fighting vehicles. Unexpectedly, they also brought tanks. Daika coughed twice. In Mexico, although drug lords are rampant here, gun battles are usually the main thing. The use of heavy machine guns is an incredible amount of firepower. For example, dispatching tanks and howitzers was basically unheard of. Only the crazy warlord named Sujia would do such a thing. Michelle, follow them and try to break out. Feeling that the building was crumbling and even creaking, Daika spoke again. The American plane will arrive in 8 minutes, the helicopter rapid reaction force will take 31 minutes, and the Mexican military ground troops will arrive in less than 2 hours. No, leave now. I remember there is a manhole cover not far from the building. You can leave through the sewer. Daika, then I'll just stay here. I misjudged the enemy's strength, and I deserve this. Besides, with my physical condition, I can't leave with you. Michelle was silent for a moment, took the recorder and ID card handed over by Daika, looked at each other with the other survivors, nodded and said, "Take care." After saying that, Michelle left a pistol with a bullet in it, and then led the team to rush out of the building, and Daika looked at the sound of tracks getting closer and closer, and the dull shelling, and slowly took out the pistol and stuffed it into his mouth. He had a lot of important information in his mind, and he was not sure that he was being captured alive. After that, can you resist being tortured to extract a confession? I hope the boss and the others will take this enemy seriously and not make the same mistake again. Daika was about to pull the trigger when suddenly the floor beneath him shook and a 155mm shell blasted into the room. Before the last curse word could be uttered, Daika followed the floor and was engulfed in the dazzling flames. Boom. Michelle, who hurriedly escaped from the third community building, turned around and saw that the building collapsed under the continuous bombardment, and countless smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring his vision. Good opportunity. Michelle put on a gas mask, and using the cover of the dust from the collapsed building, he and the remaining people rushed towards the underground manhole cover. Bang! Suddenly, one person in the team fell heavily to the ground, and his head exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Several more gunshots were fired, and 3 people in the team were headshot. Michelle raised his head in disbelief and looked towards the direction where the gunfire came from. There was obviously dust blocking the field of vision. How did the opponent's sniper find him and others? Was it thermal imaging? Before Michelle could figure out the situation, his head exploded like a balloon, and all his thoughts and consciousness collapsed. In the distance, Sujia dropped the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand and said to the cartel on the side, "It's over, tell everyone to evacuate, if you don't want to encounter retaliatory bombing by the Americans." Cartel sat upright and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie after hearing this. The battle is successful, everyone evacuates the scene. Sujia walked slowly downstairs and said, "Go to the corpse to collect some identification tags and take pictures, then issue an announcement in the name of the Tijuana group, saying that we will annihilate a CIA and Delta team this afternoon." That's okay. The cartel was slightly startled. This behavior was simply provoking the United States. It was like a terrorist announcing that it was responsible for the attack and bombing here. Now the United States could no longer cover the lid and pretend not to know. Sujia walked downstairs and got into a black car, driven by a member of JECA's security team. At the battlefield, a Tijuana member got into a pickup truck and left. A dozen armored units also started their tracks, turned around and drove away from the street. When passing by a street, there were police officers standing on both sides of the road. At this time, they were stunned to see tanks and infantry fighting vehicles passing by. They were so frightened that they did not dare to move. They just stared at this scene. It looked like it was to say goodbye to the convoy leaving. The retreat took several minutes, with members of the Tijuana group dispersed and armored units moving into a warehouse. It wasn't until the mighty Tijuana completely left the scene that the siren that had been sounding for a long time approached the battlefield, and a group of Mexican police approached cautiously. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago, but faced with the brutal Tijuana group and the terrifying bombardment of more than a dozen armored vehicles, they were trembling with fear with only light weapons. They did not dare to get close at all, and just watched the show from a distance. Pressure the battle. Soon after, fighter planes roared from the sky. This was a fighter plane that took off from an Air Force base somewhere in the United States with bombs attached. After receiving authorization, it broke into Mexican airspace. A Mexican policeman looked up and saw a few small black spots falling off the belly of the fighter jet. Several missiles dropped from high altitude and accurately hit the warehouse where the armored unit entered. The violent explosion shattered the warehouse, set off a fireball tens of meters high, and sent shockwaves sweeping in all directions. However, the satellites in the sky have long been staring at the retreating direction of the armored units, and the fighter planes will destroy the armored units parked in the warehouse as soon as they arrive. However, the fighters in the sky didn't know that there were underground tunnels connected to the warehouse. The armored units had already evacuated through the underground tunnels, and the missiles exploded. Soon after, more and more support arrived. Mexican military troops, airborne special forces sent by the United States, and specialized investigation teams all arrived at the third community within a few hours of the incident. Ruins. Looking at the mutilated corpses that were excavated, with the signs belonging to the CIA and Delta Force on their bodies, the Mexican military at the scene lost their voice for a moment. Is this Tijuana group crazy? They dare to do such an act, not to mention those American personnel. All of them looked extremely ugly. Over the years, few organizations have dared to challenge the authority of the United States like this. This anger and shame lingered in the hearts of every American personnel present, and when they saw a notice just issued by the Tijuana group claiming responsibility for the incident, their suppressed anger completely exploded. I don't know how many people shouted angrily, determined to eradicate this dangerous criminal group. End of chapter. Chapter 210 Crime. Second update. Recently, our Tijuana group launched a military operation in the city of Tela to eradicate a group of foreign spies who secretly crossed the border. This group of spies not only endangered national security, but were also suspected of stealing secrets, assassination, and bribery. They were outright terrorist acts. Upholding the in the face of anti-terrorism, we have dealt a resolute crackdown and restored peace to the entire country of Mexico. An announcement from the Tijuana group in Mexico is circulating crazily on the internet. It contains not only the announcement, but also photos and videos taken, where you can clearly see the tragic deaths of those CIA and Delta Force America, CIA headquarters. A special meeting was held again. Attending the meeting were not only CIA Executive Judith, Lieutenant General Sean Fernandez of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, and senior White House official Harmaine Fofana. What was placed in front of these people was an investigation report that was defined as the 4.14 case. Looking at the list of dead reported by the investigation team, 12 members of the CIA's elite field department, 25 Delta State Special Forces, and 15 investigators of the Tijuana hair growth liquid smuggling case, plus Daika, Jacqueline, and Michelle, in the city of Telu, a staggering 55 people died. Unforgivable. Sean's face was livid, and the anger on his face was uncontrollable, and he said angrily, 55 lives, this Tijuana group, the other party is deliberately provoking us, this organization must be uprooted. Judian opened the multimedia, and Suu Kyi's photo appeared on it. This person should be the mastermind behind this case. The other party controls many companies, one of which is the production company of Tijuana hair growth liquid, Tijuana Daily Use, and is also the biggest beneficiary of this Tijuana smuggling case. The other party is also from the Zen Kingdom. The actual controller of the local warlord has more than 10,000 troops at his disposal and has great influence in the eastern Qin state of Zen. While talking, Judian pulled up the PPT, which listed Suu Kyi's information in detail, including assets that are controlled openly or covertly, interpersonal life experiences, and current trends. At present, we have found that this dangerous person has not appeared in China and Zen for many days. We have reason to suspect that this person has come to Mexico and is presiding over the behind-the-scenes manipulation of Tijuana. Hamerson, a senior member of the White House, frowned and interrupted Judith in a cold voice. I don't want to listen to this nonsense. When will you be able to arrest this person and bring him to justice? Do you know that the impact of this incident is extremely bad? I ask you to must solve the matter as soon as possible. Can we send regular troops into Mexico? Judith asked directly. Mexico and the United States are close to each other. If the army can be allowed to enter, Tijuana can be easily controlled. The other side will not agree. Now Mexico has serious anti-American sentiments against us. If we send troops in again, do you want our country to be overrun by illegal immigrants? There will be a large number of refugees left, and your CIA will be responsible for taking them in. Hamilton refused without thinking. Mexico has thousands of kilometers of border with the United States, and it looked like troops could be sent across the border at any time, but the reality is that Mexico is a mess, with political chaos, poor people everywhere, drugs and violence everywhere. That if we go to such a country to launch a war on terrorism, it will be unprofitable and will cause a lot of trouble, and once a war breaks out, the poor people in Mexico will have even more reasons to come to the United States. Thousands of kilometers of border cannot be blocked by just a border wall. It's not possible to send troops. It's Mexico, not the Middle East. It's not that simple to start a war. Not only was the top White House official Hamelson opposed to sending troops, but even Sean, a hawk in the military, shook his head. The United States and Mexico were too close to each other and they rashly sent troops in. The smugglers were like guerrillas, mixed among the urban civilians. According to the past examples of the United States war in the Middle East, the United States has always had a poor record in this kind of security war. It has caused too much damage to innocent civilians and can easily arouse great resentment among the civilians. When the enemy was not defeated, it stimulated the Mexican people to develop extremism. This is not the Middle East across the ocean from the United States, but the country of Mexico next door. People from Mexico can come over casually, which is 1,000 times easier than it is for people from the Middle East to enter the United States. If the Mexicans engage in terrorist attacks and use suicide bombs, it will be a tragedy. Then, in addition to attacking the top leaders of the organization in Tijuana, we must also attack the local warlord Jico Security in Zen and eradicate their roots. Otherwise, we will treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Judith thought for a while and came up with a plan. Of course, it can be done to attack the Tijuana group, but as long as the interests of Tianyuan Hair Growth Liquid are here, Su Jie can completely support the second and third Tijuana, destroy one Tijuana, and there will be thousands of Tijuanas. The Zen kingdom is relatively close to the Chinese kingdom and it is not suitable to openly declare war, but we can send secret troops to participate in the form of instructors and mercenaries. Hameson thought for a while and gave such an answer, and continued, you, the CIA, will handle this matter on your own. I know you want to get a piece of the Tianyuan hair growth serum. This is something you have caused yourself. Don't even think about it. We'll wipe your ass. Judian's eyes flashed, and she turned to look at Sean, hoping to get support from the military. I will ask the garrison in Lion City and Luzon to assist you, and I will also mobilize some special forces to participate in the battle. Sean didn't refuse. In a place like Zen, a local warlord and the American Heavenly Soldiers could easily crush their opponents to death once they arrived. Judian breathed a sigh of relief. With the military's guarantee, the next mission would be certain. In short, this Su Jie must be arrested and brought to the United States for a public trial. Hamelson finally defined the case. The highest target was placed on Su Jie, a dangerous figure. Enemies like this who dare to challenge the hegemony of the United States must be resolutely eliminated. Early the next morning, 12 hours after the April 14 incident, the White House press secretary held a press conference, facing a crowd of reporters. The spokesman was full of indignation. Just 12 hours ago, a unit of our troops deployed in Mexico to fight local drug lords was attacked by a Tijuana criminal group, killing a total of 55 people. Death. The murderer used heavy firepower extremely cruelly, violating and trampling on the peaceful will of the free world. Here, we designate the Tijuana criminal group as an extremist terrorist organization, which is engaged in smuggling, opium, human trafficking and other businesses. We will spare no effort to crack down on this extremist terrorist organization. The audience was in an uproar. The reporters immediately thought that the United States was going to start a war with Mexico, and they kept asking questions excitedly. Mexico is our ally and we will not go to war with it. I make it clear that we will only fight against the extremist terrorist organization Tijuana. The spokesperson quickly explained, which disappointed these reporters who were just watching the excitement and did not take the matter too seriously. End of chapter. Chapter 211 Departure, third update. The American government's declaration caused an uproar. There are still many capable people in the world, and soon there was a brother who knew a lot about the Tijuana group. He was formerly a famous opium smuggler in Mexico, and later started smuggling Tianyuan hair growth solution. The group of people eliminated this time in Tulu City were actually the CIA and the active military of the United States, and they were probably going to capture the leader of the Tijuana organization. After all, not long ago, the United States just announced that Tianyuan hair growth serum would be removed from the shelves. Later, a smuggling incident occurred, which was a slap in the face of the United States. According to the American style, it is impossible to let Tijuana smuggle Tianyuan hair growth serum go, so it is reasonable to send people there to arrest them. It's just that the car overturned during the arrest. Instead of catching the leader of Tijuana, he was completely annihilated. With this reasoning, the whole clue was complete, and it also attracted a large number of people to watch the excitement. The United States says that Tijuana is an extremist terrorist organization, but how do you explain the presence of the CIA and Delta Force in Telugu? It is not the territory of the United States. Upstairs, the United States is the world's policeman. Mexico is just America's toilet. It's normal to send personnel there to arrest criminals. How do you expect the United States to really respect the sovereignty of other countries? This organization called Tijuana is really not afraid of death. It actually dares to cause trouble so close to the United States. I will accept this. It's hopeless. Even if the United States does not send troops and carries out beheading tactics at will, Tijuana will not survive for a few days. What a good death! Kill some more CIAs in Tijuana and let them run wild around the world all day long. It turns out that you, too, went to other people's territory to arrest people today. You really thought they didn't dare to kill people? Support the world's lighthouse bombing extremist terrorist organization. It is a blessing for mankind that Tijuana will be eliminated as soon as possible. Extreme terrorist organizations are not trying to covet the interests of others. Anything that is not in the interest of the United States will be charged with various crimes. Amid these disturbances, the United States quickly established a department called the Mexican Anti-Terrorism Bureau, which transferred key elites from the military, mainly working in pairs with the CIA and the military. On the second day after its establishment, this department made a high-profile announcement that it would dispatch special forces into Mexico to work with Mexican officials to combat terrorist organizations and prevent the spread of terrorism in Mexico. Anyone with a discerning eye will know who this Mexican Counter-Terrorism Bureau is targeting. Mo country, Tulu City. Seeing the news on TV, Su Jie sighed and said with some disappointment, "That's it. We didn't send troops directly." Cartel, who was sitting on the other side, was puzzled and asked, "Mr. Su, if the United States sends troops, wouldn't we be in big trouble? We can't deal with those heavily armed soldiers at all." When Cartel thinks about it, even if his Tijuana group can fight again, it will be a matter of a few charges by an American infantry regiment, and the combat effectiveness of the two sides is completely unequal. Even with the armored units provided by Mr. Su, the United States has aircraft, missiles and satellites, and is even more disadvantaged than Tijuana. You don't understand. Only by sending troops can we have room to perform. Su Jie shook his head. If the United States directly sends troops, then Su Jie will completely deregulate Tianyuan hair growth liquid, give up some of his interests, and let many gang organizations participate in this interest chain. At that time, the United States will not only want to deal with the Tijuana group, but the entire Tianyuan hair growth serum smuggling industry chain. This is the same as the anti-opium war fought by Mexico in the past. The fundamental reason why banning opium in Mexico is difficult to succeed is economic problems. The United States, through its overlord clause, has turned Mexico into its own processing factory and product dumping ground. The farmers here grow crops. Due to the dumping of agricultural products from the United States, the price is twice as cheap as the agricultural products of farmers in Mexico. They cannot sell them at all and can only lose money. Since they can't sell their crops, farmers have switched to more profitable opium and cannabis. Therefore, it is impossible to ban opium. If you kill one group, there will be another group. When the food problem has not been solved, why talk about banning opium? And if the United States really sends troops to Mexico, Tianyuan hair growth liquid will be another replica of the opium ban war. The profit from smuggling Tianyuan hair growth solution is higher than selling opium, so those gangster organizations must be crazy, coupled with the consistent behavior of the American military. The harm to civilians during the war will inevitably lead to a rise in anti-American sentiment among the Mexican people, which will drag the United States into the quagmire of security wars. This is what Su Jie would like to see happen, and also it is more conducive for Su Jie, a transcendent person, to cause trouble. Su Jie, there is something strange happening in Zen Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Yingying walked in, holding a document in her hand, and reported, "Our spies in East Chin State discovered that the three warlords headed by Guo Minding in East Chin State have been mobilizing their troops frequently recently, and they seem to be planning to make a big move." Action. Oh, the attack target has changed. Su Jie immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, there are capable people on the CIA side, and they know that killing a Tijuana organization will treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. As long as he pays heavy profits, Su Jie can support more forces to smuggle Tianyuan hair growth liquid at any time, but the Monday area of Zen Kingdom is different. This is Su Jie's base, and attacking here is the only way to cure it. How's the army training going with Jacko Security? It's basically ready and can be deployed at any time. Lu Yingying said, "Jacko's security of 15,000 soldiers is the strength of the Monday area. Although the training of the heavy-duty combined battalion is still shallow, those warlords are not strong enough to be dragged onto the battlefield to start a war." Su Jie nodded and said without hesitation, "Then prepare for war. It's time for us to expand." "Mr. Su, are you leaving?" The cartel is a little worried. Mexico's Anti-Terrorism Bureau has just been established, and the backbone of Su Jie is about to leave. He is really afraid of an attack from the United States. Remember, break the Tijuana group into pieces, take root among the masses, give profits to the common people, and let them all participate in our Tianyuan hair growth liquid business. Just like the Caymacan slum in Mexico City, smuggling can be handed over to the poor, they can be involved in production, and they can be our spies. At that point, the United States will have nothing to do with us. Su Jie took out a map with dense underground tunnels marked on it. If the United States sends out special forces to attack, you can hide in underground tunnels and set up more traps inside. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stationed, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. We have plenty of money, the right location and people. They are all on our side, and we will continue to spend time with them. In addition, smuggling does not have to be limited to the United States. European and American countries can expand our business and attract more people to join our smuggling business. Su Jie finally gave instructions. His purpose of coming to Mexico has been achieved. He has established a complete chain of smuggling Tianyuan hair growth liquid and obtained continuous profits. Now that a war has broken out in the Zen Kingdom, Su Jie has to return there to take charge. Su Jie in the Mo Kingdom plans to let it go. If the cartel is really caught, he is too incompetent and someone else should take over. Anyway, the channel for Tianyuan hair growth liquid is here, and if it is profitable, no matter how hard Tijuana is hit, Su Jie can support more forces to serve as his smuggling agents, and he has no worries about the smuggling business being affected. End of chapter. Chapter 212 War, 4th update, Tianyuan World, Ghost Ridge Palace. Su Jie came to the alchemy hall of Guiling Palace. There were alchemists trained by Guiling Palace. The elixirs they refined were different from those in the outside world. Most of them were weird and evil elixirs. Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su. The disciples guarding the Dan Palace were shocked when they saw Su Jie. After killing Du Shaoshang, Su Jie was now completely famous in Guiling Palace and was known as one of the strongest among the Yunling realm disciples. "I'm here to buy some things. Do you have any blood evil pills for sale here?" Su Jie didn't waste any time and directly explained the origin. The blood evil pill is an ordinary pill that is very difficult to make. Its main function is for ordinary people. By squeezing the potential of the human body, it can improve various mechanisms of the human body in a short period of time. There are also side effects. Taking Shueisha Dan will cause extreme ischemia in the human body. If blood is not transfused afterwards, life will be wasted. In the Ghost Ridge Palace, the blood evil pill is very cheap to refine. It only requires some ordinary spiritual plants and a few blood marrow crystals to refine it. In the past, the blood evil pill was used on some working slaves. There were mines and medicine fields in Giling Palace, and the slaves working there were often forced to take the blood evil pill to increase the intensity and efficiency of their work. Under the influence of high-intensity labor and the sequelae of the blood evil pill, those slaves often only have a lifespan of less than a year. Anyway, when they are about to die, they will be fed to worms by the demon cultivators and used as consumables. They don't care about their life or death at all, and naturally they won't do blood transfusions or anything like that. There are some blood evil pills. How many do you want, Senior Brother Su? The disciple quickly said that the righteous sects are now besieging Giling Palace, some mines and medicine fields have stopped operating, and there are a large number of blood evil pills stored. Give me 200,000 pills first. If it's not enough, I'll buy them later. Su Jia directly said a number, which shocked the disciples. This is so much. Although the blood evil pill is cheap, buying so many at one time would cost several thousand blood marrow crystals. No? There is. If anyone else were to sell so many blood evil pills at once, they would have to report to Elder Ming for permission, but since the person buying it was Su Jia, there wouldn't be that much trouble. The disciple left in a hurry to prepare the blood evil pill. 3 days later, Zen Kingdom, Monday area, military camp. Su Jia, dressed in military uniform, appeared on the high platform of the school ground. Below, tens of thousands of soldiers from Jieka's security formed a huge regiment, holding steel guns in their arms and standing upright. There are neat tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery parked nearby, all of which are fully equipped with ammunition. Densely packed soldiers gathered here, and looking around, they saw a mass of black heads, and a chilling atmosphere filled the entire place. Next to him, there was a reporter carrying a camera, faithfully recording everything in front of him and transmitting it to the TV station. In the Mandeb area, every household is squatting in front of the TV, watching a scene that will be recorded in the history of the Mandeb area. The spring breeze was blowing. Su Jia looked around, and a security soldier named Jieka returned his warm gaze. Everyone knew what was going to happen following the continuous military exercises. There had long been rumors that force would be used against other warlords in eastern Qin state. My soldiers, I am Su Jia, the founder of Chico Company. Everyone should know me, so I won't introduce myself much. Su Jia also stood up straight, and his sonorous voice spread in all directions. Today is April 18th, an ordinary day, but at this time, the eastern Qin state warlords are already ready to move. Yesterday, troops under Guomindang broke into Haiyan Mountain and crossed the cordon in the Mandeb area. Yesterday, Ong Yuluan's army launched a military exercise in Chiwu, deploying aircraft and artillery. Yesterday, So Min Tun personally issued a high-level speech, accusing our Mandeb region of persecuting human rights and relying on the insect economy to enslave the people. Yesterday, some so-called well-known overseas media slandered our company, Jieka, for engaging in illegal business and manufacturing raw materials for Tianyuan hair growth liquid, thereby poisoning people around the world. Yesterday, someone suddenly contacted me and threatened to shut down Jieka Company if I did not hand over the formula of Tianyuan hair growth serum. This morning, a new batch of ordnance arrived by sea in areas controlled by warlords. Where did these ordnance come from? They naturally have support from foreign forces. Why do they target us everywhere? Because we in the Mandeb area are not of the same mind as them. Because we have lived a good life and our lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. Because we have Tianyuan hair growth serum, a product that sells well all over the world. This is naturally what those overseas forces don't want to see. They will only allow us to be poor and burdened for the rest of our lives, do the lowest level jobs, and do the lowest profit jobs in the world's industrial chain. We will be enslaved and scorned by them. They will never allow us to challenge their authority, enjoy the same life as them, and gain access to the industrial chain. High profit added value. We long for peace, but jackals, tigers, and leopards will show their fangs and say, "You are not worthy of sitting at the same table with us and sharing food." The dog basin is where you should be. Those noble capitalists will say, "You only deserve to eat the scraps we leave." Those overseas forces who want us to surrender only want to see us wagging our tails at them in order to beg for 2 more bones. You say, "Shall we surrender?" The sound spread throughout the audience through the microphone, and each soldier clenched the steel gun in his hand and responded with deafening roars. Never. 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 The dust is flying and the sound is like thunder. This is the most determined iron-blooded voice, announcing everyone's choice. In front of the TV, people in the Mandeb area who were watching also stood up and roared. Damn it, we finally live a good life. I will kill anyone who dares to touch Jekka Company. Before Jiko Company came, my monthly salary was only 300 to 400 Chinese yuan. After Jiko Company came, my salary now is 1500 Chinese yuan. Who is good and who is bad? How can those of us who receive wages don't know? Destroy those enemies who want to force us. Grandpa, where is that old gun you hid? Give it to me. I will also join Jekka's security to kill the enemy. With one sound after another, the entire Mande area was boiling with excitement. Su Jie was very satisfied with everyone's response. The military morale was great. I heard everyone's response, but words are the most cowardly weapons. Bullets and corpses will show them our will. Of course I know what war means. The enemy has support from abroad and the most advanced weapons. It will be an extremely severe test and will be a protracted struggle and suffering. As I said before, all we have to offer is blood, toil, tears and sweat, but are we afraid? We will fight those smug warlords on land, sea, and air. Use bullets and iron blood to tell them that for victory and for the hard-earned life, we will do whatever it takes and not be afraid of all horrors. No matter how long and difficult the road ahead is, we will win this victory, because without victory we cannot win. Survive now. As the top security officer of Jiko, I order you to launch a cleansing war against the three warlords of Guomin Thane, Ongyil Luan, and So Min Tun for the sake of the safety of the Mandeb area. War! 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 Amidst the thunderous roars, armored vehicles moved one after another, and armed helicopters roared past in the sky. A long line of soldiers lined up, rushing along the newly built asphalt road towards the border area with the three warlords. Since the enemy wants war, then I will give them war. Su Jie looked deeply into the distance, as if he saw a pair of invisible hands called Capital, trying to control everything. Behind her, Lu Yingying's eyes were filled with adoration, her heart was pounding, and she looked at Su Jie in a daze. End of chapter. Chapter 213 Super Soldier, First Update, Mandeb Region Border. On April 18, the war broke out. The rumbling sound of artillery broke the peace of the past. The roaring artillery shells fell on the outpost, raising dust and smoke in the sky. After the short artillery bombardment, an overwhelming number of Jekka security soldiers rushed forward immediately. These outposts only provide early warning and cannot actually defend against a large number of troops facing the firepower of Jiko's security. The warlord soldiers who survived by chance surrendered quickly and squatted on the ground holding high the French military salute. Bordering the Mandeb area are the two warlords Ong Yuluan and Suo Minton. Ong Yuluan supported 8,000 troops, and Suo Minton supported 10,000 troops. The two families surrounded the Mande area like horns. As for the most powerful one, Guominding, who has 18,000 troops, does not have many borders with the Mandeb area. Most of his territory is located behind the two warlords, Ong Yuluan and Su Min Tun. Just after the battle started, the Jiko Security Mountain Brigade quickly broke through the defense line. 9,000 soldiers were divided into two groups and attacked Anjialan and Suamintan at the same time. They fought on two fronts and broke into their territory. Because Jiko Security's attack was so sudden, the two warlords were not ready for a real war and were caught off guard. Large tracts of land bordering the border continued to be lost. It was not until the second day of the war that the sluggish command systems of the two warlords finally came to their senses and mobilized heavy troops to set out, intending to use the vast mountains to block the path of Jekka's security guards. At the same time, a report was immediately sent to seek support from Guominding in the rear, Langu Mountain. This is a large mountain within the territory of the Anjialan warlord, and it is also the only way to reach the densely populated areas within the territory. In a complex tropical rainforest environment like the Zen Kingdom, it is difficult for heavy firepower to be effective. Mountain light infantry is the core of the battle between the two sides. Hundreds of people from the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Regiment of the Jiko Security Mountain Brigade rushed here. They had marching leggings tied to their feet and wore light camouflage uniforms. They were marching quickly towards Hune City. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was intensive gunfire in the dense forest, bullets were fired, mortar shells fell, and many members of Jiko's security team fell. Scattered into the forest, the super soldiers swallowed the bodybuilding pills and killed those people. The battalion commander immediately issued an order, glanced at the deep and dark forest, and asked his men to enter the forest to participate in the battle. The soldiers rushed into the dense forest skillfully. In the shadows, there were foxholes dug by the soldiers of the Anjayalan warlord, or they were hiding behind trees or in earthen holes to shoot. They are more familiar with the terrain here than Jiko security, and they have already formed a condescending fire suppression. For a while, it was difficult for the Mountain Brigade infantrymen protected by Jacko to break through the defense line. Shi Tuong is a newly certified super soldier in the Mountain Brigade. At this time, he is hiding behind a big rock. Bullets are constantly shooting around, stone chips are flying, and the bark of several trees on the left and right is flying. Fist-sized potholes appeared. The firepower is so fierce. Si Tuong muttered and took out 3 red pills from his arms. This is a bodybuilding pill distributed by Jeka's security guard. It is said to be able to stimulate potential. It will only be given to soldiers who perform outstandingly in military exercises. Si Tuong swallowed 3 bodybuilding pills and immediately felt hot all over his body. My legs, which had been quite tired after a long march, were no longer sore. All the fatigue seemed to be gone, and there was a steady stream of new energy pouring out of my body. At the same time, Si Tuong felt inexplicably that the movement of the surrounding objects slowed down. It wasn't that time really slowed down, but that his thinking speed got faster. This feeling. Si Tuong's blood boiled all over. He picked up the rifle in his hand and tilted his head slightly. His eyes became extraordinarily bright, and all the shooting training in the past came to mind. He subconsciously fired 3 shots, and a warlord soldier fell down in the distance. Bang bang bang, more firepower was fired to suppress it, but Si Tuong did not panic at all. After swallowing the bodybuilding pill, his thinking speeded up, and he seemed to understand how to fight. Whoosh! Suddenly, Si Tuong rushed out from behind the boulder, moving his legs like a cheetah, running out in a Z-shape, bullets chasing behind him and shooting rows of holes in the ground. While running, Si Tuong raised the rifle in his hand and fired back at the warlord soldiers who were hiding in the dense forest. Almost every 2 or 3 shots an enemy falls down with a bullet piercing his head. In just a few seconds, Si Tuong escaped in a thrilling manner behind an ancient tree that was another bunker. The thick tree body blocked the intensive bullets, and during the Falcon's fall just now, 5 warlord soldiers were killed by his headshots. The sharpshooter, the enemy is the sharpshooter. Hurry up and bring the rocket launcher over here and blast him to death. Suppress it with heavy machine gun fire. Don't let him come out. The heavy machine gun can destroy that tree. Artillery fire correction, the target is in the 064-053 area, requesting artillery support. The warlord soldiers shouted to vent their inner fears. Behind the ancient tree, Si Tuong had a premonition of danger in his heart. He inexplicably felt that a crisis was coming. He quickly moved his legs and rolled out of the ancient tree bunker. The moment he jumped out, Si Tuong saw the enemy machine gunner twisting the muzzle of his gun and pointing it at him. At the same time, Si Tuong also raised his rifle. A few precise bursts of fire broke a big hole in the back of the head of the machine gunner who was about to attack. His body lay in the pit, and the blood flowing out moistened the flowers and plants below. Almost immediately after Si Tuong ran out, intensive artillery fire fell, blasting the area around the ancient tree. It turns out that the warlords had already set up defense lines here, and all positions were set up with grid areas according to the bombardment distance. During the battle, you only need to report the corresponding areas, and you can achieve precise artillery fire coverage based on the pre-adjusted bombardment parameters. If Si Tuong had been a few seconds late just now, he would have been reduced to a pulp. Bang bang bang. The artillery bombardment from Jiko's security also arrived, and the mortars, which were particularly popular in the mountains and forests because of their light weight, crashed down and landed in several areas defended by the warlord soldiers. The gunfire and smoke obscured his vision, but Si Tuong saw an opportunity. With the cover of artillery fire, Si Tuong emptied the rifle's magazine in one fell swoop. While replacing the magazine, he attached a bayonet to the rifle in his hand. After reporting his actions to the rear, he asked the rear to stop shelling to avoid accidental damage. Si Tuong was lying on the ground, moving forward like a gecko among the shrubs and trees, using the blind spots in his vision to sneak into the warlord's defense position. A warlord soldier was shooting outwards, suppressing the Jiko security soldiers who were preparing to attack the mountain. Suddenly, a figure rushed from the right, and a cold and sharp bayonet pierced his heart, stabbing him to the core. The eyes of several warlord soldiers nearby widened. Some were about to turn their guns, and some were directly hitting Si Tuong with the butts of their guns. Si Tuong remained calm in the face of danger. In his eyes, the enemy's movements were a bit slow. He picked up his rifle and fired continuously to preemptively strike. With his superb shooting skills, he fully proved what it means to be fast and accurate within 7 steps. Several warlord soldiers were directly shot in the head. As soon as the few in front of them were reloading, a soldier pulled the trigger at the corner behind him. Si Tuong heard the noise first and hid on the other side of the trench. As the two soldiers hurriedly chased after them, one of them took out a grenade and was about to throw it when Si Tuong stepped forward with a short body and pierced the chin of one of the soldiers with his bayonet. Then he punched out with his right hand, breaking the throat bone of another soldier. He pulled out his pistol, pointed it at the enemy's head, and pulled the trigger. Don't blame me. If you want to blame the warlord who sent you to the battlefield. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Si Tuong took a deep breath and suppressed some of the emotions in his heart. This is a life and death war. If you don't kill the other party, you will die. End of chapter. Chapter 214 Defeat. Second update. Si Tuong is extremely agile, with far greater strength and speed than before, coupled with enhanced neurological reactions, allowing him to be at home in the complex and ever-changing jungle battlefield. After executing several soldiers with bayonets, his figure was finally discovered by a large number of soldiers. The warlord soldiers fired wildly at the area where he was. Si Tuong was not in a hurry. He had already opened a breakthrough, and there was an obvious fire vacuum in an area. Behind the scenes, soldiers from Jico's security learned the location of the fire gap through the intercom and immediately rushed forward to seize the fire point. There were dozens of soldiers like Si Tuong who had swallowed the strength pill in the entire battlefield. Stimulated by the strengthening pill, they transformed into Rambo gods of war one by one and became ruthless killing machines on the battlefield. Super physical strength, speed, strength, nerve reactions, occasional injuries without feeling too much pain, coupled with precise shooting skills. This is even more exaggerated than full adrenaline. In less than half an hour, the warlord soldiers who had been condescending and had the advantage of location and numbers were defeated. These warlord soldiers were horrified to discover that there were supermen in the enemy army. Those supermen's marksmanship was exceptionally accurate and their bodies were extremely strong. They were like wild cats scurrying around on the battlefield. Countless soldiers fell to the muzzles of these supermen's guns. They were not very elite themselves, but they were immediately frightened by the killings of super soldiers. I don't know who surrendered first. Throughout the position, warlord soldiers raised their guns and walked out of the bunker one after another, unwilling to endure the threat of super soldiers. 2 hours later, the effects of the strengthening pill wore off, and Si Tuong felt very unwell. If there was infinite power in the body before, now it is like a kidney deficiency caused by a dozen hand punches in one breath, and the body is weak and unable to support it. Si Tuong, come here for blood transfusion. At this moment, the battalion commander called his name, but they saw a modified logistics support vehicle driving over. Many of them looked exactly like Si Tuong. Super soldiers who had swallowed the bodybuilding pill gathered here, and the field medics were performing blood transfusions one by one. What's your name? Si Tuong. I'll look for it. Si Tuong, blood type B. The medical soldier skillfully hung up the blood transfusion bag, inserted the needle into the blood vessel, and gave Si Tuong a blood transfusion. As a steady stream of blood entered the body, Si Tuong immediately felt the changes in his body. Just like a land that has been experiencing drought for a long time, the body's fatigue continues to slow down and returns to normal. Brother, how many have you killed? The super soldier who was doing a blood transfusion next to him said hello and asked. I didn't count carefully, there should be about 30. Si Tuong revealed the number that even surprised him. Even if he did achieve outstanding results in military exercises and became a super soldier of JICA security, he was issued with a bodybuilding pill, but such a record still makes him feel incredible. It is not that no soldiers have achieved this kind of performance in the past. There are always some soldiers who are born to be kings of soldiers. There are records of killing hundreds of people in a battle, but these are all results achieved after fierce fighting for several hours or even a day. The entire battle in Si Tuong only lasted less than half an hour. If it continued, I don't know how many more people he could kill. Are you a first-class super soldier? I am a third-class super soldier and I have only killed 12 people. How did you train? The super soldier who asked the question was filled with envy. In JICO security, super soldiers are divided into 3 levels: third level, second level, and first level, based on their suitability for screening and strengthening pills. Like a first-class super soldier, he can maximize the medicinal properties of the bodybuilding pill and obtain more reinforcements than others. His strength is comparable to that of a tiger and a leopard. He can easily break the 100-meter speed limit of the human body, and it also lasts longer. I don't know. I'm not a first-class super soldier. I'm a second-class super soldier. My training just involves adding more subjects. Situang is not very good at talking and is taciturn. He only answers questions when others ask him. At this time, the number of captured warlord soldiers had been completed. Each warlord soldier was dejected and escorted out by Jieka's security. When passing by the logistics support vehicle, these warlord soldiers slowed down their steps one after another, and some of them turned pale with fear. However, these super soldiers were seen covered in blood and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was these battlefield-killing gods who had killed a large number of their colleagues before. Each one seemed to be a reformed human being, beating them back steadily. Which was the biggest reason for this failure. Assemble the team and continue to set off. The prisoners will be handed over to the rear where they are. We must arrive in Hune City tonight. The battalion commander continued to speak at this time, and the soldiers of Jieka's security team prepared and continued to set off, marching bravely over the mountains and ridges towards the most important city in the Anjialan warlords' territory, Hunai City. With almost overwhelming momentum, Jieka's security forces were divided into two groups and fought on two fronts. Ong Yuluan and Suomintan were at high risk of losing large defensive areas. In front of the super soldiers who took the health pill, those warlord soldiers were vulnerable to a single blow. If only about 1/10 of them were killed or injured, the warlord soldiers would collapse and surrender. The defense line, which is often garrisoned by thousands of people, is intended to rely on complex dense forests to block the attack, but it becomes riddled with holes when super soldiers break through. Even later, when they heard that there were super soldiers in Jiko's security, these warlord soldiers fled, not even caring about their positions. Hune City, this is the most important city in the Anjialan warlords' territory, with a population of 500,000 living here. Facing the fierce and powerful Jieka security attack in the dense forest, Ong Yuluan had to transfer all his soldiers back and devote them to the defense of Hunai City, trying to delay time through street fighting and wait for reinforcements. At night, the 2nd and 4th regiments of the Jieka Security Mountain Brigade gathered here. The two light infantry mountain regiments totaled 4,000 people, and they did not suffer much losses along the way. After a short rest, the battle began the next day. As a super soldier, Situang will work with the other super soldiers to open the way ahead as a sharp knife. That is. Situang saw several super soldiers who were different from him. The logo on their shoulders was in Arabic numeral 1, surrounded by a centipede on both sides. Their faces were more ferocious, and even Situang was a little frightened when he saw them. Zituang knew that these people were first-class super soldiers, under the control of the regiment. Ordinary battalions and companies did not have first-class super soldiers. Do you have the confidence to win the battle in 3 hours? Sir, leave it to us. The faces of these dozen first-class super soldiers were calm, without the nervousness before the war. Well, I'll wait for the good news from you and dress them up. Soon, several armored transport vehicles drove over under the watchful eye of a Jiko security soldier. These armored transport vehicles opened, and the logistics soldiers on them struggled to move out heavy armor kits one by one. End of chapter. Chapter 215 First Class, Third Update. The heavy steel casting is not only thick, but also made of high-strength steel, making it incredibly heavy, but those first-class super soldiers didn't care. At this time, each of them swallowed 8 to 12 health pills, then he bent down and put on the steel kits one by one, sealing the whole body. It looks like a heavy armored knight in the Middle Ages, a veritable iron can, or a single soldier mecha from science fiction works. It looks very intimidating. Click, a dozen first-class super soldiers moved their bodies. These steel kits have no technological content at all. They are not really so-called mechas. They are all driven by human power. Ordinary people can't even take a step in them, let alone fight, but when these first-class super soldiers put it on, they turned it into the strongest heavy armor and used it with arrogant power. The logistics troops were busy bringing Gatling guns and large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns to these tin cans. These weapons are mainly used for vehicle-mounted or helicopter aviation machine guns. Finally, heavy ammunition boxes were hung to seal them. Mask, a humanoid steel monster is formed. Let's go. Following the order, these steel soldiers rode in armored personnel carriers and drove quickly towards Hunai City. A large number of soldiers followed behind and rushed into Hunai City with great momentum. In the sky, drones took off one after another and began to conduct reconnaissance and search for the enemy. On land, more than a dozen tanks and armored vehicles from the Heavy Combined Brigade, which reluctantly came to support, also rushed to the streets.as for more heavy firepower. They were all stuck on the muddy roads in the mountains, either breaking down or being unable to advance or retreat. There was no chance to wait until they came to the battlefield. The war breaks out immediately after Jacko's security enters the city. The warlord's soldiers relied on the city, shooting continuously from windowsills, door cracks, and from behind sandbag bunkers. Some people carried rocket launchers, some set up heavy machine gun positions, and some called for artillery bombardment. Situang opened fire with his rifle and hit an enemy who had just emerged, but more firepower poured in, making it impossible for him to get out. Suddenly there was a violent noise in the sky, and a warlord's armed helicopter flew in at a low altitude and slowly aimed at the hiding place of Situang. Situang's expression changed drastically. Even if he swallowed the strengthening pill, his body would still be made of flesh and blood. If it was covered by machine guns and rocket launchers, his body would still fall apart. At this critical moment, a series of dull shooting sounds came. A line of fire appeared in the sky, and dense rain of bullets continued to hit the armed helicopter. When he turned around, he saw a first-class super soldier appearing on the street. The 14.5mm large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun in his hand opened fire like a heavy concrete drilling machine, firing armor-piercing incendiary bombs one after another. This type of ammunition is specially used to attack aircraft and lightly armored targets. It is made from the ammunition of a 23mm machine gun. The bullets leave the chamber with tens of thousands of joules and continue to detonate on armed helicopters. This first-class super soldier first used tracer bullets to adjust the trajectory, and immediately destroyed the photoelectric pod and thermal imaging and other enemy tracking equipment on the armed helicopter. The armed helicopters in the sky kept accelerating, escaping at hundreds of kilometers per hour, trying to get away from the attack point. It stands to reason that it would be difficult for a bulky anti-aircraft machine gun to keep up with a flexible armed helicopter unless multiple anti-aircraft machine guns are used to block fire, but this first-class super soldier was obviously different. He could withstand the powerful recoil of the anti-aircraft machine gun and quickly ran up to the roof with his strengthened body, firing continuously at the armed helicopter. Relying on precise marksmanship and neural reactions, the bullets chased the armed helicopter and shot at the rotor linkage and engine compartment of the armed helicopter. I saw black smoke rising from the armed helicopter in the sky, and finally it rolled and spun uncontrollably before hitting the ground heavily and falling into a ball of scrap metal. Miaoluan looked around. The hail of bullets fired by the warlord soldiers jingled and ricocheted off the thick steel mecha, but they could not really penetrate and hurt Miaoluan inside. Just because his mecha is too thick, only a violent explosion, continuous strafing with armor-piercing incendiary bombs from a 12.7mm caliber machine gun, or a heavy anti-material sniper rifle can truly penetrate this mecha. Facing the intensive bullet attacks like splashing water, Miaoluan turned a blind eye and kept jumping on the rooftops along the dotted buildings in the city. Even though he was wearing a heavy mecha, he's still at good speed. He just needs to worry about his own weight. Some roofs are of poor quality and he will fall into them if he steps on them. 200 meters to the left, there are 3-story residential buildings at 9 o'clock. There are 5 to 8 enemy soldiers. 520 meters ahead, there are tanks moving. Be careful to hide. An infantry fighting vehicle is heading towards you, direction 7 o'clock, 300 meters away. The commander's voice kept coming from the headset. There were 3 drones circling and searching near Miaoluan in the sky. They acted as eyes and a broad field of vision, providing intelligence for first-class super soldiers like Miaoluan to better deal with heavy fire threats and obtain battlefield information. Survivability: facing the enemy troops who were hiding in civilian houses and making sneak attacks, Miaoluan held an anti-aircraft machine gun, pointed it at a residential house, and pulled the trigger without ceremony. The warlord soldiers hiding behind the masonry and concrete screamed as the 14.5mm caliber bullets easily penetrated the wall and broke into several sections along with the human body inside. Boom, a shell was fired, and a heavy main battle tank slowly appeared on the street, its muzzle trying to aim at Miaoluan's. Miaoluan's ears moved slightly. In addition to the intelligence provided by the drone commander, he also captured the huge movement of the tank and the sound of the engine. The super soldier has not only improved his strength and speed, but also his hearing, eyesight, and sense of smell have been greatly enhanced. After realizing the danger at this time, Miaoluan immediately got into the alley at the end of the street in the blind spot. The high explosive bomb fired by the tank blew away a 2-story house. The shockwave made Miaoluan stagger, but it did not really hurt Miaoluan. When he ran to another street, Miaoluan did not go head-to-head with the tanks. There would be individual anti-tank missiles and rocket launchers to deal with them. What Mialuan needs to do is to use his defensive power to bully the light-armed infantry. The warlord soldiers stationed here in Xinjia looked up and saw a steel monster charging towards them. The warlord soldiers pulled the trigger in fear, but the bullets did not break through the defense at all. The next moment, Mialuan was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, and the machine gun swept several people into a pulp. A soldier blocking the front was directly knocked away. When he landed on the ground, his sternum was completely broken, and he had more air coming out and less air coming in. He clenched his fist with his left hand and punched out, hitting a warlord soldier in the head. After swallowing 12 bodybuilding pills to give him a powerful body, he punched the man to death and his brains were scattered. Bang bang, several grenades fell on his footsteps, and Mialuan didn't even look at them. He was not afraid of this weapon that mainly relied on fragmentation to kill. Instead, he turned his attention to the warlord soldiers carrying rocket launchers. Amidst the explosion of grenades, Mialuan shouldered a large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun and pulled the trigger under the fearful eyes of the warlord soldiers on the opposite side. Thick bullets swept out one after another, and those who tried to shoot Mialuan with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers fell first into a pool of blood. Creak. A 6-wheeled armored vehicle drove into the street. Mialuan made eye contact with the vehicle. He had already caught the sound of the armored vehicle moving and set his gun in advance. At the next moment, Mialuan relied on his nerve reaction speed to fire one step faster, and the long bullet chain continued to tremble. The armored vehicle, which could only focus on defense against 12.7 caliber bullets, was directly penetrated by 14.5 caliber bullets. Needless to say, the soldiers inside were all dead long ago. The armored vehicle became their iron coffin. If they had fired first, with the power of the vehicle-mounted cannon, it would be Mialuan who would be beaten to a pulp. After doing all this, Mialuan continued to rush to the next battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 216 Occupation, 4th update. As the super soldiers enter the battle, Hunai City's territory continues to be encroached upon. The damage caused by super soldiers is one thing, but more importantly, the appearance of these super soldiers has greatly dampened the morale of the warlord soldiers. Especially the first-class super soldiers entering the battle made the warlord soldiers fearful. The 7.62 caliber rifles in their hands were completely invulnerable, and it was like facing an unkillable monster. When heavy firepower such as armed helicopters and tanks is deployed, those steel monsters will flexibly escape and use the complex urban environment to dodge. Coupled with the intelligence provided by the drones in the sky, the warlords who fought were so elusive that they specifically bullied the light infantry and killed the warlord soldiers who cried for their fathers and mothers. If it is in the plains, these first-class super soldiers are just living targets that can withstand beatings. Various powerful weapons can be fully used, and it is useless no matter how thick they are. However, cities make it difficult to use heavy firepower. The best way to deal with this first-class super soldier is to use large-scale coverage bombing. Several first-class super soldiers were bombarded to death by artillery fire, and were even blown into pieces by tanks, but the results they brought were also amazing. They turned into the sharp knives of the 2 mountain infantry regiments, pioneering the way. Like sharp swords, they penetrated directly into the vital points of Hunai City, greatly hindering the garrison's defense line and forcing the warlord soldiers to heavy firepower had to be mobilized to encircle and suppress them. Due to the chaos of the defense line caused by the first-class super soldiers, the frontal battlefield became empty. The other soldiers of Jieka security carried out the attack in an orderly manner, saving a lot of danger and sacrifice. In the brutal fighting, they faced the strong force of Jacko's security, especially the massacre of those super soldiers. I don't know how many warlords and soldiers were fighting, but the tight string broke. These remaining in Hunai City were the most elite troops of the warlords, and at this time they also began to surrender in batches. Finally, above a government building in the city center, the Jacko flag was raised high. The entire battle to capture Hunai City took only 2 hours from the beginning to the end. It is completely unlike those brutal urban offensive and defensive battles that take 10 days and a half, or even several months. In Hunai City, Mialuan took off his armor with the help of logistics soldiers. The whole person seemed to be exhausted, breathing heavily, like a bellows. The Jieka security soldiers on the side all cast their eyes in admiration. They had all seen the battle of these first-class super soldiers just now, and they couldn't say enough about little super soldier. Without the existence of these super soldiers, don't even think about taking over Hunai City easily. It might turn into a tug-of-war, with the entire city turned into a flesh and blood mill. Both sides must continue to pour line-filling infantry into the city. That is the most common outcome of an urban battle. The logistics support vehicle arrived quickly, and the medical soldiers transfused blood to Miaoluan to protect the lives of these powerful soldiers. Every first-class super soldier is a valuable asset to Jiko security. There are 15,000 people in Jiko security, and the number of people who can perfectly adapt to the strengthening pill is only a few dozen, so they must ensure treatment as soon as possible. What's your name? Miaoluan looked at Situan, who was also transfusing blood. He had noticed Situan during the previous battle. This young man was obviously also a super soldier. Shituan, from the 2nd Regiment and 3rd Battalion. Zichuang scratched his head, looked at Miaoluan curiously, and asked, "We are all taking bodybuilding pills. Why have you changed so much? Is it really so powerful to take a few more pills?" Miaoluan smiled slightly and explained, "Except swallowing the strengthening pill, a few days ago, Jeka Security also carried out a round of strengthening transformation on us. We were at the Fuman breeding farm, and Chief Su personally performed the surgery. It seemed like something was implanted into my body. I can't tell you the details. Anyway, our bodies became extra strong after that." Miaoluan didn't know that there was a symbiotic goo insect in Tianyuan world. A symbiotic goo insect called the silver scale insect was implanted in his body. This insect usually requires the blood of the host to be fed. During battle, it will greatly stimulate the host's physical energy and feed back the host's powerful physique. Once the host dies, the symbiont goo will also die at the same time. Similarly, when the symbiote goo dies, the host will also die. However, due to the limited strengthening effect of goo insects, practitioners still look down upon it, and instead it leaves them with multiple weaknesses. It is very simple for a goo master to find the bugs hidden in the human body. If the symbiote goo bug is targeted by someone, it will really be a dead end. Is this so? Situan was a little envious, but unfortunately his body was not perfectly adapted to the strengthening pill, and he could not be promoted to a first-class super war to complete the body strengthening transformation. Let's fight hard first and drive out those bastard warlords. Later, when Jiko Company becomes stronger, more and more soldiers will definitely be strengthened and transformed. Miaoluan comforted him by saying that he himself came from a poor family, and it was the arrival of Jiko Company that changed his family's life. Therefore, after hearing the news of the war, instead of being afraid, he became enthusiastic and wanted to work for Jiko Company. I will try my best to kill the enemy. Zichuang smiled naively, and the two chatted enthusiastically about the topic of Jeka Company. They both firmly supported this cleanup war. With the capture of Hunai City on the Eastern Front battlefield, the most capable troops of the entire Anjialan warlords surrendered. The remaining troops could no longer resist Jeka Anbao's troops. Each warlord soldier directly chose surrender to Jiko Security. In other battlefields on the Western Front, the Suwa people conquered the warlord's territory, but they were also defeated by Jeka's security guards. In order to prevent his city from being destroyed, Suwa Minton took the initiative to burn the battle line into the forest. Soldiers from both sides played jungle warfare in the dense rainforest with high mountains and dense forests, but he didn't know that this primitive forest environment was naturally a battlefield for super soldiers. Under the circumstances of difficult observation conditions, numerous bunkers, and complex environments, each super soldier acted as an arrow and defeated Sumtun's army in a few rounds, surrendering to Jiko Security in batches. Later, when the Mountain Brigade entered the core city, under the control of So Min Tun, there were only some temporary militiamen here and not many regular troops. When Jeka's security guards were preparing to attack the city, the garrison in the city ran out first and waved white flags to surrender, taking the city without a single blow. After the first phase of the battle, Jiko Security took over all the territory of the two warlords, So Min Tun and Ong Yil Luan. Most of the more than 10,000 warlord soldiers were captured, and Jeka Company's territory expanded to 32,000 square kilometers. The entire first phase of the war lasted no more than a week. Due to the unfavorable weather, it rained heavily, and the dirt road that was already in disrepair was covered in mud. Those tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery are still moving with difficulty, but the Mountain Brigade here has ended the battle. But in this case, with the help of powerful super soldiers to tear open the defense line, Jeka's Mountain Brigade launched a blitzkrieg that was unique to Armored Torrent, and wiped out two warlords with nearly 10,000 mercenaries in one fell swoop. End of chapter. Chapter 217. Intervening in the war. Fifth update. In the international community, when there was another fierce exchange of fire on the Zen side, public opinion reacted quite a bit, because the Zen kingdom often fights internally, Sometimes warlords fight with each other, and sometimes warlords fight with government forces. It stands to reason that it would be difficult to make some big news. But this time the war initiated in the Mandeb area was different. There were obviously soldiers who exceeded the standard on the battlefield, especially the appearance of those first-class super soldiers, which were photographed by the warlord soldiers and posted on the internet, attracted a lot of attention. Oh, buy it, is this a mecha? Have individual mechas appeared now? Which country is so powerful? It's fake at first glance. It must be the trailer of some movie. It's better to make a good movie and produce a convincing quality than to do this kind of marketing gimmick. A 7.62 caliber bullet cannot penetrate it. The human body of such a mecha cannot move at all. Is it any different from an iron coffin? Human technology is currently unable to provide the power of such a single soldier fully defense mecha. Where is Zen country? They don't even have the ability to produce their own artillery and aircraft. How could there be such an advanced individual mecha? Only a fool would believe it. Although I know it's fake, these mecha warriors look really handsome, and the blood and flesh flying on the battlefield are extremely realistic. I look forward to the release of their movie, and I will definitely go to the cinema to support them. No, I see no traces of synthesis in the video. It seems like it was actually shot. Could it be that these mechas are real? It seems lively on the internet, but most people don't believe that there is a so-called individual mecha. But in the command room of Guomindang's warlord camp in East Chin State, his face was extremely solemn, because he knew that the group of super soldiers that appeared on the battlefield, including the group of terrifying soldiers wearing heavy armor, really existed. At this time, On Yuluan and Suo Minton were sitting next to him, which was the best evidence, the two warlords whose territories were all annexed and occupied by Jiko Company took a helicopter and came to his territory to seek shelter when the war situation was unfavorable. He had no determination to fight the enemy until the last moment. General, soldiers from Jieka Security are currently operating in the area of Puling Mountain and Juzhaiguan. They may send out 2 troops at any time to attack our army. The chief of staff looked at the map and reported his unfavorable battle situation to Guomindang. If you can't hold it for a week, what kind of soldiers are you raising? Guomindang looked gloomy and directed his anger on Yuluan and Su Minton. I asked you to send troops for support. If you wait for a long time without reinforcements, we will lose entirely because of you. On Yuluan slapped the table and spit at Guomindang. The territory where he settled down and lived was occupied. He believed that the fault was all on Guomindang. Guomindang has 18,000 soldiers. If he is willing to send troops to save him, he will not fail at all. You haven't encountered those super soldiers. If you have, the soldiers under your command are not much better than us. So Minton also had a lot of resentment. In his opinion, his soldiers were definitely capable of fighting. In the past, they often went into the woods to fight guerrilla warfare with the government troops and repelled the government troops' encirclement and suppression many times. That's why he was so confident that he threw his troops into the mountains and forests to confront Jieka's security, and did not deploy any soldiers in the city. As you can imagine, his confidence was shattered to pieces in front of the super soldiers. After realizing the horror of super soldiers, it was too late to draw the soldiers back. The soldiers he sent into the forest to fight guerrillas were all beaten up like meat buns and dogs. They never came back. They either died or surrendered. They were defeated miserably. I have nearly 20,000 soldiers, as well as aircraft, tanks, and artillery. How can I be like you? Guomindang sneered and was about to say something else when the phone representing military intelligence suddenly rang. The staff officer immediately stepped forward to answer the call, but his face became increasingly ugly. General, Jieka Security launched an attack on us. They divided their troops into 2 groups and approached from Qigong Mountain. They broke through many of our sentry defense lines and captured Hongshang City within an hour. The other group broke through from the Minshui River. There was a fierce battle in Iba City 2 hours ago, and now I am afraid that the situation in Iba City is in danger. The staff officer went to European and American military academies for further training. Speaking of this information at this time, it proves that Jieka's security is strong and is not alarmist. Where are our armored units and our aircraft? Why didn't we take action against them? Guomindang looked in disbelief. Could the elite soldiers he had trained be so vulnerable? Before JICO security invaded, our Hoshuan Air Force Base and Zuolinping Air Force Base were infiltrated by armed elements. They were super soldiers belonging to JICO security. More than a dozen military aircraft purchased from overseas were blown up, and the external many pilots were also SHOTAs for the armored units. It is now the spring rainy season, and the roads are muddy. Many of our armored units are lying in the mud. Without sufficient maintenance troops and engineering vehicles to support logistics, it is difficult for our armored units to appear on the battlefield. The staff officer's tone became lower and lower as he spoke. This start was already very unfavorable for them, although it has received a lot of arms support from abroad. Guomindang's army was only light infantry before. If you want to play with armored forces, you need more than paper data. Whether the logistics is perfect is also the key to whether this armored force can exert its power. General, Mr. Lawrence is here. A soldier walked into the command room to deliver the news. Guomindang, who was having a headache about how to deal with JICA's security intrusion, was overjoyed. This Lawrence is the representative sent by Aster Pharmaceuticals, and his arms are provided by this pharmaceutical company through contact with arms dealers. As soon the door opened and two white men walked in. What surprised Guomindang was that Mr. Lawrence, who used to be arrogant, now took the initiative to stand behind another white man, as if the other man was the one who really made the decision. Mr. Lawrence, this is CIA Senior Special Agent, just call me Moritz. After Moritz revealed his identity, everyone present was shocked and understood why Mr. Lawrence was so humble. Guomindang immediately became excited and asked, CIA, is the United States going to intervene in this war? Moritz smiled and said, JICO company has done many evil things. We in the United States have made up our minds to eradicate this cancer in Zen. However, we will not openly declare war, but will send secret troops to support. At the same time, we have also contacted your Zen government forces. They will also send troops to conquer JICA company and break the rule of this Chinese warlord in the Mande area. The three warlords Guomindang were overjoyed. With the participation of the United States, this war was completely free of suspense. No matter how powerful those super soldiers that JICO protects are, how can flesh and blood be a match for aircraft and missiles? Without any hesitation, Guomindang announced that he agreed to the CIA's help even if the CIA came up with a harsh agreement requiring him to pay various prices after the war. He did not hesitate to sign his name. After all, he could be defeated by JICO's security at any time, and his life would be gone by then. It was useless for him to care about territory and money. End of chapter. Chapter 218 Expedition Fleet. First update. Recently, at the invitation of the Zen Kingdom, our U.S. Navy plans to dispatch an amphibious assault group to hold joint military exercises with the Zen Kingdom in part of the sea and land in the Bay of Bengal. Cooperate in the naval field to jointly respond to global threats and ensure the safety of civilian shipping in the Asia-Pacific region. This exercise will begin on April 28, and the specific end time has not yet been determined. On April 25, when JICA security had just fully occupied the territory of the two warlords and was attacking Guomindang's area, a piece of news suddenly appeared in people's sight. Many people were confused when they saw the news. The United States did not conduct exercises with Asen Kingdom, but went to play with Zen Kingdom. This Zen country is very poor, and all they can use are a few dilapidated frigates. What's the point of this exercise? Immediately afterwards, a piece of news released by the Zen government made many people think about it. Recently, in the Mandeb region of my country, an anti-government organization called the JICO Group has been provoking war, breaking out fierce conflicts, endangering innocent people, causing a large number of casualties and displacement of people. In line with the responsibility of protecting people's lives and property, our country decided to send troops to suppress, eliminate the cancer that is entrenched in the Mandeb area, and restore stability and peace to the region. The two announcements made almost immediately by the United States and the Zen Kingdom, combined with the recent warlord melee in eastern Chin State, many people have already reacted. It's probably because America, the troublemaker, can't stand its loneliness. Wherever there's a war, he has to go and get involved. Many surrounding countries have expressed protests, but the United States does not care at all about this. It still goes its own way and gathers its fleet to sail to the Bay of Bengal, Lion City, Naval Base Changi, United States. Early that morning, Two Freedom-class littoral combat ships at the naval base slowly left the port. This kind of littoral combat ship is 127.4 meters long, 13.16 meters wide, has a draft of 3.9 meters, and has a full load displacement of more than 3,000 tons. It can carry helicopters and multiple missiles, has good firepower, and is very useful in offshore combat. The two littoral combat ships sailed out to the open sea and joined a fleet of more than 20 ships. This is the American Army mobilized from the Middle East. The soldiers are on high-speed troop carriers. There are 15 high-speed transport ships in total. Each ship carries a battalion of hundreds of soldiers. In addition, the fleet also has specialized RRO ships, tank landing ships, hospital ships, ammunition ships, and logistics support ships, carrying large amounts of military supplies and equipment. This fleet was named the Bay of Bengal Expeditionary Fleet by the United States and was newly formed. The transport ship carries a large number of soldiers, one infantry regiment, one light armored vehicle battalion, one tank battalion equipped with M1A2 main tank equipment, artillery strike battalion, one reconnaissance battalion, one engineer battalion, one short-range helicopter mixed squadron. A service support brigade is organized, with a total number of about 8,000 people among this fleet. The most eye-catching one has to be an amphibious assault ship with a displacement of tens of thousands of tons. It carries multiple F-35 Joint Strike Fighter aircraft and various helicopters, and nearly 2,000 Marine Corps Task Force members are also on board. Accompanying the amphibious assault ship, there are two Aegis destroyers escorting the left and right. In addition to these strengths on paper, once the Marine Corps of the Bay of Bengal Expeditionary Fleet comes ashore, there will be satellites in the sky to provide intelligence information. The Navy can provide missile support, and major bases around the world can also facilitate the deployment of troops. The appearance of such an expedition fleet in the Bay of Bengal alarmed nearby countries, especially those who have a bad relationship with the United States, are always keeping an eye on the movements of this fleet. In the command room of the amphibious assault ship, CIA Senior Special Service Specialist Moritz is here. Sitting in front of him is a Major General. The other person is Davila, the military chief of the expeditionary fleet who is commanding the operation. The two are having final tactical discussions. We first landed at the Tamian port under the control of the government forces, and then took the land route. We set out with the Zen government forces and fought together to test the strength of the so-called JICA security. Davila said in a deep voice that he had finally obtained the right to command this marine expeditionary fleet through family connections. If everything goes well in the war, then his resume will be added to his resume with an extra star on his shoulder straps and a promotion and salary increase at his fingertips. Therefore, Davila attaches great importance to this combat mission. I have no objection. You're professionals in the military, but can we, the CIA, use the SEALs? Moritz shrugged and made a request. Davila held up his military cap and said in surprise, "What are you planning to do by calling the SEALs?" The SEAL team is affiliated with the Navy and is managed by the U.S. Navy Special Command. This time, considering the complex mountainous environment of Zen, a SEAL team was also brought along. In addition to attacking JICA's security, our other goal this time is to capture the dangerous man Su Jie. He is the mastermind behind this series of challenges to American hegemony. We need the power of the SEAL team to capture him and bring him back to the United States for trial. It is impossible for Moritz to let Su Jie go as a dangerous person who dares to challenge the hegemony of the United States. Su Jie? Was he the one who created that kind of super soldier? Davila showed an interested look. He knew that JICA Company had a group of special super soldiers, all of whom were agile and had amazing marksmanship. Some were even fully armored and were invulnerable to ordinary bullets. Moritz nodded and said, "The White House think tank speculates that maybe Su Jie is a special strengthening drug extracted from insects. Some warlord soldiers obtained something called the strengthening pill, and now it has been given to us. Go back to the rear and conduct experiments. No wonder that guy has opened so many insect farms in the Mande area. It really shouldn't be underestimated. If we get this kind of thing and spread it in the army," the more Davila said, the brighter his eyes became. If he could get the method to make the bodybuilding elixir, his status in the army would definitely rise. Those kinds of super soldiers are difficult to deal with. Through the mouths of those warlords and the reconnaissance of satellites in the sky, we have determined that these super soldiers have amazing physical fitness. It doesn't matter, we brought enough heavy firepower this time, flesh and blood can't resist the shells. That's not the case. Seeing that Davila was full of confidence, Moritz said no more. The fleet galloped at cruising speed under the starry night, entered the Bay of Bengal, and headed straight for the waters of the Zen Kingdom. Halfway through the journey, four small frigates of over 1,000 tons from the Zen Navy also approached, sailing in formation, and conducting exercises along the way. They took the exercise seriously. They pulled abandoned ships at sea as symbolic targets, and then found some news media to visit and take photos, and wrote a few articles to prevent anyone from thinking that we Yingjian were bullying others again and causing trouble everywhere. After several days of sailing, the fleet arrived at the predetermined sea area, and the land and docks on the horizon could be seen in the distance. It was a port called Danmei, with excellent hydrological conditions and water depth enough for amphibious assault ships to dock in Daki. However, the amphibious assault ship did not dock and was still floating on the sea, preparing for the next air-to-ground strike. Other transport ships carrying soldiers slowly approached the dock, intending to unload personnel and equipment first. At the same time, just as the fleet was busy preparing to dock, Sujia appeared on a hilltop at the Tammain military port. Because of those press releases about the exercise, it was not difficult to deduce the whereabouts of this fleet through the map. In addition, this was the only dock nearby suitable for landing. Sujia had been waiting here for a long time. End of chapter. Chapter 219, Scurrying Mines, second update, Tisk, so many ships. Sujia looked at the transportation team composed of dozens of ships in front of him, took out the 10,000 souls flag from his arms, and touched the head of the 1,000-handed centipede wrapped around his arm. Xiao Chen, go ahead and show me what dumplings are. Zizi. The 1,000-handed centipede neighed, climbed down from Sujia's arm, and dived into the seawater not far away. Igulu, the 1,000-handed centipede spit out bubbles in the seawater, and its pale corpse hands fell off automatically. It swam in the seawater, drilled into the mud, and found the magnetic mines that had been placed here in advance. These pale corpse hands were in groups of 10, grabbing magnetic mines and quickly approaching the American Bay of Bengal expedition fleet in the distance. Mines are known as the artifacts of naval warfare in poor countries. Even if a 10,000-ton warship is hit by one, it will be severely damaged. However, due to the nature of waiting, it can only stay in place and wait for the ship to hit it. Modern sonar technology has become very advanced, and mines can be easily scanned, and then minesweepers can be dispatched to clear them. But Sujia's method of using mines was different. He did not focus on waiting for the enemy, but an active assault. Aboard the littoral combat ship USS Wichita, Amra Abdullah, who was working in the sonar room and wearing earmuffs, suddenly caught a strange sound feedback in the hydrography. Schools of fish, dolphins, etc., etc. This is feedback from mines. Emra was a little unconcerned at first, until she caught the sonar feedback of the mine. She was so shocked that she almost jumped up, and quickly passed the information to the captain. The pale corpse hands condensed by spiritual power are extremely powerful. The 10 arms grasp the mines each other, forming a fin-like swinging arm. Even if they push the heavy mines, they still swim at an astonishing speed in the seawater. It takes time to transmit information, and it also takes time to make a crisis judgment and issue orders. But Sujia does not intend to give the fleet too much time. The American Expeditionary Fleet in the Bay of Bengal is still ignorant of the danger. At this time, the Navy on board is busy with docking work. Many American Marine Corps soldiers walked on the deck, talking and laughing about what was about to unfold. Fighting. Nadia Herbert stretched, looked at the land that gradually appeared in the field of vision, and said to his friend beside him, "Bryce, do you think those rumors of super soldiers are true? Yesterday, the commander specially we have been summoned to hold a military seminar to deal with the surprise attack from those little supermen. You are scared. Now you can retreat into the cabin if you are scared." Bryce chuckled and leaned on the railing to enjoy the sea breeze. "Shit, how could I be scared? Even if someone sticks a gun into my ass, I won't frown. I don't believe that the enemy is really invulnerable. Maybe everything is just to expand propaganda. Those generals don't exaggerate the enemy's strength. How to get more military spending from Congress?" Nadia curled his lips, not really believing in any super soldiers. He trusted more in the rifle in his hand. "It's okay to worry. There are so many tanks over there, and there are amphibious assault ship and aircraft support behind them. If they don't fight, they will cry for their parents." Bryce pointed to the tank landing ship and military roll-off ship over there. These ships carry tanks, armored vehicles, military Humvees, and other vehicles. When the time comes, I will. Nadia was about to speak when he suddenly saw the bow of the tank landing ship tilted up high. A violent explosion blew up water columns tens of meters high, tearing a huge hole more than 10 meters long in the bow, and the seawater surged wildly. Enter. On the ship, the heavy main battle tanks were also shaken by the explosion, their fixing bolts were broken, and they rolled back and forth in the ship's cabin. Some naval soldiers on board were crushed by dozens of tons of main battle tanks and turned into pulp. What is this? What is this? Nadia's body trembled for a while, and he stared at the tank landing ship that was seriously flooded and slowly sinking. His mind went blank. Are you kidding? If you hit a mine, what will the sonar soldiers do for food? Bryce took a breath. This is the military port of the Zen Kingdom. Could it be that a submarine secretly came here to lay mines? But that's not right. Aren't they dealing with a warlord? Where did the other party get the submarine? As the tank landing ship struck a mine, every soldier in the expedition fleet suddenly became nervous. This was definitely a heavy mine. If his own ship was hit by one like that, in the command room of the amphibious assault ship still floating outside the sea, Davila's face changed suddenly when he received the news, and he quickly issued an order: let the fleet pause its advance first, withdraw from the minefield, send out minesweepers to clear mines, and take off and land anti-submarine helicopters. Use the loudspeaker to search for directions and detect the location of the mine. Maybe the enemy submarine is still hiding here. Let's find it together. It has to be said that Davila's order was correct. If it was really an ordinary mine, they would lose one ship at most, but this time, the mines are powered by biokinetic energy. On the sea, after the explosion of the tank landing ship, the American transport fleet immediately slowed down. Fortunately, because the fleet plans to berth at the dock, the speed has already slowed down. Otherwise, large ships are not like cars, and the brakes will not work immediately. On several frigates and destroyers, active sonar was immediately turned on and operated at full power. The anti-submarine helicopter took off from the rear deck, dropped the sonobuoy, turned on the surface search radar, and lowered the suspended sonar to comprehensively monitor the sea area. This fake, what the hell are these, mines? Active mines are not that fast. In the cab of an anti-submarine helicopter, the pilot's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the information detected by the sonar. The sonar showed that they were mines, but why were these mines scurrying around in the sea, and so fast, as if they were equipped with 180 boosters? They were faster than those direct-flying ultra-high-speed torpedoes from Mousie's family. The speed is much faster. It is not that the driver has never seen an active mine triggering. This kind of mine can sense the changes in magnetism, sound and water pressure in the sea. It will automatically start running towards the target after locking on the approaching warship from a long distance. However, the speed of that kind of mine is too slow, and the distance it actively detects enemies is also very short, so it does not pose a great threat to warships. Under the sea, a magnetic mine was pushed by a pale arm and approached a high-speed troop carrier. The transport ship that was slowing down and turning around was like a target and could not be avoided at all. When the magnetic mine is close to the bottom of the ship, the mine triggers a collision. Because this weapon does not need to consider power, the charge is very exaggerated, and the hundreds of kilograms of high explosives contained are detonated. Boom, the central axis of this high-speed transport ship is arched high, and the mine explosion forms a high-temperature and high-pressure air mass. The air mass expands and contracts several times in the water, causing repeated tearing attacks. From a distance, the transport ship looked like a toy that had been broken by a naughty child. The steel was torn and twisted, and the hull was broken into two parts from the middle. The hundreds of Marines transported on the ship were even more miserable at this time. Many people were directly shaken to death by the explosion. More soldiers followed the broken ship, crawling on the hull with ants, and dumplings fell into the sea one by one. After all, transport ships are not combat-type warships. They are typically thin-skinned and large-stuffed, and the mine charges as much as 600 to 700 kilograms. In comparison, a 155 mm artillery shell has a charge of about 10 kilograms, and the famous Harpoon anti-ship missile has a charge of only 200 kilograms. One can imagine the power of this kind of mine explosion, not to mention that mines are detonated in water. Water is an excellent energy transmission medium, so the power of underwater explosions naturally increases a lot. Visible to the naked eye, this high-speed transport ship with a total length of 103 meters, a width of 28.5 meters, and a fully loaded displacement of 2,400 tons failed to resist and broke into two parts. The bow and stern were raised high, and it sank into the icy ocean on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 220 Misery, third update. On the deck, Nadia stood stunned. The high-speed transport ship that exploded and sank just now was not far away from him, and he saw all the tragedy on the ship, the soldiers who were thrown away and torn apart. The hull of the ship was broken, the propeller with the stern lifted up out of the water, and the soldiers who kept falling into the sea like dumplings and calling for help, all deeply impacted his weak heart. Nadia, come on and put on your life jacket. Bryce pulled Nadia, who was still in a daze, because he underestimated the enemy and thought it would be a safe landing. The American soldiers had already planned to get off the ship and go somewhere to play in Zen country, and no one went to wear it. A life jacket that gets in the way, the entire transport fleet was in a mess. Some soldiers were scrambling for life jackets, and some were putting down lifeboats. Some recruits with poor psychological quality who had just joined the army collapsed and fell into a chaotic situation, wandering around like headless flies. Run. Thump. Thump, the two Aegis destroyers and two littoral combat ships escorting the transport fleet also used sonar detection to locate the mines under the water. Several warships sounded the battle alarm, and their tails frantically threw rocket depth bombs into the sea for hard damage, detonating those mines in advance. At the same time, acoustic decoys were also dropped in an attempt to cause those mines to misidentify their targets and detonate in advance. The depth charges were indeed effective. Many mines were destroyed. The pale corpse hands that propelled the mines were shattered and turned into spiritual power that dispersed in the air. However, the U.S. border defenses are tight and the number of mines is greater. I want to see how much you can defend against. On the top of a mountain in the distance, Sujie sat with his legs crossed on a large branch, looking at the chaotic fleet in the distance with a sneer. Compared with the expensive warships, which often cost over $100 million, mines have neither bright trajectory nor beautiful appearance. In addition, the price is cheap and the manufacturing is simple. Sujie purchased a large batch and even asked for them from Mao Zi. When it came to the production method, the military factory in the Mandeb area copied a batch of them. Anyway, it was not too high-tech. It was just a simple touch to detonate the mines even if it were replaced with those warships. If 100 mines were used to replace one transport ship, Sujie would make a profit, not to mention the casualties. With his eyes narrowed, Sujie looked towards the sea. There were aquatic goo insects he had arranged there to use as a field of view for reconnaissance. Sujie only had to direct the pale corpses to push the mines and hit them as if they were playing a game. Boom. 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 The sea surface seemed to be boiling, mines were detonated one after another, and rocket depth bombs launched by destroyers and frigates fell into the sea, exploding rows of water columns. In the sky, anti-submarine helicopters were also dropping depth bombs, trying their best to prevent mines from approaching the transport ship. But even under such a dense blockade, there were still mines approaching the transport ship, and finally it detonated loudly after being attached to it, causing the people who exploded to flip over the ship. One after another, valuable military high-speed transport ships were torn apart by mine explosions. The crew members in the lower cabins were directly squeezed into blood and mud against the steel bulkheads during the impact. The soldiers who ran to the upper level could not escape their fate. Some were crushed to death by heavy objects on the ship and burned to death by the burning cabin. Those who were lucky enough to survive had to fall into the sea and keep flopping in the seawater. A fierce naval battle broke out. On the one hand, there was the hedgehog-like American expedition fleet, which was constantly defending on the sea. On the other hand, there were seemingly inconspicuous biokinetic mines hidden in the seawater. Everyone came and went, and Sujie spared no effort in attacking, and another 7 or 8 transport ships slowly sank in the mine explosion. These transport ships were in bad luck when they encountered a ruthless person like Sujie. Use a mine with a charge of 700 to 800 kilograms to bomb a transport ship. How can a transport ship withstand such a big firecracker? One transport ship was broken in half on the spot, with its bow and stern raised high. The entire bow of a transport ship was blown off, and it plunged straight into the sea like a chopstick. Together with the soldiers in the cabin who had no time to jump into the sea, they sank to the bottom of the sea to keep company with the fish. Some transport ships were directly turned upside down by the bombing, like fish with a white belly, revealing the bottom of the ship covered with oysters, barnacles, and algae. Many soldiers were pressed by the upside-down transport ships, and they were knocked on the ground with loud sounds. There were cries and struggles in the cabin being brought to the bottom of the SEA.AN arms and ammunition transport ship was hit by a mine. A small mushroom cloud exploded on the spot, and all kinds of debris were scattered hundreds of meters apart. Boom, a fleet tanker was hit and a massive amount of fuel leaked out. Due to the density difference between fuel and water, these leaked fuels, various aviation fuels, gasoline, diesel, and marine heavy oil flowed on the sea. The transport ship Bryce and Nadia were on was also hit by a mine, and they were lucky enough to escape by jumping into the sea. Fortunately, this is not the cold Atlantic Ocean. They have life jackets in the water and they will not drown for a while. At this time, they are looking around for debris that can provide buoyancy, but it was at this moment that the leaked fuel oil from the oil tanker flowed here. Bryce raised his head and saw the various burning debris flying into the sky after the ammunition ship detonated. His eyes could not suppress the look of deep fear. Run away quickly. Without any hesitation, Bryce used all his strength to paddle, and the two of them just swam out of the area covered by the oil. Burning debris falling from the sky ignited the leaked fuel, forming a moving sea of oily fire on the sea. The soldiers who jumped into the sea one by one screamed miserably, and were devoured and burned by the fire ignited on the sea surface, near the oil tanker. Except for some soldiers at the edge who were able to escape, the remaining soldiers were either burned alive or suffocated to death under the water. Sujiya was so happy that the mines in the storage bag were constantly being consumed. After playing for 20 minutes and looking at the few mines left, Sujiya turned his attention to several destroyers and frigates that were still launching depth charges. The Aegis destroyer was a bit far away, and the few shabby little frigates of Zen were not worth wasting energy. In the end, Sujiya set his target on a littoral combat ship, and all the remaining mines rushed towards the littoral combat ship. The littoral combat ship, with a displacement of 3,000 tons, ran at a high speed of 45 knots, but it still could not escape the pursuit of the mines. The last 3 mines approached and exploded, causing the littoral combat ship to be dismembered on the spot. The crew threw their dumplings into the sea, away from the littoral combat ship that was destined to sink. After doing all this, Sujiya Shiran put away the 10,000 souls banner, looked at the Zen Navy in the distance who was alerted by the dock, and was coming to help, then turned and left. When the Zen Navy arrived at the scene belatedly, they saw a scene with numbskull, the burning sea, the sunken ships, the soldiers struggling in the water calling for help, and the dense floating corpses on the sea. The waves are washing the corpses towards the beach little by little, forming a hill of corpses. As time went by, more and more support arrived, and military bases across the United States also dispatched rescue forces as soon as possible, but the distance was too far. When we arrived, all the damned people were already dead, and the living people were rescued. This fierce battle on the sea also caused an uproar on the internet as information spread from all parties. End of chapter. Chapter 221. The whole world is in an uproar. Fourth update. In the information society, any major event will be spread around the world immediately, not to mention that not long ago, the United States announced a high-profile alliance with the Zen Kingdom in the Bay of Bengal. The amphibious assault ships turned around, and many satellites from various countries were watching in the sky. At the dock, there are also military family members and ordinary people living nearby. The loud roars on the sea and the fire and smoke rising into the sky have long been photographed with mobile phones and posted on the internet. Suddenly, the US Navy rocketed to the top of the headlines at an unstoppable speed. The American exercise fleet was bombed. Is it true? There are pictures and the truth, and the internet has gone crazy. Who shot it? I saw that many transport ships were sunk and there were corpses on the sea. How many people must have died? A littoral combat ship was also bombed and sunk. This is too exaggerated. Among the small countries in Southeast Asia, who can have such naval power to defeat the Eagle Navy so miserably? This shouldn't be the case. I heard it was the Zen rebels who attacked us. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a local warlord afford the navy? Judging from the videos circulating on the internet, it seems that the damage was caused by mines and torpedoes. Perhaps this group of warlords has submarines? There was a heated discussion on the internet, but the White House spokesperson who was forced to hold a press conference cursed in his heart. When faced with reporters who asked questions, he could only say dryly, "The cause of the crossfire is under investigation, and we will never let any murderer go. We will do our best to rescue the injured." In other words, to end the press conference, without revealing any substantive information. Faced with the rare situation in which the United States is defeated, countries all over the world look like a joke, the spokesperson of Mauzi News immediately spoke out, vowing, "The fighting in the Bay of Bengal is another hegemonic coercion imposed by the United States on the local residents. If necessary, we are willing to provide all support to help local patriotism." Those who resisted American hegemony on that day, Mauzi's official newspaper temporarily added an issue, and the front page headline read the shocking headline: "The Decline of Hegemony, the Battle in the Sea Area of Lamian," sounded the death knell of the decline of American hegemony, two countries that have been in love and fighting each other for decades. Of course, this opportunity to add insult to injury would not be missed. A despicable sneak attack. The attacker is an extreme anti-humanity organization. We must unite to contain and eradicate this anti-humanity organization and safeguard the peace and justice of Blue Star. This is Omeng's news headline, and he speaks with great righteousness. When reporters asked whether warships would be dispatched to participate in the battle, Omeng immediately began to be vague, and all countries shook their heads. Even the American Amphibious Assault Group was beaten so badly. The few old ships left behind by Omeng were the few remaining assets. Who would dare to send warships to disrupt the enemy before they understood the enemy's attack methods? It fits. The night the naval battle broke out, Davila and Moritz on the amphibious assault ship received a call from the president, who cursed them bloody. When the phone was hung up, the two looked at each other and were silent for a long time. Both of them lost interest in talking. The suffocating silence was not broken until a staff officer walked into the command room. "General Davila, all the damage reports have come out. We have sunk 9 transport ships, an ammunition ship, an oil ship, and a littoral combat ship. The casualties are as follows: 2,891 dead and missing, and more than 1,260 injured." The cold numbers were spoken one after another, making Davila's face become more and more gloomy. Over the years, the United States has never suffered such heavy losses. 4,000 people were killed or injured in a naval battle. This was the first time since World War II. Unfortunately, this naval battle was commanded by him. His name is destined to remain in American military academies forever, and the materials from this battle will also be used for repeated teaching. However, he does not want this kind of reputation at all. What method did the enemy use to attack our fleet? Have you investigated the reason? Moritz couldn't help but ask. He still didn't understand how the expedition fleet was knocked upside down by the bombing in such a daze. "It's a mine. We sent frogmen into the sea to salvage a few unexploded mines. The mines are all round, but they should have adopted a new method of propulsion. They are extremely fast in the water and can automatically search for enemies. However, we did not find any. The thruster traces are very confusing." When the staff officer said this, he also sighed. Not only was he able to escape after being attacked at sea, he even had a vague idea of how the enemy did it. This is really a shame for the United States, which has always regarded itself as the best navy in the world. The biggest suspect for the murderer at present is JECA Company. Moritz spoke in a serious tone. With such a heavy loss in a naval battle, the CIA instigated the attack on JACO's security, so they were naturally the first to be held accountable. I'm afraid his boss Judith was also in a state of distress. JECO Company must be eradicated. Davila gritted his teeth. After such a defeat, he didn't get a promotion or salary increase. He didn't lose his job now because no one was willing to take over this mess. His only chance now is to make meritorious deeds, eradicate JACO's security, and gain enough victory for the United States to make up for its losses. Otherwise, once the war is over, a military court may be waiting for him. Gudrun, formulate a combat plan, take off the fighter planes with bombs attached, and use Tomahawk cruise missiles to hit important facilities in the Mandar area. Bomb the soldiers in JECA's security. I want them all to die under fire coverage. In addition, let our Marines find a safe location to go ashore, and check the water situation for me this time. Transport the soldiers up to rest for 2 days, and when follow-up support arrives, we will engage in operations against JECO's security. Taking a deep breath, Davila issued combat instructions to the staff. Originally, I wanted to be more restrained. After all, the Zen kingdom was close to the Chinese kingdom, and making a big disturbance would not end well, but now that the battle has suffered such heavy losses, Davila must not end like this, and will fight against the arrogance of JECO Company at any cost. Presumably, the domestic parliamentarians know about it and won't have many opinions. JECO Company slapped the United States in the face. If they don't retaliate, how will the rest of the world view themselves as the overlord of Blue Star? He can't even deal with a local warlord, so he still deserves the title of number 1 in the world. The staff officer was a little surprised and said, "Should we start a war directly? Our morale is now weak, of course, there is no need to worry about anything now. As for morale, I believe in my boys. They will not be afraid of any enemy. We can't lose to a group of yellow-skinned monkeys hiding in the mountains. I understand, I'll go right away. The staff officer nodded and quickly left to arrange the battle plan. Moritz, I need intelligence support from your CIA. Davila turned his attention to Moritz again. As you wish, we work closely together. Moritz is not a member of the military, but the intelligence possessed by the CIA can provide considerable convenience for military operations. End of chapter. Chapter 222 Bombing. First update, April 30th. Just 2 days after the Battle of Dalmain broke out. In the Mandeb area, government buildings, power stations, signal towers, oil depots, military camps, bridges, roads, and various factories were bombed. Firelight and gunpowder smoke filled the air. Su Jie stood on the roof of the private manor, looking at the city of Mandeb that was in flames everywhere. I'm so anxious to be beaten. Su Jie's eyes were full of indifference as he watched the fighter plane roaring past thousands of meters above the ground. The air-to-surface missile mounted under the belly of the plane fell off, and then ignited, heading straight for the important facilities in the Mandeb area. There are also Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from destroyers. They use destroyers as launch platforms from the sea and are precisely guided by satellites to bombard the Mandeb area indiscriminately. Call, a missile suddenly shot towards the private manor where Su Jie was located. Su Jie's eyes narrowed, and the power of his soul spread, destroying the precise parts inside the missile. The missile immediately swerved, as if drunk, and hit the hilltop on the side, causing mud and rocks to fly all over the sky. But that's it, Su Jie's soul power is limited in scope and cannot take care of the entire Mandeb city. The city of Mande is still filled with smoke and collapsed factories everywhere. Fire trucks and ambulances shuttle back and forth on the streets, extinguishing fires and rescuing the injured. The bombing lasted intermittently for an hour. Without anti-aircraft missiles and fighter planes, Jiko's security could only be beaten unilaterally. Watching the beautiful Chinese fighter planes wreak havoc and losing air supremacy, the ending was so miserable. It is not easy to buy high-end anti-aircraft missiles, and Jika security failed to get them, and even if there are anti-aircraft missiles, it is basically impossible to resist such beyond visual range bombing. Modern war is about systemic confrontation. Problems cannot be solved by one or two weapons. This is not a nuclear bomb. Fortunately, when Su Jie attacked the beautiful country's fleet, he had expected that the beautiful country would retaliate and arranged for the evacuation of these important facilities in advance with only a small number of manpower. When Su Jie received the damage report, the series of attacks had killed more than 200 people and injured hundreds. The bombing also paralyzed many civilian and military facilities in the Mandeb area, cutting off water and electricity. It's rude to come back without reciprocating. It's so exciting now. I'll let you all return it when the time comes. Su Jie snorted, turned on his phone, and found the news. The Zen government issued a statement that it is carrying out fire strikes against the anti-government armed forces in the Mandeb area, the Jiko group. Through integrated air and ground bombing, various important military facilities of the Jiko group have been severely hit. Next, we will hire beautiful national instructors to train our army to help us better deal with this anti-human bandit and send troops to conquer the Mande area. This is an official news announcement issued by the Zen government. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see who is behind all this. As for the fueled aircraft of the Zen government, they only take off a few times a year. Even if they don't fall down, they are pretty good. How can they have the ability to carry out such an integrated air-ground bombing? We have made a preliminary judgment that the latest attack on Lan Mian was carried out by some extremist organizations in the Zen Kingdom. Another piece of news was posted by Su Jie. Below it was a beautiful news video of the President of the National Congress giving a speech. In the Capitol building, the President of the United States waved his angry fist and said loudly, "Members of Congress, the day before yesterday, April 28, 2024, was a day of shame for our Navy. Our fleet conducting joint exercises in Meng Bay suffered a premeditated surprise attack by some organizations. Prior to this, we were in a friendly state with the Zen Kingdom, and at the request of the official government of the Zen Kingdom, we aim to reconcile the conflicts and disputes in the Zen Kingdom and restore regional security and stability. However, this demand has been shamefully undermined by some organizations. When our exercises were relaxing, these violent organizations used mines and torpedoes to sneak attack our warships, causing the sinking of 12 ships and thousands of casualties. This attack caused heavy damage to our beautiful navy. I regret to inform all the people that many of our brave young men died in this attack. We will always remember the nature of this attack. In order not to repeat the same mistakes, we, at the invitation of the Zen Kingdom, will provide the Zen Kingdom with equipment and ammunition support, and provide instructors to train the Zen army, so that the Zen Kingdom can end the chaos as soon as possible. At the end of this news, there was a show of hands, and with a vote rate of 392 votes in favor and 29 votes against, aid to the Zen Kingdom was passed. It can be seen that because of the concern about the impact, the beautiful country is still restrained and puts on the skin of the Zen government, allowing the Zen government to be the main participant in the war while hiding behind the scenes. As for who is operating the supporting weapons, only the beautiful country itself knows. After all, there are mercenaries now. Just as Mandar City was bombed, Jiko's security soldiers who were fighting on the front line were also hit by the same firepower. On the battlefield, Miaoluan shook the dirt off his head and looked at the dust falling in the underground tunnel. It was not until the shaking gradually subsided that Miaoluan climbed out of the underground tunnel and looked at the fighter jets roaring away. This time, there were several huge craters on the ground in the camp where the original troops were located. There are some dummy models wearing camouflaged military uniforms scattered around. If there were not underground tunnels and people in the camp, there would definitely be a lot of casualties here. It's not over, it's been bombing for several days. What Miaoluan was complaining about was that the Mountain Brigade had been advancing smoothly and had captured half of Guomindang's territory. Just when they were about to wipe out the last warlord, the Mountain Brigade had been severely hampered by various bombings in the past 2 days. Even the super soldiers were killed a lot by the advance of Jiko's security. Even a first-class super soldier wearing heavy armor would have a hard time resisting the bombardment of air-to-surface missiles and bombs within the killing range. They have been bombed a lot, and now the soldiers of Jiko security also have experience, that is, they cannot go out of the forest in the mountainous area, and with the help of the cover of the forest, they can effectively isolate the reconnaissance of aircraft and satellites in the sky, and avoid being hit by fire, especially in mountainous areas. I don't know when the superiors will arrange for manpower to dig out long and narrow underground tunnels, which are like natural air raid shelters. This made it possible that apart from being caught off guard by the bombing on the first day, there were no casualties among Jiko security guards in the following days. The battle lines are at a stalemate, and Jiko security is methodically taking over the conquered city sites and restoring production and life. Without the advancement of ground troops, it is impossible to regain lost ground and occupy territory by bombing alone. Miaoluan, come here. At this moment, the head of Jiko's security suddenly came over. What's the matter, leader? People from the Zen government army have come to support the people entering the mountain. It seems they are coming straight towards us. There are also foreign mercenaries inside. They should be those beautiful soldiers. Be prepared to attack at any time. I can't wait for a long time. Miaoluan's eyes lit up. They had been bombed in the past few days. The beautiful country had done a good job. There was really nothing they could do against the plains. But if the other party dared to go into the mountains to fight guerrilla warfare with him, Miaoluan would tell them personally with the bullets in his hands. In the mountains and forests, who is the hunter and who is the prey? End of chapter. Chapter 223 Entering the Mountain, Second Update, Zen Kingdom. Yangcheng, as the capital of the Zen Kingdom, it has a large population, with more than 6 million people living here, making it one of the few large cities in the Zen Kingdom. The beautiful country's expeditionary fleet was cautious this time, and after all kinds of investigations, it finally selected this place as a landing point, and batches of Marines disembarked from the transport ship in batches, because the Yangon port is not deep enough to accommodate 10,000-ton ships, and is afraid of inexplicable mine attacks. The expedition fleet is still floating on the outer sea, just as a fire strike platform. In these days, the beautiful country has brought many soldiers to the Zen country on transport planes from the Middle East, Japan, and South Korea, through military bases all over the world. Planes at airports in various places also continued to transfer, and fighter planes entered the Zen airport one after another. The number of beautiful soldiers stationed in the Zen Kingdom has increased steadily, and now it has exceeded 10,000. Davila also came ashore at this time and was inspecting the government troops of the Zen Kingdom. As a world overlord, Davila has been to military camps in many countries, but after arriving at the Zen military camp, he was still shocked by the government troops here. Not to mention the level of training and weapons and equipment, the main reason is that the morale of the army here is Low in the army is extremely underpaid. According to Davila's own inspection, there were 200 to 300 people in a battalion, and more than 100 people were living on empty wages. Nominally called a battalion, it is actually an infantry company. Moritz, has this always been the case in Zen? Davila looked at Moritz, who was accompanying him on the inspection, and couldn't help but feel the desire to complain. Otherwise, why has the Zen kingdom been in civil strife? If they could have fought a little, they would not have been divided, and the civil strife has continued till now. Moritz shook his head and told some statistics. The Zen kingdom still had 400,000 troops in 2000. Over the years, they have been unwilling to make progress and have sucked blood and paid empty wages. Now there are only 10 soldiers under the name of the Zen kingdom government. 10,000, the number of soldiers who can fight is only 60,000 or 70,000. According to our informants, in 2000, the combat strength of a general battalion in the Zen kingdom was 857 people, including 31 officers. Later, there was a shortage of soldiers, and the establishment was downsized and scattered. The size of a battalion was reduced to 200 people. The design goal was to deploy at least 120 people on the front line, with the remaining 60 people staying at the base, and about 20 people serving on the move outside the camp. But the actual situation is that few battalions can reach the reduced threshold of 200 people, and most have only 100 or even dozens of people. The small number of troops, mostly deployed to guard banks, administrative offices, and towns where bases were located, lacked the ability to go out to fight. The corners of Davila's mouth twitched twice. Such an army really left him speechless, so weak that it fell beyond the bottom line of his imagination. It seems that the battle mainly depends on ourselves. Davila sighed and no longer had much hope in the combat effectiveness of the Zen government forces. Now Jiko Security is attacking the Guo family warlord. This is the last territory in eastern Qin state that has not been occupied by Jiko Security. We need to protect him and gain a fulcrum to advance. General Davila, when will your soldiers be in place? Now our 2 infantry regiments have rushed to the front line. In the name of mercenaries, they will gather 8,000 government soldiers and 5,000 warlord troops to push back to the Mandeb area. In the past 2 days, we have been stepping up our saturation bombing of the mountainous area where Jika's security is located. Through satellite reconnaissance, our bombing effect is very good. Under our high-intensity bombing, I am afraid that they have suffered heavy losses now and are in panic. As long as we push harder and ground troops come up and flatten them, this war will be over. Davila was very confident that with a regiment of American Marines, more than 3,000 in number, and air support, winning this battle would not be a problem. As Davila said, something suddenly occurred to her. Forget about me, have you found Su Jia's location over there? Not yet. The other party is very cunning. Except for some public occasions, he has never appeared. Moritz had a headache. The enemy was so cunning, and it became more difficult for him to capture people and bring them back to the beautiful country for trial. It doesn't matter. Once he defeats those Jiko security guards, Su Jia will be just a polished commander. By then, he won't just be rounded up and flattened by us. Davila doesn't care about this. It doesn't matter to him whether he can catch Su Jia. He just wants to defeat the Jiko group and make up for his mistakes in the Battle of Dalmain, and Moritz had more on his mind, because the CIA needed the formula of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, and the warlords supported by Aster Pharmaceuticals were obviously not useful. Now the CIA could only do it on their own, and this was related to their interests. 2 days later, the front line of the war, 800 kilometers away from Yangcheng, was Fengbao Mountain, a very complex and long mountainous forest. Mindenqua's territory is like a dumbbell, thick at both ends and thin in the middle. Of Fengbao Mountain is located in the middle. Now it has been occupied by Jika Security, which has cut Guomindang's territory into 2 places, and the beginning and end cannot echo each other. In order to lift the siege of Guomindang, this mountainous area must be captured. At noon, after another intensive artillery fire washed the ground, thousands of soldiers from the Marine Corps of the United States, together with thousands of Zen government troops, and the few remaining defeated generals of Guomindang, carefully touched foam. Boshan, the reason why they dared to enter the mountain was not because they had not learned the lessons from the previous defeat of the warlords, but because of his confidence in the damage caused by his own bombing. The commander of the beautiful country made a judgment through satellite reconnaissance. The bombing has eliminated most of the enemies. Now he only sends troops to clean up the remaining enemies and take over the positions. There is not much threat anymore. The Soshan team opened up the front line. At the front were the warlord soldiers who had dealt with Jieka's security, followed by the government troops, and at the end were the soldiers from the beautiful country. The entire team moved very slowly, especially the warlord soldiers. They were frightened by the beatings by Jieka's security guards and had already become frightened. They would lie on the ground at the slightest sign of trouble, not daring to raise their heads. I didn't see anyone. Could it be that they were all killed? Nadia looked at the scorched earth and cratered hills after the bombing, and didn't see a single person for a long time. Bryce on the other side nodded and said, "The Air Force and artillery have been bombing here for several days. The soldiers stationed here should have retreated. They can't just wait to be bombed. Shit, last time we sank so many ships, it must be the fault of these warlords. I also want to kill a few yellow-skinned monkeys for revenge." Nadia cursed twice. He and Bryce were lucky enough to survive the Battle of the Dalmatian Sea and were not injured. However, seeing many of their comrades who had known each other day and night die in a foreign land, they had long been holding back a fire in their hearts. It doesn't matter. When we get to the Mande area, there will definitely be many warlord soldiers there. We will come back with revenge one by one. While the two were talking, they gradually went deeper into the forest, and just when these beautiful soldiers thought that Jieka's security had retreated from Fenghua Mountain, in fact, he did not really leave. Unbeknownst to people, this mountainous forest has already been dug into large underground tunnels by thousand-handed centipedes. The soldiers of Jacko's security were all lurking underground, squatting quietly, waiting for their prey to step into the trap. End of chapter. Chapter 224 Killing, third update. Fenghua Mountain Underground Tunnel. Miaoluan wore heavy armor all over his body and carried a 14.5mm large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Through the observation port on his cheek, his eyes flashed with cold light. 150 meters to the southeast, there are about 30 warlord soldiers. Directly in front is a company of the beautiful country, which has heavy machine guns, anti-equipment sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. Be careful when attacking and deal with these firepower first. In addition, pay attention at 11 o'clock, there is an armed helicopter. There is an intelligence officer in the headset constantly explaining the situation of the outside world to Miaoluan. Because of the existence of the insect control method, the battlefield is almost completely transparent to Jieka's security. Miaoluan didn't know where this information came from, but he believed that it would be correct. He kept taking deep breaths, because just above his head was a large group of enemy troops entering the mountain. 10 seconds left. Miaoluan grabbed the alloy steel shaft ladder with both hands and climbed to the ground step by step. The heavy armor stepped on the escalator, making a crunching sound, and the soil shook off. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, attack. When the order to attack came from the headset, Miaoluan also climbed to the top of the ladder well, pushed open the manhole cover buried under the fallen leaves and soil, and his whole body suddenly accelerated and jumped out. On the ground, one soldier after another heard the noise and turned his head to look, and saw a steel monster that did not belong to him emerging from the ground. Take bullets. Miaoluan smiled grimly, pressed the muzzle of the gun, and fired 14.5mm bullets thicker than his fingers. Each soldier was unable to reach his guard, and was directly cut in two by bullets with tens of thousands of kinetic energy. The surrounding ground was instantly destroyed. The blood was stained red, and the sound of howling was everywhere. Miaoluan's first choice of attack target was the beautiful soldiers directly in front of him. These soldiers had extremely sophisticated weapons and carried a lot of individual heavy firepower, which he had to deal with first. Oh my god! This guy came out of there. Fire quickly, and fire back. No, my bullets can't penetrate him. What kind of armor is he? Fake. David, you piece of shit, stop cowering and get your rocket launcher up and blast this monster. All the mercenaries from the beautiful country were horrified. Although they had heard rumors about super soldiers for a long time, they were still frightened to meet them head-on and see such a violent side of the opponent with their own eyes. Miaoluan did not choose to stay where he was. The body that swallowed the strengthening pill gave him a strong body and sharp five senses. While he was running rapidly, the anti-aircraft machine gun in his hand was also firing continuously, and the long bullet chain was shaking wildly. The first to be killed by Miaoluan were the machine gun squads and the soldiers carrying rocket launchers. Among the soldiers, occasionally missing some rocket launchers and snipers, he also makes it difficult for the enemy to aim accurately through high-speed movement, and will eliminate their fire points in the first time. Even though he was wearing heavy steel armor, he still ran like an inhuman being. The machine gun in his hand turned into a death scythe, harvesting fresh lives. At this time, Mialuan was almost killing one-sidedly on the battlefield. He was not afraid of ordinary bullets at all. Those soldiers carrying heavy machine guns, anti-equipment sniper rifles, and rocket launchers were eliminated by him first. Coupled with his extremely accurate marksmanship, he killed. There was a river of blood. Operations Center, this is A3, we need close air support. Received, we are arranging helicopter support on the 23rd. How long does it take to arrive? Our position is marked with red smoke bombs. The enemy is at 185 degrees, 200 meters away, a dangerous distance. Roger, I'm at your 6 o'clock direction, searching for enemies and preparing to attack. Whoops, an armed helicopter headed straight for Mialuan. It was the consistent tradition of the beautiful country to call for air support if they disagreed, but Mialuan also had teammates. After Mialuan attacked first and opened up the battlefield, other JECA security members also crawled out of the underground tunnel and occupied the surrounding bunkers. Some individual air defense missiles were launched directly into the air. God, there are anti-aircraft missiles coming, throw heat decoys to interfere. The armed helicopter was lucky enough to avoid the anti-aircraft missile and performed violent ultra-low-altitude maneuvers, causing the anti-aircraft missile to miss the target, but the lowered height of the armed helicopter also allowed Mialuan to see an opportunity. The next moment, the anti-aircraft machine gun in Mialuan's hand was aimed at the armed helicopter and fired directly, and the tracer bullets almost formed a line of light. Relying on precise control, almost all the bullets hit the fragile rotor linkage of the armed helicopter, causing the helicopter to spin out of control and fall down uncontrollably. Similar scenes occurred everywhere in Fenghua Mountain. Not many of the armed helicopters that were supporting at low altitudes were lucky enough to escape the individual anti-aircraft missiles, and most of them were shot down directly. JECO security gathered almost all the super soldiers to ambush here. At this time, they suddenly rushed out from the underground and bloomed directly in the middle of the enemy's troops. In mountainous and dense forests, the beautiful country's vehicles cannot get up, and heavy firepower cannot be effective. Faced with this situation, those Zen government troops and warlord soldiers were the first to collapse, either surrendering on the spot or turning around and running away, leaving the beautiful soldiers behind. The soldiers of the beautiful country are still insisting. They have called the military airport in the rear. Those fighter jets cannot be shot down by individual air defense missiles. The killings on the battlefield continue, but these beautiful American soldiers who are still in the hot war don't know that the air support they have high hopes for may no longer be able to come. Fike Airport. This was originally a military airport for the Zen Kingdom, but now it has been requisitioned by the beautiful kingdom to expand the airport and station fighter planes. When the war broke out in Fenghua Mountain, the airport received the news, and the tower immediately arranged for fighter planes to enter the runway and prepare to take off to support frontline operations. But at the same time that the war started on Fenghua Mountain, a huge underground tunnel was being opened 10 kilometers away from Fike Airport, and multiple rocket launchers were driven out. Attention to all rocket battalions, target number 3, support point, ordinate 83123, abscissa 62382, elevation. Determine the elements, prepare for launch. According to the pre-rehearsed practice, each multiple rocket launcher slowly raised its muzzle, and with an order, thousands of arrows were fired. Thick rockets ignited rapidly and soared up, like a beautiful meteor shower falling from the sky, falling towards Fike Airport. After a short flight, the rocket landed at Fike Airport. The fighter planes that are rushing to take off here are all full of fuel and bombs, and the rockets just fall. Like a volcano erupting, rockets exploded one after another. The airport was instantly reduced to scorched earth, with limbs and arms everywhere, and valuable fighter planes were blown up on the runway. Those fighter planes, which were full of fuel and bombs, were detonated by rockets, further increasing the damage. From a distance, there were constant explosions at Fike Airport, burning fuel was flowing everywhere, and the flames enveloped the entire airport. What's even more terrible is that because they were anxious to put up bombs and take off to support the front line, the ammunition depot and oil depot were not closed properly. The last two violent explosions caused two huge mushroom clouds to rise from Fike Airport. However, the ammunition depot and oil depot were hit by rockets. An unknown number of tons of fuel and ammunition were detonated inside, and the entire airport was destroyed. There were no survivors. End of chapter. Chapter 225 Surrender, 4th update. On Fenghua Mountain, the more Mialuan killed, the more excited he became. After all the ammunition he carried was used up, he picked up a 12.7mm heavy machine gun and used it as a rifle. When encountering any obstacles, just sweep them over with a single glance, and there are very few that cannot be solved. The enemy's resistance was very weak. The soft rifle bullets were directly deflected by the heavy armor, and they were running at high speed. It was difficult for the enemy to aim and lacked the restriction of heavy firepower. The mountains and forests became the playground for super soldiers like Niaoluan, killing. There was a river of blood. 100 meters away, Nadia was lying on the ground, trembling all over. Looking at the invulnerable and killing steel monster in front of him, there was uncontrollable fear in his eyes, and he kept chanting, "Devil, this is a demon from hell, God. How can you release the devil into the world?" At this time, Nadia no longer had the high-spiritedness that she had previously screamed for revenge, but only had countless fears and timidities. "Wake up, Nadia, now is not the time to ask God, run away." Bryce was equally afraid in his heart. With such an unbeatable enemy and the lack of air support, everyone's morale was on the verge of reaching its limit. My leg is twisted and I can't get up. Fake, I really owe you in my previous life." Bryce looked at his best comrade, gritted his teeth and ran over, carrying Nadia behind him, and ran down the mountain without looking back. Bang! 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 A series of bullets were fired at them, and the super soldiers were chasing after them. The bullets were flying everywhere. Some of the heads of the escaping beautiful soldiers exploded, some of their bodies exploded in two, and some of their internal organs were splashed on the branches by the impact. "Run away, run away." Bryce carried Nadia on his back, and his nervousness caused his adrenaline to surge. He ran at the fastest speed in his life, and he just kept running like that, not daring to look back or look at the situation behind him, because he was afraid that if he took one look, he would lose the courage to escape in the end. While running, he suddenly saw a gentle slope in front of him and a huge boulder for cover. Bryce ran over quickly. It was only then that he felt a burning pain in his chest. "There is no more gunfire, Nadia, do you think we are safe?" Brenner gasped, but there was no response from behind. Suddenly, Bryce felt his back was wet. He subconsciously let go of his hand and turned around, only to see that Nadia's head had long since disappeared. He was running all the way carrying a headless corpse, covered in blood. Wet his back. Before Bryce could grieve in his heart, a shadow suddenly covered him. Looking up, Bryce saw a tall figure standing in front of him. The heavy steel armor was covered with blood and minced meat, and a pair of cold and ruthless eyes were so chilling that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave at just one glance. Bryce's mouth opened wide, fear almost making him lose all words and movements. Mullen picked up the machine gun and pointed it at Bryce, and was about to pull the trigger when suddenly a new command came from the headset. "TSK, you're lucky to surrender and not be killed." Niaoluan curled his lips and spoke in broken English. Due to combat needs, every GECO security soldier would simply say a few words such as surrender, surrender without killing, and take prisoners. "I surrender, surrender." Bryce finally came to his senses and quickly dropped all the bullets in his hands. Facing this steel monster and inhumanity, he no longer had the courage to fight against it. The entire Fingbo Mountain battlefield could be said to be a crushing defeat. Even if they wanted to escape, how could infantry without vehicles outrun the super soldiers in the mountains and forests? In the end, large swaths of soldiers surrendered and were captured, including those from the beautiful country. They are also human beings, and they are also afraid. In the face of cruel battlefield killings, they just persist longer than other warlord soldiers. When the fighter jets from the amphibious assault ship rushed to Fingbo Mountain, the war was already over, and all the prisoners were escorted in batches. Yang Chang, David Lacko sat on the chair and looked at the battle report on the table. He couldn't believe his eyes for a long time. Fingbo Mountain was defeated, Fike Airport was destroyed, the attached artillery regiment was raided, and the Jeshuan City military camp was shelled. Looking at the series of losses and casualty figures in the battle report, Davila felt dizzy, her chest felt tight, and she almost couldn't breathe. The enemy has already planned and launched a surprise attack on us today. They must have an advanced ground burrowing machine. These attacks are completed through underground tunnels, and it is difficult for us to defend ourselves. When Moritz saw these battle reports, he was also in disbelief. The enemy actually used this method to directly project various long-range firepower. Because the distance was too close, even if the radar found it and wanted to intercept it, it was too late. However, Moritz would never have imagined that the advanced digging machine he mentioned did not exist. There was only a large centipede digging diligently underground. However, the size of this centipede would far exceed his imagination. Have the losses been calculated? Davila knew that he was completely defeated this time. No one would allow a general who had lost battles one after another to stay on the front line. Now he can only beg for smaller losses in the hope of retaining his military position. The losses are still being counted. At present, our tentative death toll exceeds 2,800, and more than 4,000 people were captured by Jieka's security. The staff officer spoke with a heavy tone and said a number that made David's eyelids jump. More than 4,000 people surrendered, are you sure? Davila opened her mouth wide. This number was really impactful. The staff officer nodded and affirmed, there won't be much difference in the data. The main reason is that on Fengbo Mountain, our troops were intercepted from front to back and lacked heavy firepower and air support. As a result, a large number of soldiers chose to surrender after a few hours of fierce fighting. This number was announced by Jieka Group, which is similar to our estimate and is extremely reliable. How could this happen? Why did we lose? Davila murmured to himself that they clearly had a fleet, air superiority, and crushing firepower, but they lost the battle. For a moment, Davila felt that reality was very magical. If he could lose such a huge advantage, the news would spread and the whole world would laugh at him as a commander. General, the president's phone number. Just then, even worse news arrived. Davila took the call stiffly and without explaining a word. Several big guys on the other end of the phone took turns spraying her in the face. In naval battles, it is excusable to say that the enemy has new weapons, but on land, even if you have a huge advantage and you can lose, this is unforgivable. When he finally hung up the phone, Davila seemed to be completely exhausted, with no energy left at all. He just said one sentence bitterly, send the order, withdraw the troops and cease fire. End of chapter. Chapter 226 Stopping the War. First update, beautiful country. On the day the Battle of Fengbo Mountain ended, an emergency meeting was held immediately. The CIA representative Judian, the military representative Sean Fernandez, and the White House official representative Harmaine Fofana sat together again. The last time they got together was to deal with the Jieko Group, but the same is true for this gathering, but the purpose is different. This time, we want to eliminate the impact as much as possible. How do your army and the CIA do things? With such a large expeditionary fleet in the Bay of Bengal, it achieved such a record, sank so many ships, and was defeated by warlords on the ground. Do you want us to repeat the Vietnam War? Talk. Hamerson slapped the table, his face turned red with anger, like a baboon's and his saliva sprayed on both Judian and Sean. Both Judian and Sean lowered their heads and listened to the instructions honestly. Who made this battle for them really embarrassing? You, Judith, and the CIA have sworn that the Jieko Group is nothing to worry about, and that if you want to eradicate the Tijuana Group in Mexico, you must first attack the Jieko Group. The result? The Tijuana Group is still frantically smuggling Tianyuan Xinghua. The Jieko Group is losing battles one after another. How do you want me to explain to the president, to the congressman, and to all the people that our tax dollars are supporting these wastes? In a fit of rage, Harmelson almost roared, pointing at Judith, the deputy director of the CIA, and spitting angrily at him, spraying him bloody. And you, Sean, how do your military fight wars? With hundreds of billions of dollars in military spending every year, even a small warlord can't defeat it. What shame do you have to ask for an increase in military spending every year? I think the military is getting more and more, it's becoming more and more decadent. Let's stop fighting at all. Let's go home and farm and raise pigs, so as not to be embarrassed by losing a war outside. Hamelson did not let go of Sean, the military representative, and he was full of firepower. Unlike Judith, Sean's face was obviously dissatisfied and he defended himself. Chief of Staff, our military's enemy this time may not be as simple as a warlord. The enemy uses new naval warfare weapons and mysterious digging machines. These things are absolutely impossible for a small warlord to possess. We suspect that the big country in the north is secretly working on these new weapons and handed them over to the Jieko Group for practical testing. There are all kinds of excuses for losing the war. Our country's technology is the most advanced. Tell me about new water warfare weapons and groundbreaking machines. It's not because your military is careless and underestimates the enemy. Lost the battle. The defeat in the naval battle was mainly due to the enemy's use of a high-tech mine. We suspect that a brand new propeller was added to it, allowing the mine to reach a high speed far exceeding that of a torpedo. As for the ground burrowing machine, the former Soviet Union has studied a ground burrowing machine. Maybe the other party also has this kind of black technology. Sean tried his best to explain, saying that the military would lose, not because he was not good enough, but because the enemy had too many tricks. Mr. Harmison, when we were dealing with the Tijuana group in Mexico, we found that the other party did have many underground tunnels extending in all directions. Considering the relationship between the Tijuana group and the Jico group, both of them must be using the same kind of ground boring machine. Judith couldn't help but speak up and defend Sean. Hamilton's anger dissipated a little, and he snorted coldly, "I don't care if we really have the new weapons you talk about. It's true that we lost the war. This incident has made the White House very passive." Sean stepped up his persuasion and said, "Your Excellency Hamilton, the enemy has these new weapons, most of which are supported by the big country in the north. The purpose is to interfere with our military operations. If we are caught off guard, it is really not our fault if we lose." Hamilton's face turned dark and he choked. "If you don't blame you, who should blame you? It was you who asked for the war. Now that you have lost the war and pushed yourself to the bottom, do you want Mr. President to wipe your butts?" That's not what I meant." Sean laughed twice, looking embarrassed. "In short, stop the war now. Before the news of the defeat has spread, contact the Jico group immediately to shake hands and make peace. We will withdraw from the Zen Kingdom, and they will also release the prisoners." Hamilton knocked on the table and stated the White House's decision. He did not want to continue the fight. "Are you just giving up like this?" Judith's tone was complicated. She was somewhat unwilling to give up now after so many preparations. "Otherwise, what else are you going to do? You yourself said that there is a shadow of that big country in the north, so we still have to spend military resources there. Continue our island chain plan, that is more important than anything else. What our country needs now is stability." Hamilton glared at Judith. There was one more thing he didn't say. This was an election year in the beautiful country, and both parties were fighting for popular votes. As early as the defeat of Danmei in the naval battle, there was a wave of opposition in the beautiful country. If the news that the Zen Kingdom lost the war, lost troops, and captured thousands of people got out, the support rate of the man sitting in the White House would drop even further, and he would not know whether he would want to be re-elected, and his chief of staff is closely related to the one in the White House, and all power comes from the president. If he is not re-elected, he will lose all his rights, which is absolutely unacceptable. Judith is a smart person and quickly understood the subtext of Hamilton's so-called stability. "I understand, I will say hello to the media," Judith said, although there were many satellites watching the battle at Fingbo Mountain and all the countries that needed to know knew about it. As long as the news was not revealed, there was still room for mediation. The mouthpieces of the Western media are in their hands, and the so-called freedom of the press is just lip service. The military also immediately stopped me. The troops should be withdrawn and the troops should be withdrawn. They should be dismissed from their posts. I'll do it. Sean could only be honest. They had lost the battle and really didn't have the confidence to speak harshly. Hamilton told a lot of things here, and after finishing them all, he stood up and left. "Hey, I lost my pants this time." Sean smiled bitterly. As a hawk who previously supported the war, this incident will also be affected a lot. Who would have thought that Jico group would be so difficult to deal with? We will have to look for opportunities in the future. Judith also shook her head, but did not really give up. Whether it's the super soldier's bodybuilding pill or the Tianyuan hair growth serum, they are all things they are spying on, but now that things are getting serious, they have to press the pause button first. Thinking of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, Julian thought of Aster Pharmaceuticals. Several warlords funded by the other party were all wiped out, and a large amount of money was wasted. I'm afraid they are also having a headache now. End of chapter. Chapter 227 Showing Goodwill, second update, May 1st, International Labor Day. The website of the Ministry of Commerce of the United States suddenly issued a statement. After detailed investigation and evidence collection, we found that Tianyuan hair growth liquid does not contain harmful ingredients, so the ban on sales has been revoked and Tianyuan hair growth liquid can be reasonably imported and put on the shelves. As soon as this statement came out, the wonderful change of face of the Ministry of Commerce of the United States immediately attracted hot discussion and ridicule. Not long ago, the ban on Tianyuan hair growth liquid was causing quite a stir, and many CIA officers were killed in Mexico due to the crackdown on the smuggling of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. However, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, which is really laughable. What am I talking about? Tianyuan hair growth liquid is fine. You still say that I am ignorant. Now let's see who is ignorant. My brother found a new beautiful girlfriend. My brother and I are twins. Hair loss is inherited in our family. As a result, my brother firmly believed in the government's judgment and did not dare to use Tianyuan hair growth serum. Now he is bald. His girlfriend couldn't accept it and came to see me. So happy. It's upstairs, be careful your brother sees it. Now that legal sales are allowed, I hope the price of Tianyuan hair growth liquid can be reduced. A bottle of smuggled $300 is still a bit painful to buy. I'm really shameless. Before, I swore that Tianyuan hair growth liquid would poison the body, and I was fined and banned. Now I come out and say it's okay. I'll show you the double standard. Hee, I just want to know if those officials from the Ministry of Commerce face pain? The sun is out in the west, and the beautiful country actually takes the initiative to admit that it made a mistake. Shouldn't it be correct to make mistakes? Perhaps it's because I feel bad that I can't collect the taxes from Tianyuan hair growth liquid. After all, the taxes on tens of billions of dollars in revenue every year are quite nice. It must be that those pharmaceutical groups failed to suppress them and had no choice but to let them in to collect taxes. Why did I hear some military bloggers say that the beautiful country was defeated in the Zen country, and then had to compromise? This account is suspected of violating regulations and banned for 99 years. Zen Kingdom, Mandeching. A special trial is being carried out here. The three warlords Kuomintang, On Yuluan, and Suomintan, as well as a large number of guilty military officers and bureaucrats, were taken to court together. News reporters are live broadcasting the entire trial, and those watching are not only watching the Mandeb area, but also the territories formerly controlled by the three warlords. After the battle at Fungbua Mountain, JECA security secured victory and took advantage of the situation to go out. When the morale of the government troops and warlord soldiers collapsed, he seized the remaining territory of Guomindang in one go. They also captured three warlords, Guomindang, who had not had time to escape, and put them all in one pot. At this point, the territory controlled by the JECA group has expanded to the entire eastern Chin state, with an area of 72,000 square kilometers and a population of nearly 3 million. Because the war conflict ended quickly, the population loss was not large. Now the JECA group is arranging manpower and work in an orderly manner for post-war reconstruction. I declare that Kuomintang, On Yuluan, Suomintan, a group of people are sentenced to death. They are now taken to the execution ground and will be executed immediately. Su Jia was also watching the trial on live television, watching a group of crying and cursing warlords being suppressed by JECA's security guards, and the execution would be broadcast live next. These warlords are basically notorious in the local area. Carrying out public executions can greatly win over people's hearts and build the reputation of the JECA group, which will facilitate future work. Su Jia, the beautiful country, has issued a new statement. Please take a look. Lu Yingying hurried over and said with a look of surprise. Su Jia took the phone and saw the latest statement issued by the Ministry of Commerce of the United States. This is a sign of goodwill to me. Su Jia raised his eyebrows. It seems that the battle at Fungbua Mountain really beat them hard. Otherwise, the mighty Blue Star's largest country, the overlord with the largest military strength, how could he be willing to spit on his face? Su Jia, now that the ban has been lifted, does our Tianyuan hair growth serum need to go through the normal import route? No, continue to support the development of the Tijuana Group in Mexico. Instead of paying taxes to the beautiful country, it is better to use the money to develop the Tijuana Group, so as not to find excuses to block our Tianyuan hair growth serum later. Br Su Jia waved his hand directly. Anyway, the money earned from smuggling was about the same as normal import. Although the smuggled volume was smaller, the sales were expensive. It's not a loss at all. It can also support the development of Tijuana and plant a nail in the home of the beautiful country. It's disgusting to the tax bureau and CIA in the beautiful country. Mr. Su, good news. As soon as Lu Yingying arrived, Chen Yaoguan also came to the door with excitement. Mr. Su, the United States has sent a negotiation team, together with people from the official government of the Zen Kingdom, saying they want to shake hands with us and make peace. Su Jie's eyes moved slightly, not surprised by the news since they have already expressed their goodwill on Tianyuan hair growth liquid. It means that the beautiful country wants to stop the war. Did we win the battle? Lu Yingying's bright eyes widened. The beautiful country, which had always been domineering, took the initiative to seek peace. This was really shocking. Rather than saying that we have won, it is better to say that the other party is unwilling to bite our hard nut. After all, it is still a country dominated by capital. In everything, interests must be considered first. When the losses from attacking us are greater than the benefits they gain, they will naturally not the power goes to war. Su Jie's tone was calm and he was not arrogant. What he defeated was just a small advance force of the beautiful country. The military strength of the beautiful country was far more than that. It had military bases and aircraft carrier battle groups all over the world. The other party just felt that it was not worthwhile to continue the fight. What conditions does the other side offer? Require our side to release the prisoners, that they withdraw their troops and leave the Zen Kingdom, and that this war be kept secret. You can talk to them and see how far the conditions can be negotiated. Let the 500 prisoners go back first. Su Jie thought for a while and said, fighting is very energy and money consuming, not to mention the money spent on purchasing weapons and equipment in post-war reconstruction. In order to deal with this war, Su Jie acted as an intelligence agent himself, controlling insects for investigation. The thousand-handed centipede dug everywhere in the ground and lost weight. In addition, Su Jie had to run around all day and use storage bags to transport equipment, otherwise the multiple rocket launchers and artillery would not be transported to the beautiful military camp in the airport under satellite monitoring. Now that the beautiful country has taken the initiative to surrender, Su Jie does not need to keep fighting with Yingjiang just for the sake of a temporary dispute of temper. After all, Yingjiang is really in a hurry. The Monday area cannot withstand the destruction at all, and his base camp will be blown into a wasteland. End the battle as soon as possible, and your territory can resume production and life as soon as possible, and continue to make money by raising insects. Free yourself anyway. Time is on Su Jie's side, and with the backing of Tianyuan World, Su Jie's strength will continue to grow. Su Jie doesn't dare to reveal his strength now, but one day, when nuclear bombs no longer pose a threat to him, the so-called Blue Star Overlord will be nothing. Thank you for the coins. *Omega carat. End of chapter. Chapter 228 Steel Camp, third update. 3 days later, Su Jie was sitting in a car heading to the military camp. Lu Yingying in the back seat was reporting to Su Jie the results of the negotiations with the beautiful country in the past few days. According to your wishes, we have negotiated most of the conditions. We will release the prisoners, and the beautiful country will withdraw its troops from the Zen Kingdom, which is where Aster Pharmaceuticals is located. The beautiful country refuses to give in. Well, what did they say? Su Jie turned his head. Aster Pharmaceuticals was the trigger of this war. If the other party had not imposed a blockade, there would not have been the subsequent smuggling in the beautiful country's war. What's more, Su Jie has never forgotten that the other party supported the warlord against him. He was very vindictive in this regard. Therefore, during the negotiation, Su Jie asked Aster Pharmaceuticals to compensate Jieka Group for its losses. They said that Aster Pharmaceuticals is their own business and has nothing to do with their government. You persuaded the Ministry of Commerce to remove Tianyuan hair growth serum from the shelves, and you still say it has nothing to do with you? It's really hypocritical. Su Jie sneered twice, but he also knew why Mimigua wouldn't agree. As a highly developed capitalist country, the beautiful country is dominated by capital to a certain extent. It is one thing for the country to lose the war, but it is another thing to bear the blame. Although they were the ones who started the incident, the capitalists would rather the country pay for it than pluck out a cent of their own money. After all, the country's money does not belong to them. It is paid by taxpayers. How can they allow themselves to pay for compensation? Then if we keep grinding, the prisoners will still be in our hands anyway, so they will eventually compromise. Not necessarily. The beautiful country may consider that complying with our requirements will cause dissatisfaction among other capitals and capital outflows. Su Jie shook his head, looked out the car window, and saw the military camp in sight, and made another decision. Since Aster Pharmaceuticals is unwilling to compensate and talk about commercial behavior, then I will use commercial behavior to repay them. Play high-end business wars with them. Others have provoked me several times, but if I didn't show any signs of it, I really thought that there was nothing I could do against them. In the military camp in Mandeb area, a medal ceremony was held here. Su Jie attended the scene in person, and underneath was a soldier named Jieka Security. In this war, the total number of casualties on Jiko's security side was over 1,000. In addition to compensating the casualties, the meritorious service members must also be rewarded. Clear rewards and punishments are the right approach. Guin, a first-class super soldier at that time, killed 201 enemies. He took the lead and killed the enemy bravely in many battles such as the Battle of Hunai City and the Battle of Fingbua Mountain. Tuong, then a second-class super soldier, killed 86 enemies, was not afraid of hardships and experienced more than 10 battles. Nialuan, then a first-class super soldier, killed 340 enemies and fought bravely. He once broke into an enemy command post alone and killed an enemy general. In previous battles, he destroyed 3 armed helicopters, 8 armored vehicles, and artillery positions. In order to solemnly commend these 25 combat heroes, Jieka Group has decided to award the First-Class Combat Pioneer Medal. I hope that everyone will keep in mind their original aspiration and mission, faithfully perform their duties, and better play their role as a vanguard and model and a fighting fortress. The Jiko security soldiers whose names were called came forward one by one, and everyone held their heads high. Do a good job. Su Jie stood on the stage, personally gave each person a gold medal and encouraged them. After all the medals were awarded, Su Jie looked at the soldiers below and slowly said, "We won this war, but everyone's sacrifices were also great. I see all your efforts, therefore, for all soldiers who participated in the battle, died or were disabled, in addition to the pensions of the Jieka Group, if they have parents, our Jieka Group will take care of them until they die. If they have children, we will let them go to school and raise them to be successful. In addition, our Jieka Group will also distribute rewards for killing enemies on the battlefield immediately." In addition to medals, these soldiers are also given numerous financial and material rewards. Now that Jieka Group has money, Su Jie will not be stingy with his heroes who have worked hard for him. Long live Sir Su. Su Jie's words made the soldiers below look happy and couldn't help but shout in unison. In addition to not wanting the Jiko Group to fall, they also wanted to improve the situation of their poor families when they became soldiers. These rewards just tickled their hearts. Even if they are those who died in battle, with the promise of Jieka's security, they will no longer have to worry about future battles, and they will definitely be more fearless and unafraid of death. Seeing the excitement among the soldiers, Su Jie announced a new decision. Considering the existence of super soldiers, we will create a new force to manage super soldiers in the future. I heard that many enemies on the battlefield call our first-class super soldiers steel monsters, so our force will be called Steel. The battalion is ready, and the 1st Battalion commander is Mialuan. From now on, all first-class super soldiers will automatically join the unit. Su Jie made this decision carefully. These first-class super soldiers are the strongest special forces. Their bodies have been adapted by the symbiosis goo. The training of ordinary troops is no longer suitable for them. Unless there is a war, it would be a waste to be assigned to ordinary troops. Since other countries have separate special forces, Jiko Security must also have its own steel battalion as a benchmark. Sir, I will definitely lead the team. Nialuan, who had been ventilated in advance, also stood up and got this special position in the envious eyes of his comrades. When everything was settled, Su Jie summoned Nialuan alone. Sir. Nialuan stood upright. As a new official, he still didn't know why Su Jie was looking for him. Don't be nervous, sit down first. Su Jie smiled kindly and exchanged pleasantries with Nialuan for a while, then changed the subject after a few minutes. Nialuan, I have a task for you to do. This task is very dangerous. Sir, I am not afraid of danger. Not long after Nialuan sat down, he stood up again with a loud voice. I need you to lead a team to execute this man in the photo. Even though this man is an old man, he is the culprit who started this war. He supports several warlords. Su Jie took out a photo and pushed it in front of Miao Luan. The person in the photo was none other than the man behind Aster Pharmaceuticals and the contemporary head of the Avilson family, Jose Avilson. This is the first task I gave you after setting up the Iron Battalion. He is now in beautiful country. When he gets there, I will have someone arrange your whereabouts and retreat. All you need to do is to send him to the beautiful country within a limited time. Are you sure you can kill it? I'm sure. Miao Luan didn't even think about it. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. No matter how difficult the task was, he would not frown. Very good, let's find some teammates and set off early the day after tomorrow. Su Jie was very satisfied with Miao Luan's answer. With the special force of the Steel Battalion, he no longer had to do everything himself. End of chapter. Chapter 229 Revenge, 4th update, beautiful country New Mexico. As the state with the lowest population density in the United States, New Mexico has a population of only 2 million. It is not as densely populated as some cities, and is typically sparsely populated. At the beginning, this state was seized from Mexico and borders the territory of Mexico. Coupled with its vast area and sparsely populated environment, it was one of the areas hardest hit by the smuggling of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. In a secret underground tunnel, several plain-looking yellow men pushed aside the camouflage carpet, each carrying 2 huge iron boxes in their hands, and appeared in a small courtyard of a villa. Next to them, there were several Mexicans following. Brother Miao Luan, let's go this way, the car is ready outside. Chio Russell said cautiously. These yellow men are the boss of his boss, and the cartel personally ordered him to accompany them. It is said that they are from Southeast Asia, and they are people that the cartel bosses have to receive. Have the retreat routes been arranged? Miao Luan glanced at the surrounding environment and confirmed again. No problem, we are fully prepared. Chio Russell nodded repeatedly, and finally couldn't help but asked curiously, but, Brothers Mullen, what exactly are you going to do? Why are you so mysterious? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Miao Luan glanced over lightly, with a terrifying look full of bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Chio Russell even felt that he had seen Tai Nai, and felt as if he was suffocating on the verge of death. Who are these guys? Chio Russell felt a little scared, but he no longer dared to ask any more questions, and quickly called his companions to drive over some cars. When the iron box that Miao Luan and the others were carrying was placed on the back of the pickup truck, the car sank slightly and was full of weight. 2 days later, the car arrived at a rather secluded manor town. Everything here is like a forest park, beautiful and quiet and tidy, and looks peaceful and peaceful. Rich people in beautiful countries. Like the manor environment very much, maybe it has something to do with their cowboy culture. Although this place is remote, it is an out-and-out wealthy area. Each manor is an independent kingdom for the rich, where they can raise cattle and livestock. Horse riding, fishing and flower viewing, eating, drinking and having fun are all good places for some elderly and wealthy people to retire. In the southeast of the town, there is a large-scale manor, surrounded by green mountains and green waters, with flowers and artistic statues dotted throughout. The interior is luxurious and elegant, and the exterior is beautiful like a fairyland on earth, a paradise. When the car stopped, Miao Luan and others got out of the car one by one. After confirming the location through the map, they quickly started taking action. Everyone opened the heavy thick iron box. One iron box contained all heavy armor, and the other iron box contained large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns, Gatling, rocket launchers and other human-made destructive weapons. Under the stunned gaze of Chio Russell, Mullen and the others quickly put on their battle armors, attached ammunition belts to their machine guns, and walked towards the manor without any explanation. At the same time, within this manor, an unpleasant meeting was being held. Jose, why has the ban on Tianyuan hair growth liquid been lifted? Wouldn't our previous preparations have been in vain? The billions of dollars we invested in the warlords have all been wasted. You are fully responsible for this. Our hair growth products have almost completely disappeared from the market due to the suppression of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Uncle Jose, we have to find a way. Jose Avilson sat at the head of the long table, and those sitting on the left and right sides of the long table were all members of the Avilson family. Because of a series of wrong decisions, these tribesmen came to blame him today. I did not think carefully enough about dealing with the Jekka group and underestimated the difficulty of the Jekka group. Jose's voice was dull. Ordinary people still didn't know about the defeat of Zen Kingdom Fenghua Mountain. As a handsome national capitalist, he had his own news channels and already knew the truth of the matter. Looking around at the tribesmen who were either angry, secretly happy, or expressionless, Jose continued, "It's okay if everyone wants to blame me. I also know that some people want to sit in my position, but I will not give up Tian Yuan hair growth liquid. It is related to the interests of our entire family. I can still maintain the implementation of the established policy while sitting in this position, but if a new head of the family comes, that may not be the case." Jose, what do you mean by that? Some people immediately expressed their dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Jose said calmly, "My meaning is not obvious enough. I am afraid that someone will betray our family's interests and compromise with the Jico Group. There have been so many rumors in the family recently about compensating a sum of money to the Jico Group. Show your kindness and get the right to sell Tian Yuan hair growth liquid as an agent. That's nonsense. I think, Jose, you are really old and confused. How can the family pass such a thing? Actually, this plan is not a bad idea. Making money is the most important thing. Do we have to fight to the death? What, Jamal, I am so ashamed that you are a member of the Avilsons. The Avilson family will never compromise with a warlord." There was an immediate quarrel in the conference room. Some people were willing to compromise, while others insisted on fighting to the end. It's all a piece of loose sand. How can we grow our family with just a bunch of insects like you? Looking at this scene, Jose shook his head inside in his heart. It wasn't until everyone stopped quarreling that they had no strength left, and Jose continued to speak. Compromise is impossible. Although our Aster Pharmaceuticals failed this time, we did not lose. Sooner or later, Tian Yuan hair growth liquid will become our treasure. Although everyone didn't know where Jose got his confidence, they no longer had the energy to argue anymore and could only watch Jose perform. Jose smiled slightly in his heart, and was about to continue telling his plan to seize Tian Yuan hair growth liquid and let his tribe see his abilities. At this time, he suddenly heard some noisy sounds. It seemed that there were many people running around outside, yelling. It seems like someone is setting off cannons. What's going on? Jose's face was filled with anger. He was usually very particular about aristocratic etiquette. This kind of yelling behavior was something he would never tolerate. Just when Jose was about to find someone to investigate the situation, rows of holes the size of ocean bowls appeared on the walls of the conference room. Thick bullets penetrated the concrete wall and shot several Avilson tribesmen who were having a meeting just now in two. Blood even splashed on Jose's face. Bang, bang, bang. It was only then that the soundproof conference room was finally able to hear the sounds clearly, which were the sounds of gunshots and cannons. The expression on Jose's face was stiff, without the calmness before, and he looked outside in fear. Through the holes made by the bullets, it seemed that several monsters covered in steel armor were heading toward the conference room, killing each other step by step. Rivers of blood flowed wherever they passed. End of chapter. Chapter 230. Chief Su says hello to you. First update, in the violent explosion and flames, Niaoluan fired coldly. The violent rain of bullets hit everything, and the bodyguards in the manor were like clay sculptures and were beaten to pieces on the ground. A super soldier is holding a heavy sniper rifle and is sniping at a fixed point to kill the bodyguards who dare to resist and struggle. His extraordinary body and keen senses allow him to shoot like a god and shoot headshots with his gun. A super soldier carried a Gatling gun, the muzzle of the gun rotated wildly, and the rate of fire was thousands of rounds per minute, turning several fleeing cars into a hornet's nest. A total of 5 super soldiers ran rampant in the manor, as if they were in no one's land. The Avilson family is protected by dozens of bodyguards in the manor, and they are equipped with long and short firearms. The defense can be said to be very tight, but when encountering the killers from the Iron Battalion who fought on the battlefield, they were as fragile as children, and the combat effectiveness of the two sides was not at the same level. It's the super soldier from Jacko's security. Go to the secret room. A flash of fear appeared in Jose's eyes, and he recognized the origins of several killer stars. Only the Jico Group and Blue Star had such exaggerated non-human soldiers. The other party must be seeking revenge against him. The meeting room was in chaos. These Avilsons, who used to be graceful and considered themselves gentlemen, were running around like bereaved dogs, screaming and crying, and panic spread throughout the manor. Bang, 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 bullets don't have long eyes. Many people were beaten to pieces by the bullets while they were running. Batal Commander, the target is at the tower at 2 o'clock, 120 meters away. A super soldier holding a heavy sniper rifle saw Jose flashing past the windowsill and immediately reported the situation through the headset. Mialuan raised his head, smashed the head of a bodyguard next to him with the butt of his gun, looked at the tower, and then strode forward, his steel boots leaving deep footprints on the ground, and he charged at a very fast speed. Going up, the bodyguards blocking the way along the way were directly knocked away by Mialuan, both men and guns. Click. Mialuan grabbed the outer wall of the tower with his fingers and dug into the cement wall. Like a gecko, Mialuan went upstairs in a few seconds. At this time, Jose, who was being escorted by several bodyguards, had just arrived at the escape room when he suddenly heard the bodyguard's frightened cry. "A monster is chasing me! Fire, fire! Shoot him in the eyes and knuckles!" The voices of several bodyguards were short and urgent, but they all disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the outside of the secret room became silent. Jose understood that those bodyguards must be in danger. Fortunately, he acted quickly. The secret room was made very strong and could not be opened by bullets. Outside the secret room, Mialuan took off the anti-tank rocket launcher and fired it directly at the thick secret room in front. The rocket launcher used to deal with tanks directly destroyed the seal of the secret room. Jose was shocked to the core in the secret room. Before he could react, he saw the door of the secret room being kicked open, and a steel monster covered in heavy armor appeared in front of him. "Hosea Vilson, Chief Su asked me to say hello to you." Mialuan aimed at Jose indifferently. "No, we can." Jose was horrified and wanted to say something, but Mialuan didn't listen to his nonsense and directly pulled the trigger. The bullet directly made a huge bloody hole in Jose's chest, and the internal organs inside were sprayed against the wall behind under the impact. The head of the Avilson family, the man behind Aster Pharmaceuticals, died in the secret room carrying the 14.5mm machine gun on his back. Mialuan took out his camera, took a few photos of the corpses on the ground, confirmed the results, and then turned around and left. Outside, the only bodyguards had been beaten to the point of fear by several killer stars, and they all fled. Mialuan and the others did not stay any longer. After completing their set goal, they immediately left the manor and got into a car waiting outside. Beep! Beep, the piercing siren sounded, and the fierce gun battle here had already alerted the police. The accident was still at the Avilson family estate. A large number of U.S. police officers rushed out to chase the car in which Mialuan and others were riding. There are helicopters following closely in the sky. They are the helicopters of the TV station. They are faster than the police and are live broadcasting the chase between police and robbers below. Viewers, this is CNN TV. We are now on Flynn Avenue. A group of brutal gangsters bloodbathed a certain manor 10 minutes ago and are now absconding in fear of crime. You can see that our police are chasing them. Dragnet, they only have full my car. The beautiful blonde female reporter who was giving a live broadcast on the helicopter screamed just because among the escaping cars, one of the gangsters picked up a rocket launcher and pointed it at the pursuing police cars. With a flash of fire, the rockets roared out and several police cars chasing in front braked suddenly and rolled violently after losing control. Oh Mag, these gangsters actually used rockets. They actually wanted to blow up the police car. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. This is definitely the craziest gangster of the year, and I'm reporter Melissa Ordway, calling us now. Let's give them a close-up, zoom in. Oh my god, what are these people wearing? Are they the mechas in the game? This group of gangsters are actually cosplay enthusiasts. Could it be that they confused games and reality, and in order to find excitement in reality, they embarked on the road of crime? The female reporter was excited, and the TV station's ratings were also rising steadily. This kind of hot news is definitely not to be missed. The female reporter was desperate to become famous, but the helicopter pilot was frightened and quickly raised the altitude for fear of harming Chiyu. The madness of the super soldiers also frightened the pursuing police. The pursuit distance slowed down significantly, and they quickly looked for support. In the end, not only the police, but also the state government urgently mobilized the National Guard to participate in the roundup, because this group of gangsters was obviously not ordinary robbers, and the light firepower of the police was not enough to deliver food to them. The National Guard is actually the militia of the beautiful country. It has tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, missiles, fighter planes, and other equipment. It has abundant heavy firepower and cannot be fought by a few super soldiers. Keo Russell stepped on the accelerator, swallowing nervously as he looked at the police cars following far behind and the super soldiers such as Mialuan who were raining bullets to block the attack. If he had known that Mialuan and the others would make such a big fuss, Kyle Russell might not have dared to bring them over, but now that the road is dark, Kyle Russell just hopes to escape successfully and not be caught by the police. After a few minutes. Call, suddenly there was a roar in the sky, and an armed helicopter arrived. The underground tunnel has arrived. Kyle Russell yelled, slamming on the brakes, and the car stopped on a gentle slope. Everyone in the car quickly got out of the car, opened the manhole cover that blocked the underground tunnel, got in one by one, and disappeared from sight. When heavy fire support arrived, everyone had already fled. End of chapter. Chapter 231 Follow-up, second update. CIA headquarters. Judith looked at the news with a livid face. The attack on Avilson Manor this morning had spread throughout the beautiful country. The entire manor was massacred, with more than 70 people killed and injured. The head of the Avilson family, Jose Avilson, was also found dead in the secret room. Others may not know who did it and think it was some vicious gangster, but Judith knew very well that the attacker must have been ordered by Su Jie, because only Jico Group has that kind of inhuman steel warrior. Considering the grievances between Jico Group and Aster Pharmaceuticals, it is not surprising that Su Jie would do this, but it is really unexpected that the other party dares to put his idea into practice. It's getting more and more arrogant. Judith clenched his fists. Even if Jose died, the Avilson family would still find someone else to inherit the family, but this behavior of Jico Group not only warned Aster Pharmaceuticals, but also slapped the beautiful country in the face. Boss. There was a knock on the office door, and a man walked in. It was Moritz, the CIA's senior special agent who had returned from Zen to report on his work. How is the investigation going? A total of 5 super soldiers launched an attack at 8:45 this morning, carrying anti-aircraft machine guns, Gatling, heavy sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and other weapons. After killing Mr. Jose, they escaped through an underground tunnel and blew up halfway. We entered the underground tunnel, but no one was found. We suspect that the other party is crossing the border from Mexico. Next, we will increase the secret investigation from Mexico and increase the monitoring of Tijuana to see if we can find any clues. Br Moritz gave a straight answer and told the story exactly. The Bureau has made the decision to establish a Special Affairs Bureau specifically to deal with the Jico Group. Congress will allocate funds, and you will be the person in charge. Judith nodded and gave Moritz a new task. What level of bureau is it? Moritz asked. It's about how much money he can get and how much power he can mobilize. A level, you start preparing from today. I need you to keep an eye on Jico Group. Judith's words made Moritz's eyelids twitch slightly. The upper S level corresponds to the big countries, and the A level is already taken very seriously. The former Al-Qaeda organization was just an A level. I will do my best. When Moritz received the appointment letter, there was not much joy of promotion on his face, only caution, because he knew that when dealing with an extremely dangerous criminal organization like the Jack Group, the leader of the other party was still a lunatic with no scruples. If he wasn't careful, his head would move. What about this attack? Have all the prisoners been released? Just this morning, the Jico Group released the last group of people. Hearing this, Judith felt very aggrieved. The other party knew that the attack would make the beautiful country unhappy, so they deliberately released the prisoners to make up for it, and slapped them so that the beautiful country could not break up now. Congress is preparing to impose trade sanctions on Jico Group. As for other matters, now that the domestic election has reached a critical moment, it is not appropriate to create extraneous matters and can only leave them for later. Shaking his head, Judith was still angry, but it was really hard to take action against the Jico Group now. The disastrous defeat not long ago is still vivid in our minds. If there is another defeat and the approval rating of the person in the White House drops, he will be the first to be attacked. Then I'll go down and prepare first. Moritz didn't like talking about these high-level political games and immediately turned around and left. Mr. Su, the 5 Miaoluan people have already arranged to board the boat. They will take the fishing boat to Lizzie Kingdom and then transfer back. Su Jie received a call from the cartel in Mandeb City, Zen Kingdom. Good job this time, cartel. This is what you should do for Mr. Su. The cartel on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to speak. He already knew the true strength of his boss, that was the man behind the Jeka Group who dared to fight against the beautiful country, and he didn't dare to have any small thoughts at all. Su Jie chatted with the cartel for a few more words and told him to continue the promising business of smuggling Tianyuan hair growth liquid before hanging up the phone. Why do you seem unhappy? Is it because of the sanctions statement issued by the beautiful country just now? Lu Yingying held Su Jie's arm. Not long ago, my Liguo issued a statement. Recently, our country has discovered that a group of extremist organizations is entrenched in the eastern Qin state of Zhen. In order to prevent the organization from growing and maintaining world peace and security, we and our allies have announced the imposition of sanctions on the region and will propose to the United Nations to ban any forces transport arms, steel, food, and energy to the region. This statement is obviously the beautiful country's revenge for the Jiko Group's attack on the Avilson family. There is nothing to be happy about. Killing a Jose will not shake the foundation of Aster Pharmaceuticals. The other party will choose someone from the family to take charge. It is just our own anger. Su Jie stroked Lu Yingying's black hair and said calmly, and after this, those capitalists must be more wary of us. If we impose sanctions and embargoes now, we will face many difficulties in the future. So now is not the time to take it lightly. Our strength is still very weak, and Jeka Group must continue to cultivate its internal strength. While the beautiful country has no time to take care of other things, we should seize the time to develop ourselves, continue to purchase arms and weapons from the outside world, expand insect breeding, and digest the newly occupied territory to become our basic base. In addition to these, you purchase more grain storage through international channels and also encourage farmers here to carry out agriculture on their own. All living and energy resources, including coal, steel, machinery and equipment, etc., must be imported and stored in batches. Not everyone listens to beautiful countries when they impose sanctions. We pay higher prices. There are always countries that like to make money. At the same time, you have to be careful about your surroundings. The beautiful country may not end up personally in the future, but the other party will definitely support other warlords and government forces to deal with us, or they may take advantage of the shortage of supplies to incite public opinion in our territory and engage in color revolutions. Su Jie told Lu Yingying that now is no different than before. The Jeka Group manages nearly 3 million people under its name. They have to worry about eating, drinking, sleeping, etc. Especially when there are external threats, they need to make more preparations and take precautions. Fortunately, Zhen is a tropical country with a good ecological environment and abundant grain output. It is the 5th rice exporter in the world. Rice is harvested twice a year and 3 times a year. No matter how harsh the trade blockade is, the basics can be guaranteed. Don't worry about eating. Are you leaving again? As soon as Lu Yingying heard this, she knew that Su Jie was leaving, and her eyes were full of reluctance. I'll be away for a while, but I'll come back often. Su Jie smiled and flicked Lu Yingying's forehead. The battle situation at Guiling Palace in Tianyuan World had changed, and Su Jie could no longer stay with Blue Star for a long time thinking about it. Su Jie took out a white necklace from his arms and put it on Lu Yingying's neck. This necklace is given to you. You are not allowed to take it off at any time. The necklace is a low-grade high-level magic weapon with the ability of independent protection. Even if Lu Yingying has no spiritual power, it can protect her safety just in case. Although my Miguo is unlikely to attack Lu Yingying, after all, in the eyes of outsiders, the real core of Jeka Group is Su Jie, and others are irrelevant. If he attacks rashly, Su Jie will be angered, but he is afraid of everything. With this necklace and the 2 protective magic bracelets Su Jie gave Lu Yingying in the past, she can still save her life even in the face of a rocket explosion. I like it very much. Lu Yingying leaned over and offered a passionate kiss. She didn't understand the true function of the necklace, but she could feel Su Jie's thoughts. Next, naturally, there was another night of love, and endless love in the brocade tent. End of chapter. Chapter 232 Middle Grade 5th Refinement Goo Insect, 3rd update. A week later, Fumen Breeding Farm, an underground goo breeding base. Fighting, screaming, blood, and insect buzzing continue here. When everything returned to calm, the 1,000-handed centipede's huge body, tens of meters long, gave birth to layers of cocoons, wrapping the whole body and entering the process of transformation. Su Jie sat cross-legged in front of the 1,000-hand centipede. The low-grade goo accumulated in the base was once again devoured by the 1,000-hand centipede. It finally entered the fifth spiritual training that Su Jia had been thinking about. I in the dim underground goo worm base, the huge cocoon seemed to be breathing, and it seemed to be a beating heart, expanding together. The cocoon gradually becomes larger as it expands, providing more energy for the goo worms breeding inside. As time goes by, the cocoon gradually changes, becoming a lush green area, like dark green moss, and like hyphae, spreading around the cocoon. The concrete on the ground is covered with mycelium, and the solid ground has been corroded into powder, exuding a damp smell. The surface of the cocoon is also covered with emerald green lines, which is simple and mysterious, full of vitality and vitality. The entire underground goo worm base is still changing, with mycelium covering 100 meters away, turning the place into an endless green world. Su Jia looked at the furry hyphae clinging to his body. The hyphae blended with Su Jia's skin, with an ultimate desire to take root. They wanted to parasitize in Su Jia's flesh and blood, and seemed to be devouring Su Jia. Jay's vitality inspired by spiritual energy, Su Jia shook open the hyphae that were trying to grow. There was no fear in his heart, only joy. The greater the change in the thousand-hand centipede, the stronger the ability gained during this evolution. Su Jia was naturally delighted. A few days passed, and the expanded cocoon finally stopped growing and sat quietly in the base, entering the final tranquility before transformation. Another 3 days passed, and the quiet cocoon finally changed again. Cracks spread from the top of the cocoon. At the cracks, a powerful tide of energy surged, and the surrounding area became darker. Some ordinary goo insects in the underground base remained silent, as if a being that all living beings feared was breaking out of the cocoon. Under Su Jia's expectant gaze, a towering and terrifying figure emerged from the cocoon, and the evolved thousand-handed centipede appeared in front of Su Jia. The pale corpse hands became thicker and more prominent, with as many as 600 or 700 in number, and the overall shape became larger. The sharp chewing mouthparts, and the two eyes turned dark red, exuding an evil and dangerous light. Compared with the past, the thousand-armed centipede's body has undergone tremendous changes. In addition to growing to a length of 80 meters during the metamorphosis of the fifth spiritual refinement, layers of dark green scales appeared on the thousand-handed centipede's body. The scales are extremely hard. When they rub against the boulders on the ground, they directly crush the boulders without even a scratch on the scales. This time, the thousand-handed centipede is a genuine middle-grade fifth refined goo insect, a powerful and terrifying existence. Zitzi, thousand-handed centipede happily threw itself in front of Su Jia with the joy of rebirth, and its huge head hit Su Jia and staggered him. Boom! The thousand-handed centipede's huge body weighs unknown. When it runs, it shakes the earth and the mountains, and even the formation cannot truly isolate it. Earthquake. Take people to evacuate quickly, there's an earthquake here. Turn off the power switch first and notify the company. On the ground, a violent vibration caused the employees of Fuman Farm to panic, thinking that there was an earthquake, and they were in chaos. Don't stop, stop, I know you are happy, but don't tear down your home for me. Su Jia patted the thousand-handed centipede's head to calm it down. His little possessions were really not enough for it to dismantle. The thousand-handed centipede swung its tentacles, placed Su Jia on his head, and then eagerly showed off his newly acquired abilities. But I saw the thousand-handed centipede opening its ferocious mouthparts and spraying out. A cloud of black smoke spewed out, instantly covering a large area ahead. This black mist carries a curse effect and passes by extremely fast. Everything it comes into contact with is accelerating aging, decay, and dissipation. The reinforced concrete floor quickly decayed and cracked, as if it had been weathered for thousands of years. Some goo insects directly decayed and turned into dry insect shells. Their flesh and blood were like snow melting in spring, withering directly and then dissipating in the wind. Faced with the thousand-handed centipede's raging curse, the entire underground goo insect base was in chaos. The goo insects wanted to escape in fear. These goo insects who had not yet been promoted to the lower level, as long as they come into contact with a little bit of the black mist of death, the curse would be it will spread throughout the body, and then it will age and decay to nothing but dust within a few seconds. Its own spiritual power will also be annihilated immediately, making it impossible to compete with this powerful death and aging curse. After the black mist enveloped the place, the ground turned gray and white, like a lifeless dead place without any vitality or vitality. On the contrary, there are countless green mycelium floating on the surface of the thousand-hand centipede, and those hyphae are absorbing the life force swallowed by the curse to heal the body. This is the new ability that thousand-handed centipede has mastered after being promoted to 5 spiritual refinements, the death curse cloud. A terrifying curse that makes all things age and wither. With the thousand-handed centipede's current ability, as long as it is sprayed by such a cloud of death and decay, it is almost difficult for those who are under the secret realm to survive, and this is not all the new abilities of the Thousand-Hand Centipede, because after swallowing the fruit of the Heavenly Goo Treasure Tree. Before, this time through spiritual training, the Thousand-Hand Centipede can master 2 abilities at once. After casting the Death Curse Cloud, the Thousand-Handed Centipede's whole body lit up with fluorescence, and its dark green scales revealed extremely mysterious textures, which were natural and simple. Like the great principal, Boom, Su Jie used purple light rays, and 2 high-temperature rays shot from Su Jie's eyes onto the surface of the Thousand-Handed Centipede, but they did not penetrate the dark green scales, leaving only some extra burnt black on the surface. This is the second newly acquired ability of the Thousand-Hand Centipede, the defensive scale armor. Its resistance to various injuries has now been raised to a whole new level. This ability may not seem as impressive as the Death Curse Cloud, but defense is also an indispensable part of the Thousand-Handed Centipede. It has a powerful body, coupled with the ultimate scale defense, as well as the self-healing and splitting capabilities that the Thousand-Handed Centipede originally possesses. Today's Thousand-Hand Centipede is like the final boss in the game. It has high attack, high defense, thick health, strong recovery, and many methods. It is simply invincible. At this stage of Thousand-Hand Centipede, Su Jie believed that ordinary high-grade goo insects would probably have to flee when faced with Thousand-Hand Centipede. Even if it is placed in the dangerous Insect Valley, the Thousand-Handed Centipede can still run rampant, and there will not be too many goo insects that can threaten it. After all, goo insects that have been spiritually refined for 5 times are really very rare. End of chapter. Chapter 233, the 9th level of Yunling Realm, 4th update. In addition to the newly acquired abilities of Thousand-Handed Centipede during this spiritual training, all previous abilities have also been greatly improved. Like purple rays, the Thousand-Handed Centipede now bursts out at once, and can shoot hundreds of them at the same time, so densely packed that it is difficult for the opponent to dodge. Feeling the changes in Thousand-Hand Centipede, Su Jie was very excited. If the Thousand-Handed Centipede had mastered the Death Curse Cloud when facing Du Xiaoshan, the true form of Yu Yang, the battle might not have been so difficult. Zitzi, after the Thousand-Handed Centipede demonstrated its abilities, it automatically shrank in size, flew to Su Jie's chest and coiled up, feeding back the evolved powerful energy, blood, and spiritual power to Su Jie. Su Jie sat cross-legged on the ground, and the meridians in his body were like a riverbed washed by a mountain torrent, constantly widening under the constant flow of spiritual power. In addition to relying on the Thousand-Hand Centipede's feedback, Su Jie also took out a bunch of spiritual stones and bone trees to create an environment rich in spiritual power for himself. Boom! The sound of qi and blood in Su Jie's body spread to the outside world, like thousands of rivers rushing, and the spiritual power could not be suppressed and escaped from the pores around his body, forming a colorful cloud of spiritual power covering. The time passes bit by bit, and Su Jie is constantly adapting to the changes in his body. The spiritual energy from the spiritual stone and the bone tree was absorbed by Su Jie, plus the energy fed back from the Thousand-Handed Centipede. Finally, all the spiritual energy gathered at the Mingtang point and turned into a mighty river. The river is boundless, running through every meridian and blood vessel in the body, as if every cell is trembling, roaring and sweeping through the limbs and bones. All of a sudden, Su Jie's mind was clear, the spiritual power in the body was compressed again, and the cultivation level reached a higher level, breaking through to the 9th level of Yunling Realm. At the same time, because of the breakthrough in cultivation, Su Jie's soul also benefited greatly. In the out-of-body soul, a pair of ears slowly took shape. As soon as the soul moved slightly, various sounds came into the ears, including the crawling sounds of insects and the flapping wings of flies, including sounds that humans can hear, as well as infrasound waves, ultrasonic waves, and various complex environments that humans cannot hear. Noise. Su Jie heard on the ground that a large number of factories were undergoing maintenance due to the earthquake caused by Thousand-Hand Centipede. I also heard a lot of whispers. Some employees were gossiping about other people's love histories. Some employees were watching TV dramas during work. Some employees were watching, is there any way to get into the laboratory in the middle? No, only Mr. Su can enter that place. Go figure it out. Su Jie heard such a conversation. 2 employees who were bribed by the CIA were discussing stealing secrets. These 2 employees did not know that Su Jie was listening, nor did they know the secrets in the laboratory. Anyone who entered the underground goo worm breeding base did not get out alive. Su Jie sneered. Instead of rushing to solve the problem, he would wait until later to catch the big fish in the long run and see if he could follow the clues and find the real important person behind. The years of the soul are like the years of the wind. Su Jie murmured to himself that this ability would be extremely beneficial if used to eavesdrop on information. Unfortunately, Su Jie didn't have that much time, nor the need to go and eavesdrop on the information himself. To deal with these ordinary people, insect control and wildlaw reconnaissance can provide enough information and convenience. I wonder what kind of power the soul I will have after it comes out, clairvoyance. Nowadays, Su Jie's soul has basically taken shape, with human hands and feet, and all the facial features are basically clear, except for the last pair of eyes. Once the eyes are completed, Su Jie's soul will be able to transform into a soul. With his soul returning to his body, Su Jie's physical body slowly opened his eyes. My body has become stronger again. Su Jie immediately noticed that the skin on his body was very dirty, leaving a layer of stains on it, like black mud stained on it. With a gentle swipe of your hand, you can see the jade-like skin underneath. When the spiritual power is activated, the skin shines brightly and is more dazzling than diamonds. It is like a flawless glass body that is difficult to look at directly. Su Jie took out an AK rifle from his storage bag, pointed it at his palm and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of bullets hit it and bounced away, not to mention bleeding the palm and not even breaking the skin. When Su Jie saw this situation, he took out an anti-material sniper rifle from his storage bag and conducted the experiment again. This time, Su Jie felt pain in his palm. There was a little red mark on his palm, but it still couldn't really penetrate Su Jie's skin. Obviously, Su Jie also inherited the defensive ability of the thousand-handed centipede. Now this kind of firearm-like weapon no longer poses the slightest threat to Su Jie. To truly threaten Su Jie's life, it must be at least a cannon-level weapon. In the eyes of ordinary people, the skin on the body that cannot even be penetrated by heavy sniper rifles is no different from that of monsters. This is just Su Jie inheriting the weakened defense power of the thousand-hand centipede. If it were the thousand-hand centipede itself, its defense power would be even more terrifying. Death and decline. Curse cloud. Su Jie looked at the sniper rifle in his hand and suddenly pointed his finger. A black light flashed at his fingertips, covering the sniper rifle visible to the naked eye. The sniper rifle was covered with rust, and the rust kept flying and falling. Finally, the entire sniper rifle turned into rust and was blown away by the wind. Su Jie moved his fingers, and the black light followed suit. It was like a death laser passing across the ground, and a death dividing line appeared on the ground. The land in the middle of the dividing line took on a lifeless color, and all the goo insects that were crossed died out. The death curse cloud, which also inherited the weakening effect of thousand-hand centipede, is very effective when used. Standing up from the ground, Su Jie stroked the thousand-handed centipede wrapped around his arm with a smile on his face. With his current strength at the 9th level of the Yunling realm, he is about to transform into the soul of the Yuanshan, the middle-grade 5th level thousand-handed centipede. If an ordinary Yunling realm monk fights with Su Jie, even if he is at the 10th level of the Yunling realm, he will not be able to fight against Su Jie. The result of being beaten and killed instantly. Only monks like Du Shaoshang, who possess divine bodies and holy bodies, are saints and goddesses of certain sects, are trained by sects and have high hopes, and are also at the top of Yunling realm, can compete with Su Jie. Su Jie even felt that he could challenge some of the secret realm monks who had just broken through. The thousand-hand centipede gave him a lot of confidence. No, you can't be too arrogant. If you don't have anything to do, go play some leapfrog challenge. The idea of seeking death just circulated in his mind, and was immediately thrown out of Su Jie's head. Why should a good person seek death? Isn't it nice to bully a young monk who was in the Yunling realm? Why would he challenge the Vault realm when he had nothing to do? Even if he could really beat the Vault realm monks, both sides would lose. Su Jie likes to bully the weak, but he doesn't like to be bullied by others. Thinking of all these things, Su Jie cleaned up the underground goo worm breeding base and added a new batch of goo worms. Then he took out the ancient mirror, stepped into it, and headed to Tianyuan World. End of chapter. Chapter 234. Return to Tianyuan World. First update, Tianyuan World, Ghost Ridge Palace. Su Jie pushed open the door from the practice room, took a deep breath, and felt the spiritual energy entering his belly that Blue Star did not have. Congratulations to the young master for coming out of seclusion. When a servant saw Su Jie, he immediately knelt down to say hello. Go and prepare some food for me, and also inform a few of my friends to come over for a party. Su Jie stretched and asked people to prepare to greet his friends. After moving for a while, Su Jie walked to the garden in the backyard of the mansion and saw a girl leisurely basking in the sun. There was a little maid beside her who was reading a book with her. This person is none other than Xianin Body Ning Xinyue. You girl, you really know how to enjoy it. Su Jie stepped forward and reached out to pinch Ning Xinyue's nose. Wu, who is it? Ning Xinyue, who couldn't breathe, opened her eyes with a fierce expression, but after seeing that the person coming was Su Jie, his expression couldn't help but change. Why are you here? Ning Xinyue made Su Jie laugh as soon as she opened her mouth. This is my home. If you ask me why I'm here, it's me who should ask this question. Why did you come to my house? Su Jie pinched Ning Xinyue's cheek, then looked at the maid beside him, and asked, Does this guy take advantage of my seclusion and often come to our house to eat and drink? Why do you speak so harshly? What do you mean by eating and drinking? I'm clearly here to visit you. Do you understand me? Ning Xinyue puffed out her cheeks, like an angry and cute pufferfish. The maid who was asked was very embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. Okay, stop talking, I know she comes often. Su Jie waved his hand. Looking at Ning Xinyue's comfortable look, he knew that it wasn't just once or twice that she came to enjoy herself at her family's mansion. Based on the relationship between Ning Xinyue and Su Jie, the servants all knew that the two were close and would not dare to interfere too much. What can I do to allow you, the inner disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace, to allocate residences? Those cave dwellings are not good for living and food. You don't want to see a lovely, beautiful, and smart friend like me suffer, right? Ning Xinyue deliberately showed a wronged expression and said it very sadly. It's not that she can't endure hardships. When she and Su Jie were running around in the woods, they would never sleep in the open air. But now that she was in the sect and had better conditions, she naturally didn't want to wrong herself. Sorry, I really don't care. Su Jie answered without hesitation, leaving Ning Xinyue speechless for a while. I still treat you as a friend. This is how you treat your friends. Being my friend requires extra money. I have no money. Ning Xinyue rolled her eyes and just leaned on the chair, as if I won't leave and there's nothing you can do about me. Xiao Qian, come out and play games together. Ning Xinyue's move was fine against other people, but she was overthinking it against Su Jie. Su Jie knew very well what this girl was most afraid of. As soon as he finished speaking, a thousand-handed centipede came out of Su Jie's sleeve and robe, and was about to pounce on Ning Xinyue. Ning Xinyue's pretty face turned pale and she jumped up as if she were flying. Although she has been in contact with the thousand-armed centipede many times, she is still afraid of its appearance. Especially since I haven't seen him for a while, I feel that thousand-handed centipede is more ferocious than before. Su Jie smiled and lay down on the chair, occupying Ning Xinyue's seat, making Ning Xinyue's teeth itchy with anger. Can you have some moral integrity and keep scaring me with bugs? Please, I am a demon cultivator, you are not joking when you tell me this. Ning Xinyue was right when she thought about it. She had nowhere to vent her anger. You haven't been on a mission in the past few months? Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue. This girl seemed too leisurely. I'm only at the 3rd level of Yunling realm, who would let me go on a mission? A hint of cunning flashed in Ning Xinyue's eyes. She had always pretended to be a talented girl who had just started. Unless she was willing, the sect did not want to throw such a genius into the battlefield and waste their own war in vain. Potential. You are a ghost. Su Jie also wanted to understand. No wonder this little girl was so leisurely. When others were participating in the sect war and fighting to death, she came to Su Jie's residence to enjoy her leisure time, but strictly speaking, this girl is not a demon cultivator. She really has no obligation to serve the Ghost Ridge Palace. That's right, this girl is the smartest. Ning Xinyue raised her chin proudly, then looked at Su Jie again, poked Su Jie's arm with her jade finger, and asked curiously, Has your strength improved again? And your centipede seems to have also transformed. Is it over? The electric light on Su Jie's body flashed, and the purple sky thunder was activated. The thick thunder instantly illuminated the surrounding area in white. Ning Xinyue subconsciously had a stress reaction. The frost in her body was like a cold moon, and the frost and mist froze the void, blocking the thunder. What are you doing, scaring me? Ning Xinyue patted her chest, startled by Su Jie's actions. I have been in seclusion for so long, and I have to gain something before I can get out. Su Jie stroked the thousand-handed centipede lying in his arms, and his eyes wandered over Ning Xinyue. But your strength has not fallen behind. Through the test just now, Su Jie could clearly feel that Ning Xinyue's cultivation level had increased a lot compared to the last time they met, and she was almost reaching the top level of Yunling realm. It seems that after repairing the defects of Xuanin's body, her strength is improving by leaps and bounds every day, and the qualifications of the divine body can be truly reflected. I will be promoted to the secret realm soon, and you will be left behind by me then. Ning Xinyue said, thinking that she would surpass Su Jie in cultivation in the future and take revenge on him for bullying her, making Su Jie cry and beg for mercy, and she couldn't help but feel silly and happy. Do you want to defeat me in strength and then make me confess everything I have done? Su Jie narrowed his eyes. These words brought Ning Xinyue back to her senses immediately. I didn't think so, you just made it up in your own head. Ning Xinyue waved her hands repeatedly. Although she was denying it, the expression on her face was so understandable. The little girl's movie is quite beautiful. Su Jie pretended to be angry and got up to catch Ning Xinyue. Ning Xinyue quickly backed away and shouted, "Stupid Su Jie, you are bullying me now with your strength. When I reach the secret realm, I will let you know how powerful this girl is." Su Jie pouted, "Shao Qian, go bite her." When Ning Xinyue saw the thousand-handed centipede with its teeth and claws, she didn't dare to continue to be harsh. No. I'm joking with you. Su Jie stepped forward and hit Ning Xinyue's smooth forehead. It hurts. Ning Xinyue burst into tears and secretly swore in her heart that in 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi, she would never bully a young girl into poverty. In the future, she would make Su Jie taste her own suffering. End of chapter. Chapter 235 Qi Shi Jian, second update. Su Jie didn't let Ning Xinyue leave after all, and even gave him a sumptuous lunch. As Su Jie returned, the news of his release also spread through word of mouth, and soon many people in the entire sect knew about it. "Sir, there are many people visiting outside the door." A servant came over to ask for instructions and informed Su Jie of the situation. "Visit me for what?" Su Jie was puzzled because he didn't have many friends in the sect. After thinking about it, Su Jie walked out. At the door of the mansion, Su Jie saw many extraordinary people gathered here. Some were managers of certain mines and medicine gardens, some were stewards responsible for distributing rewards to disciples, and some were related to some elders. They are all prominent figures in Ghost Ridge Palace, and their power is only under the elders. Fellow Daiwa Su, congratulations on your release. We have a lot of new spiritual plants produced in Panan Valley. I thought you might be able to use them. I'll give you some to try out the effects. A wealthy middle-aged man cupped his hands with a warm smile on his face. Manager Ji is so polite. Su Jie had some impression of the man in front of him. He was responsible for planting a certain elixir valley in Guiling Palace. Although he was not in the secret realm, his brother was in the secret realm, otherwise he would not be able to get such a lucrative position. Fellow Daiwa Su, this is the spirit wine we brew in Baiyuan Garden. I give it to you to try. Fellow Daiwa Su, my master will give you 10 slaves and 10 caddies of Bodhi iron. Fellow Daiwa Su, my little girl is 20 years old and is ready to be married. A group of people enthusiastically gathered around him, flattering him and giving him gifts. Thank you for your love, but I really don't understand why you gave me so many things. Can you tell me why? Su Jie was confused. He didn't understand what these people were so enthusiastic about. They were giving gifts and marrying their daughters. How could he become so popular? There are rumors that fellow Daiwa Su has gained a lot from this retreat and will soon be able to break through to the secret realm. Someone spoke up and told the reason. Su Jie suddenly realized that these people had heard the rumors that had changed and were rushing to curry favor with him, hoping to sell him well before he could break through the secret realm. Who passed this on? I am only at the 9th level of Yunling realm now, and I am still far away from breaking through. Please take your gifts back. Su Jie shook his head. There was no need to take advantage of this. The rumors are indeed true. Fellow Daiwa Su has already reached the 9th level of the Yunling realm in less than half a year after being promoted to an inner disciple. I think he will be able to break through to the secret realm in less than a year. Fellow Daoist Su must accept these gifts as congratulations in advance for the addition of an elder to our sect. I also have a distant niece who is gentle and virtuous. She is definitely a good match. My daughter is beautiful and fragrant, so she is more suitable. Don't come, my Wanner unexpectedly. When Su Jie said this, the eyes of the dignitaries at the door lit up and they became even more enthusiastic than before. These people had gone through Su Jie's growth stage of strength and were sure that Su Jie would be promoted to the secret realm sooner or later, and they had to come here to curry favor. Su Jie looked helpless. Seeing these enthusiastic crowds, he couldn't drive them away. He could only be forced to accept these gifts and forget about marriage and the like. When everyone was sent away, Su Jie's forehead was sweating, and he was more tired than after a big battle. Su Jie, there are so many people who want to marry their daughters to you, why aren't you willing? Ning Xinyue had been peeking behind the door. When she saw everyone was gone, she jumped out immediately. I don't want to be tied to my in-laws. Su Jie put the gifts into the storage bag, looked back at Ning Xinyue, and said, It's almost time for you to go back. Someone is here again, I'll go in first. Ning Xinyue found an excuse to hide back, and the person disappeared. This girl. Su Jie turned around, and a man in plain white clothes came over. This person has a delicate and handsome face, eyebrows like snow, eyes like stars, and a warm smile, like a spring breeze blowing on his face. Seeing this person, Su Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. This person is not the powerful person before, he is a genuine disciple, and he is also a recognized master among the disciples. In Guiling Palace, there are 3 disciples at the 10th level of Yunling realm who are recognized as the strongest. The 3 of them were Xiao Fengyuan, Qi Shijian, and Luo Jian. Su Jie had only dealt with Xiao Fengyuan. The person in front of him was Qi Shijian, one of the 3 people. Fellow Daoist Su, I have admired your name for a long time. Qi Shijian smiled before he said a word. His temperament of tranquility and spiritual brilliance made people want to get close to him. It gave him a sense of intimacy. I don't dare to talk about famous names in front of fellow Taoist Qi. Su Jie bowed his hand. This person was considered a veteran among the disciples, and a newcomer like Su Jie was a bit less famous. Fellow Daoist Su, you are too modest for what you say. The battle to kill Du Shaoxiang greatly inspired countless disciples in the sect. No one in the entire sect knows your name. I wonder what senior brother Qi's purpose is for coming here this time. Su Jie didn't exchange too many greetings. He had never interacted with this person before, so it felt a bit strange to suddenly come to him. That's it. During the confrontation with the righteous disciples, I accidentally discovered a diamond tribulation jade mine, but there were many blue sea red scorpions there. I am not strong enough to do it alone. If I inform the sect, the rewards will be limited, so I want to find someone to work with us to capture the output of this diamond tribulation jade mine. I estimate that we can produce hundreds of pieces of jade. We can collect it in a week and split it 50-50. Qi Shijian expressed his intention and said it very sincerely. The Vajra tribulation jade ore is a very precious mineral material, which is mostly used to make mid-grade magic weapons. A piece of Vajra tribulation jade can be sold for thousands of blood marrow crystals. If things are true as Qi Shijian said, those hundreds of pieces of diamond tribulation jade are worth an astonishing 100,000 blood marrow crystals, half of which is half for one person, which is also an astonishing wealth of 50,000 blood marrow crystals. Is this true? Su Jie was surprised that there was such a good thing. It's absolutely true, this is a piece I mined before. As Qi Shijian spoke, he also took out a piece of diamond tribulation jade. The surface of the pure and flawless jade was as smooth as a mirror, and reflected bright light in the sunlight. Su Jie nodded heavily and said, In that case, what are you waiting for? Fellow Daoist Qi, just go find someone else. Young Daoist Su are not willing to cooperate? The expression on Qi Shijian's face was obviously very surprised by Su Jie's answer. Yeah, I'm not interested in this. Su Jie said without thinking about the pie in the sky thing. Su Jie felt that he was not so lucky. Okay then, I'll find someone else to cooperate. Qi Shijian seemed a little regretful, but he didn't try to persuade him again. But after turning around and walking away, Qi Shijian's expression suddenly darkened. Su Jie watched Qi Shijian go away and murmured to himself, with the character of a demon cultivator, if someone discovers such a diamond mine and would kindly find someone to share the accounts, there is something wrong with it. This was also the reason why Su Jie was unwilling to go. Although it was unclear what Qi Shijian was planning, Su Jie would not take the risk anyway. End of chapter. Chapter 236 Trader, third update. Su Jie stayed in Guiling Palace for a few days, mainly hanging out with a few of his friends, Chen Yun, Wu Bin, Ning Xinyue and others. He originally planned to rest for 2 days and then go out to participate in the sect war. Unexpectedly, a piece of bad news reached the sect first. What? Luo Jian is dead. In the mansion, Wu Bin from the command hall ran over and told Su Jie about this important news. Luo Jian is recognized as one of the 3 strongest masters among the disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. He is as famous as Xiao Fengyuan and Qi Shijian. To the outside world, he is a monk of Du Shaochang's level. When he suddenly heard the news of his death, even Su Jie was shocked. Be surprised. Now the whole Ghost Ridge Palace has spread that Luo Jian died in the war, and was betrayed and killed. It is said that the betrayer was another one of the 3 masters, Qi Shijian. When Wu Bin said this, his tone was full of shock. The impact of this news was really huge. The 3 masters betrayed one and killed the other. This sounds too magical. Qi Shijian. Su Jie immediately thought of the scene when Qi Shijian came to see him a few days ago. He was afraid that the other party had hidden evil intentions at that time. How dare he betray the sect? Su Jie rubbed his eyebrows. He was already at the top of his disciples and could break through and become an elder at any time, yet he chose this moment to betray him. Is he worried about the failure of the sect war, so he finds a way out for himself in advance? We haven't lost yet. The outcome is still in doubt. If he betrays like this, it can only be said that he is too hasty. Su Jie said solemnly, no matter which sect they belong to, betrayers are always the most hated and despised beings, especially in the demonic cultivation sect. Betrayers are always dealt with heavy blows. Once caught, the punishment will be so cruel that you will not be able to die as fast as you want. If Qi Shijian betrayed because of the sect war, Guiling Palace has not really fallen into a desperate situation and has reached the point of desperation. The elders of the righteous sects now dare not enter the Ghost Ridge Palace area in person. Most of their elders are still alive and their war potential is still high. It is too early to betray them at this time. Wu Bin continued, anyway, the sect is already talking like crazy. Hallmaster Zhua also asked me to come over and inform you, asking you to go see him immediately. Okay, I'll leave now. Su Jie walked out of the mansion without any further hesitation and followed Wu Bin towards the command hall. What I saw along the way was that the sect's environment was much more depressed than before. The ongoing sect war has drawn too many disciples. Nowadays, most of the people seen in the sect are disciples on the 1st and 2nd levels of Yunling realm. Disciples at this level are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. As for those at the 3rd level of Yunling realm and above, most of them are now forced to participate in sect wars. You can see them in sects, either after being injured and returning to recuperate, or they are taking turns to rest. Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su, is Senior Brother Luo Jian really dead? Senior Brother Su, is Senior Brother Qi's betrayal true or false? When Su Jie passed by, many disciples gathered around him. In the eyes of these disciples, Su Jie is also one of the strongest disciples, and his news must be more true. I don't know enough about the specific situation, but our Ghost Ridge Palace will never let go of any traitor. Su Jie said, then walked out of the crowd, walked all the way to the execution hall, and found the hall leader Zhua Xinping. Master Zhua, my disciple Su Jie pays my respects. Come in. Opening the door, Su Jie walked into the room. Besides Zhua Xinping, there was also a tall man with dark skin in the room. The other party was also known to Su Jie, Xiao Fengyuan, one of the 3 strongest Yunling realm disciples in Guiling Palace. You've all heard the news. Zhua Xinping glanced at Su Jie, who came in later. His face was very gloomy and he was in a bad mood. Hallmaster Zhua, was Luo Jian's fall really caused by Qi Shijian's betrayal of the sect? The person who spoke was Xiao Fengyuan. He was originally engaged in the sect war in the forest outside. At this time, he hurried back and received the news that Luo Jian, who was as famous as Xiao Fengyuan, fell into the sect war and was killed by Qi Shijian. Betrayal. In Guiling Palace, Xiao Fengyuan, Luo Jian, and Qi Shijian are all at the 10th level of the Yunling realm, and they are also at the top of the Yunling realm. They no longer only represent themselves. After their death, they have a serious impact on the morale of other disciples. Just like after Su Jie killed Du Shaoshang, it had a serious impact on the morale of the Zhengdao sect, not to mention, Luo Jian's death was caused by the betrayal of another disciple, Shi Shijian. Among the 3 disciples who were recognized as the strongest, one died and the other betrayed, which had a great impact on morale. 3 days ago, Luo Jian listened to Qi Shijian's words and was lured out by him. He cooperated with Xiao Guanglian, the son of the Zixia sect, to encircle and attack him. He was seriously injured and barely escaped back to the mountain gate. He told the truth before he died. Zhuo Xinping nodded. Xiao Guanglian was not an ordinary disciple. He was the grandson of the leader of the Zixia sect. He had been extremely talented since he was a child. He was equipped with a mysterious golden body and many treasures. He was extremely powerful. Master Qi Shijian, this kind of traitor must not be let go. Xiao Fengyuan's eyes were filled with anger. This kind of traitor is more hateful than the enemy. This is also the reason why I found you, Su Jie and Xiao Fengyuan. You two are the strongest disciples in the sect. Now the sect needs you to carry out the mission of suppression. Qi Shijian has never been seen again after his betrayal. He probably escaped from the sect. I want you to capture him alive and take him back to the sect for punishment. Zhuo Xinping glanced at the 2 of them and issued a killing order with a solemn look on his face. For Guiling Palace, this kind of betrayer must be captured immediately. There is still a sect war now. If Qi Shijian, who is the leader, does not solve it and kills the chicken as a warning to other disciples, I am afraid that other disciples will also become wary. Learn from others. Disciples are willing to go. Disciples will definitely live up to their trust. They both agreed. Su Jie and Xiao Fengyuan were the only ones suitable to do this kind of thing now. The elders of the secret realm need to guard the sect and cannot leave. If they can go out and catch Qi Shijian, the journey must be dangerous and difficult. After all, the world outside is the righteous sect. Only Su Jie and Xiao Fengyuan can do it together. Starting out early tomorrow morning, I will personally take you out of the mountain gate through a secret route. Qi Shijian must have defected to the Zixia sect now. Your mission must start from here. Zhuo Xinping gave many more instructions and took out an exclusive identity jade tag with Qi Shijian's name clearly written on it. This is an identity card that every inner sect disciple will have after promotion. He has 1 copy and the sect keeps 1 copy, and this identity jade token, dripping with the disciple's painstaking efforts, is actually a locator. It will be opened when a disciple betrays, locking the approximate position of the disciple, and is also the sword of Damocles on the heads of all inner disciples. End of chapter. Chapter 237. Leaving the sect. 4th update. When everything was over, Su Jie and Xiao Feng walked out of the house. Brother Su, this time we are going to fight side by side. Xiao Feng looked at Su Jie from afar and reached out his hand. Su Jie reached out and patted Xiao Feng far away, and then asked, Brother Xiao, I don't know much about Qi Shijian. What kind of person is he? Do you know the reason why he defected? Xiao Fengyuan pondered for a moment and then said, There is nothing that cannot be said. Before this incident happened, this person and I had a normal relationship. Compared to most demon cultivators, his personality is gentle and gentle. Sometimes you think he is more like a scholar. As for why he betrayed me, I also have some speculation that it may have something to do with a woman he met outside. Woman? Emo Shiryao, you should know her too. Xiao Fengyuan nodded and said a name that was somewhat familiar to Su Jie. That woman from Miaoying Temple, what is the name of the Qingyin fairy? Of course Su Jie was familiar with this name, it was the woman who was with Du Shaoshang. Yes, that's the person. This woman is known as the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. She has always been pursued by many admirers and is very famous in the outside world. Xiao Feng sighed and explained, during an external mission, Qi Shijian met this woman and fell in love with her. After he came back, he didn't think about food, and she couldn't forget it. He was too infatuated. I'm afraid it was therefore he was used by others and betrayed the sect. Isn't this just dog licking? There are people like this in the magic cultivator. Su Jie scratched his head. When he heard the reason for betraying the sect, his first reaction was disbelief. This was too bloody. He betrayed the Ghost Ridge Palace for a woman. This was similar to fairy tales like Cinderella. spell, but Su Jie then thought about it. Qi Shijian came to invite him a few days ago, and he was afraid that Imo Yao might not be the one behind him to seduce him. After all, she killed her sweetheart Du Xiaochang. This woman has always wanted to kill her and then be quick. Licking a dog, this word is very appropriate. Xiao Fengyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I didn't want to think so at first, but Qi Shijian has a criminal record. Before this rebellion, he had concealed his identity as a demon cultivator many times and went out with Imo Yao. The meeting is very secret, not many people know about it, and I bumped into it accidentally. The sect war had not yet broken out at that time, so he could not withstand his plea and did not make the matter public. He originally thought that if the sect went to war, he would be able to stop his unrealistic thoughts and know that good and evil are at odds with each other, but he didn't expect that he would end up where he is now by making one wrong step after another. Then there is nothing to say. Since you have betrayed the sect, you have to accept the corresponding price. When we capture him and bring him back to the sect, everything will come to light. Su Jie became serious. Qi Shijian was still related to Imo Yao, and he once wanted to plot against him. It was necessary for Su Jie to arrest him and question him clearly. Xiao Fengyuan agreed very much and said, yes, this person must not be let go easily. After parting ways with Xiao Feng, Su Jie returned to his residence and prepared things for tomorrow's trip. Hey, are you leaving? Take me with you. I feel a little bored after being alone for so long. Ning Xinyue saw Su Jie putting various daily necessities in the storage bag, and guessed that Su Jie was going out. I can't take you with me when I go out this time. I want to catch the traitor, not go sightseeing. Su Jie refused without thinking. Ning Xinyue's identity was a problem. It would be bad if Xiao Fengyuan recognized him. He was a hateful person. Someone like Ning Xinyue who had disguised her identity and sneaked into the sect would be discovered. Killing is indispensable. Ning Xinyue blinked her big eyes and asked, are we going to arrest Qi Shijian? Have you heard about it too? The whole sect knows that Qi Shijian betrayed the sect, and I am not deaf or blind. Ning Xinyue pouted, shook Su Jie's arm, and said, take me with you, I really want to go out too. She entered the Ghost Ridge Palace, and after the strange treasure incident, she encountered a sect war. Now there are elders stationed on the routes out of the sect area, and she cannot leave at all, unless she uses extremely precious talismans. There is no need to discuss this matter. The elder will arrange for the two of us. It is not my decision. Su Jie was tired of being pestered and said directly, if you have the ability, you can persuade Hall Master Zhou Xinping to let you participate. Ning Xinyue rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips, just go. Su Jie thought that Ning Xinyue was just talking, but who knew that when Su Jie and Xiao Fengyuan met up the next day and were about to set off, Ning Xinyue actually came with Zhou Xinping. This girl. Su Jie looked at Ning Xinyue speechlessly. Could this girl really succeed? Su Jie, Xiao Fengyuan, your hunting team will be increased by one person this time, and your junior sister Zhu Qingya will also go together to help you complete the arrest. Zhou Xinping's words confirmed what Su Jie was thinking. Ning Xinyue looked sideways at Su Jie, the pride on her face almost overflowing. Hall Master Zhou, the strength of junior sister Zhu. Xiao Fengyuan was a little confused. As far as he knew, this junior sister was a genius, but she had just started. I originally thought so too, but later I found out that she has been hiding her strength. More importantly, she has a method of disguise that can help you complete the disguise in appearance and form. This is very beneficial for you to hide your identity, so as to avoid being exposed and causing the mission to fail. Zhou Xinping said with a smile and emphasized the importance of Ning Xinyue. In fact, these reasons alone were not enough to impress Zhou Xinping. The main reason was that Elder Tang Peiqing came to intercede, and considering that Ning Xinyue and Su Jie did team up to fight in the sect war in the past, having one more woman would make it even more difficult. Suitable for activities in some special environments. Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Xiao, please take good care of me in the future. Ning Xinyue greeted the two of them with a smile, and secretly made faces at Su Jie. Junior Sister Zhu. Xiao Fengyuan nodded slightly as a greeting. Xiao Zhu. Remember to hide behind me when you are in danger in the future, so that I will not take care of you. Su Jie coughed dryly and said Xiao Zhu's words that almost made Ning Xinyue stop tensing up and bite her silver teeth secretly. You are a little pig. Ning Xian was extremely angry, but she kept an elegant smile on her face. Then thank you, senior brother Su, for taking care of me. You must protect me when I encounter danger. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I will take you out of the sect. Zhou Xinping interrupted the politeness of several people and led the way to the front. In the current sect environment, even those disciples of the righteous sect who entered the Ghost Ridge Palace area did not break in from the front, but also used some special magic weapon to teleport in. Therefore, if you want to leave, you have to be led by an internal elder like Zhou Xinping. The three of them followed closely and walked towards the outside of the sect step by step. End of chapter. Chapter 238 Breaking In. First update. 3 days later, Su Jie and his party successfully left Guiling Palace and separated from Hallmaster Zhou Xinping. The rest of the journey is up to you, so be careful along the way. Following Zhou Xinping's instructions, Su Jie and the others gradually walked out of the high mountains of Guiling Palace and came to the plains. Let me change your appearance first. Ning Xinyue jumped up to Su Jie, pinched the muscles on Su Jie's face with a pair of pink hands, and injected a strange spiritual power, which was as cold as ice. Su Jie's facial muscles relaxed at first and gradually changed into another look. After more than 10 seconds, Ning Xinyue clapped her hands and looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Okay, let's see how well I squeezed it. As he said that, he took out the mirror and showed Su Jie his changes. An ordinary face appeared in the mirror, nothing like Su Jie's original appearance. I didn't expect you to be pretty good at it. Su Jie touched his face, and he could feel the residual spiritual power on it. His face would not change until this spiritual power completely dissipated. Now when walking in the outside world, you don't have to worry about your identity being discovered. After all, his original face, with a reward of 100,000 spirit stones, was very dangerous to be discovered. Now you know how important this girl is. Ning Xinyue raised her chin proudly and went to change Xiaofeng Yuan's appearance again, and finally her own appearance also changed. After such an operation, even the fellow disciples of Guiling Palace would not be able to recognize them when they were standing in front of the three of them. First determine Qi Shijin's position. Su Jie took out the identity jade token from his arms. A red light spot appeared on the upper left side of the jade token, and it was still flashing. To the northwest, this location is heading towards Fengzhou. Xiao Fengyuan frowned slightly. The light spots on the identity jade token can indicate the direction like a compass, and the closer to the host of the jade token, the brighter the light spots will be. In this way, the target can be found. No matter how far away we are, we will take him down. Su Jie put away his identity token. The other party might also be wary, so he ran so far. Senior brother Su, senior brother Xiao, someone is coming. Ning Xinyue pulled Su Jie's sleeve and pointed to a cavalry team appearing in the distance. The cavalry team consisted of more than a dozen disciples of the Zhengdao sect. They were obviously on a patrol mission. When they saw Su Jie and several strangers, they immediately galloped closer to them. After all, because of the sect war, no ordinary people nearby dared to come. You guys are sneaking around. Tell me who he is. Someone shouted loudly and drew out their weapons. I'll do it. Xiao Feng turned far away. From the sleeve of his left hand, a high-grade 3 refined multi-legged millipede sprang out quickly. In an instant, it expanded to more than 30 meters long. Countless feet turned into long tentacles, and hundreds of tentacles covered it. The field of vision is messy and dense. Countless mud and rocks exploded from the ground, accompanied by screams and blood. Countless human bodies were directly turned into pulp, which was mixed with the soil and vegetation on the ground. Unfortunately, these righteous sects encountered the two strongest disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. Although they had the numerical advantage, they were actually in a desperate situation. Run away. This move is a 9-headed magic spear. Inform the elders of the division immediately. Some people who were lucky enough to survive were so frightened that their livers and gallbladders were split apart and they ran away without looking back. Xiao Fengyuan didn't know when a black spear appeared in his hand. It was a medium-grade magic weapon. Facing several disciples who were running away in embarrassment, he did not give them a chance to go back and report the news, and bloodlines appeared on the spear. The few righteous disciples who were escaping had blood gushing from their mouths, noses, eyes and ears. They twitched and fell to the ground. All the blood in their bodies was sucked out uncontrollably. All the rivers entered the black spear, and the blood lines on the gun body became more and more vivid. In less than half a minute, the battle was over. The gap between these righteous disciples and Xiao Fengyuan's combat power was too great, and they were slaughtered without much resistance. So strong. Ning Xinyue secretly smacked her tongue and couldn't help but look at Su Jie, subconsciously comparing the two of them to see who was stronger. Brother Zhao's method is really extraordinary. Su Jie smiled and complimented him. He originally wanted to solve the problem that slipped through the net, but it seemed that he didn't need his help. I will not be merciful in killing these righteous gentlemen. Xiao Fengyuan's eyes were bloodthirsty and ferocious. Compared with his previous personality, he really looked like a demon cultivator at this time. Let's pack up and leave. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. After cleaning up the battlefield, the three people quickly left the place and headed northwest. Su Jie and the others planned to leave quietly, but the scope of the Zhengdao sect's blockade was wider than they expected. Along the way, we would always bump into patrolling righteous disciples from time to time. As long as they spoke the password a little bit, the identity of the demon cultivator would be exposed, and they would have to kill and silence them along the way. But if you do this kind of behavior a lot, there is naturally a risk of exposure. The density of righteous patrols is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid our identity has been exposed. Su Jie hid on the dense branches, looked at a team that had just patrolled away, and said, No matter how many people were killed and silenced, traces were dealt with, and so many patrolling disciples disappeared, those righteous sects must have discovered that something was wrong and guessed that a group of powerful demon cultivators had slipped out. The worst-case scenario is to just break in. Xiao Feng spread out the map far away. At this time, the location of the three people was actually far away from Guiling Palace. However, this kind of patrol intensity was very abnormal. It was obviously aimed at their traces of murder. Zhengdao was strengthening the defense and blockade in an attempt to catch Su Jie et al. This is really the only way. I'll take everyone out. Su Jie nodded and released the thousand-handed centipede from his sleeve robe. Flying was too eye-catching, and Su Jie was unwilling to do it before. Now that his approximate location has been exposed, he might as well break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. Azitzi, after the thousand-armed centipede came out, its body expanded one by one, and in an instant it turned into a giant 80-meter-long creature. Mid-grade 5th refined goo insect. Xiao Fengyuan was shocked. The last time he saw the thousand-handed centipede, he was still at the 4th level of the middle level. A few months later, he was promoted to the 5th level of the middle level. The transformation speed was too fast. Come up. Su Jie stood on the thousand-armed centipede's head. Xiao Feng was far from being pretentious. He also had a mount, a four-eyed phantom fox, but its flying speed was not fast and was far less effective than the thousand-armed centipede. Ning Xinyue lingered until she was glared at by Su Jie, then she climbed onto the thousand-handed centipede's back with her eyes closed. Xiao Qian, take off and let's break out. Su Jie patted the thousand-handed centipede's head, and the huge creature shook violently and began to rise rapidly into the air. Nowadays, the thousand-hand centipede is about the same length as a Boeing 747, and the righteous monks are not blind. After the thousand-hand centipede took off, it immediately acted like a magnet, attracting attention from all directions. End of chapter. Chapter 239 Chase, second update, look at the sky. That centipede is the symbol of Corpse Hand Massacre. Knock him down. A Zhengdao monk heard the news and attacked with flying swords, talismans, Taoist arts, and other attacks. The thousand-handed centipede's huge body and scales are like an indestructible fortress. All attacks falling on it are like fireworks falling on steel, making no waves. However, taking a beating without fighting back is not the thousand-handed centipede's style. Facing the tickling of the group of little ants below, the thousand-handed centipede lowered its head slightly, its bone mass cracked, and hundreds of purple rays suddenly bloomed. Boom. 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 The next moment, high-temperature rays distorted the air and hit the attacking righteous monk disciples on the ground. Many disciples who were not sufficiently cultivated did not even have time to scream, and were directly melted by the ultra-high temperature. The hot winds of the earth below melted hundreds of holes on the ground, and the rocks and soil turned into bubbling hot magma. I don't know how many disciples died directly from this blow. The disciples with higher cultivation level who were lucky to survive also turned pale and looked at the thousand-handed centipede in the sky in horror. Most of those intensive attacks disappeared in the blink of an eye. The thousand-handed centipede continued to fly higher, getting further and further away from the ground, and was already out of the attack range of most disciples. Ordinary Yunling realm disciples do not have the ability to fly into the air. In this case, the threat to the thousand-handed centipede is almost completely gone, but things didn't go so smoothly. These ordinary disciples couldn't fly, and there were always some exceptions. Su Jia's crazy behavior angered many righteous disciples. Two figures on the ground quickly rose into the air and pursued thousand-handed centipede. One of them was riding a flying spirit beast, a giant lion 1 foot tall with a mane like a burning flame. The other person was wielding a sword, dragging the afterimages of the sword light with him, and was chasing after them with the sound of breaking screams. The fire lion Ring Yunchang. The sword of the Ming dynasty and the Chong dynasty. Xiaofeng looked at the two flying figures from a distance and said their names. These two people were not simple characters. Also, being able to master the ability to fly in the Yunling realm is not easy no matter how you think about it. Su Jia lowered his head, looked at the two chasing people, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Thunder. Boom! The purple sky thunder in the sky crashed down. Wang Chong dexterously avoided with his sword, and Ran Yunchang, who was riding a giant lion, chose to resist forcefully, but he obviously underestimated the power of the purple sky thunder. The giant lion sat down and howled miserably as he was electrocuted. His hair stood on end like a hedgehog, his skin was charred and cracked, and blood was flowing out. Just when he was frozen, the thousand-handed centipede suddenly slowed down, turned around, and opened its bloody mouth. Under the shocked gazes of countless righteous disciples below, the thousand-handed centipede swallowed the giant lion and Ring Yunchang in one gulp. You could hear something struggling in the thousand-hand centipede's belly, and screams could be heard, but after just a few seconds, everything returned to calm. The so-called fire lion Ren Yunchang was just a mouthful away from the thousand-handed centipede, who was a middle-grade 5th-level refiner. "Brother Ren, I want you to pay with your life." Wang Chong roared with grief and anger. His eyes were split open by the stimulation of this scene, and he slashed out a 10-meter-long aura sword and struck it directly towards Su Jia. The thousand-handed centipede flicked its tail and smashed the aura giant sword into pieces. "Go and stay with your brothers." Su Jia sneered, and the thousand-handed centipede opened its mouth and spit out a cloud of black mist, which instantly enveloped Wang Chong. This was the cursed cloud of death and decay. Wang Chong, who didn't know the depth of it, had no time to dodge. Under the terrifying curse, his whole body lost moisture in an instant, and his skin became as rough and old as bark. Dense old age spots grew and he became a skinny mummy. The vitality dissipates like a siphon. "Ah, you evil devil." Wang Chang's pupils gradually expanded. After saying one sentence, his whole breath was cut off. He was like a piece of dead wood. His skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all rotted away. He was blown away by the strong wind in the sky and died high in the sky. The battle lasted very short. The two masters, who had high hopes from the righteous disciples, died in the hands of the thousand-handed centipede. The righteous disciples on the ground looked at them with dumbfounded eyes and disbelief on their faces. "Hey, Su Jiechi, fly quickly, there's a big one chasing you." Before Su Jia had time to be happy, Ning Xinyue's anxious voice suddenly came out as Su Jia turned around and saw an old man with an angry face flying in the sky in the distance, flying without any external objects. This was the sign of an elder in the vault realm. As for it, even the elders came here. Su Jia's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked the thousand-handed centipede to speed up. "It's Elder Su is here." "Elder Su, this man killed senior brother Wang and senior brother Ren, you must avenge him. We must not let these evil spirits go." The morale of the righteous disciples on the ground was greatly boosted, as if they had seen his savior. "The devil shall not flee." Elder Su's angry voice came, and his Taoist magic was also used at the same time. On the clouds, white clouds turned into giant palms, slapping down layer upon layer towards the thousand-handed centipede. When the giant palm passed by, the divine radiance surged like a sea tide, and the air was pushed away into a vacuum. The power was extremely astonishing. Shuaitsong gun. Xiaofeng Yuan took out a black spear, and blood-patterned flying knives emerged from the surroundings, slashing at those giant cloud palms, but they were only slightly hindered. After persisting for a while, they were slapped away by these giant cloud palms, which hit thousands of people like thunder. Hand centipede. Thousand-handed centipede's body snaked upwards. Its huge body directly knocked away the giant cloud palm in front of it. Countless pale corpse hands tore apart the giant palms that were slapped up and down. Under the violent collision, one of the pale corpse hands broke and fell into the sky. And even more, the giant palms of clouds and mist were directly annihilated in the sky. Well, this goo worm. Elder Su looked at the thousand-handed centipede in surprise, and it was clear that its combat power was far beyond his expectation. This was no ordinary goo insect. Its intensity made him feel a little threatened. The next moment, thousand-handed centipede suddenly turned around, aimed at Elder Su and sprayed out another death curse cloud, and at the same time, purple light rays also burst out. How brave! Elder Su was furious. Even a mere Yunling realm dared to be so arrogant. Thousands of golden clouds rose from his robe, and the purple rays were blocked. The exploding sky rained down fire, and the robe also showed some signs of damage. When the death curse cloud arrived, the strange and terrifying curse began to erode Elder Su's limbs and bones, causing the elder's complexion to change immediately, and his body began to uncontrollably transform into aging. Even his vigorous spirit, it was very difficult for Li Du to resist. In just a few seconds, Elder Su looked as if he had aged 20 years. His beard and hair were completely white, and the wrinkles on his skin were so deep that they could trap mosquitoes. When Elder Su finally regained his breath, suppressed the curse a little, and regained some of his body's activity, the thousand-handed centipede was already far away from sight wherever it was in the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 240. The Han family, third update. Half a day later, on the ground, the thousand-handed centipede slowly landed. Finally escaped. After she was safe, Ning Xinyue patted her chest with lingering fear. You're just fishing in troubled waters, and you didn't make any effort at all just now. Su flicked Ning Xinyue's forehead and said angrily. I discovered the secret realm elder in advance, but I didn't do anything. Ning Xinyue covered her forehead, feeling very aggrieved for herself. I didn't expect to provoke the elders. Fortunately, Brother Su, a centipede, is here, otherwise it would not be so easy for us to escape. Xiaofeng Yuan said that he had the experience of successfully escaping from the hands of the elders of the secret realm in the past, but just now he was trapped in the blockade of the Zhangdao sect. If the delay lasted for a long time, more than one elder would appear. It's also luck. That elder's flying speed is not very good. If we meet someone who is good at flying, we will have to go head-to-head. Su Jie took the thousand-handed centipede back into his sleeve, and then he still had to walk. Flying in Tian was too conspicuous, and the outside world was the realm of the righteous sect, so it was better to be careful. Fortunately, after leaving the blockade, there will be no more patrolling disciples, which will be convenient next time. Where are we now, and how far are we from that Qi Shi Jian? Let me see. Su Jie looked at the Jade identity tag and was surprised to find that the light spots on the Jade tag were getting brighter and flashing much faster, which meant that Qi Shi Jian was within a few hundred miles of them. To the southeast, there are many cities there, but I don't know which city the other party will be in. Ning Xinyue looked at the map and found that the place where Qi Shi Jian was located happened to be a densely populated area. Su Jie took the map and looked at it briefly, but unexpectedly, he saw a somewhat familiar name. Wait, Nanyang City? Su Jie was shocked to see the name of Nanyang City. What's wrong? Ning Xinyue didn't understand why Su Jie had such a big reaction. Nanyang City, this place is haunted. Su Jie's face turned dark as he thought of the frightening night he spent in Nanyang City. Back in Nanyang City, Su Jie, Dong Hongtian, and a group of martial arts people stayed overnight and experienced the scene of 100 ghosts walking at night. Haunted, real or fake? Ning Xinyue blinked her big eyes, very curious. Why am I lying to you? That city was occupied by the Tianhan sect. They kept the people in that city captive as a collection place for their own fear materials. Su Jie briefly talked about what he saw in Nanyang City. Tianhan sect, this demonic sect has gone too far. Xiao Fengyuan's voice deepened. It is said that one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, and the same applies to the demon cultivation sect. Except in resource-rich areas, demon cultivator sects rarely get together and avoid each other. Then again, it is not the demonic cultivation sect's turn to occupy places rich in resources, they are basically the territory of the righteous sect. Hey, Tianhanmen came here from Jingzhou. Ning Xinyue murmured in her heart that she was the one who exchanged the method for making the soul-calling banner with the Tianhan sect in Jingzhou, but it was difficult to say this in front of Xiao Fengyuan. We try to avoid this Nanyang city. Our mission is to capture Qi Shijian and escort him back to the sect, not to compete with the Tianhun sect. Su Jie said, even if he knew that Tianhun sect had crossed the border, given the current situation of Guiling Palace, he would not be able to protect himself, and he would not have the ability to defend the territory. Even if they want to settle accounts with the Tianhun sect, they have to survive the catastrophe of this sect war. Xiao Fengyuan was silent for a moment and nodded. Capturing Qi Shijian is more important, let's put this aside in advance. The three of them set off again, heading towards the densely populated area ahead. 2 days later, in the bustling streets of Dongqing City, there is a wide and flat bluestone pavement in the middle of the road. Bustling crowds are passing back and forth, including many heirs of wealthy families wearing gorgeous clothes. On both sides of the street, there are many tall shops with a dazzling array of products. The street is crowded with buskers and small vendors, making it a lively and prosperous scene. At the city gate entrance, Su Jie, Xiao Fengyuan and Ning Xinyue arrived at the city. 3 copper coins per person to enter the city. Several soldiers stood idle at the city gate, collecting the city entry tax. Su Jie threw a few coins over, but looked at the wanted notice posted at the city gate on the other side. The most wanted notice above was about Su Jie, with a reward of 100,000 spirit stones, enough to drive anyone crazy. If it weren't for Ning Xinyue's disguise, Su Jie wouldn't have dared to enter the city so arrogantly. Under the wanted order, there are many other people wanted, most of whom are gangsters and villains. No match for Su Jie. Hey, give in, give in. Suddenly, a group of servants came quickly, pushed the crowd away, and posted a notice at the city gate. The Han family is recruiting talented and righteous people. As long as they have real skills, they can directly receive a reward of 300 taels of silver. If they can solve the Han family's difficulties, they will receive a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. The servant shouted, which immediately attracted the people nearby to come forward and watch. Su Jie took a quick look and saw that it was really a recruitment order. It turns out to be the Han family. It seems the rumors are true. Who dares to go there without risking their lives? I heard that even the chief of the Sky Patrol died trying to help. Anyway, I don't have the ability to take this money. The people watching were talking a lot. Ning Xinyue was an outgoing person and asked a man dressed as a scholar. Master, we just came from out of town. What is the Han family you are talking about? The scholar turned his head, not intending to answer, but when he saw Ning Xinyue's appearance, although his appearance had changed, Ning Xinyue's figure and spiritual temperament greatly attracted the scholar. That is the high-ranking clan in Dongqing City. 500 years ago, our ancestor Han Chong once led the frontier wolf riders to repel the invading Blood Moon Demon Kingdom outside Tianfeng Pass. They put down the rebellion of 10,000 nightmares and were founded by the Great Li dynasty. The emperor respected him as the tiger general of the country, the general of Tiance, and the king of Anjin. He was once extremely glorious. After Han Chang's death, the Han family gradually declined, but the family was well established, virtuous people came out in large numbers, and their deeds were brilliant. Many of their descendants entered the court and became officials. Until 45 years ago, the Han family stood on the wrong side when the throne was replaced and the Emperor Yonglong was not happy. He then suppressed and dismissed Han family officials, confiscated the family property, and killed a number of people. This is where it fell. The scholar intended to show off his profound knowledge in front of Ning Xinyue, and slowly told about the affairs of the Han family. Recently, strange things have happened to the Han family, and people in the family have been dying suddenly and mysteriously. At first, one person died every day, and after a week, 2 people died every day. And today, 3 people die every day in the Han family, not just slaves, maids, etc., even people from the Han family's branches and mainline died. For this reason, the head of the Han family issued a recruitment order to seek help from capable and righteous people. Whoever solves the Han family's affairs will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Having said this, the scholar also pointed to a towering pavilion in the city. Even from a long distance, you can still see the gorgeous banners hanging on them, inlaid with 5-color-colored glaze, which are extremely flamboyant in the city. Look, that's the mansion where the Han family is. Sorry, it's a little slow. There are only 3 updates today. I'll make up for it tomorrow. End of chapter.